on, angling into the corner, and this one is gone. Home run number 4 for Marcus Semien. Here's the pitch, and it's lifted by Semien deep into left. Mercado turning to look, and this one is out of here. Home runs in both ends of the twin bill for Marcus Semien.
Semien hits one high in the air to left center field. Back at the wall, Mercado, and that ball is history. A second home run of the game and a third of the doubleheader for Marcus Semien. He is now blazing hot. He has 6 home runs this year, half of them coming today.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's the Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ. What a day for Marcus Semien, finally breaking out on your home for Rangers baseball. The doubleheader taking place right here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Troy Hughes with you. The Rangers split a pair of 6-3 games with Cleveland. That's obviously not the story. Marcus Semien, 3 home runs in 2 games. He goes 7 of 8. And he's got, as Nadell said, 6 home runs in his last 11 games. The one that he just hit right there, I can't believe he turned on it. It looked like it jammed him inside. But Semien now has 2 career games of 2 home runs and 4 hits. Both of them coming on June 7th, courtesy of Jared Sandler. His first one was at Texas. And then it happened yesterday as Marcus Semien raises the average from 196 to what? 7 of 8 on the day.
He was 7 of 8. Okay, so he went from, I'm going to say it goes up 6. So I'm going to say it went up to 208.
221. 196 to 221.
Really?
Yeah. Marcus Semien on fire yesterday.
Oh, man.
Totally on fire. I was listening to it on the Odyssey app while I was at my son's football camp, and I was like, is this really happening right now? Is he really going off? And he did. He had 7 hits, 3 home runs, all in one day. Has not been done since 1973.
Semien and Trevor Story, who you talked about struggling as well.
But he's been red hot.
The only players in baseball this year with a game including 2 or more home runs, 4 or more hits, 1 or more stolen bases. So great sign for the Rangers with Semien as they split with the Guardians.
I can't tell you the amount of texts I got yesterday saying how stupid the name Guardians is.
Oh, my God. I was just sitting here going, man, hearing the name Guardians sounds awesome.
This is the dumbest sports team name. That's the dumbest name in sports.
Are you reiterating what you heard, or are you saying that?
No, I'm saying that. This is the dumbest name in sports.
No. It's awesome. No, it's awesome. I think it's way better than Spiders, which was like the front runner for so long. It was going to be the Cleveland Spiders. I love the name Guardians.
You do?
I do like it. I think
Yeah, he's done. What are they guarding?
it plays in the Cleveland. They have a bridge with like a guardian.
Oh, I know. Like the mean people from Erie, Canada. Coming over. Those Canadians are going to come over this lake, man.
Look at the accomplishments. Look at the numbers for Semien, who, of course, was 0 for 43 when it came to showing off the power numbers to start off his Rangers career, and that has to feel really, really good for him. So the Rangers split with Cleveland. The truckwreck.com text line is wide open at 877-881-1053. We're live on the fan cam, live on Twitch, and live on YouTube. Still 3 games under 500 as they're going to take on the Guardians again today right here on the fan. By the way, 7 rainouts for the Guardians this year. They've had to play 4 doubleheaders, and they have 5 more scheduled. And I could just feel the smile on Woody's face when the reporters were asking about it. He's like, yeah, we don't have to really worry about it. We don't have to worry about it at our place.
Home. Not at home, they don't.
Yeah.
No, we didn't really have to worry about it either before. It rains here, but it's like, this ain't like the Northeast where you get these, where it just rains every day. Once it hits like July, we might not see rain again this year until like September.
How about the defensive play from Eli White out there running around, twice robbing Jose Ramirez of extra bases with terrific catches. The one he made in right center was spectacular. He also had a sliding backhander in left center in the fourth inning. So Eli White showing off the leather against the Guardians. Guardians got back to 500 in the first game, and then they fall back to one game under Terry Francona in the second game. So great sign for Marcus Semien. Not a good sign for the Angels and Joe Maddon, as we have our second manager within the season fired. Joe Maddon is out in L.A.
We hadn't had a manager fired in Major League Baseball since 2018 before last week. And then we've had the two winningest managers currently in Major League Baseball fired. And if not the two of the top 4 current active managers with the most wins in a week's time. And then the Angels go out, they lose last night too.
Yeah, did not help. The new coach theory did not help. 13 in a row.
13 straight. Phil Nevin takes over. Fun fact, Astros took him number 1 in the 1992 Major League Baseball draft, ahead of Derek Jeter.
Oh.
Yeah,
Jeter went 2?
No, he went like 5.
Okay.
Yeah.
No one else in that top 5 to talk about.
No, I couldn't even tell you who else was in the top 5.
Of note. So the Astros are now 9.5 up. Right here, this stretch, these 13 games, maybe giving the Astros the AL West this year. They're 16 games over 500. The Angels are 3 games under. The Rangers are now tied at 9.5 back with the Angels. So we're trying to leapfrog to second place in the division. And then you have Seattle, a game and a half in back of us. They're 6 games under. And the Athletics are in a free fall themselves. They've lost 7 in a row. They're 17 games under 500.
Man, what a joke of a franchise to do that.
Before we say that, let's be careful how we would bet, which team you'd bet on to make the ALCS first moving forward between the Athletics and the Rangers. How fast they turn it around.
I'll tell you this. The A's never win in the playoffs. They always make it. They always find a way to make it.
I guess who will make the playoffs first?
I would do that. Yes, I would agree.
You would take?
I'd probably take the A's. I mean, the Rangers will the good thing is they're already ahead of Oakland, and they appear willing to spend. Now, we'll see what they do this offseason. But Oakland does this every single year or every couple years.
Here is Joe Maddon's exchange with a reporter about competing. This is from Monday night before he was canned.
Are you saying we're not competing?
I'm not saying that. I'm curious if you think so.
Well, I mean, then you must be thinking that if you ask the question.
Well, I'm not the manager, but you guys have lost balls in a row. I think it's a fair question.
This is not one of them. I am. I'm asking you the question back because I obviously think we're playing hard. We're not winning games right now, but I'm not going to denigrate the effort by the guys. I'm asking if you're seeing that because I'm not. If you want to sit in 12. Is that a fair question?
I'm not on a World Series as a manager, so I wouldn't. All right, let's move on.
I'm not coming after you. Just ask you a question. No, he's being okay.
We got a show being broadcast on the side there with Joe Maddon speaking.
Yeah, I mean, it was like, oh my God, look at these two guys. They're going back. It's like, can someone turn down the speaker next to the podium?
So that was just the speaker of those two?
Yeah. Someone was feeding in audio during the press conference. I'm like, oh my God.
Come on, Ted Nichols-Payne.
Yeah, what are you doing over there, Teddy P?
Let me give you Joe Maddon's record since the Cubs. 97-65, 103-58. They won the title. 92-70, 95-68, 84-78. Gone. Angels 26-34, COVID year. 77-85. So 8 games under. 27-29, losing 12 in a row. 13 was not under his watch. Losing 12 in a row and gone.
And he was making, it looks like $6 million a year from the Angels in an era where major league teams are paying their manager $900,000, $1.5 million. You know, they're not paying the $5 million manager is dead and gone. It's gone the way of Timberlake. It's just not they don't do that anymore. But Joe Maddon was making that kind of money because he was Joe Maddon. And Girardi was making a lot of money because he had skins on the wall and stuff. But if you're going to make $6 million, the 12 game win streak, losing streak, and not making the playoffs for 3 years while you're there is probably not something that's going to be tolerated. And that's why they got rid of him.
2.5 years early?
It's a little bit early. Because they still got to pay him out. And that's you're going to pay this guy $30 million over the next couple of years.
So basically we can say that Mike Trout got Joe Maddon fired.
Yeah, Mike Trout slumped. Got Joe Maddon fired. And now Mike Trout, hope you saw him this year because you ain't going to see him again.
Hurt?
Yep, groin. Groin yesterday. And so he'll be out for 6 months because that's what happens with Mike Trout. The guy's so muscular that he gets a little tweak in his groin and all of a sudden the whole thing tears from knee to nuts.
We have Game 3 of the NBA Finals tonight. We had NHL playoff action, and could RJ Choppy turn into Marcus Semien versus Micah Parsons last night at the Cowboys Home Run Derby? It's all coming up. It's the Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ, just getting started on the Fan.
105. Palat up the middle. Kucherov, maybe a step in front. Hold, shoots, score! Look around! Palat shoots, save made, rebound, score! At the side of the net, Stamkos! DeAndre Miller, right point, shoots, blocked by Palat! Back the other way toward the open net, score!
Did the New York Rangers let the champs off the hook in Game 3? Because now we're all tied at 2 games apiece. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean and RJ getting your Wednesday morning started here on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thank you for listening on the Odyssey app as well. This is DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. The Tampa Bay Lightning take care of the Rangers at home last night. It was 2-0 after 2. They added 2 more in the third, 4-1 Tampa. And now we are tied at dos.
Yep, and now it's who blinks first, who loses that home game. If somebody does, the series is probably over. But, man, the Rangers let them off the hook. They definitely let them off the hook. They had a 2-0 series lead, and they let Tampa get back in this. And the last thing you want to do is give that team life. Holy cow, they're good. Even though the Rangers have home ice advantage, the Lightning are the 2-time defending champs. They got a great goaltender. So does the Rangers, by the way. They got a good goaltender too. But this is a dogfight now. Colorado's gonna be sitting there waiting, and the poor NHL, or not the poor. This is what they want to do. Like whoever winds up winning the series, they're gonna be like, okay, get on a plane right now. We're playing the next night. The NHL loves. They give nobody any time off. It's like, let's go. We're going right to it.
I'm rooting for Tampa, though. I want to see Tampa and Colorado.
I do too. I want to
see the heavyweights.
Yep. The Rangers crowd is amazing. But no, I hate the Rangers. I hate the New York Rangers, man. I just can't stand them.
You should only cheer for Tampa Bay for Dave Mishkin.
Shoot, save made, rebound, score! At the side of the net, Stamkos!
That's the only reason why to cheer for them. That's it.
We'll get him on. We'll get him on in the middle of the Stanley Cup Finals if they advance.
I saw an interview with Dave Mishkin one time. I was so excited I clicked on it. Oh yeah, this team's really good.
What?
They're really exciting. The way they play everyone against the board.
Shoot, save made, rebound, score!
It's quite impressive.
My drive-through theory. Do you go through the drive-through as the play-by-play guy ordering like that? And apparently not.
Well, maybe if they give extra fries.
Yeah, that's true.
Extra fries.
Unless you're at In-N-Out, then keep those fries.
We got a loaded show. Mike Florio is going to join us at 8 to talk about all the Deshaun Watson legal stuff every day. Another avalanche hits. Terrence Steele, Cowboys tackle, will be joining us live at 9 a.m. So we are loaded. But let's see how things turned out last night with RJ Choppy looking to defend his home run derby title at the Cowboy event in Frisco.
Yes, I was the home run derby champ in 2019.
Do you remember how many you hit? I'm sure you have a tattoo of it somewhere. How many did you take out of the yard?
16 or 17.
Oh!
So that was in 2019. And because of COVID, we did not have this the last 2 years. So I was like the longest reigning champ of 3 years.
Here we go.
I don't like where this is going.
The history of the Reliant Home Run Derby. So I was gunning.
The time it takes to think of that, COVID eliminated one, so I'm the longest reigning champ.
So I was gunning for 4 years in a row.
While winning it once.
Yep. And let me tell you something, Sean.
Oh, no.
I might be retiring.
Oh, no.
Not because of myself. Because they decided to bring in some ringers. First off.
Of the media?
I know, right? First off, I hadn't practiced at all, so I decided to go to the batting cage yesterday morning after the show. And as soon as the show's over, I go to Bob Moore's in Colleyville.
Oh, nice. I know that place.
Yes, it's cash only.
Cash only?
Cash only.
Cool. What are they selling? Gabagool in the back?
Yeah,
no, but when you see the car that they're driving, man, you know why it's cash only.
Yep.
Well, and it's Bob Moore?
Bob Moore. So I go up there, and I see somebody already at the cages.
Cash only.
And I walk up, and it is one Patrick something Doney, whatever his middle name is.
Patrick Doney. Oh.
So Pat Doney is, and I'm looking at the speed that he's at. He's in the coach pitch speed. And I'm like, why are you in this one? He goes, this is about the speed they're going to throw.
Oh.
And I'm like, really? I was like, I distinctly remember this guy throwing like gas last time.
Yo, I don't remember gas.
Yeah, it was like 50. It's like 50 miles an hour. That Donnie's in the 25 to 30 mile an hour one.
All right.
I'm like, all right, bet. Let's go. All right.
Bet.
So Donnie's in there, and he's got his hands taped up. He's got blisters everywhere. He'll let you know about the blisters. So I, of course, had to go first because alphabetically I was up first. And I hit 6.
How was he looking at the cage? You're scouting him out?
He was looking terrible at the cage.
Okay.
So I hit 6 homers. Donnie gets up there, and he throws out like 9 or 10.
Yes.
And I was like,
Yes.
what?
Oh,
I was like, where did this come from?
Yes.
Okay. Him and, I'm sitting there.
Did he look at you? Was it like
Yeah, he's winking at me every time. And I'm like, what is going on here? Like, what is Switchfoot doing to you? Or whatever 90s alternative band he
this
listens
is
to.
the early 2000s.
Was that
2000s.
his walk-up song? Did y'all have walk-up songs?
We did. I used Ric Flair Drip. And I can't remember I think he used some Switchfoot song.
Really? Or Casting Crowns or DC Talk, something like that. Yeah, no, it was probably Meant to Live or something like that. That's normally his go-to song.
So Donnie hits like 9, and I'm like, what? I was like, all right, we'll be all right. We'll be okay. The rest of these slappies got nothing. We go through the rest of the list. Clarence Hill is up next. And Clarence Hill, by the way, just a friendly reminder, the Cowboys have not won a Super Bowl since he's been on the beat. And he got on the beat in 1996, so it's all his fault. We go through the list. We go through Brittany Rainey and Shannon Murray and Rick Rogers. Rick Rogers is from, I think he was doing something for the Salvation Army. That was his charity. And he had a good round. And then we get
What about Clarence in the cage?
We're going to skip over how Clarence did. I don't embarrass him. No. And then we get to the ringers. Kyle Yeomans is fantastic.
He is.
He is tremendous. But there was this other kid.
DallasCowboys.com. Kyle Yeoman's part of our draft coverage.
There's this other kid named Ben Swinger.
Swanger.
Not a good sign with that last name.
Not a good sign when you read his Wikipedia bio, and he's a 23-year-old former college baseball player.
Oh no!
And I'm like,
did you read his Wikipedia?
After the first one he hits, like he gets up there and he just absolutely mashes the first one, and I'm like, who is this guy?
Who does he work for?
Who
he worked for? Who he played for?
They screwed it up on the paper because it said he was the assistant editor of D, and I'm like, that can't be true. It's D Magazine.
Big D Swinger.
He's D Magazine. Yeah. So he's swanging all over, and he winds up putting out like 13 home runs in the first round.
Uh-oh.
And I'm like, well, this thing is over. You see this kid, but this kid's got his tree trunk legs. Like, the guy is an absolute beast. And we go to the second round. So there was 5 of us made the second round. And in that second round, Donnie and Swanger make it to the final round. Pat hits more home runs in the final round than this kid did. But this kid raised more money. So I go to make the announcement. They said Pat wins. I'm like, Pat Donnie is your champion. Pat Donnie wins. Pat Donnie is your home run derby champion. And it was this, let me tell you, this was the low point of my athletic career. Losing to Pat Donnie in a home run derby. Okay, the absolute low point. And then we get upstairs, and they cut to me, and they say, there was a problem, sir. And I'm like, what do you mean there's a problem? Like, Pat actually didn't win. Ben won. And I'm like, what? I was like, do you know who Steve Harvey is? I've got to get up here and make another announcement that Pat didn't win, that this other kid won.
Did you have to get on the mic?
I had to get up on the mic.
What did you say?
No.
I said,
I know you threw someone under the bus. Mistake upstairs.
I said, has anyone heard of Steve Harvey?
That's good.
And everyone's like, yeah. And I said, what is Steve Harvey known for? And Clarence Hill goes, Miss America pageant. And I said, Clarence, Miss America pageant.
Yep.
I said, there was a mistake. And they're like, Pat didn't win. Pat didn't win.
Oh.
So Donnie did not wind up. He won. He had the most home runs.
How does he not win after the most home runs?
Because I guess he didn't raise the most money because it was cumulative. The money was cumulative.
Okay. Was he crushed or good old nice Pat?
Well, he'll be crushed when he finds out that Ben got the signed football from the Dallas Cowboys.
Oh.
And Pat gets a trophy that kind of has a phallic symbol looking like.
Oh, really?
Oh, he got the Dirk trophy.
Nice. That's awesome.
So, how you feeling? Are you like a little bit humbled?
No. Look, I'm a 42-year-old man. I feel fine. I was put on a laser show a little bit, and I had too many ground balls. I'll tell you what, Jan 1 next year, I'm in the cages once a week.
Okay.
Once a week.
I wouldn't feel bad losing to this kid from D Magazine because, Sean, number one, RJ's not using an accent. His name is Ben Swanger. So it's more Swanger. And then number two, his Twitter handle is at RBI Ben. So you know that's a bad sign.
At RBI Ben. All right, we'll tell you what the Cowboys did. Apparently, Micah Parsons can become our Bo Jackson as part of the Reliant Home Run Derby yesterday in Frisco. Let us know if you went out there. Any Tolos say what's up?
Man, a lot of them out there. Thankfully, the gates didn't open until we were done with our media portion, so nobody saw me lose to Pat Tony.
Okay.
But yeah, once the Cowboys got let in and the gates opened, it was a good crowd, man. Tons of Tolos out there.
All right, we have literally a major decision in golf. Is the U.S. Open going to let the defectors in? And are the Houston Texans in trouble for facilitating Deshaun Watson's possible harassment? Wait till you hear the latest with this case with 6 a.m. Hump Day headlines.
Hey.
Next on The Fan.
Coming up at 10.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
It is now time to get you set for your day. 6 a.m. headlines on a hump day.
Hump day.
With Sean and RJ. Troy Hughes running things as always. Thanks for turning it on, leaving it on. That is what TOLO stands for. We got Game 3 of the finals to preview tonight. Mike Florio at 8 p.m. from ProFootballTalk.com. Cowboys tackle Terrence Steele live at 9 a.m. But the very latest, I had gotten sick and tired of this story, as I'm sure many people have. But it feels like a lot more stories with teeth are coming out in the last week, 2 weeks on Deshaun Watson. This one is coming from the New York Times. The Texans gave him access to hotel rooms for massage appointments and provided him with non-disclosure agreements after the headline that Deshaun met a minimum of 66 women for massages over the course of 17 months. 66 different women over a 17-month period. One woman who did not sue or file a criminal complaint spoke for this story, said he was persistent in requesting sexual activity during the massage. He was begging for a type of sex that begins with an O. She also gave Watson the kind of... What?
I was just trying to come up with something funny.
Let me get through it.
I was trying to go with something that didn't start with an O.
Deshaun was repeating a pattern, and she commented to him on it. I said, no, I can't do that, what you're asking me to do. And then I said, what's it like being famous? Like, what's going on? You're about to mess up everything. Watson regularly presented himself as an ally to business women. He would say, hey, I just really want to support black businesses. On another occasion, he left a woman perplexed when he purchased 30 bottles of her $40 skin cleanser. So it looked like he was supporting a local business, getting 30 bottles of $40 cleanser. But these are the headlines from yesterday. 66 different women over 17 months. And now the Houston Texans may be dragged into this for providing access to hotel rooms and the NDA.
You know, I can't figure out which I have a bigger, more like what's more disturbing.
Yeah, I don't have any problem with the rooms. If you read the article, look, this is a contract perk. It's like getting it's not exactly like that because sexual improprieties probably didn't take place in like a Maverick suite, but Luka Doncic signs his deal, you get access to the suite for 15 games. You get access to the private plane. You get extra contract perks. There was like a deal, the Texans hotel deal, where they said you can have a room. So, you know, he could use it to escape, recreation. I don't really have a problem with that whatsoever. Now, someone in Houston, a media member that we both know, I'll just say, Landry Locker, used to work here in DFW. We were kind of going at it back and forth over text yesterday when I tweeted out, oh, Lord, they provided him with the NDA. And he starts texting me saying, I don't think that that's uncommon for teams to provide players with non-disclosure agreements. I said, really? Give me the instances where they would. And it's like, oh, it could be anything. Someone coming over to cut your grass or mow your lawn or work on your house. And I'm like, I texted a former NFL player. I'm like, have you ever heard? Y'all ever given NDAs? And he goes, I've never heard of that once. The reason they gave him the NDA is there was a text message exchange with one of the massage girls, and she's like, I guess Deshaun was acting inappropriate, and she's like, I could ruin you. Like, be careful. I could ruin you. And after that exchange, Watson told the Texans, and their former head of security is like a former Secret Service agent, and the next day at his locker, the NDA was there that Watson then took to the massage therapists to try to get them to sign.
Yeah, look, at the end,
I still think it's weird. I would love to know how often the Cowboys give players NDAs. Like, wouldn't you come up with that on your own? I think, Lamar Odom, or there's stories of guys, athletes having girls come to the room. You got to sign something. The old Chappelle Show skit, right? You take the batteries out of the cell phone. That's more of your own privacy, I would think. But that part to me was a little bit weird.
Yeah, you'd have to check with the lawyer on why you would sign one. You could have, or why you would have one. If he's going to be naked, don't talk about anything you see.
Yep.
So I get it. Like, I mean, especially nowadays, like almost an NDA is almost, it seems like it would be the thing to do regardless of what you're doing. Like, it just seems like it's the smart thing to do. But in this instance,
I guess the celebrities have them for parties, right?
I mean, I would
We've
think
heard that.
might.
You got to sign an NDA. Don't talk about, don't record anything.
Yeah.
Don't publicize anything that you see here. Landry also told me, he said, let's not forget, before we drag the Texans, they're known for what upstairs? Their general manager.
Oh, they're patriots. They're secretive.
Not patriots and secretive only, but right. They're very religious, or like very pure.
Yeah.
Like they have a former pastor who kind of took over.
Well, they have a charlatan that took over, not a former pastor. They have a charlatan that took over the operation.
So that's what he's telling me. He's like, anything nefarious, they would not have been involved in that. If they got any inkling that something like this was taking place, they would not have cooperated. That was what Landry said from Houston on 610, where Rusty Hardin went on and talked about the happy endings.
All right, so a couple things. First off, how the hell does the New York Times get a hold of this and not the NFL? The NFL didn't know about this, but the New York Times does? Does anybody read newspapers anymore? Where do they get their money from? Doesn't the NFL have more money than the New York Times? Don't they have more investigative arms than the New York Times?
Yeah, but
don't they have the same investigative arms as the New York Times? They're down the street from each other.
Yeah, but to say the NFL doesn't have this, really? I would assume they do have that. It's not like they're going to say, "Hey, everyone, come over here. Guess what we have?"
If they have it, why the hell is he still available to play? Whether you like what Rob Manfred did with Trevor Bauer or not, he acted swiftly. He said, "We ain't putting." That was one girl that he was cleared of, and he's gone for 2 years. And Deshaun Watson has 66. First of all, nobody meets 66 women in 17 months.
That's an average of 3.8 a month.
Yeah, unless you're on The Bachelor.
So he had 66 women allegedly in 17 months, and we've got nothing. Same thing, no charges filed.
After 2 grand juries, all these stories are coming out. These seem to be worse than the evidence we had beforehand. Not to minimize the other accusers, but it seems like it's getting worse after the 2 Texas grand juries found him innocent of any wrongdoing.
Yeah, and look, if he got
and this one isn't even looking for anything. She didn't file a criminal complaint. She just talked to the New York Times.
Yeah. I mean, it's and look, he was cleared. So to me, that's all to me, if you're cleared, you're free to play. But we know how these leagues operate. These leagues they don't operate like that.
PR.
Zeke was cleared, right? He still got 6-game suspension.
Yeah.
Trevor Bauer was cleared. He's gone for 2 years. It's just like there's the consistency is not there. If he just got 66 happy endings, like that's one thing. If he got 66,
well, if it was
basically anything in between that and non-consensual sex, then we got a big problem.
Yeah, if the happy endings were mutual, you
can't. That's what I'm saying.
You can't sit there and get yourself there with another person not wanting to be, asking you to stop and being uncomfortable.
Oh no, I agree. I'm saying like a happy ending. When I say that is a consensual act.
Okay,
but this is somewhere between that and sexual assault.
Yeah.
If it's somewhere in that gray area or that area between a consensual happy ending and sexual assault, then Deshaun Watson needs to basically never play again.
Look, the evidence, I'm just going to I don't feel too uncomfortable saying this despite my stutter. You still have to be careful, but the evidence appears to show that Deshaun Watson is a sexual predator who went overboard in lining up massages with the intention in many, many cases to get sexual acts. Have sex, get sexual acts. That appeared to be, at least 50% of the motive from Deshaun Watson. Now, the question is, were all 24 consensual? Or did he ask for things, demand things, make women uncomfortable, brush up against them, grab them, and make them grab him? There's another woman who spoke in this story. When he flipped over, she said his demeanor and voice changed, and he began aggressively dictating where he wanted her to touch him. In their first session, she said he got into the happy baby yoga pose. That's on his back with his feet in his hands, and asked her to massage in that area. She laughed off the request, but said he grabbed her wrist and put her hand there. The woman said Watson twice initiated sexual intercourse, once by pulling down the scrub she was wearing. She and Deshaun knew each other from around town and were on friendly terms, and she admitted she let him proceed with these acts. Quote, I just didn't know how to tell him no. And, of course, Deshaun and Rusty Harden's side is going to be, look, we knew each other. We were friends. We had sex twice. It was consensual. Obviously, that's why it happened a second time. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come back. She wouldn't have agreed to see him again. The other follow-up here is, what has Deshaun Watson not told his attorney? What has he not told the league? And what has he not told the Cleveland Browns? Because the 24th accuser, apparently, Rusty Harden had no idea about.
None.
So, you know what we've watched enough crime shows, right? The crime takes place. The lawyer sits down. Hey, now's the time to tell me everything. I'm not going to use it against you. It's all confidential. Tell me everything. Did Deshaun Watson tell everything? Because if he didn't, and there's more surprises out of the blue, that's not good for his own case with the civil.
Yeah, you got to tell your attorney everything.
Right?
You got to tell him, even if you don't think it's a big deal, you got to let him know.
And what about your employer? Did he not tell are the Cleveland Browns caught off guard by any of this? Because before they gave him $230 million guaranteed, see, this is where desperation causes you to be blind. The Browns and everyone else in these sweepstakes, except for Carolina, who we may end up praising here after I initially criticized them, Carolina may have heard this. Deshaun may have told them, and they said, "No, we're not touching this." The Browns are like, you're found innocent. We're good to go. Now, Cleveland may end up being proven right, but if Roger Goodell acts like Rob Manfred, Deshaun Watson's at least gone for a year. At least.
Oh, if he acts like Rob Manfred, he'll never play again.
Right?
Like Trevor Bauer's basically never going to play baseball again. I don't. There's talk of the game that he never plays again. So I have no idea where this is going to end up. But
I agree with you now. He's gone for a year.
Yeah, I don't see how 66 women in 17 months. Again, the grand jury said there wasn't enough evidence to take this to trial. That they did not feel that. And that has to be taken into account. I'm a firm believer that if you're a free man or woman, you are a free man or woman able to work. But we know how the NFL operates. And Major League Baseball, these leagues. There's a PR element to that.
Sure.
Whether it's right or wrong, there's a PR element to it.
Woo! Every day, a new bombshell with Deshaun Watson. We'll talk to Mike Florio about it at 8 o'clock this morning. Former attorney, now head of ProFootballTalk.com. Yesterday, we had a live... I love this London League already. Dustin Johnson was resigning during our show, during a live presser, and now Phil is talking.
Oh, Phil.
The first words from Phil Mickelson after the Saudi comments, the Masters suspension, and he's addressing the gambling possible addiction as well. And is the U.S. Open allowing the traders to play their major championship? Plus, Tiger has a big announcement as well. That's all next with Sean and RJ. Off to a fast start right here on The Fan.
Let's get you over to Athletic Greens.
hot today in the Metroplex, hot tomorrow, and then on Friday, the record will be 101. As for now, because it may be broken. This segment of The Fan brought to you by the Can Academy, as well as Frankel & Frankel. You think there'll be less company trucks on the road this summer because of gas prices? Think again, and those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them, so find someone to protect you. It's Frankel & Frankel at truckwreck.com.
Here's Steele Walker with a drive down the right field line. Is that one gone? It is. His first career big league home run for Steele Walker, Texas Ranger. It's 5-2.
Hixie with the call. In case you've been going around the dial, you found us, and we want to let you know we are your home for Rangers baseball, and of course, your home of the Dallas Cowboys. Thanks for giving us an opportunity. Hopefully, you will become a permanent part of the 6 a.m. club with Sean and RJ going on 11 years strong here on DFW Sports Station. The Rangers split their doubleheader with the Guardians. That's not the story. The story is Marcus Semien. 3 home runs in the 2 games. He goes 7 for 8, raises the average from 196 to 221. Semien 6 home runs in his last 11 games, and we'll take this over the doubleheader sweep. Let's get this guy going and make sure we don't feel as bad about him as an investment as we did throughout the first 40 games of the season.
Yeah, it was a horrible investment. Now that you got over 200, that average over 200 now, it's like, okay, let's see where this thing ends up, because
221. Imagine his relief waking up this morning just to get into the 220s.
Yeah.
To sit there and say, I still got it, I'm still capable, and now I'm in a groove, clearly.
he's almost up to league average.
Is that the league average?
It's low. It's like, I think it's so low, man. I think it's like 240 this year right now. It's bad. But
long gone are the days where you have to feel bad about batting average. Long gone.
Oh yeah, no, they haven't been batting average.
What's an embarrassing average?
Joey Gallo, but I don't even know if it's embarrassing for him. Does he care?
Well, he should care because they want to run him out of town. It sounds like he's going to be without a job soon.
Well, here's the thing. Yankee fans want to run him out of town. Does the team? The Yankees are an analytic-based organization. They don't care about batting average. They care about slugging percentage, home runs, OPS. Now,
those aren't happening either.
Those aren't happening either. That's the problem for Joey. Yeah, Yankee fans they might care, but half of those fans are 100 years old and still think batting average matters in baseball.
All right, I'm going to go right to the middle of the league for batting average. Team leading batting average would be what? What range?
The team lead, 253.
264.
Okay.
The Braves are 15th at 242. So 242 is right there at number 15. The Rangers are 22nd in the league with a 233 team average. The Athletics are dead last at...
Rangers were what, 243?
233.
233. And they were 20. Okay, so the Athletics are 219.
Lower.
212.
Lower.
204.
209.
Yes.
They're hitting 209 as a team. 6 points worse than the Diamondbacks at number 29. So that's where we are with batting average, but there's Marcus Semien going off yesterday.
Good day by him.
I woke up to a bunch of Jared Sandler text messages and stats about Marcus Semien. So that was a fantastic day. Hopefully a true breakout for Marcus. All right, there's a lot going on in the world of golf. Phil Mickelson giving a live press conference. First comments that we've seen from Phil, we're going to have audio of since all his controversy. But yesterday, the U.S. Open made their decision as the next major coming up. Tiger announcing that he is not going to play. He's not physically ready. If you watched the PGA, what was in Oklahoma?
PGA Championship.
If you watch the PGA Championship, you saw Tiger is not ready. So he's going to take off this tournament to get ready for the major after this. So Tiger's out. And the U.S. Open gave their answer to whether the defectors are going to be able to compete.
Yep, and they released a statement regarding players who may choose to play in London this week. We simply asked ourselves this question: should a player who had earned his way into the 2022 U.S. Open via our published field criteria be pulled out of a field result of their decision to play in another event, we ultimately decided they should not, which means the floodgates have opened. They're going to allow the players who decide to leave the PGA Tour or try to challenge the PGA Tour and play and live and go back and forth and back and forth. They are going to go and they are going to be able to play in the U.S. Open, which and I assume the RNA, the Royal and Ancient, will follow suit and allow them to play in the British Open in July.
The what?
The RNA. That's the US
Royal and Ancient.
Yeah, that's the USGA for the United Kingdom. And then the Masters will do whatever they want. I assume the PGA of America will follow suit as well. And then, once they're allowed to play at all these majors, the next step is to get official world golf ranking points so they can continue to qualify. But this is the floodgates that have opened now. Now that they know they can play in it, basically every tour player with exemptions, and exemptions are had based on if you win a tournament, you get to be in a major. If you win a major, you get like a 5-year exemption.
The PGA basically had their bluff called, and they lost.
They lost. And you can have all these media types that want to sit here and go sanctimonious on you, completely failing to recognize that ExxonMobil's probably in their 401k.
Well, let's set this up first before you go on your rant. Now, yesterday there was some live tweeting from reporters talking about the mess, the press conference mess that took place. So players were asked about playing there, right? How does this set up in terms of your own morals? What's taking place there. We had this situation with the NBA and China, and apparently very few people were prepared to answer this. You even had one media member supposedly let out by security at Rob Harris on Twitter was asking about the internal conflict. Do you have an internal conflict? You had some players basically saying, I'm here to put a ball in the hole. I'm here to put a ball in the hole. Yeah, that thing that happened with the journalist getting beheaded, that was very, very unfortunate. So this is all playing out yesterday. Ari Fleischer was the MC of the opening press conference. He was asked how...
The old press secretary?
I guess so. I don't know any other Ari Fleischers. He was asked about his current relationship with LIV, with his past tweets claiming Saudi Arabia was spending billions to ensure that their leaders weren't overthrown. And he said that tweet was a long, long time ago. And the reporters just didn't back down, and someone apparently ended up getting escorted off. Ended in a kerfuffle, according to the ESPN golf reporter who was there. It was awkward. It was weird. There was loud arguing off to the side about how the reporter was not being polite. So it appears as if, I don't know, no one sat down. The Sean and RJ PR firm would have advised you to be prepared for people asking about the moral dilemma of playing in Saudi Arabia and all the Phil Mickelson mess.
Look, I don't want to hear any of these players, these 48 players. I don't ever want to hear them go on social media and stump for human rights again. I don't want to hear that. You go make your money. You do what you want to do. I don't care about that. But I don't want to hear you stump for human rights.
Okay, and the media?
Well, the media is upset that they can be upset about them playing there.
I don't know if they're upset. I mean, it's a legitimate question.
It's a legitimate question. I'm talking about the media that's upset with the U.S. Open allowing them to play.
Oh.
Okay. Christine Brennan, completely clueless. She's fantastic, but she's clueless in this situation, saying that they should have banned them from competing. Are you remotely familiar with the term open?
Ban them from competing
in the U.S. Open.
But why?
To take a stand against this tournament,
human rights?
This Saudi Arabia. It's like, well, that's not how this works. They qualified.
Yeah,
they qualified based on, and she said that they're condoning and endorsing the sports washing of the Khashoggi murder. They're not condoning it by letting them play. The U.S. Open's not condoning that by letting them play.
I agree.
They're letting them play because they qualified to play.
Yeah,
that's the end of the story. Yeah, they qualified to play. You let them play.
But you're okay with these players and Greg Norman and Phil Mickelson and Dustin Johnson getting criticized like LeBron?
Yeah, if you're going to criticize LeBron, if you're going to criticize LeBron, then you've got to criticize these players, and that's fine. That's totally fine. But if you're okay with the NBA being in China, then you have to be okay with this.
I wouldn't say you have to be okay with this, because this morning, Phil Mickelson, by the way, speaking at LIV Golf, that was like the first thing he had to get out of his mouth.
Earlier, I don't condone human rights violations. I don't know how I can be any more clear. I understand your question. But again, I love this game of golf. I've seen the good that it's done, and I see the opportunity for LIV Golf to do a lot of good for the game throughout the world, and I'm excited to be a part of this opportunity.
And then he left the table with Hogan, Hall, and Nash.
Yeah, right.
As they went backstage to meet up with Buff Bagwell and Scott Norton.
This has nothing to do with golf. This has to do with $200 million, and that's totally fine. I'm totally cool with that. Like that's what makes the world go round.
But I just want all these journalists out there who went after LeBron to go after these guys as well. It's the same thing.
Yeah, and I think they are.
Okay.
I think they are.
I'm gonna go to their accounts, some of the specific ones, and make sure they save all that LeBron hate and anger for these white players as well. Because in my personal opinion, some of that is motivated to go ahead and make it an undercover race thing and divide. It's these news commentators, not the sports commentators, the news commentators who want to go ahead and divide black, white, LeBron, NBA. Let's make sure we do it for the white PGA players as well. I'm just going to be interested to see that criticism over the next 48 hours until this thing starts tomorrow, because it's the same thing.
Yeah, I have not seen any media member, like almost to a man, most of these media members have been killing this. I've not really seen anybody that's like, oh man, this is a great thing. I don't like, if Phil wants to go over there, just don't say it's about golf. It's not about golf. It's $200 million.
Sure.
Is it about? And I also don't think Phil playing this, and I don't think LeBron being with China, or the NBA, I don't think that means they condone the violations that go on there.
Right.
There is a big time difference between.
They're just quiet about it for their own wallet.
It's a business transaction.
Sure.
The NBA is in business with China. Everybody's in business with China.
Yep.
The professional golfers are in business with Saudi Arabia.
I mean, we may be in business with China. I don't know.
We have no idea.
I got to look at the tag on the back of my hat.
Of course.
I don't know where this is made.
Of course. Look, if you're gonna say to these players as a media member,
made in China.
Yeah, of course. Don't take the money. Okay, go look at your 401k. How many companies have backed by Saudi Arabian money? And if there are some, then you need to shut up. And if you have some that are backed by China, then you need to shut up about LeBron, because it's a business transaction.
Awkward moment during the Kevin Na press conference. Did you see this?
I did not see that.
Well, that's exactly what you were talking about earlier. This is what you were talking about earlier. This is where the guy from the AP was asking Kevin Na questions.
Okay, so this wasn't with Ari Fleischer.
No. This was with what you had mentioned earlier. He was talking to Kevin Na, or tried to speak to Kevin Na, and then he was escorted out.
All right, guys. I think that.
Excuse me, you keep blocking the questions I asked you.
Yeah, but the press conference is over.
No,
So.
we're not reached 30 minutes yet. You said it's 30 minutes. You've asked questions. Anne's asked questions.
Excuse you. You can calm down. Thank you guys. Appreciate you guys for coming.
Can I ask
Let's
you about
go.
deferred payments? What happens with each case?
This is uncomfortable.
Excuse you.
Yeah, excuse you. And then he was escorted out by, did you see the waitress that was serving drinks during the press conference?
No.
All 3 foot of her, because it was a robot.
Are you?
They have a robot waitress going around the media tables with beer and wine and blood money.
Why? 877-881-1053. Truckwreck.com text line. We're live on the fan cam, live on YouTube, and live on Twitch as well. Here on DFW Sports Station. We got a lot going on. Mike Florio live at 8 o'clock. 9 o'clock, Terrence Steele from your Dallas Cowboys. But we got some NBA to catch you up on. Obviously, Game 3 tonight. If you were worried about this superstar coming to the Mavs, I can't believe I'm saying this sentence. If you're worried about a superstar coming to the Mavs, apparently you don't have to be. And a little surprise guest that I just scheduled.
Oh.
to make RJ Choppy a little bit uncomfortable.
All right.
Next on The Fan.
Let's get your carpet clean. Cleanway, Greenway, 0 res.
on the Diamond Factory Hotline. The new media home run derby champion from the Cowboys event yesterday in Frisco. He tweeted, I'm going to hop on 105 through the fan real quick, talking about RJ Choppy finishing fourth in the Reliant Home Run Derby. And we talked about Micah Parsons being Bo Jackson. Patrick Doney is out at the golf course getting ready for a 7 a.m. tee time.
Look at that.
Pat Doney beastin' live on Sean and RJ. Good morning, brother.
What's going on, boys? Hey, hang on a second, Troy. Troy, I love my Switchfoot and I love my alternative music. Let's update this, though. I think it's time for a new walk-up song. What do you think, Troy Hughes? Here we go. Let's play the new one here now. Now we're talking.
Dude.
Boys, I'm doing great. It was such a fun night. I'm about as surprised as anybody. We had a great time, and Chop, you say you finished third. Bro, I think you finished fifth. I'm in. Kyle Humans had you. A couple other guys had you for sure. The 23-year-old former college baseball player was for sure ahead of you. I mean, like,
man,
what an event, though, man. It was a really, really cool night.
What a ringer. Bringing in a 23-year-old college baseball player.
Pat, take us through the day, starting off with you and RJ accidentally meeting at the batting cages, and then just how the matchup, played out from there.
Yeah, so we're at the I took my son to the batting cages in the afternoon to just try and make sure that I could actually still swing a bat. And RJ shows up as well with his wood bat, and I'm thinking, we're going to have to do better than that, man. So anyway, I used one of the free that you could kind of get over the counter at the batting cages to get back, and he used it a little bit too. And I was like, man, this bat's nice. I was like, you should ask the lady behind the counter if we could borrow this. And so no way, man. So anyway, I walk over and I'm like, hey, so the craziest thing you'll hear all day, we're in a charity home run event, derby tonight. Will you let us borrow this? And she was just kind of like, on the down low, as long as you bring it back by Thursday, I guess. And this thing has been used about 40,000 times. If you've seen this baseball bat, at the cages. And it turned out that thing was freaking Excalibur last night for me, bro. I was hitting bombs. I mean, I hit 9 in the first round after Chop. Would you hit 5 or 6, something like that? And then in the second round, I hit 5. It should have been 6, but this 10-year-old kid in left field reached over the wall and caught one of them and brought it back. And I'm like, hey now, fourth grader, this is for charity, okay? Let this thing go. And so he brings it back over the wall, and so I'm thinking I'm done and toast, but somehow I got to the final round, and, dude, I don't know what happened, but it was just like, remember when Joey Gallo, you guys were talking about him a few minutes ago, remember when he got in the zone with the Rangers a couple years ago? And I felt like freaking Joey Gallo in the zone in that last round, man. I hit 10 bombs in the last round.
Yeah.
And the 23-year-old college baseball player did not stand a chance at that point.
He had Doney's last round was like he got in that groove, right? Where he had that uppercut swing, just try to get the ball elevated. Because all you had to do is really get the ball in the air. If you get it in the air, it's going to go out. The fences were short enough. And every single stroke, same one. Which goes to show you that he had been practicing. And that really hurts. That really hurts. We're not allowed to practice for this. You got to show up and go. Roll your shoulders.
You hit in the cages before you won the last title.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I did. So?
Hang on. And I saw Choppy at the cages yesterday.
You saw him yesterday. You're allowed to go once. You got to get the kinks out because I would have tore a muscle.
Now, Pat, before you start your golf round, last thing for you. Yeah. What was it like after you had the championship stripped from you in a Steve Harvey moment that RJ explained at 5:40 this morning? Apparently, you weren't the official winner.
Wow, so if it goes off of total money raised, I finished second. But I just want to say this is the one and only time that Micah Parsons and I will be compared because he's in the same boat. We both hit the most home runs in our derby, and we both finished second based on money raised. I also wanted to mention that Clarence Hill from the Star Telegram was giving me the hardest time leading up to this thing. and talking so much trash. And I'm just so grateful that he and I combined to hit 25 home runs last night. So it was a really cool. I hit 24 and he hit 1.
Pat, thanks for joining us, brother. Hope all is well. We'll catch up with you. Have a good round.
Love you guys. Later on. See ya.
There he is, Pat Doney, NBC5, our TV partner here on Sean and RJ. Micah said he went out and bought a $500 bat. He went out. That's how competitive he was. Of course,
that's how rich he is.
That's how rich he is. He apparently put on a show for Devontae Smith's Eagles charity event, but he said, I went to batting practice and saw the bats. I was like, man, I can't use these. I went to Dick's Sporting Goods and bought a $500 bat before I came out here. I went and got the bat just so I could hit home runs. I got my money's worth. That's how competitive I am. I want to do anything to win, and because it's a charitable cause. Was Micah impressive?
That bat worked. He hit one to left field. So in the media portion, none of us hit one over the main wall. I hit the warning track. Ben hit one hop the wall. Doney one hop the wall. Micah put one. I still can't believe how far he hit this thing. So the fence in left is 364 feet where he hit it. And then it's up a grass berm that's maybe another 30 feet, and then a steel fence. He hit it over the steel fence. This thing had to go 420 feet.
No.
This was one of the most tanked shots in BP I've ever seen, because this is not, the guy's not throwing 90 miles an hour. You have to supply all the power here.
The power.
You got to supply all the power. And if
his swing looked natural, like
no. I mean, look, he's still swinging like a football player, right? Like an overly muscular football player,
right?
A lot of chest, but there's so much power behind it that when he made contact, it was like, psh. Yeah. And then he hit one out like 2 pitches later. It didn't go as far.
And not to take away from his athletic ability, but if you have like a D Marina Zoa or a Louisville Slogan Meta, if you have one of those $500 bats that he apparently got down the street at Dick's, that's going to assist you big time.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
So you guys are using crummy bats? You didn't hit with a...
We hit with a bat that we got from this cash-only batting cage.
Oh, so you legit got the...
we borrowed. Yeah, I said to Doug, I said, look,
dude,
let's
go.
The
RJ streak of borrowing and getting is on fire.
You gotta stop.
He says, do you think we're going to really...
I can't believe you got Doney to go along with it.
Oh, I know. I said, dude, with your purity and my chiseled jaw, like, this girl's never going to say no.
So who's going to take the bat back?
Oh, he's got he's got it.
Oh, you know Pat was paranoid.
Oh, yeah, he was.
Yeah, because I'll
take it out of library book.
I'll make it back there in a month. I would never go back on Thursday, so he's gonna take it back. But yeah, we borrowed this. It was just an Easton. It was a good bat. It was fine.
Okay.
But it wasn't the Micah bat. Holy cow!
That was legit nice.
It was. Yeah. Now I don't know. I've not dabbled in the $500 bat. Any
other players impressed? That Dak out there, did you see him?
Yeah, Dak's got a one-handed swing, but he did well. I mean, he hit like 6 or 7 bombs in the first round. Other than that, I'm trying to think.
Tyron, did Tyron swing one-handed, but with his right hand as a righty?
I didn't see Tyron swing.
Okay.
I didn't. I don't think he was taking part in any of the swings. Let's see. Van Der Esch was. I thought he was going to be better. Did not.
He raised the most money for the players.
Van Der Esch. Yeah, I just saw him in the first round, and he was not very. He did not look great in the first round, but he obviously came on in the subsequent rounds.
All right, so there it is, a recap of last night. Let us know if you saw RJ out there with the Reliant Home Run Derby. This is Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Thank you for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. We're live on the Fan Cam. We're live on Twitch, and we are now live on YouTube. One of the Tolos said, everything good with YouTube? It seems to be struggling a little bit earlier. We checked with Ryan and Troy, and they said it is good to go. So thank you for checking us out any which way. Mike Florio live at 8 o'clock this morning, and Terrence Steele, Cowboys tackle, is going to join us at 9 o'clock on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. But we got a lot of headlines to get to. For this being June, the sports news is coming in. Phil Mickelson finally addresses all of his scandals. He's talking at this LIV Golf event that's going to start tomorrow. We have Marcus Semien finally waking up with history he made yesterday for the Rangers, more disturbing Deshaun Watson allegations, plus NHL and NBA playoffs headlines on a hump day.
Hump day!
With Sean and RJ next. But first, let me get you on over.
Sean and RJ, right here on The Fan.
One angling into the corner, and this one is gone. Home run number 4 for Marcus Semien. Here's the pitch, and it's lifted by Semien deep into left. Mercado turning to look, and this one is out of here. Home runs in both ends of the twin bill for Marcus Semien.
Semien hits one high in the air to left center field. Back at the wall, Mercado, and that ball is history. A second home run of the game and a third of the doubleheader for Marcus Semien. He is now blazing hot. He has 6 home runs this year, half of them coming today.
Rangers split with the Guardians during another Cleveland doubleheader that they have to play this year, but the story is the new Rangers signing Marcus Semien finally breaks out. 3 home runs in the 2 games. He goes 7 for 8. The batting average is raised by 25 points. And you heard the Hall of Famer Eric Nadel say it, 6 home runs in his last 11 games as the Rangers lose 6-3 and then they win 6-3. But Marcus Semien has to be feeling fantastic. Eli White, once again, in the SportsCenter top 10 highlights with what he's doing defensively in the outfield.
Man, Semien, though, has been on a tear a little bit. And yesterday is 7 of 8 over a 2-game stretch and a doubleheader. That's a hell of a day. You'll have these days, right? You go 0 for 4. You go 3, 1 for 4, 1 for 5. When you have one of those days where you're red hot during a doubleheader, you saw what it did to his batting average, raised like 25 points. That's a hell of a day. It really is. And the defensive plays by Eli White in the outfield, that was a fantastic catch that he made. Fantastic
Made
catch.
2, but the one was really fantastic.
Yeah, the one is the one that's a. Do they even still do web gems?
How often do you watch SportsCenter?
Yeah, you're probably right.
Never?
Never.
Just totally went away from it?
I mean, it's about games, really. I'll watch in here. I'll watch Quick Pitch or on MLB Network, or if we have it on in the morning. But it seems like ESPN's gone away from it. Like they used to show SportsCenter 68 times a day, and now it's like what, once or twice? They got all these fake shows on now.
The Rangers are 3 games under 500. The Guardians are 1 game under, and today 5:30 pregame on the Fan. First pitch at 6. It'll be Dane Dunning against Shane Bieber.
Oh,
there's a reason to tune in.
Yes, it was. Bieber is a tremendous pitcher.
He's got a 3.12 ERA. He's 3-3 on the year.
Every single year, he is going to be in the running for the Cy Young. He's amazing. And Dunning, he has done a fantastic job going up against some of the big dogs in the sport. He had a really good game against Garrett Cole. He went toe-to-toe with, was it Shohei? So he has done a fantastic job when he's pitched.
Speaking of the Angels, yesterday they fired Joe Maddon. In the midst of a 13-game losing streak, the Angels have fallen to 9.5 games back in the American League West, and Joe Maddon now joins Joe Girardi as the second in-season manager to be canned.
Second one that we hadn't had one since 2018, and now they do Girardi and Maddon, and those are the 2 of the most winningest managers in the game right now.
We're gonna remember Joe Maddon as being a little overrated.
Yeah, I think so. He had the glasses, the quirky. Everybody loved him from Tampa. Everybody loves everything from Tampa.
Yep.
We overrate things. Oh, they're Tampa. They got no money. They just do things the right way. And then we just overrate Joe because we liked him, because we liked his glasses, and we liked the fact that he was winning games with the Rays.
Smarter than everyone else.
And he's the smartest guy in the room. And you cannot discredit what he did in Chicago. In a related story, naming the manager who wouldn't have won with that Chicago Cubs team. That team was loaded. Bryant, Rizzo, Chapman. I mean, they had everybody. It was an absolutely loaded baseball team. So, yeah, they were. He is a very, very, very good manager. But are we going to remember him as a little overrated? Yeah.
But also remember him for looking like Carl Fredrickson, which he totally does. That's the old man from Up. He looks just like him.
He does. You think my kid will like Up?
Well, you haven't shown him Up?
No.
Oh, man.
I don't know if all these things are still on Netflix or
No, Disney Plus. You got to go Disney Plus to watch that. Have you seen Up?
Yes.
Okay, I was about to say, yeah, he won't understand the emotional impact that is the first 10 minutes, but yeah, he's got to watch up.
Okay. NHL playoffs last night. The New York Rangers going back to Game 3. They may have let the champs off the hook because now we got a series.
Shot save made. Rebound score! And Maroon! Palat up the middle. Kucherov maybe a step in front. Hold. Shoots. Score! Kucherov! Palat. Shoot save made. Rebound score! At the side of the net. Stamkos! Keandre Miller right point. Shoots. Blocked by Palat. Back the other way toward the open net. Score!
That was the call, obviously, on Lightning Radio. Tampa dominates the Rangers in Tampa, 4-1. Now we're tied at 2 games apiece. This still looks and feels weird, but this may end up deciding things that the Rangers have home ice in this.
Yeah, they do, and they've been very good at home. What they did to Carolina in the previous series, and then they were down to Pittsburgh, and they very easily could have lost that series to Pittsburgh. They could have been out in the first round, and here they are, tied at 2 games apiece in the East Final. But Tampa has done the job. They've held serve at home, and now it's a best of 3. 2 of those games will be at Madison Square Garden, where the Rangers have dominated. But does anybody not trust Tampa? I mean, I have to think right now that Tampa's the favorite in the series, even though they don't have home ice advantage. They've got Vasilevsky's a tremendous goaltender. They got stars on their team. They know how to win. They got a pedigree of success, and the Rangers have got they don't have a pedigree of success. Let's be fair, they haven't won. And Tampa has each last 2 years.
All right, the golf world is just churning out headlines. Tiger Woods says he is not going to play in the U.S. Open. He's not healthy enough to do so. The U.S. Open said Phil Mickelson, Dustin Johnson, these guys going over to the new tour that starts in London tomorrow, they are welcome to play. Now, if this was any of the other majors, do you think that they would have been welcomed? Because the U.S. Open is known for everyone can try out, right? It's the most wide open of the majors.
Yeah, Monday was the longest day in golf. That's what they call it every year. Monday was the final round of U.S. Open qualifying. There was 13 courses around the U.S. They each had anywhere from 4 to 15 spots available for the U.S. Open. There's 156 golfers in this thing. That's almost double the Masters. The Masters got 90.
So what does this mean that they're going to allow these guys to compete in their majors?
Now, maybe not all of them. If you have exemptions, if you have qualified through the process and the criteria that has been set forth by the USGA for X amount of years. So Dustin Johnson, for example, he won the Masters in 2020. So that gives him a 5-year exemption to all the majors and a lifetime exemption to the Masters. Phil, who won the PGA last year, he's in the next 5 U.S. Opens or whatever the criteria is. Graham McDowell may have won a tournament here recently. You get a 2-year exemption to the majors if you win a tournament on tour. So if you've qualified for the tournament, you're allowed to play. That's in 5 years, this is where it becomes a problem. If they don't allow these players to get official world golf ranking points, they have no way of qualifying other than winning a major.
Well, this morning, Phil Mickelson was talking to the media. He was asked about the possibility of playing in the U.S. Open, but before all that, he was asked, are you serving a ban right now from the PGA? What was that?
Choose not to speak publicly on PGA Tour issues at this time.
Okay, can you see if you're going to play in next week's U.S. Open?
I will play next week's U.S. Open. I'm looking forward to it.
Can you blink twice if you don't want to be there?
Wow.
Man.
Did these guys not realize that a press conference was going to happen? Did these guys not realize that they're all going to be asked about the issues in Saudi Arabia and affiliating yourself with that country and taking their money? Did you not realize you're going to be asked if the PGA suspended you? Did you not realize you're going to be asked about the gambling stories that came out? Are you guys stupid? I know you're rich, but you can't be stupid. Prepare. This thing was a cluster F yesterday with media members getting kicked out or walked off or escorted out of the media room, apparently, because these guys weren't prepared to talk about the injustices taking place there.
Yeah, and also really quick, no shot to media that covers golf in America, but if you actually go and watch this press conference from this morning with Phil Mickelson, most of the reporters are like British or from Scotland.
They don't care.
They go at you, man.
They don't care, and they say it so intelligently and with the sexiest accent. It's like, oh my God.
British media goes at you, man.
Yes.
They will go at you. And golf, see, these guys are used to golf media. Golf media doesn't pressure you. They don't ask follow-ups. They just ask a question and they leave. And these guys are used to that. And now with this, the media's got, because now you've got some news media involved. You've got media with some teeth that are involved. So it's a little bit different now. They're going to have to prepare better than they did. But also the PGA Tour has long had a policy of we don't announce suspensions. They keep it quiet and nobody pressures them on it.
Here's Dustin Johnson on why he decided to bolt.
I'm very thankful for the PGA Tour and everything that it's done for me. Obviously, I've done pretty well out there for the last 15 years, but this is something that I thought was best for me and my family, and I'm very excited about playing. And obviously, this is the first week, and it's just it's something exciting, it's something new, and I think it's great for the game of golf, and so that's why I'm here.
Look, it's about money. We know that. It's all about money. And now there may be an unintended benefit to all this when the PGA Tour finally has to pony up and start splitting the profits with the players and start guaranteeing contracts to the players like the NBA and Major League Baseball do. That'll come. If this league sticks, that'll happen. And that'll be great for the players. That'll be a good thing. But
any chance these guys are booed back here when they play the U.S. Open? I wonder. I'm curious. Where is the Open?
It's in Boston.
Oh! Yeah. Traitor! You're a traitor!
You're a traitor! We're Brookline here.
Gave up
just see Paul Revere right there. Paul Revere ran down these streets.
Gave up Sam Adams for Guinness, you traitors.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens there. That'll be interesting.
And so it will be interesting next week at the U.S. Open. But, these guys have they've made their decision. And it was money-based, and I don't have a problem with that. But, you kind of forfeit your ability to ever comment on human rights again.
Which I don't think they wanted to anyway. The majority of people don't want to.
They don't want to. The same for the NBA. When they're in bed with China, they're going to do a couple of games this year in the middle in Saudi Arabia. The NBA is going to do a couple of games this year. I don't want to hear Adam Silver talk about human rights. If he's and I don't hear LeBron James talk about it. They're going to be in bed with China. I don't want to hear it. And these guys are going to be with Saudi Arabia. I don't want to hear it.
NBA Finals Game 3 tonight. The Celtics are favored by 3.5 with the series tied at 1. 8 o'clock tip-off on ABC.
Man, could you imagine going to a game at 9 o'clock at night? It's so late, man.
Yeah.
Just going to the game.
Crazy.
If you're in Boston, you're not going to get home till 1 a.m.
Yeah. So we got to go ahead and make our picks for this. We got Mike Florio coming up at 8 o'clock this morning. 9 o'clock, Cowboys tackle Terrence Steele will join the show. We're having Florio on to talk about the latest with Deshaun Watson as the New York Times put out this very, very big story that went viral yesterday saying that Deshaun met a minimum of 66 women for massages over the course of 17 months. 66 women over 17 months, and the Texans gave him access to hotel rooms for massage appointments and provided him with non-disclosure agreements that Watson made many of these women agree to and sign.
I want to know how the New York Times found out about this and the NFL has completely ignored it. Maybe they didn't find out. Maybe they did find out.
I mean, I agree with Troy. I don't think that they ignored it, but the National Football League, they want this to go away.
Yeah,
they want
do.
Deshaun Watson on the field. They don't care. They don't care. They're gonna have to be forced into taking him off the field, which I think all this is doing.
Yeah, they are now. I mean, say what you want, and I don't agree with Rob Manfred suspending Trevor Bauer for 2 years. It's too much for no charges being filed against him. But that was 2 years, and this is 66 women. And so far, crickets for the National Football League.
The other thing this made me think about, how hard the job is of scouts and talent evaluators, right?
To find this out?
No. Well, just assessing Deshaun Watson in college and out of college, right?
Mm-hmm.
This was a poster boy for the National Football League. Dabo called him Superman, called him Michael Jordan. It wasn't Superman, it was Michael Jordan. Like, he was the next face. Charitable, $1 million smile, good-looking, charismatic kid. And then, like, no flaws, no character issues coming out of college. And then all this stuff hits. So if this hits, like, years in your NFL career, it's virtually impossible to know what someone is going to become and the way they're going to act coming out of school. It's a near next to impossible job.
Yeah, it really is. It really is next to an impossible job.
And these guys have what, a couple months and a 15-minute interview at the combine to sit down with them.
Yeah, that's about it. Now they'll start scouting. 15 months out, but you're not scouting the person. You're scouting the player first, and then you worry about the person. You narrow it down to your candidates that you're willing to pick, and then you worry about finding out which ones are going to be no-goes. And nobody. Dude, Deshaun Watson sounded and looked the part of the All-American kid.
Absolutely.
Good smile, good-looking kid, good player, quiet. And then I
66 women over 17 months.
It's insane.
66. Headlines on a hump day with Sean and RJ to get you ready for your day, trying to get you to the weekend as fast as possible. We got Game 3 of the finals tonight. We also have LeBron flirting again. Sounds like Kyrie won't be coming to the Mavericks, and Stephen A. Smith put in his place. That's next with Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station.
Well, let's get you over to Parkway Buick.
them as well as Van Halen, Metallica, Diplo, Lil Nas X, so much more on my own station. It's called Stadium Anthems, streaming 24/7 on the Odyssey app. Segment this morning brought to you by GetMortgageReady.com. Also, Mark Rubin and Rubin & Associates. If you are struggling financially, facing foreclosure or repossession, IRS, credit card, or medical debt, you don't have to face it alone. Give Mark Rubin a call. He'll take the weight off your shoulders and get you back living life again, thanks to 1-800-Lawyers.
Mike Florio is coming up at 8 o'clock, ProFootballTalk.com. I can't even read this next story without kind of laughing. I don't know whether it makes us spoiled, delusional, smart. I don't know. But
probably not the latter.
Yeah. The New York Post is reporting that Kyrie Irving is still likely to sign a contract extension with the Nets this summer. And the statement that I'm laughing over is, now you can be relieved as a Mavs fan if this was a worry in your mind about trying to go ahead and get Kyrie if the Nets were going to be done with him because of all the headaches that he brings. And it's like anyone else would be listening to this, looking at us and laughing at us for pretending that we could even get Kyrie and then saying we wouldn't want Kyrie as a little maybe DFW delusion over here.
Yeah, like the delusion in that you could even get him in the first place.
That he would call him.
I mean, I would be like, dude, I would close my eyes and hit the yes button. And I would be like, please don't have this blow up my face. You gotta do it. It sucks, but you gotta do it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want any part of it, but you don't have a choice.
Right.
You're trying to get to that next level. You're trying to win a title.
No, you can grow. Homegrown.
Oh, yeah.
Boys in blue.
Boys, we love our boys in blue.
Jalen Brunson going to develop. This team just made it to the conference finals. That's what some of the Mavs Tolos were tweeting me on Friday when we were talking about Jalen Brunson.
Let me tell you something. Pat Doney has a better chance of defending his home run derby title next year than Jalen Brunson has of becoming Kyrie Irving.
Oh, I love RJ's bitterness over losing this home run derby to Pat Doney.
Yeah, that's
home run Doney. That's what we should rename it.
Home run Doney.
Home run Doney from NBC5. But Kyrie can opt out of the final year of his contract by June 29th. But all indications strongly point to him remaining with the Nets. He's still got a good relationship with the organization. Of course, he's still close with Kevin Durant and a good relationship apparently with the owner. So Kyrie, forget about him just opting out and leaving. The New York Post is saying it's looking like he signs an extension to remain in Brooklyn.
Yeah.
We'll finally get to see this experiment of Kyrie, KD, and Ben Simmons.
Yeah, let's see it, man. Let's see it happen. Kyrie will be able to play home games this year. The entire season. Well, maybe not.
Monkeypox.
Maybe not. Monkeypox. New York might shut down the entire city.
Amanda told me monkeypox has made its way to Dallas yesterday.
I saw that.
Okay, what do we need to know about this real quick? I haven't done any monkeypox homework.
It's a pox. Poxes are poxes deadly still, Troy? Or pox is not deadly?
I have no idea. Let me look up in my medical journal.
Yeah.
I know smallpox. Which is gone. I know chickenpox, which I've had. Which it's also shingles. That's like the adult version, right? Now there's monkeypox. I don't know what monkeypox is or what it does, but here it is.
According to the CDC, the illness typically lasts for 2 to 4 weeks. In Africa, monkeypox has been shown to cause death in as many as 1 in 10 persons who contract the disease.
1 in 10 death?
That's not very. I don't like that one at all.
Yeah, that's not good whatsoever. There are rumors that the Utah Jazz brought in Danny Ainge, Trader Danny, some call him in NBA circles, to deal Rudy Gobert. And yesterday, the stories were that Rudy Gobert could maybe be traded to the Chicago Bulls.
And Rudy Gobert to the Bulls, that would do the Bulls a lot better than to do the Jazz.
Vucevic would be involved.
Vucevic would be involved, and I don't know that would be the best thing for the Jazz. But either way, there appears to be a broken marriage in Utah. There appears to be that Mitchell and Gobert and Snyder and Danny Ainge, none of those four were on the same page. And it appears that Dan, here's what Danny's going to do. Utah's going to have the most draft picks in the next 3 years. In 3 years' time, they're going to have the most draft picks in the NBA.
More than OKC.
Yeah, they're going to be like them in OKC. That's what Danny does, right? Danny just stockpiled draft picks. Never did anything with them.
Yeah, that's the criticism of Danny Ainge. He never pulled the trigger on the big move.
Right. He just got the picks.
Yep.
And he never did anything. Now, I guess you could say he did do lots of things with them. They're in the NBA Finals.
Yep. True.
With his team.
Now, look, this isn't from Woj or Shams or anything. This is just kind of making its way around from Bleacher Report that Vucevic may be involved in a Rudy Gobert deal. I wonder if this factored in at all to Quinn Snyder leaving. And he's like, we don't have Gobert. Again, you need more offense there, but we don't have Gobert. We already weren't a true contender, but we're definitely going to take a step or two backwards. Let me go ahead and take a year off and come back for a better job in 2 seasons.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm speculating.
Yeah, it could be that. It could be that. Come back for a better job. But, if he didn't want to stick around because they weren't going to have Rudy Gobert, that means that he expects them to be going through a rebuild. And that may not be something he wants to undertake.
Okay. Speaking of moving teams, was this overblown? Was this just LeBron hate? Judge it for yourself. We got to play you the audio. RJ and Troy got it. LeBron on the shop. Now remember what he said recently when asked if you could play on any other playoff team, who would it be? And he starts fawning over Steph again. He's like, oh, easily Steph. Steph's my favorite player in the NBA and all this and that. Well, yesterday he was asked about the controversy of Draymond Green and the Golden State Warriors on the shop.
Of the teams love playing, which one would you want to play for?
Yeah, it'd be Golden State. I would love getting into a piston match with Draymond. I love when somebody cuts me out.
That's it.
Yep, that's it.
And that got turned into the headline.
LeBron wants to go play for the Warriors.
Overreaction.
It's an overreaction.
Overreaction. This is LeBron hatred. But look, so this is a double-edged sword here. As a sports fan, not a Laker fan, a sports fan and a media member, I love that LeBron answers these questions because 99 times out of 100, a guy's not going to answer this stuff. I love that LeBron, like he's having a barbershop conversation.
Mm-hmm.
If I was a Laker fan, I'd be ticked. He keeps doing this. If Luka wouldn't answer this question, he'd be like, I'm not going to say I'm happy with the team that I have. That's the correct answer. That's the right answer. Now, I guess you can say, what are they going to do? What are the Lakers going to do? LeBron controls his own fate. He does whatever he wants. He's the GM anyway, and you are right about that. If I was a Laker fan with this, I'd be really, really annoyed that he's even answering it. It's another flirtation with Golden State. But truth be told, this is an overreaction by the media.
Yeah, I think it is. This is
headline porn.
Yep, they got the first quote, which is it would be Golden State. But then he went on to say why that he wants to get into it with Draymond Green every day. He wants to compete with Draymond and Press, which that could be a total bogus statement.
Right. That's a roll your eyes answer.
It is a total roll your eyes answer. But I'm here for all the LeBron slander. Anything you can get.
I know you.
I know you're
waiting to pounce.
But it is an overreaction because this has already been happening. This has happened before with LeBron. Remember when he said he wanted to launch Team LeBron under the Nike umbrella? This was like 2 years ago. I want to start Team LeBron and sign my first signee, Luka Doncic. And everyone's like, oh, he wants to play with Luka. And then Luka signs with Jordan, and that didn't happen. But it was like, LeBron wants to play with Luka.
Yeah, what happened to that?
Yeah, what happened?
Well, they're not left. They're not a team that's left. So it'd be interesting if the Mavs are still in it. And again, you're down to 2. Which one of these 2 teams would you rather play for? So, it's an option of 2 teams, but a little bit of flirtation. Okay, yesterday, J.J. Redick was trending again. Apparently, Stephen A. Smith got put in his place. So C.J. McCollum, who people are raving about and loving like they were Pat Beverly early on, but C.J. is a lot less annoying than Pat Bev on television. J.J. Redick, C.J. McCollum, and here's Stephen A. talking about Russell Westbrook with Darvin Ham trying to now coach him with the Lakers.
I'm being careful about what I say, guys, just so you know, because Russell Westbrook is the kind of guy that when you say something, he thinks it's a character issue. Like you're getting at him, and I have to explain this on several occasions. Ain't talking about Russell Westbrook, the man. I think he's a good brother. He's got his heart in the right place. There's nothing about his character to smear. He can't shoot the ball well. He's not the greatest point guard as it pertains to decision making. He turns the ball over. And now he's been struggling to reach 68% for the free throw line. So when you take all of those things into consideration and you see what you've seen from the Los Angeles Lakers last year, I think as long as LeBron James and Anthony Davis are healthy, you can overcome it enough to be a playoff team. But that's about the height of my expectations for the Los Angeles Lakers.
Okay. I agreed with every single thing he said. I have no problems. JJ and CJ with a little pushback on Stephen A.
You said a random take, and then you explained a bunch of things about Russell Westbrook that had nothing to do with that take.
All right,
so I want
stop
clarification.
All right. That first 7 seconds is tremendous because that's what these shows are forced to do, right? You are now going to be given the floor for 5 minutes. You got to fill it for 5 minutes. So then Stephen A. goes off on a topic. Instead of just addressing the main point, you got to build up to it and show off your knowledge and tell us you know about Russell Westbrook's game. So that's where JJ was kind of going at him like, okay, thanks for that whole diatribe and filling up that time, but you're not addressing anything.
Yeah, and thank you, JJ, for the new drop.
You said a random take.
I'm going to use that so much from now on this show, or at least on other shows. But yeah, let's continue right here.
And then you explained a bunch of things about Russell Westbrook that had nothing to do with that take. And so I want clarification on it. Sure. What is your issue with Russell Westbrook being at that news conference?
Okay, stop. So did you hear? The main point was Stephen A. criticizing, and again, you got to come up with fake takes. Who could have a problem with Russell Westbrook showing up and showing support for the new head coach's presser? Stephen A. tried to make that a point. But in filling the 5 minutes of airtime, you got to break down Russ's game and his character and how he can't shoot. And JJ's like, that has nothing to do with you criticizing his attendance at Darvin Ham's presser that we mentioned yesterday on the show. So this is all just dissecting them and taking them apart behind the curtain. Let's hear the rest.
What is your issue with Russell Westbrook being at that news conference?
That's a wild thing. That's a wild thing for you to say. Him supporting his team, his organization, his coach, a fellow African-American man that gets hired by the Los Angeles Lakers.
Don't go there.
That's not
you're
saying. This is what you said.
But no. But see,
you said that
you're crossing the line when you bring up another African-American man. That's not where I'm going with that.
You said that
about the Lakers organization discussing trading him.
What does that got to do with him?
Well, what I'm saying, what are you talking about? What that has?
You said him going to the press conference. You're disappointed.
I'm saying.
Don't run the tape. We got the tape. That's what you said.
Stephen, the Lakers organization has been talking about moving Russell Westbrook.
See? And that's the headline they'll create. Problem with Russ attending the presser? What type of stupid comment or opinion? And then all Twitter did yesterday was make fun of Stephen A. for getting tied up in knots by JJ and CJ.
Oh, he was totally tied up. I agree with Stephen A. just because, and what he said to CJ, because CJ, just because you have the same skin color as another person doesn't mean you can't say something bad about them.
I agree with that.
Totally agree with that one. But, man, JJ Redick, we've always called it first fake. And pulling the curtain back, you guys know how much I hate pulling this audio because I'm like such a fake show and we're reacting to it. But now
they have to be accountable.
He's going kayfabe. I love it.
Kayfabe. Stephen A. has to be accountable. It's just not who can yell more. It's not everyone sitting in fear. See, now J.J. Redick has clout. Now J.J. Redick has power and leverage.
We're gonna hate him again real quick.
Yeah, but the point is he is someone that people are tuning into right now. They can't lose J.J. Redick for their NBA coverage. I don't think people would have a problem with that.
Well, sure, they got a bunch of guys that are NBA covers that never played in the NBA.
Like?
Wilbon, Stephen A.
Yeah. But JJ's bringing something to the table, and he knows he can't just yell down and scream at JJ Redick, and JJ knows more basketball than all of us, so Stephen A. has to respect that a little bit, and that's where he can get caught. JJ's just not going to let him get away with bloviating and rhyming words and yelling and screaming nonstop. So I love that, making him uncomfortable. It's a better show. It's more natural and genuine. better ESPN executives, in my opinion. Mike Florio coming up live at 8 o'clock to talk about the latest on Deshaun Watson. But we got a dating question. RJ asking if you're not going to date her or marry her if she's smarter than you. That and a brand new cheerleader in the National Football League next.
Let's get you over to A.
WFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Mike Florio is going to join us at 8 o'clock this morning from Pro Football Talk. Terrence Steele, Cowboys tackle, at 9 to talk about a football camp that he has taking place. Here's Derek Carr, though, on the possibility of playing with Colin Kaepernick, who had his tryout with Vegas.
For us, I think it'd be great. I think, I don't want to speak for everybody in that kind of sense. Like, I don't want someone mad at me for saying, like, I think it'd be great. But I know him and I would get along great. I know we have in the past, and I think we would again. And I think, for the most part, I think he'd get along just fine with our guys.
I would vote Derek Carr as maybe the most likable teammate in the National Football League. This guy bleeds his team's colors. That doesn't happen very often in sports. And he found the other guy who bleeds silver and black in Devontae. Yeah. As Aaron Rodgers said.
They're teammates.
Yes.
In college, yeah.
And a major reason why Devontae wanted to go play with the Raiders. Aaron Rodgers yesterday saying, he had multiple conversations and he was talking to Devontae almost every day, but this is something that Devontae had been thinking about for a long time. But the biggest thing that jumped out to me from Aaron Rodgers, he said, I'm not exaggerating when I say this. This made me think of the Cowboys and Kellen Moore with Amari or the receivers. He said, I'm not exaggerating when I say this, but the playbook is going to change because roughly 75 to 80% of our offensive playbook was designed for number 17. So we talk about getting your best players the ball, getting Amari and CD, over-target them. Well, you can't do it. You got to spread it out. We got to sit there and be versatile. We got to run all the fancy plays we drew up. Aaron Rodgers yesterday said 80% of the Packers' plays were all designed to go to Davante Adams. Now, look.
Yeah, if he also had CD and Michael Gallup, it would not be the same ratio.
True, but
still might be 50%.
I still feel like we don't like overemphasize. We don't force feed. We don't force feed. It was a problem in terms of targets towards the end of the year. I'm sure Amari Cooper would like to see Deshaun Watson, if he ever plays again, force feed him a little bit. But I just thought that was an interesting playbook comparison with what Rodgers said. And Amari and CD are not Devontae, of course. But still, 80%, like you said, you can lower that down 50%.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's I don't like force feeding one person the ball. I like to find the open hit, the open receiver, whatever. But I do think that, and when he says 75 to 80% was centered around, that just means that he was the first read on 75 to 80%.
Right.
Which, Amari Cooper and CeeDee Lamb were probably the first read on a fair equal number of plays. I would imagine they were probably each the first read several times in a game, just probably close to about the same, or in the playbook the same number of type plays. And then you had Gallup with a handful, but he wasn't healthy the whole year.
Okay, we had some NFL history made yesterday. Justine Lindsay, I'm not sure if it's Justin or Justine. It's Justine.
That would be Justine.
Believed to be the NFL's first openly trans cheerleader, and it's happening with the Carolina Panthers. So, in a bold decision 3 months ago, she put it on Instagram. A transgender woman also announced she was joining the Panthers cheerleading squad. Said that obviously the social media hate came in strong, but now you have this as an NFL storyline with the Carolina Panthers cheerleading squad. And, of course, this topic and issue talked about everywhere.
Everywhere. I would have lost the bet if you said which team is going to have the first openly transgender. It would be the Carolina Panthers.
Why?
Just like Deep South, I wouldn't have thought that one. But there they are with Carolina having that first cheerleader.
877-881-1053 truckwreck.com text line. What do you guys? Sorry, this is a total pop quiz. What do you guys and do you say to your kids about this issue?
I mean, I haven't really talked to them about it. They don't ask.
Okay. Troy?
I mean, I've told you multiple times we have a trans kid that we're friends with, him and his family, so they're very familiar that's who that person is, that's who they want to be, and that's their life. It's not going to affect us.
Yeah.
It doesn't change the way that we live our lives. If that's the way they want to live their lives, that's great.
How do you guys feel about the topic of like I think Pizza Hut was trending the other day?
Their pizza. Are we going on a bad pizza topic or
No,
a good pizza topic? I like Pizza Hut.
These issues being included in school curriculum. How do you guys feel about that? And at what age?
Like discussing,
like it being in a book, like a character.
Oh,
being a transgender character, or
I am
in school material.
I am 100% against censorship. So if I don't believe in banning books, I don't believe in removing books from curriculums because you don't like the content. So no, if it's in the book, it's in the book.
I mean, yeah. Well, some people would say if it's in the good book, then that would be okay. But in this case, I mean, that's a really, really hard line to go down, because you're not talking about something in which it's truly based on just science and fact. It's based on, for some people, decision in their eyes, and for others, it's not decision. It's what I've always felt. So that's a tricky one. Obviously, being in Texas, you know the answer. Don't put that in my book.
Right.
I don't need that in my book.
Have you guys had it in any school curriculum?
No. Teachers tend to stay away from anything like that.
And the type of books they're reading, they weren't necessarily written yesterday.
No,
so they were written in the 1800s or the 50s or 60s, and
I'm not joking. My daughter brought home a social studies book, and they had a picture of like the automotive industry, and it was like a Datsun from '74.
Yeah, I think it's pictures of Lenin over there.
Where's the new book at?
They don't even use books.
Oh yeah, that's right.
My kids don't even have books.
I have Ryan right in my sight line, and I just can't not look at him nodding his head towards all these elementary school topics.
It's because he was in elementary school 6 weeks ago.
He's like, Troy's talking about books today, and Ryan's like nodding his head in the back.
He knows. He knows. Ryan, here's some orange slices. Way to go, bud.
All right. All right. The intimidation of female intelligence, RJ.
Oh man,
possibly.
This is an aerospace engineer.
Wow.
Yeah, I know, right? Is a female, Sean. They're allowed to be aerospace engineers.
Okay.
She says,
what's her name? Let's judge her first.
Her name is Caroline Hamilton Smith.
Okay.
Caroline Hamilton Smith. She's 26 years old.
All right.
She made the claim in an interview with an Australian radio show called The Hookup that she has very, very difficult time finding a match. She never gets swiped. Is it right? Swipe right is a yes?
Yeah,
you tell us.
Yeah,
I've never been on those. So she has a very hard time finding dates. And the thought, she believes, and many are believing, is that because she is an aerospace engineer and men are intimidated by her intelligence. There was a study done that certain occupations are more appealing than others to the opposite sex. So men do not like women in who are more intelligent than they are, or in making more money than they do.
Okay.
Which I'm sure we can.
What a perfect topic for Troy being in here with the intelligence.
What are you talking about?
Intimidation, jokes about it, being cool with it, because this is a guy insecurity for many. Your wife is a very successful attorney, so you make jokes about allowance all the time. So does it just come down to security? How secure you are with yourself?
I don't think I make jokes as much as just share the truth.
No, you make jokes about
my allowance. I know. That's the truth. Why do you think I'm making a punchline out of it?
You're not getting a direct deposit every Friday.
No, it's not. It's handed to me.
Wait, you guys have a joint checking, right? It's all in the same.
It's all in the same vein. But I have no idea. I have no idea what's in there. She handles that stuff.
I don't know how I would do. I guess it depends how much more she's making than me. And from an intelligence standpoint, I don't care as long as we have our common interests. If she's going to be too good for sitting on the couch, watching reality garbage, going out, getting wasted here and there, socializing, I don't care how smart you are. That's awesome. That's good. Is she making like
Oh, I would much rather a girl make way more money than be smarter than me.
You'd rather her make more money?
Absolutely. That is tangible intelligence. The problem with the
bro, how many girls do you think I've got news for you. I'm pretty sure some of the girls you've dated are smarter than you.
Yeah, I know. They're constantly correcting you. You're doing this wrong. You're doing that wrong. I'd much rather a girl make more money than me.
Yeah.
I don't know if intelligence means correction. That might just mean bossy. I'm talking about pure gray matter versus being like a nagging.
I think just about every girl I've dated has been smarter than me.
Yeah, I agree.
I think most of them have. Yeah, but that's fine. That's fine if they are. I would just say if I had to choose one or the other, would I rather them be smarter than me or make more money? I would much rather they make more money. I could use that to my advantage.
Right.
I can't use being an idiot to my advantage at all.
All right, Troy, you got to deal with both. So what's the final answer?
Give me the question again, because I know she's listening.
You forgot. Okay, so you're already not smarter.
Intelligence and money, which one would be harder for you to deal with? She's smarter than you and or makes more money?
Neither. I mean, nothing would be harder for me to deal with. I mean, if I had to pick one, I guess maybe smarter. But since I'm already against both currently in my life, it doesn't matter, because, I mean, seriously, my wife makes more money than me. Shocker. She graduated from SMU Law School. She works for a nice firm. Of course she makes more money than me. Doesn't bother me. I'm not insecure because she has more, as RJ says, commas on her check.
Good for you.
And then when it comes to intelligence, no, she is smarter than me. But I'm just as smart because I know never to argue with her. She's a lawyer.
Dave from Guns and Hoses said, I get an allowance and she was a firefighter.
Thank you,
She used
Dave.
to be a banker and I spend.
Thank you, man.
And Dave lives that good life.
He does live that good life.
Man.
Tailgating the cigars, all the finest drinks and everything with the Guns and Hoses. So shout out Dave. Thank you for being a Tolo. All right. Is Deshaun Watson just out for the year? Is this thing over with? Is Colin Kaepernick getting back into the league? Who loses their franchise? Dan Snyder or Stephen Ross? Is Debo a 49er? And any Cowboy gossip? Mike Florio from ProFootballTalk.com joins us next.
Let's get you over to Athletic Greens.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Great to have back our good buddy Mike Florio from ProFootballTalk.com on the Diamond Factory hotline here on your home of America's team. It's Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Hopefully you've checked out Playmakers, which Mike recently released. We'll be talking about that in a second. Good morning, man. You bored yet with this NFL offseason?
It never slows down. The NFL never sleeps. We're supposed to be in the 2 months of the year where things kind of quiet down, but every year it's something. It's something, and you never can see it coming. Sometimes you know it's going to be there. Sometimes you don't, but it's always something, and that's good. It's good for business.
Mike, how worried are you right now if you are Deshaun Watson or Rusty Harden with every day another bombshell story seeming to drop on this case?
Well, I don't want to sound overly cynical, but if I'm Rusty Harden, I'm not worried at all because I get paid by the hour either way.
Yeah.
But that said, he had a very eventful Friday on radio in Houston where the comment he made about sexual activity at the end of massages and attempting to secure it went viral in a negative way and contributed to the feeling that it's been a very bad week for Deshaun Watson in the court of public opinion. And people ask, well, why does the court of public opinion matter? The court of public opinion matters because the NFL's entire personal conduct policy is a PR tool. It is not an in-house justice system. It is aimed at providing a mechanism for imposing discipline on players for things they do away from work, in the off season, on their day off, wherever they may be. They are going to be subjected to potential workplace discipline because the NFL relies upon the average citizen to give its time, its money, and its attention to the product. So there's an expectation. Most employers, it's between you and the criminal justice system. It's between you and the civil justice system. As long as you can show up and work, we don't care. It's not our business. If it didn't happen here, it's not our business. And a lot of employers get themselves into trouble by trying to make it their business when they shouldn't. For the NFL, it is their business. The union allows it to be their business. So my point is, a bad week in the court of public opinion is bad news for Deshaun Watson because that's going to affect what the NFL ultimately does. As more and more people become very disturbed and troubled by the graphic allegations, the number of allegations, the attitude that's being expressed that there's nothing wrong with massage turning sexual or trying to make it turn sexual, those are things that I think will make it more likely that the punishment for Deshaun Watson is maybe going to be worse than we ever expected it to be.
What are you thinking in terms of how long they could sit him?
Well, before this past week, I was starting to think there's a chance he's going to get a whole year just because of the Trevor Bauer suspension in Major League Baseball. And even though the facts are different, the same core question is there, exceeding the consent that was either expressed or implied in a given situation as it relates to potential sexual misconduct. Based on the past week, guys, I'm starting to think that they need to put paid leave back on the table. The commissioner took it off the table in March, and I've asked the league twice this week, both after the filing of the 24th lawsuit and then after the New York Times report that landed yesterday, is paid leave back on the table? And their response is no comment. I think paid leave goes a long way towards solving the NFL's problem here. He's out of sight, out of mind. He can take all of football season to focus on getting these cases resolved, settling them, or taking them to trial. And I also think if they put him on paid leave, I know it's going to be a lot more expensive than it would have been last year, but I think if he gets put on paid leave, he immediately becomes very interested in getting these cases properly resolved and moving on with his life.
Mike, you brought up Trevor Bauer, and that was one of the things that we talked about. They acted swiftly and harshly. Does the NFL, do they feel pressure because of what baseball did with Bauer to make a decision more quickly?
Well, it's not pressure, and it's not an issue of the timing of the decision. I think that it goes to what the punishment will be. And when Trevor Bauer gets 2 years and there isn't a peep from anyone that it was excessive, and it's just kind of accepted that that's where we are now as a society. These are the punishments that are imposed by sports leagues when this kind of behavior happens. It raises the bar for what is going to be expected of the league as it relates to Deshaun Watson. And here's why that's important. 2014, Ray Rice. They didn't go far enough with Ray Rice. And what ultimately happened was the commissioner spent maybe a week and a half of his life going to bed every night wondering if tomorrow was the day that I lose my job. And that's not exaggeration. That's the truth. There was a period of time where the commissioner's job felt like it was in real jeopardy, all because he didn't impose sufficiently aggressive discipline on Ray Rice. What happened 3 years after that? He went too far the other way with Ezekiel Elliott. I don't think they settled into a sweet spot, and I don't think for a situation like this, you're going to see Roger Goodell try to tiptoe through the minefield in a way that prevents him from being accused of being too aggressive with Deshaun Watson. I think he would rather be criticized for being too aggressive than to be under siege for being not aggressive enough. And the delay actually helps them. You know, a week ago I was saying, what the hell are they doing? What more do they need? Well, you know what? Based on the 2 new lawsuits, based on Rusty Harden's comments, based on the New York Times article, it's good they waited.
Yeah.
Because whatever the punishment would have been a week and a half ago, it's probably going to be more now. And again, I've just kind of had this flicker the last 2 days that paid leave needs to be back on the table. I think that paid leave is the right way to go. I'm getting to the point where that's my belief. It doesn't matter what I think. But I really do think that with all these cases and with the distraction it's creating for him and the team, and it just feels like the right thing to do. There's too many of these allegations, and there's too much of it that seems to ring true at some level, that there is some common thread that this guy had a habit, a fetish, whatever, of getting massages and then trying to engineer them into a sexual encounter.
Mike Florio, ProFootballTalk.com, former attorney, has the book out, Playmakers, on everything regarding the National Football League here on Sean and RJ. Mike, why are a lot of these bombshell stories coming out now after the Texas grand juries found him innocent and
they didn't find him innocent. They just chose not to charge him.
Chose not to charge him.
Don't
Schefter
don't
it.
drink that Kool-Aid. It was Schefter's tweet. I listen. I don't. My wife tells me not to pick these fights, and I'm not picking a fight. I'm just stating fact. That tweet from Schefter that went out to 9.5 million followers the day that the grand jury in Harris County decided not to indict him on 9 charges, and the truth will come out. Baloney. The grand jury decided not to indict him. That's all that it means. It doesn't mean he didn't do it. It means the grand jury decided not to indict him. And one of the things in the New York Times article from yesterday, the extent to which Rusty Harden was working the prosecutor, I think the prosecutor recognized she was stepping into a dream team situation where Deshaun Watson, unlike 99.999% of the people that they prosecute, is going to show up with the money to have the finest legal representation. This prosecutor doesn't get paid by the hour or by the case. He's paid by the year. Gets a salary. So I'm going to use my resources on cases where this guy's got the lawyer who will create reasonable doubt. And reasonable doubt is inherent in a setting where it's 2 people in the room with no witnesses. One says it happened, one says nothing happened. Hello, reasonable doubt.
Yeah.
So when you get a really good lawyer like Rusty Harden, and I'm not talking about from the PR perspective, because, again, there's been some issues, but in court, I think people think that there was something nefarious about these communications, 12 phone calls and text messages and a meeting and a packet of information that he provided that she used apparently in the grand jury setting. But what it does is it lets her know what she's getting herself into. So when it's time for the prosecutor who has vast discretion to go to that grand jury, they always say you can indict a ham sandwich if you want to. That means you go in there with a one-sided presentation of evidence. And it's all loaded up against the defendant. The defendant has no voice. Of course they're going to indict. She may have gone in there with something more balanced, hoping that they don't indict, because then she doesn't have to spend the next year of her life losing case after case after case to Rusty Harden.
The New York Times reported yesterday Watson met a minimum of 66 women for massages over the course of 17 months, and the Texans gave him access to hotel rooms for massage appointments and provided him with non-disclosure agreements. Are the Texans in any trouble here? And how common or uncommon are these NDAs issued from teams?
Well, the Texans have a little bit of a mess here. And the question is, what did they know and what should they have known? And we were talking about this a little bit ago on PFT Live. I think the teams have natural blind spots, especially for franchise quarterbacks, widely regarded as nice guys. I mean, hell, the Falcons had no clue that Mike Vick had a dogfighting operation in rural Virginia for 6 years, and they gave him a $100 million contract.
Yeah.
I don't think they want to think the worst of their guys. I don't think that they're wired to be suspicious. Maybe they should have been in hindsight, but at the time, nobody was thinking the worst about the idea that there was a facility where Deshaun Watson would get these massages or that there was an NDA that was made available. But, yeah, it's a bad look for the Texans that they participated in that because it allows people to say they should have known. Should they have known? Maybe. Did they know? I doubt that they really did actively know until the lawsuits started to get filed.
They have not made a move on Baker. Let's just say that Deshaun is done for the year. Who starts, Baker or Jacoby?
Well, the problem is you got to rebuild the bridge with Baker Mayfield. I think it's in Baker Mayfield's best interest to embrace the opportunity to play one more year for the Browns. But this is a guy that's strong-willed. This is a guy who's not happy with what happened. They told him after the season, you're our guy. Then they told him at the Combine, they told his representatives, he's our guy unless we find somebody a lot better like Deshaun Watson. Then they go meet with Deshaun Watson, and that pisses him off. Then they leak to Chris Mortensen of ESPN that they want an adult in the quarterback room. That obliterates the bridge. That just doesn't burn it. It's in shards. It's in smithereens. How do you rebuild that now? Do you want to rebuild that? Do you want to try to rebuild a relationship with a guy whose reputation, well-earned, is that, he's kind of a pain in the butt behind the scenes. We've seen enough of it in front of the scenes to infer that behind the scenes, it's going to be even more problematic. He's prickly. He's moody. He's competitive. That competitiveness rears its head in a bunch of different ways, and sometimes it makes a guy seem immature. And I think what they should do, if they're not going to have Deshaun Watson for the full year, just trade Baker Mayfield straight up for Sam Darnold. It's the exact same salary. Just trade him straight up and get Sam Darnold ready for the full season.
Mike Florio here on Sean and RJ. Who suits up for a regular season game first, Watson or Kaepernick?
Oh, Watson, because I don't think Kaepernick's ever going to. I really don't.
Was that a PR stunt by the Raiders?
No. It wasn't a PR stunt, but I still think that we are multiple steps away from him actually suiting up for a regular season game. He's got a lot that he's going to have to prove. First, he's got to get on a 90-man roster before he can win his way onto a 53-man roster and then get himself one of the 48 uniforms on game day. So I think we see Watson before then, just because I still have yet to see enough to think we're ever going to see Kaepernick again. It's been, a couple of weeks now since he had that workout, and I was told there were two teams that were interested in him before the Raiders had him in for a tryout, and it wasn't like that experience with the Raiders was enough to get one of these other two teams to take a more serious look at him. And now would be a perfect time to bring him in for the off-season program. Give him some reps in a more relaxed setting that isn't training camp. I think that the league, 5 years removed from Colin Kaepernick becoming a free agent, and they shunned him. They knew they were shunning him. They shouldn't have done it. But 5 years later, when you've gotten past it, why would you want to turn around and go? I think it's wrong. I think it's been wrong from the get-go, but I'm just being very pragmatic. I was stunned that the Raiders worked him out. I don't think there's a single owner out there with the moral or financial courage to sign Colin Kaepernick, so that's why I say Watson.
How has the book been received, playmakers, and you got any recent Cowboy gossip? It's been kind of quiet around here.
Well, it has been kind of quiet, and Jerry Jones doesn't like it that way. He told Peter King a couple of weeks ago that basically any news is good news, no matter how bad it may be, except as it relates to the national anthem controversy. He didn't say that, but that's the one thing over the past 30 years that Jerry probably thought was the kind of publicity he doesn't want. The book's been out 3 months now, and we got Father's Day coming around, and So we're going to try to get people to buy that for Dad. It's easy to do. You go on Amazon. I know the bookstores don't like that, but it is easy. I mean, what the hell? That's one of the reasons why Amazon's so big. They make it easy. If the bookstores made it easy to just press a button and the thing shows up at your house, then, that's where you'd buy it, I guess. But, we're going to push again as the season approaches. It's a 20-year look at the way the NFL operates, how it makes decisions, how it gets things right, how it gets things wrong. And the Deshaun Watson chapter still holds up, although, there may be some fodder in there for playmakers too.
There it is. Get it for Father's Day. Mike Florio all over at ProFootballTalk.com here on Sean and RJ. Thank you, boss. We appreciate it.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
There's Florio on the Diamond Factory Hotline. We got to pick Game 3 of the NBA Finals at 8:40. Terrence Steele from the Dallas Cowboys at 9. But another quarterback is kind of going off on his old teams. Marcus Semien went off, and Joe Maddon went out. Hear what he has to say about
he went off too.
And he went off too. We'll bring it to you next.
Hey, what's going on, Tolos? It is Troy Hughes. Yesterday went down the street. course, you can hear the Texas Rangers play right here on 105.3 The Fan, or do what I did yesterday and listen to them through the Odyssey app. Just tell your smart speaker to play 105.3 The Fan. Segment this morning brought to you by the Can Academy. It's also brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. You think there'll be less big trucks on the road this summer because of gas prices? That's not the case. And those big trucks, they have insurance companies to protect them. So find someone who will protect you. It's Frankel & Frankel at truckwreck.com.
Swung on and belted deep right center field. On the run is Eli White, and he dives on the warning track. He made the catch. Oh my, a spectacular play by Eli White, fully extended to Rob Jose Ramirez of extra bases.
Eli supplied the defense, and Marcus Semien supplied the offense. Sean and RJ here on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. What's wrong?
Appears we have some more PGA Tour golfers.
Oh, my.
I haven't even seen it.
One of them.
Hang on. One's in their prime. One is one of the biggest names on the PGA Tour.
Okay, once again, I have not even seen this. Biggest name in PGA Tour?
One of.
Okay. Let me just throw out big names.
In the past 2 years, there was a period where he was the biggest name, the story of golf.
Oh, okay. I'll just throw out names. Rory.
No. That was 2014.
DeChambeau.
Yes. He is defecting to the Saudi-backed LIV Golf Tour, along with, and this is big, because his nickname is Captain America.
Oh.
VJ Singh.
It's not
okay.
VJ Singh.
God.
It is Patrick Reed.
Whoa!
The greatest Ryder Cup player in history, maybe, who will now no longer be able to play in the Ryder Cup.
So you're out. You can't participate in the Ryder Cup. You're out.
If you leave the PGA Tour, and that was what they had talked to Dustin Johnson about. If you leave the PGA Tour, you have to be a member of the tour to play on the Ryder Cup. And I don't know how the playing on the Ryder Cup for the European contingent works. I need to be a member of the Euro Tour or what. I don't know how that works, but I know that this doesn't work like this because it's based off of points and qualifications with the FedEx Cup. So that is the report. Bryson and P. Reed joining the LIV. I can't believe this, man. Like now this is getting real. This isn't like some old dudes.
The floodgates are opening.
Yeah, this isn't Dustin Johnson, who's in his late 30s, and Phil Mickelson, who's 51 years old, and Ricky Fowler, who can't make a cut. And then Lee Westwood and Graham McDowell and Sergio, who are all 40.
Yeah.
This is in the prime, one of the 5 biggest draws of the sport in Bryson DeChambeau, and then the greatest villain on tour in Patrick Reed.
Well, Phil Mickelson spoke to the media this morning. Last night, he was at an event after he went shopping at Midlife Crisis R Us. And
Phil's eyes have been trending all morning long.
Yeah, well, that's what happens when you inject something in your face.
Yeah.
Man, those things were wide open. But he was asked this morning, and he was talking about the fact that there are people upset, obviously, clearly, with this decision for him and others to join LIV.
I understand that many people have very strong opinions and may disagree with my decision. And I can empathize with that. But at this time, this is an opportunity that gives me a chance to have the most balance in my life going forward. And I think this is going to do a lot of good for the game.
The most balance. Going to London back and forth.
Well, like think of it this way. There's what, 10? Because they're going to do, I think, 3 or 4 in London, and they're basically going to split it between Europe and the U.S. where they're going to hold these events. There's going to be events here in the U.S.
Oh.
It's not just in London.
Oh.
There's going to be they're trying to get one here in Dallas. Houston's not going to. Is it Jim Crane?
Astros?
Yeah, he is basically one of the big wigs with the Shell Houston Open. He saved that tournament, and rumor has it like he is going to do anything he can to not let a tournament go to Houston. So they're talking about bringing one here to DFW. So like they're going to have them in the States. And this does bring more balance because there's only going to be like 10 events. Now you got to play them all. You got to play them all. That's part of the deal. You got to play them all.
Okay.
And they basically own you. So you've got to play the Pro-Am.
Yeah.
You've got to do a dinner with sponsors, which, so a lot of the players like to make their own schedule. This doesn't allow
Why would DeChambeau and Reed wait till today?
They wanted to see what the U.S. Open said.
And the U.S. Open says you can still play our major.
Once the USGA said that, they know that the RNA, which is the governing body of the Open Championship in July, they know that they're going to allow it because they usually go lockstep. They kind of do what the other one does. The Masters is going to allow this, especially now. Like, the Masters not going to say no to Phil and Dustin. Those are former champions. And then the PGA, the PGA is they're going to follow suit. They're not going to be the only one out there.
My question to you is: you look at the golf rankings. Bryson DeChambeau is 28. Patrick Reed is 36. I mean, is there a chance anyone like Scotty Scheffler or John Rahm or Morikawa, some of the best golfers currently in the world, go there?
Maybe. Look, this announcement yesterday with the U.S. Open that allowed everything to change. If I'm Scotty Scheffler, if I was Scotty Scheffler, if I was, Morikawa, a young kid who hadn't made $120 million on tour, I'm more likely to go to this than that's a guaranteed payday.
Yeah.
The PGA Tour.
You have a contract.
Yeah, the PGA Tour, the problem that the players are having with the tour, and this is why this other tournament, the LIV Golf Tour, has legs, is they're guaranteeing you a purse. There's no cut. You get paid by showing up. If you're invited, you get paid.
Yeah.
And they a lot of times have a guaranteed set of money. Like Dustin Johnson's making $125 million, whether he wins or not. And when he wins, he's going to make more. Same for Phil. He's making $200 million or whatever it is. So that's
how much is the PGA commissioner panicking right now?
Oh,
as long as you have Tiger, but Tiger's about to be done.
Tiger doesn't play.
Yeah.
Tiger doesn't play anymore. The thing the PGA Tour has, the only thing they have left is we're the only tour in the United States that can guarantee you entry into the major championships
if you don't already have it.
If you don't have an exemption. Because they have the official world golf ranking points, and that's what helps you get into the major championship.
Who are some of those guys who aren't qualified to just automatically get into them?
Oh, Ricky Fowler.
Okay,
so he had to qualify in the. He was on the Monday qualifier. In Jupiter.
Is that like the biggest name you can think of?
Oh no, there's a lot of guys that aren't in. I wonder
because at what point? What about Spieth?
Spieth has exemptions, so he's got a Masters exemption until he's 65. He's a U.S. Open champ and a British Open, so he's got exemptions for. Easily the next.
But the reason
5-10 years, but also he's in the top X in the world golf rankings and the money he's going to get in.
The reason I ask is who is going to be the first golfer who says, okay, bye-bye to the majors? Who will take the payday over the invite where they could be a contender at a major championship? Because DJ and Phil and all these guys so far, they're not going to be missing any majors. They're in.
Yeah, they're in.
I wonder who else is going to, or who will be the first to sacrifice the invite to a major to go and take that guaranteed money.
Well, I'll tell you what, Sean,
Greg Norman, ruthless.
Yeah, well, Sean, this is all bad for you. Because if you're a Tolo, Sean loves trashy kind of controversy and drama.
Love drama.
Well, Phil Mickelson.
Not in my life, but everyone else's life.
Yes. Well, Phil Mickelson this morning, let's get that drama out of you, man. Come on, talk about the PGA. Bash them, baby.
I have a lot of strong opinions on things that should and could be a lot better.
Oh.
One of the mistakes I've made is voicing those publicly.
Uh-oh.
I will really make an effort to keep those conversations behind closed doors going forward. I think that's the way to be the most efficient and get the most out of it.
God. Phil getting what's it called when you get I'm just trying to think. He's getting snipped.
Oh, you castrated?
Yeah.
Neutered.
Yeah.
Getting neutered.
Phil Mickelson neutered right before our very ears.
Well, they do not do that in Saudi Arabia.
That's
you know
true.
what the problem? You know what my biggest issue is? We're not going to get Phil as a PGA commentator. Now, maybe he will with LIV. I wanted to hear Phil become Romo That's my biggest issue. I wanted to hear this guy. Now, Liv better get a TV deal.
Well, they might now.
Who's the first American TV company that's a traitor to make a deal with the Saudis to air this? Because someone's going to have to air it. Now that you got DeChambeau and DJ, and we're going to get a few more dominoes here.
Oh, yeah.
By tomorrow, we will have one or two more names, and definitely by the end of tomorrow's the start of the damn tournament.
Tomorrow's the tournament start.
So is Bryson playing tomorrow?
Apparently he is. He's going to get out there.
Wow.
So consider this. So you mentioned who's going to be the guy without the major that's going to say, I don't care anymore.
Right.
So these are the guys that are young, but in the world of, you may not know them, but in the world of golf, they're big names.
Right.
So Cameron Smith, never won a major.
I've heard of him.
Victor Hovland, never won a major. Xander Schauffele.
Heard of him.
Never won a major. Will Zalatoris, local kid.
Was just in the PGA running to win it.
Right. Tony Finau.
Of course.
All right. Never won a major.
He never won a major?
No, he hasn't.
Wow.
So if you're one of those guys, you could say, I am cool. Now, these guys are currently in the top 20 of the world golf rankings. They're right now, if every major was played tomorrow, they would be in every major. Would you take $100 million and say, I'll never play in a major? If you're Will Zalatoris, and I don't know what Will's money is like.
Right.
I mean, I'm a 25-year-old kid. Sure, man. Sure. I'll take my $100 million, and I'm hoping that someday that tour gets official world golf ranking points, and I can earn my way in the way I would today on the PGA Tour.
And you asked Sean, who's going to show this? Who's going to air this? What network? Don't need networks anymore. They're not going to do this. This will be streamed on YouTube and Facebook.
Yeah,
this first tournament will be streamed.
.com or whatever.
Yeah, it'll be streamed on YouTube and Facebook. You don't need the power of a network or even a cable company to stream this.
You still need a TV deal.
And it would help. It would help.
It would help, but help for what? Revenue? They don't need money.
They don't need money, but to catch on with the popularity, you still got to be on television. I know I'm a dinosaur behind the times with the streaming and all that. You said you're going to cut the cord, but I still think, right, even The Rock got a TV deal. He got a good TV deal for the XFL that nobody cares about. So, wow. Breaking news on the Fan, presented by Beat the Streak. For tips to win a $5.6 million prize, listen wherever you get your podcast. This is Sean and RJ pushing back our baseball. Marcus Semien and a manager in the AL West going off after someone got canned yesterday. All that, then Terrence Steele from the Cowboys live next on the Fan.
But let's get your home sold.
Home run number 4 for Marcus Semien. Here's the pitch, and it's lifted by Semien deep into left. Mercado turning to look, and this one is out of here. Home runs in both ends of the twin bill for Marcus Semien.
Semien hits one high in the air to left center field. Back at the wall, Mercado, and that ball is history. A second home run of the game and a third of the doubleheader for Marcus Semien. He is now blazing hot. He has 6 home runs this year, half of them coming today.
Rangers split the doubleheader in Cleveland. Who cares? What matters, Marcus Semien is on fire. 7 hits and 3 home runs yesterday. No one has done that since 1973. This is Sean and RJ on your home of Rangers baseball, and this guy was covering it. Terrence Steele from the Cowboys will join us at the top of the hour, but Jared Sandler is in the car now on the Diamond Factory hotline. Good morning, brother. Thank you for joining us. What has gotten into Marcus Semien?
Well, first of all, what you said there at the beginning is basically what I said to start the postgame last night. I would have, in a heartbeat, if you would have told me this time yesterday, hey, the Rangers are going to lose both games, but Marcus Semien is going to go 7 for 8 with 3 home runs and show signs that the Silver Slugger is still there, I would have taken it in a heartbeat.
Yes.
Like, you wouldn't have been able to finish the offer. I would have said, done. I'll take the 2 losses. I think so. You go back to the last 3 weeks, and he's hitting over 300. He's been getting on base, but up until maybe a week and a half ago, the power just wasn't there. It was just a lot of singles, which we weren't going to complain about, right? Because prior to that, it was nothing of anything. And now we're starting to see the power. And it's refreshing. It's probably a little bit of a relief. In talking to people in the organization, I don't think there were like these long-term fears that this would be Marcus Semien for the rest of his career. But I think there were concerns sometimes within a season when you get caught in quicksand, you can't get out. And it seems like he is getting out. And, it's really this is going to be huge for the Rangers if they can get him going at the top of their order. And then as far as what the difference is, for Marcus's career, you look at his last 2 full seasons, 2021 and 2019, which he was awesome. He hunted fastballs, and he was okay against other stuff, but if you threw him a fastball in the zone, he wasn't going to miss. Well, what's really interesting is over the last 3 weeks, he's been outstanding against breaking balls. And up until yesterday, in which he had 2 home runs, 2 of his 3 home runs came on fastballs, he had been okay against fastballs, but was really, really good against breaking balls. And that's kind of encouraging. It seems like maybe he's putting together a more complete palette, so to speak, as a hitter, and that's going to be interesting to follow.
Do you think there's been a big adjustment? I don't even know if you believe. Do you believe in the lineup protection? Like, Toronto's a much different animal when it comes to a lineup. He was probably, he was able to see maybe better pitches, and they were just keying on him here and making sure he doesn't beat them. Do you believe in lineup protection? Was that an issue for him to start the year?
I don't think it was an issue because you look who was hitting behind him. It was Corey Seager pretty much, exclusively all year. I do and I don't, RJ. There's a lot of data out there that suggests that really the difference is negligible. But then you talk to hitters and they tell you, yeah, I do feel like I get pitched differently when so-and-so's behind me versus when they're not. So I do think there can be a difference. But I don't think that was – I wouldn't put that at the top of the list of things that, Marcus was struggling with earlier in the year. I think for whatever reason he was slow to catch up to fastballs, which was just so much an anomaly based on what we've seen from him. And then if you look at his swing decisions, he wasn't nearly as picky as he'd been in years past. Some of this probably has to do with, hey, I just signed a big contract. I want to make sure to show people I'm worth this. We talked about this with Shin-Soo Choo, all right? There's like the Jerome, I don't know why Jerome James is the first name I think of. That's just how my brain oddly works. But Jerome James had a great playoff series with the Knicks years ago, the Sonics or whatever, and signed the big deal with the Knicks and kicked his feet up and never heard from him again. Shin-Soo Choo signed a big deal with the Rangers, had an awful first year because he was trying to play through injuries when everyone else in the starting lineup was seemingly hurt, shouldn't have been playing, but wanted to prove his value because he had too much pride and, a feeling of responsibility. I think that's more Marcus Semien. I think there's a feeling of responsibility that, hey, they signed me to this big deal. I need to show them I'm worth it. And when things got off to such a slow start, it just kept snowballing. And I think that he's been able to now mentally push that aside and get back to being the hitter that the Rangers have faced the last several years.
Jared Sandler, Rangers insider on Marcus Semien going insane yesterday. Heard that maybe you didn't go insane, but you had a point 2 hours before the news broke that Joe Maddon fired by the Angels. They just lost their 13th straight game. What do you think of the Angels getting rid of Joe Maddon?
Yeah, I think it's a good move. I think Joe Maddon is an overrated manager. He's probably a little bit out of his depth at this point. He even said as much indirectly when he told Ken Rosenthal that he doesn't really like the numbers. He kind of was sort of political about it. But that's sort of Joe Maddon. He dances around things. He's a BS artist, and it works for a time. We gave him a lot of credit for what he did in Tampa, and deservedly so, but he's left, and Tampa hasn't really gone anywhere. They keep doing their thing, and he went to the Cubs, and, yeah, he won a World Series his first year, and I'm not going to take anything away from him. But that roster was built. That was the best roster in Major League Baseball, and what has he done since? Nothing. And I just think, the gimmicks like, I want to walk Corey Seager with the bases loaded, and then all this crap about, that's why the Angels won. No, the Angels didn't win that game because he walked Corey Seager with the bases loaded. They won that game because the Rangers bullpen wasn't able to hold the lead, and the Angels bats woke up. The Angels didn't go on some run because Joe Maddon walked the bases or walked Corey Seager with the bases loaded. That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard, and clearly he doesn't have the magic potion. I think Joe Maddon is an above-average manager. I don't think he makes you worse, but I don't think he is some godsend franchise-changing manager like he's been hailed to be. It's the Joe Show. It's about Joe. That is his number one priority. He thinks he's really clever, and he's like this beach California philosophical guy, and he does all these dress-up days, but I've talked to a number of guys who have played for him, either with the Cubs, the Rays, or the Angels, and they all like him okay, but they think his act runs thin and it gets tired. And unfortunately, that's a problem. And I think this is probably the right move because I just don't think Joe Maddon is some savior like everyone else does.
If you had to pick the second team in the West today, would you still pick L.A.?
Well, guys,
Homer it up, baby! Homer it up!
No. Well, here's the problem. How Mike Trout got hurt last night. Is he going to
Right.
Someone said a tweet. Joe Sheehan sent a tweet, and I actually got really sad when I read it. He said, I really hope that Mike Trout's career doesn't follow in the footsteps of Ken Griffey Jr.'s career. And honestly, guys, like at this point, I think there's more evidence to suggest it will follow in his footsteps than it won't. He just can't stay healthy. So I don't know how I can put the Angels ahead of I look at the Mariners roster, and I know the Mariners got to the slow start. I think the Mariners are better than the Angels still.
Yeah.
The Angels can't pitch. Noah Syndergaard is okay. He's not old Noah Syndergaard. Reed Detmers, who threw a no-hitter, he's not that good. He's fine. He's average right now, but he doesn't strike anyone out, and it's just tough to have success when you don't strike anyone out. Their bullpen isn't very good at all. Raisel Iglesias is looking human for the first time in a while. And so with the Rangers, what was our biggest concern with the Rangers? It was the pitching. And the Rangers have the second longest streak in Major League Baseball of consecutive games allowing 6 or fewer runs. And it's not like they're allowing 5 and 6 for all 23 of these games. You know, they're pitching really well. And the Rangers maybe, hopefully, we think are now going to start to get the real Marcus Semien. And, you know, Corey Seager can get going again. He's a streaky hitter, and he's won for his last 16. He'll turn things around. So, I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't have said this before the year. You guys know that. I think I had the Rangers fourth in the division ahead of Oakland. But, I mean, obviously Oakland's not in the picture. Seattle's gotten off to a slow start. I really think that if you want to question who's going to be the second-best team in the AL West, it's between the Rangers and the Mariners. I know the standings don't reflect that right now, but the Angels lineup, especially if Mike Trout's not there, it's really not that intimidating. And Shohei Ohtani, don't look now, but he's not hitting the same he did last year. He's just been an okay hitter this year. So I don't know that I can say the Angels are the second best team in the division.
30 seconds. If you have a strong opinion on tonight, who wins Game 3?
Yeah, I think the Celtics win. I have the Celtics winning the series, and so I think that in order for me to stick with that, I probably need the Celtics to win this game. I go Celtics, but I do think this is a game which both teams play in the triple digits. I don't think it's sub 100, despite how good Boston can be defensively, but I think the Celtics end up winning.
Thank you, brother. Really appreciate it.
See you guys.
Jared Sandler, Rangers Insider on the Diamond Factory Hotline. Let's talk about a guy who has been a major part of Cowboy conversations last year and this year. Tackle Terrence Steele joins Sean and RJ live after this.
So let's get you healthy, though. Let's get you over to QC Connect. It is the most active time.
with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time here on the Fan Cam on Twitch, and of course now live on YouTube. This is Sean and RJ on your home of America's team, 105.3 The Fan. Thank you to Bobby Bell for setting us up with our current Cowboys guest, tackle Terrence Steele on the Diamond Factory Hotline on DFW Sports Station. Good morning, Terrence. How you doing, man?
Hey, good morning. How y'all doing?
Hey, you're sounding chipper. We've had some guys in the past, even at 9 a.m., that they weren't sounding this energetic. What time you waking up these days?
Today's an off day, so I'm an early person anyway. So I woke up today around 7, but usually every day I wake up around 6.
6,
man.
All right, and going to sleep when?
Probably like 10.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 8 hours. You're getting 8 hours in, and I guess you got some extra sleep. Were you at the Home Run Derby yesterday?
No, I wasn't, but I seen it on social media and it looked really cool.
Why didn't you go? Why didn't you participate?
I know I need to next year. Next year for sure, I will.
Did you play baseball growing up? Because a lot of these guys, Tyron, man, it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. Tyron swings, and he ends up with a bat in one hand. It's in the wrong hand. I mean, long gone when we were growing up. We're geezers compared to you, but we played all the sports, and it seems like, that doesn't happen anymore.
The era of specialization now.
Yeah, no, I mean, growing up, I did. I stopped pretty soon after that just to focus on football. But I feel like I can definitely swing a bat, though, hit a ball for sure.
Your second sport is, you would feel the most comfortable going out and playing what besides football?
Ooh, I would say probably basketball.
Okay. Did you make a Did you make a finals pick?
I'm gonna go with Golden State.
Okay. And your game, I would like to think you're a 4 or a 5, but in today's NBA, no one posts up anymore.
Nobody does.
Is your game on the perimeter or in the paint?
I would like to say now I like to shoot in the perimeter for sure.
Of your team,
on the 3-point line.
Of your teammates, who else has game on the basketball court?
Ooh, I might give that one to my old college teammate, TJ Vasher.
Vasher,
really?
Okay.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So he would be first pick.
Yes.
Who would be last pick?
I love Tyron, but it's going to be Tyron.
Really? He's like the worst at everything except football.
The freak athlete, the freakiest looking athlete, Terrence Steele, joining us here on The Fan.
Oh, man. So, speaking of an offensive line teammate, last year, there were, one of the things that we have talked about all offseason was any kind of change into the offensive line. Would that alleviate some of the penalty issues? What was the number one reason for the penalty issues last year?
I think most of it just comes from not everyone being on the same page, and then just some technique stuff here and there that can just easily be fixed.
Now, look, we knew last year they love you. Mike McCarthy comes on every single week, and we obviously believe that, kind of led to the departure of La'el Collins. How surprised are you that LC is gone?
Honestly, not too surprised. I know at the end of the day, everything comes out of business, so I just kind of look at it from that perspective. So I wasn't too shocked at that.
RJ, explain to him McCarthy's analogy that he told us from moving right to left, and let's see if Terrence agrees.
So the analogy we were talking about, is it easy to move from right tackle to left tackle? Right side of the line, left side of the line. What the difference is, and he said he used the analogy of it's like trying to use the restroom and clean yourself up with the other hand. Which, by the way, second part to this is, are you a baby wipe user?
Yes, I definitely am a baby wipe user, and Coach McCarthy hit it around the money. It's just everything's flipped. So biomechanically, it's just different from right to left. So yeah, Coach hit it around the money.
Yeah, because you're a Neanderthal if you don't use the baby wipes. That's just my personal impression.
For real.
That's not necessary.
In 2022, you definitely need to be using those.
Well, I've never used a baby wipe.
You're a Neanderthal. You're walking around dirty.
You're causing it to be wet and all that. It's children. They're baby wipes. They're baby wipes.
Not anymore. Now they're dude wipes.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude wipes.
They're dude wipes. Terrence Steele joining us live on the Diamond Factory hotline here on DFW Sports Station. Has anyone really jumped out for you with some of these off-season practices? We were hearing a ton about the first-round pick the other day with the strength. He seems like he's got a great personality. Who has jumped out to you, Terrence, and what have you thought about Tyler Smith early on?
Yeah, I would say Tyler, just all the other rookie linemen, just came in with a great attitude. Just asking all the best questions and soaking everything out like a sponge and just trying to retain all the information. And, they show up every day and then they're working their butts off to, get caught up with the program and, try to make an impact. So I would just say shout out to all of them. They're coming in and really trying to make an impact.
So one of the things we heard about this offseason is that the front office wanted to get even tougher and even nastier. That maybe in that 49er game, some of that was missing. What do you say to that? Can you go along with that? And what do you think of these new kids coming in where apparently some nastiness was something the Cowboys wanted to add?
Yeah, no, I love that mentality. I just know for me personally, every time I step in the field, that's kind of the mode I switch into. And I just love that for the brand of, Dallas Cowboys football. And I just love that that's their mindset. And they brought some people in that fit that mindset. So, no, I'm all for it. I think it'll serve us great in the future.
How often can you go out without being recognized? Do people recognize Terrence Steele while going to the movie theater or the grocery store?
I recently cut my hair, so I didn't have like a big curly hair. Now I'm just kind of clean cut. So I don't know if that helps out or not, but I'm 6'6", so I'm pretty easy to spot. So, but I would say every now and then I get spotted in public.
Who's your running buddy when you go out and socialize? Who's the best friend on the team that you're normally hanging with the most?
I hang out with Tyler Biadasz and Isaac Alacone probably the most outside the building.
All right, let's talk about this camp. We got this set up for you to discuss it. Again, thanks to our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt. What do you have going on where you're trying to pass on some of the knowledge to the youth football players?
Yes, sir. So I'm just doing a youth camp back home June 18th. It's free incoming 4th to 8th grade. It's at Lindhoff Stadium, like I said, June 18th. And it's just something I just wanted to do. Just wanted to give back. Ever since I was a young kid, going through the programs over there at Steele, it's just something I always said I would do when I made it to the NFL. So I'm finally here living out my dream.
Now, this is free admission, 8 to 1 p.m., incoming 4th graders through 8th graders. Is that what the setup is?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
All right, man. Explain this to me. I've always wondered this. Of all the positions in sports, I feel like playing offensive line is the least fun. Like no one goes out. No one goes out when they're in 4th, 5th, 6th grade and goes, I got guard. I'm playing guard. I'm playing tackle. Why is playing offensive line so fun?
I just you get to hit someone every play. It's just and it's 5 people on the line who all have to be in sync, who all have to communicate for the team to be successful. And I just think I just like that a lot. You don't really get that at some of the other positions, but it's just a great group of people who just love being around.
I was recently recruited to be a Texas Tech Red Raider football fan, and I'm trying to get my godson over there. How much are you continuing to follow Texas Tech football, and give us your little preview of what's to come for them on the field?
Oh, I've been following a lot. I've been keeping up with Coach McGuire, who just got there this year, and I actually went up there and visited him during one of the spring games, and just the culture he's got set up so far. I mean, it's night and day. So I would expect very big things. I was watching the spring game. Offense looks good, defense looks good. They're flying around the field. So I would expect very, very, very good things coming this season from the Red Raiders.
All right, Terrence. Let's get to know you a little bit better. Let's get a little more personal. on you on this one. All right, these are going to be hard-hitting questions that I'm going to be throwing your way. I hope you're ready for this.
I got you.
Would you rather jump into the deep end of a cold pool or slowly walk down the steps one by one?
I would slowly walk down the steps.
Oh, I agree.
No.
Yeah, you got to go because that one
You
step.
got to jump in.
No, that one because then you're getting nips and balls at the same time.
Whoa!
You got to go one by one. Each level.
Yeah.
I agree, Terrence.
Yeah, that seems way easier than jumping. I can't do cold water, man. Especially not full body.
Would you rather have permanent bad breath or permanent BO?
Ooh. Oh, that's a good one. I would have to do BO.
Really?
Yeah.
Hey, I've always wanted to ask this too. What do you guys put on to smell good before the game or during the game, or like not afterwards? But is it a deodorant and cologne situation, or is it just extra deodorant?
It's deodorant, and then sometimes I might pull out some scented lotion that I've just put on my body.
Okay.
So that might smell. They might be able to smell that too. So
What about the breath mint for the reporters after? Do you ever think about that? Are you cognizant of that since you chose the BO option there?
sometimes yes. I might have like just a pack of gum sticking around in my locker, so I might just pop one in just in case I get talked to. But yeah, no, that's definitely something that goes to my mind. That's for sure.
Very considerate.
Very considerate. Okay, next one. Would you rather owe someone money or owe someone a favor?
Ooh. I would rather owe someone a favor.
Okay, so your time's not valuable to you. Okay, very good. Terrence Steele does not put a cost on his time.
Are you a free spender or are you frugal? Tight.
Oh, I'm frugal, but yeah, I would say I'm more frugal than a free spender.
Okay.
Are you into music?
Yeah.
Okay.
Whoever says no.
There's been a time where I probably said no.
Not into music? Okay.
Okay. The new Kendrick album, the new Future album, or the new Post Malone album?
Okay, so anyone who knows me knows I love Kendrick, so I'm definitely have to go with Mr. Morale and the Big Steppers.
Okay.
Did you get invited to the Kenny Chesney concert the other day?
No, but I did see that a couple of my buddies went and they said they had a blast, so I might have to look out for that next time he's in town.
Where do you fall in country music in general?
No, I kind of grew up listening to it a little bit. I was in San Antonio, so a lot of country music that gets played. So I like it. I don't have any biases against it. I think it's a good music, and you have a good time when you listen to it.
Is the criticism from Charles Barkley about San Antonio accurate whatsoever?
Yeah, I think I know what you mean, man. I would have to say yes. He's pretty accurate, man.
Yes.
Would you choose truth or dare?
Depends on who's asking, but I'd probably do dare.
Okay.
Okay.
You're supposed to follow up with one.
Yeah, well, no, we can't do it. It's hard to do a dare here.
Yeah,
it's hard to do a dare here.
Yeah, but that's the right answer. It depends on who's asking.
I think it is. I think it is. It does depend on who's asking. How about Venmo or Cash App?
Oh, I've always been a big Venmo guy. I never really had Cash App.
Do you ever carry cash? When's the last time you've been to an ATM?
Ooh, last time I've been to the ATM when I was in Vegas, hitting tables, hitting the slots and stuff. So
the slots.
No.
What
Slots
are
are
you
great.
grandmothers using?
Don't.
Oh no, trust me.
Come on now.
I would never do slots again. That's the biggest waste of time.
Whoa, no.
Yeah,
come
you can't
on.
even all you want to do, Troy, is spend an hour playing and then break even. That's a win.
No. But the slots are great because you sit down. It's like you're not playing. Terrence, you didn't play the stupid slot machines like with the Buffaloes and the Mermaids and stuff, did you?
I honestly don't remember, but I think there might have been a Buffalo too.
All right, Terrence Steele, fantastic. He has the football camp, the Terrence Steele Youth Football Camp, June 18th, 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. For incoming 4th through 8th graders. You get a camp T-shirt and lunch as well. And where's this taking place, Terrence?
This is at Lynn Hall Stadium in Search, Texas.
Awesome. We'll put it out there on social media. Thanks so much for being cool, man. We look forward to catching up with you in the locker room, and good luck with the rest of the offseason.
Yes, sir. Thank y'all. Y'all have a good day.
Texas Tech, Terrence Steele on the Diamond Factory Hotline. Those are good questions.
Thank you.
But I was talking to myself.
Oh,
yeah. 877-881-1053. We're live on the Fan Cam. We're live on Twitch and live on YouTube. Crosstalk with KMC is at 9:40, but we got to pick Game 3 of the NBA Finals tonight. Who do y'all think wins and why? And I'm saying if this team wins tonight, the series is over. That plus the breaking headlines, the blockbuster news out of the world of golf and how RJ lost the home run derby.
Oh, don't bring it up.
Yesterday, along with Micah Parsons' performance, all next.
Let's get you over to Zerez. Get that carpet clean way, green.
goods. If you are struggling financially, facing foreclosure or repossession, IRS, credit card, or medical debt, you don't have to face it alone, Tolos. Call Mark Rubin. He can take the weight off your shoulders and get you back living life again with Mark Rubin at 1-800-LAWYERS.
If the Golden State Warriors win Game 3 tonight, the series is over. They will win the NBA championship. That is my hot take prediction.
Hot take!
But my pick is going to be Boston.
All right. So.
If Golden State wins, they will win the title, but I'm going to have the Celtics winning tonight. One of the main adjustments that was pointed out on TV, and I thought it was really good insight, they put Klay Thompson. I think you brought this up the other day. They put Klay Thompson on Al Horford because Al was hitting threes like crazy in Game 1, a career high in terms of his shooting.
It's Steph there, too, on him at times.
And so Game 2, Steve Kerr's like, okay, we're going to take that away and go ahead and have a smaller guy defend you on the perimeter, so you're going to have to beat us in the post. And it did not happen. So the chess match, the series of adjustments and games now shifts back to the Celtics, and let's see what they do. But their role players, like role players do at home, will show up. The crowd will be going insane, but the X factor will be Klay. If Klay goes crazy, obviously Golden State can win. You know what you're going to get from Steph for the most part. But what is Klay Thompson going to do after being atrocious in Game 2, being bad in Games 1 and 2, like he's been throughout the playoffs in Games 1 and 2? I'll pick the Celtics tonight, though.
I'll take the Celtics tonight. It is weird that he has been bad in Games 1 and 2 of the series in the postseason and then really been good the next couple of games.
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense. Maybe he just has to take a moment to figure out how they're going to defend him. I mean, that could be it. Every series is a new season, essentially, and you've got to find maybe he's trying to get his feet wet. But that's been really odd to see him be bad in Games 1 and 2. No rhyme or reason to it.
I mean, he takes a lot of shots that look unconventional. He takes a lot of shots where he's like floating away, floating left, floating right. But he's a shooter, and he'll be thought of as an all-time great shooter, and you just expect it to start going down for him. And the Warriors are going to – and how's Jordan Poole going to play on the road? He was the Warriors' second-best player in Game 2. How is he going to play on the road? And – how much is Draymond going to get into it with the Boston crowd?
Well, that's the big question, right? Is he going to get into it with the Boston crowd? Which you know he is. He's definitely going to get into it with the Boston crowd.
Yeah.
But just how much? Is it going to affect his game to be able to, is he going to be able to get under their skin without having the crowd get under his skin? That's the give and take he's got to weigh. Can he get under their skin without letting them get under his? If he can, then he'll be fine.
Are we still sticking with our original picks?
Yeah, I mean, Boston did what they had to do. They did what they had to do. They won. They got a split. So I still like Boston in 6, but it would not surprise me if they, didn't win.
I'm gonna stick barely with Warriors in 7. I'll stick with the Warriors. So let's see what happens tonight. 8:00 tip on ABC, and a full recap tomorrow morning right here on The Fan. All right, we have breaking news out of the world of golf. Bryson DeChambeau and Patrick Reed have now joined Phil Mickelson and Dustin Johnson over on this LIV Tour. The U.S. Open said the players that have defected and left the PGA Tour can still play in the U.S. Open, and Tiger announced yesterday he's not playing in the U.S. Open. Just golf bombshells everywhere. And yesterday, Phil Mickelson spoke first time. Was that yesterday or this morning? This morning he spoke, and he was stuttering and stammering over, the human rights issue. Mm-hmm. How do you deal with that? Kevin Na was at the podium when the media and the PR people from this new tour that's kicking off tomorrow in London started having a little back and forth that apparently had a media member escorted out.
All right, guys. I think that...
Excuse me, you keep blocking the questions I asked you.
Yeah, but the press conference is over.
No,
so...
we've not reached 30 minutes yet. It says 30 minutes. You've asked questions. I've asked questions.
Excuse you. Calm down. Thank you, guys. Appreciate you guys for coming.
Can I ask you about deferred payment? What?
This is uncomfortable.
This is uncomfortable. So apparently these participants in front of the microphone on this new tour, they didn't have their answers ready to go when asked, how do you guys feel about taking this money and playing on this tour with some of the atrocities and the issues that have been taking place, very similar to the LeBron NBA China topic?
I mean, that's the big question, or that's the big talking point that a lot of media have focused on, and that these guys are going to be asked about. These guys got to be better prepared to answer those questions. I mean, they could simply just say, look, I don't care. It's about the money.
Ooh, I don't know if that would go over well.
I want it to be – people like honesty, right? I want to take the money. This was the best opportunity for me to make the most money. This was a guaranteed contract. This was not over here at the PGA Tour, and that's why I went here. Do I like that I'm in bed with these guys? No. Does it mean that I condone their atrocities? No, that's how I'd spin it. I took their money. And I would have comebacks. I would have comebacks while the media. Is your 401k littered with Saudi money? Do you fill your car up with gas? Are you okay with every single president going over to Saudi Arabia and begging for more oil production? Are you okay with that? And then you're going to put it in your car. Because if you are okay with it, then I don't want to hear you talk. If you've got Saudi money in your 401k, don't come at me. That's how I would spin it if I was the players. Is it different than the NBA being, selling a product to China versus working for Saudi Arabia? Maybe. But it's a business transaction.
Yeah, one of the golfers yesterday, I can't think of his name right now, but he said, listen, there are atrocities geographically all around the world. Yeah. And I was like, that's a great way to put it. Because it doesn't matter where you're at. You could be playing basketball in Chicago. You could be playing hockey in Sweden. You could be playing lacrosse in Budapest.
Yep.
There is something going on in every country.
Graham McDowell.
That's it, Graham McDowell. Like there's something going on in every country, and that if you really start to break down the atrocities, whether it be crime or smuggling or kidnapping or whatever, it's going to be surrounded by that sport in that company or in that country. As far as Phil Mickelson this morning when he was talking, number one, I love that he's just going with the all black look, like he knows.
That's always his look.
Like I'm the bad guy. I'm going to continue this. Well, they asked him this morning.
You want to make this a wrestling comparison so bad.
What? There's no need to force it. It's there. It is a comparison right now. And this morning he was asked not only about possibly playing the U.S. Open, but are you serving a ban right now from the PGA? And he couldn't find the words.
What? Choose not to speak publicly on PGA Tour issues at this time.
Okay, can you see if you're going to play in next week's US Open?
I will play next week's US Open. I'm looking forward to it.
Going to play in the US Open. And then this ESPN golf reporter, Kevin Van Valkenburg, was talking about some draft. There's a LIV Golf draft on Tuesday, and it's a private party, and apparently there's a lot of confusion and difficulty in terms of covering it. So they're at least according to this guy, the media relations and access and all that stuff in terms of covering yesterday in the beginning of this has been a little bit of a mess.
It has been. Now there's one of those things is this is a team event. So this first tournament is not individuals. It's a team.
Oh, is that what these stupid logos and
like the high flyers and the magic sticks or whatever?
What was this?
That's the team names.
These are the team names.
Yeah.
You please tell me, are there really the magic sticks? Like 50 Cent shout out?
Dude, you got to go look at these logos.
Oh my God.
And the name of these teams. It looks so stupid. Crushers, Punch, Smash, Stinger, Torque, Ironheads,
Torque,
High Flyers, the Fireballs. I can't read over there to the left, but
oh my God,
they got
look
these
at
team
this.
logos, right?
Oh my God, it's like they went to Print Shop Deluxe and just picked out some names.
The four aces.
What's a clique?
Yeah, so they're drafting that.
Click. That's why when you walk on the
is that what?
Spice. click.
So that's all the fallout. Tiger out of the U.S. Open. U.S. Open allowing DJ and Mickelson to play, and this morning Patrick Reed and Bryson DeChambeau also leaving for LIV.
Yep, they're gone, and I wonder who the next one to go is. Considering that they allowed these players to defect and still get into the majors, what does that mean? It means that the floodgates have opened and all these other players, like when's Bubba Watson going to go? When is name the next guy? When is Billy Horschel going to go? When is Gary Woodland going to go? When are any there? At some point, let's just say this first tour event, this first LIV Golf event goes off without a hitch, and it's received well. They like the format, whatever. All the players got paid. How long before somebody else takes that next check, that guaranteed paycheck?
Yeah, they're just money whipping these guys.
They are. They've got $4 billion apparently invested in this. And they don't appear to be stopping at any point. They're willing to spend as much money as they can. They call it sports washing.
What does that mean?
Like they're trying to wash over and clean the image of Saudi Arabia through sports.
Oh.
Kind of like what they thought they did with Sochi, with the Olympics, or Beijing with the Olympics. Oh, look how pretty it is here. Forget about the fact that
like San Francisco when they pushed all the homeless to one corner of the city.
All right. Yep.
Yeah.
No, you go to Beijing. Oh, look at this. Forget about the Uyghurs. Don't look at them over there. Just look here at how cool this is at the bird's nest or whatever.
Yeah. All right, so that's everything taking place. So we're going to be able to watch this tomorrow live on the show.
We are online. YouTube, Facebook, and I think it's livegolf.com. That's the that's going to be the website. So you can watch it online at 8 o'clock in the morning, local time. They'll have it's a shotgun start. So it'll be over in 4 hours.
New York Times with the story yesterday with the latest on Deshaun Watson. Watson met a minimum of 66 women for massages over the course of 17 months. And the Texans apparently gave him access to hotel rooms for massage appointments and provided him with non-disclosure agreements. So the Texans are now being dragged into this. One woman who didn't even file a criminal complaint. So she's not after anything per se, but she talked to the New York Times and said Deshaun was persistent in requesting sexual activity during the massage. He was begging for the O. She also said, "What are you doing? You're about to mess everything up." Watson regularly presented himself as an ally to business women, said he wanted to really support black businesses. He left one woman perplexed when he purchased 30 bottles of her $40 skin cleanser. And then there is an apparent story where he flipped over, got in some type of yoga pose, and asked her to massage him in that area. She laughed off the request, but said he grabbed her wrist and put her hand there. The woman said Watson twice initiated sexual intercourse, once by pulling down the scrub she was wearing. She and Deshaun had known each other from around town on friendly terms. She admitted she'd let him proceed with these acts. Quote, "I just didn't know how to tell him no." So now the Texans are being thrown into this in terms of giving him an NDA to have these massage therapists sign.
Look, I don't know how common it is to give NDAs or hotel rooms out to players.
Not a great look.
But if they're complicit in this, how do you keep your franchise? How do you keep your franchise if you're having a player?
I think the hotel room. I think I can justify the hotel room.
I think
if Dak, I'm just throwing Dak out because he's the highest profile. Dak Prescott signs his new deal, and they're like, we're gonna throw in, Omni Frisco. You're gonna get a room there for 5 days a month. That's a perk. That's a perk that your big time players get. You get a suite. If you're Luka thrown in, I'm just throwing out hypotheticals. You get access to the private jet for 2 or 3 flights. Watson had a room at a hotel that the team worked out a deal with. That's fine. I just want to know about this non-disclosure agreement. Deshaun goes to them, according to this story, and says, this girl is threatening me. She says she can ruin me because she wasn't happy with his behavior. And the team says, here's all you got to do. Now, we've heard this about parties, right? Celebrities throw a party. You walk in the front door, like Derek Jeter, NDAs. We hear all these stories behind the scenes. I just don't know if the team issues that. And then what did Deshaun tell them? What did the team know about why Deshaun was what Deshaun was telling them about? How truthful was he? I'm sure he didn't go to the Texans and say, yo, man, I harassed this woman. I sexually assaulted her, and now she's threatening me. And if the Texans then gave him the NDA, you're in a deep blow to S. But if he goes to them, like I'm sure athletes do every month, and says, man, I got this woman. She's like threatening me online.
I need a copy of the NDA and then just make a million copies of it and
I don't know.
Bring it to people to sign.
I don't know.
There was somebody who tweeted us, said that they had a DC Sports Radio had a lawyer on saying NDAs are very, very common with athletes through the teams, that they give it to them.
Okay.
For parties, for whatever, and if I'm Deshaun Watson, let's say I'm Deshaun's attorney. Well, she's gonna be seeing me naked, non-disclosure. You can't say anything about what you see.
Sure. That makes sense.
So I get it. It's just a bad look, though.
It's a bad look.
The team is given NDAs and
hotel rooms
to somebody with now 66 women in over 17 months.
Bad look.
That tells me, or it could look. I shouldn't say it tells me. It at least could look that you are aiding and abetting a crime.
How RJ could have had something in common with Micah Parsons yesterday as they were competing in the same event. How did the Cowboys home run derby goes? Crosstalk with KMC next.
Hey, what's going on, Tolos? It is Troy Hughes for Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep on the east side of the Metroplex. Between to Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece. Let's give away some tickets right now. 105.3 The Fan, 877-881-1053. Nick Cannon's Wild and Out live. It's happening on Sunday, June 19th at Dos Equis Pavilion. If you want to buy tickets, go to livenation.com, but I've got a pair of tickets right now to caller number 10, 877-881-1053.
Listen live at work or while you surf 24/7 for free on the Odyssey app. This is 105.3 The Fan.
And this segment of The Fan brought to you by Buyers Barricades, a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size from start to finish. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental, buyersbarricades.com.
All right, let's crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece. Corey Majors, Mike Bassick, and Kevin Hagelin gave me the first weird look this morning.
I was listening to y'all's program earlier, and I thought it was very interesting, but I missed the very beginning of the segment, and I had a question, and I was hoping you guys could help me out. 2 questions. First of all, are we going with the LIV tour, or is it the LIV tour? What is the accepted description?
Kevin coming out of the gates with a golf question.
I have another golf question,
golf topic
too.
Today at 10:20.
I'm calling it the LIV Tour.
Okay.
Why is it, by the way, LIV or
54.
LIV? Okay, why is it 54?
I think it's 54 holes.
Yes, they only play 3 days, not 4.
Okay, so it's for the amount of holes.
Because there is no cut.
No cut.
You play all 54 holes. If you're in the tournament, there's no such thing as after 2 days you didn't qualify to play in the final day or final 2 days.
Oh,
I'd still rather than play 72. I think that's a better tournament. But yeah, they're only doing 54 holes. That's why. So LIV is Roman numerals 54.
And I was chatting with Corey about this, but when y'all were talking about it, it kind of blew my mind. Is I thought the controversy about this was because it was going to be it was like taking place in Saudi Arabia. And then when you were like, yeah, they're trying to keep an event from Houston, maybe there'll be one in Dallas, they're going to be in London. I was like, hold on, what? So it's backed by Saudi Arabia, and that's why people are mad, as opposed it's not actually in Saudi Arabia.
No, it's not actually in there. There may be a golf tournament in,
but like that's not its only base or anything like that.
They're going to play a lot here in the United States.
Yeah, I know they're trying to get one here in DFW.
It's blood money.
It's blood. Yeah. And look,
sure.
Yeah,
wrestling fans know that very well.
And it's going to be, there's like a handful in London, a handful in the US, and then maybe 1 or 2 in, somewhere in the Middle East. Saudi Arabia might have one. Who knows where it's going to wind up being? But
will these golfers, guys, get criticized as much as LeBron for a similar issue?
I mean, I think I would argue they've already been criticized more.
I think way more
than
honestly.
LeBron
way
has.
more.
Yeah. Because like this is the lead story for a lot of different places, and like the LeBron criticism, it was like some places, but other people like, you'll get over it.
But is it the lead story of them leaving or the lead story of their association?
Like, and I know USA Today has moved more towards like activism journalism a little bit, but like on the front of their sports page, it's like the top 9 embarrassing quotes from an embarrassing day for golf. And then there was another story about like these golfers are all the worst and blah, 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 blah. So like, I think you're seeing more people like actively come out against you are bad for doing this as opposed to, but I don't know if the 2 guys today will change that. I had one more quick golf question as we talk about this. Is DeChambeau your guy or Koepka's your guy? I'm sorry.
Koepka's my guy.
Okay, so you're fine with DeChambeau. You can like kick rocks or
I don't
whatever.
care. I don't hate Bryson.
He's not your dude.
He's not my dude. Brooks is my dude.
Gotcha.
I don't care. I'll watch him play wherever they go. If they're in the majors, or the majors. That's all I care about, right?
Okay.
I like golf, week to week, but I'm not going to sit there in front of the TV for 10 hours. But no, if he goes, doesn't matter to me. Let him go.
They never asked LeBron, do you agree with the slavery and genocide of I always forget the
Uyghurs.
Yes. Like nobody's ever after a game asked him about that, said, hey, so you're for the genocide and slavery of these people? Because they are asking these golfers in a press conference the other day. They're like, so you're okay with them killing 81 people? You're okay with them bombing this country? You're okay with so they're having to sit there in a press conference and take those questions on, you're okay making this much money because it's coming from this.
My fault, the way I originally phrased it. I meant the race baiters, the dividers, the news talk people. Are they going to be, because you're right, the press that was there, They're grilling. I'm seeing sports writers. I just want to know if all the politically motivated people are going to go after the white golfers like they did Black LeBron. Just curious in my own mind, because it keeps being brought up from people. I'm like, why are you sitting here talking about this issue? You're going out of your way to try to rile people up, your bases. And I just want to see if it happens in golf from those people. So I should have clarified that.
I mean, we've seen it for years now, like on our own fan text. So I completely understand where your stance is on this. That makes a lot of sense. We see the divisiveness just on our own fan text and our Twolos. Like that's a very reasonable question.
That's why I liked your segment so much, is because like you dove in depth, but also answered some questions that I was like, we've talked about this. I'm not a big golf fan, but I thought I understood the basics of it. And so when you were like, yeah, they might have a tournament in Dallas, like I really didn't know that. And so I thought it was an interesting breakdown, as well as like answered my question.
What do you guys say to that? Let's say that let's change it to Saudacy, and we can go and get however much.
Wow, what a great name, though. By the way,
a really cool name.
They probably get better reception in Saudi Arabia with our app than here, apparently. Sorry to all the Tolos. It's just freaking ridiculous, a ridiculous headache that I'm about to snap about. So sorry for the inconvenience to y'all, but
thank you for listening.
We're offered $3 million a year to go do radio over there, and it's locked in for a 5-year contract.
And you don't have to live in Saudi Arabia.
No.
I mean, you're not really. I mean, it's not like, to your point, it would be like, hey, this is going to be Saudi Arabia money that you're getting paid now instead of, let's just be honest,
we'll make it Saudacy,
Philadelphia money.
Here.
Like there's a difference on where the money's coming from, but you're going to literally still live in Dallas-Fort Worth.
Yeah.
You're going to broadcast the same way you're broadcasting.
Yeah.
In fact, we're going to make it, instead of a 4.5-hour show, we're going to make it a 3-hour show.
Nice.
And you're going to get paid 3 to 5 times the amount but the money will be coming from a source that is a really negative source in this world.
Well, it's, sports washing, but I think that what I'm going to have to say if that happens, Sean, is this is the thing that will bring the most balance to my life. And that's how I can justify it, right?
That's how Phil answered.
That's how Phil Nicholson answered.
I'm saying yes. It's $2 million.
Everybody's saying yes, unless you don't need $2 million, and even if you do,
I want to know. I want to hear from the man with the most principles in the room, Kevin.
Yeah, your check comes from Saudi Arabia instead of Philadelphia.
I don't
imagine what we can do with all that money, Kevin.
I know
$1 million a year.
I'm trying. Well, I mean, that's what I make now.
You make one comma a year.
It's a hard question, because on the one hand, I definitely want to be like, I don't think I could do that. But then again, I'm thinking like, how much have I like dove into the history of our company? Like, I don't know.
Yeah, you don't know these people.
Yeah,
what did
exactly.
CBS do?
I'm not familiar with that, but I also never researched it. And so
let's not act like this is some perfect country anyway. There's blood money that we're getting here anyway.
For sure. And so I would have a tough time with it. That's an intriguing question. I would
fence sitter.
You would not have a tough time. Wow. You'd be fine. Trust me, you'd be fine.
I would lean towards
go look at your 401k.
Just take the money, bro.
I don't know.
Lean towards no.
Yeah, they're gonna. You know what? They're also gonna have really good
benefits.
Yeah, benefits.
Yeah, you get
a kid on the way,
days
bro.
off.
Do you drive a hybrid? Do you drive a Tesla?
I know. I don't. I was called a chump for not having a Tesla. They're like,
you know what's
don't worry about
interesting,
gas
though?
prices. Just get a Tesla.
I hear you and I believe you, but you're going to watch the NBA Finals tonight,
and that's a very fair point. And we were talking about this off air. Is like, I don't know why, because it's not. I don't know if it's really that different, but for whatever reason, I'm like, consuming it feels different than actively participating in it. If you know what I'm saying, but like, is consuming it actively participating in it? But that's why I said lean no. I'm not here telling you I would never do that, because it's just hypothetical. If you open up that briefcase, I could see how I would be like, yeah.
It's like the headline that says Walmart shoppers are now paying for the Denver Broncos. Not really, but yeah. I mean, kind of.
You need to tease anything?
We got Ryan McDonough, former Celtics assistant GM, hopping on with us today at 11:20.
Also, a guy who drafted DeAndre Ayton. Yeah. So, like, hey, where's he gonna go?
And then Chris Woodward, he gets to dance all over everybody about Marcus Semien at 12:20 today.
Can you
RJ
believe there's only 7 points difference in batting average now between Semien and Seager?
Yeah. Can you believe RJ lost to another media member in the home run derby?
Wow.
Who
beat you?
Pat Doney for one. He's been training
because all the
and then this
positivity.
23-year-old fresh off his college baseball team ringer for D Magazine.
And then RJ there was a Steve Harvey moment.
Yeah.
He announced Doney as the winner.
He's a D ringer?
He's a D ringer.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. He's a D ringer. That's right.
Yeah, and works for a magazine.
He's the editor of D.
I'm still really intrigued by Sodacy. What a great name that is.
KMC is next on 105.3 The Fan.
Got something to say? Then text away. Hit up the truck. You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where, yes, today is Wednesday.
I don't know. I spent the whole day at Valley Sports Southwest.
Hey,
a little bit with you guys.
I'm here to help. I'm here to help. And I'm sorry I missed your phone call yesterday. I was talking with the talking doctor. But we'll get to your amazing predictive powers in just a little bit. The Deshaun Watson storyline continues to grow. Got a couple of questions for you here. How invested are you? And do you think that the Texans are now in trouble as well? And so the reason why I ask how invested are you, and this is like kind of the same thing with the new golf tour, is, we all know there are people who are like, I don't particularly care about off-field, off-court issues. I just want to talk about the sport itself. Now, where this ties into the sport itself is obviously in terms of what's the suspension going to be for Deshaun Watson. But the New York Times came out with a blistering article that they researched about Deshaun Watson, where they said that he had seen 66 masseuses over the span of 17 months. At least. I'm pretty sure they blamed him for the rise in gas prices too. I don't know if that is.
Didn't see that in there.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you have to look a little bit harder there. And so, but like seriously, it looks pretty bad, which is a weird thing to say, because wouldn't you have already thought like it looks pretty bad because there's 24 masseuses already who have filed charges against him they're going to have civil court cases. But some of the things in the article talked about how at least one, maybe two, withdrew their criminal complaints because they were afraid of the profile of the case and the pushback that they would get. And that is an unfortunate part of the justice system, is sometimes people step back because they don't want to have to recount what happened, or they don't want to. You see this in like domestic violence and sexual assault and rape cases all the time. And then some people step away because they're like, I don't want to be involved in this thing with this famous person. So I thought that part of the report was pretty damning as well.
To answer your question on this, my level of caring is pretty low. And I don't know if it's because he's not a Cowboy and like or maybe it's because he's in the AFC and it doesn't really affect like that part of the game that much. And Cleveland is not my B team. They're a team that I keep up with, but Cleveland is like, I will say this, for them, for a team that has consistently, for a fan base that has consistently failed or had failure at the quarterback position, this is another that sucks for them.
Yeah.
And so that really stinks. But they, like, the whole franchise knew what was going on in this instance whenever they made that move. So here's the thing that I'm trying to understand and balance a little more as these things have come along. There's 66 women over a 17-month period. First off, just find a good masseuse that you like. But I guess because of his situation, like the way he approaches this, it's more of the intrigue, the excitement that comes along with, is she going to say yes? Is she going to say no? Is like the whole process of doing this. There is a serial part that goes along with what he's doing. But I have not heard a woman say that he raped her. And I'm not saying by any means that that's the, like, well, you know what? But what we discussed, Mike has brought this to the table a number of times. Where's the line? And rape is definitely, that's where a line is drawn. And I'm trying to figure out what line, and help me if you can, if anybody out there can help me with this. What is the line that he has become a monster? Where did he become the monster? Because nobody's said that either yet, right? They're just saying, well, this is a guy that did a lot of things behind closed doors.
I feel like he's using his power in the same way that the Fox person did. I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank on all the Me Too people. But the way the Me Too people did it, now I know Bill Cosby kind of put them to sleep and then did what he did. And that's why he went to prison and then found a way out. Like his lawyer found him a way out. But I think he's doing everything, and he's using his power, using his money to then say, you're here for a reason, and it's my reason. The reason I'm not paying you $150 or $200, which would be a normal massage type of transaction, the reason that I am buying your extra product, the reason that I've decided to tip you or give you $5,000 to be here and fly you in is now for this reason. You didn't know this when you signed up for this. You thought, wow, I could maybe, I'm assuming this. Wow, if I massage Deshaun Watson, let's just say I do a good job, and then he tells his buddies with the Houston Texans, now all of a sudden my career takes off. And Deshaun Watson might have told me things of, hey, I think I can get your career going in the right direction from what I've kind of seen and read. But you didn't know this. The way you're going to get this going is if you perform this task on me at the end of the regular massage. So to me, he's no different in my eyes than like the Fox guy that kind of they did that movie on him, disgusting guy who ended up
Rupert Murdoch.
Yeah, Rupert Murdoch, or I think one of the guys that I met at the Super Bowl one time that worked for CBS. It
might have been the guy. Yeah, go ahead.
But I can't remember names, right?
Yeah.
And probably it's best that I don't even say their names, but they were accused of these things and pretty much got fired or got severance packages to leave their job. They never went to prison for what they did because they didn't, Corey. They didn't rape those women.
Yeah.
But they used their power, their status, I can advance your career, but you have to do this to finish off this situation.
The 972 God, Corey, the takes you've had on Watson have been so careless. Man, he didn't rape them, so terrible stance and highly disappointing. I asked a damn question. Did I come out here and say he's not the worst and I'm going to defend him for all my heart's worth? No, I asked a damn question so I can understand a little more about what the hell you're thinking out there. We're not all the same. We don't have the same damn experiences. I asked a question. How is that my take is irresponsible and careless? Mike just told me something that makes a lot of sense to me, and I learned by having a conversation. And that's how conversations start a lot of times, is with questions. Mike said he's abusing power, and that puts people in a compromising situation. I get that. I totally get it. But that's not me having a bad take. It's just me not being aware of it. Sorry.
No,
This is why I hate effing topics like this all the time. Because I get put in as a bad guy that's out there trying to, you know what, I'm a monster too, right? F that, man.
And sometimes people just flat out don't listen. All right, so I had a conversation with my wife because Roger Ailes, thank you very much. Appreciate that. That was the Fox person in particular that specific movie focused around. Thank you very much to the person from the 469. But so I saw somebody texted this in. And so I talked to my wife about this, and she gave me a completely different perspective from the 214. So asking for sex is sexual assault now? No. If you read the story, if you've read some of the depositions, by the way, if you haven't, I get it.
There's also a Real Sports article, a Real Sports episode that came out this month that speaks to two of the women who are that have accused Deshaun Watson of sexual misconduct.
Absolutely. And so the 24th lawsuit that was filed, and I will apologize, there is some, just be prepared, your kids are out of school, just be prepared. There's some graphic stuff in there. While they were doing the massage, he got an erection, which certainly, I don't know, I've only had a massage once and I felt really uncomfortable. But if you do this all the time, I don't know, maybe it happens, maybe it does. Either way, I do not think that in and of itself was a crime. But per the deposition for the 24th lawsuit that was filed, the woman said that he then begged her for a specific sexual act, and she said no. And at that point, he started pleasuring himself. Right. And the outcome of that, it involved, I'm trying to think of a way to describe this without getting us fined or anything like that. But she got involved not of her own accord. All right. That is not okay. And I hope as human beings, we can all agree that's not okay. Yeah. And I've heard some people are well, why didn't she leave the room? I don't know. I've never been in a situation like that. I don't think in tough situations, everybody is thinking 100% clearly. We talked about it when I got fired from the video store. Somebody stole. I ran out of the video store and kicked in their car window. That is not a rational thing to do. But in the moment, that is what I was compelled to do. I could see how somebody would be this is such a shocking thing that is happening. you just kind of like either shut down or you're like, I don't know what to do. So I was talking with my wife.
I mean, I'll give real quick what could have happened. And we don't know what's going through everybody's mind in these situations. Maybe she wasn't done with her job, as in she was halfway done with the massage. I'm throwing out assumptions.
I don't
know.
know.
And then Deshaun he was asking for it, then he starts doing that to himself. And you're kind of like, well, crap, I'm not done with the real part of the massage, not the thing that you want done right now. So she's kind of like, what do I do? What's happening? Why is this going on? I thought I was still supposed to be working on shoulders and arm right now.
Yes. No, I think, I mean, that's very fair. I don't know. I had a conversation with
just throwing out, like, why would she stay if the massage was over? Maybe it wasn't, maybe she wasn't done.
I have no idea.
He just started doing that.
How a person is supposed to react in that situation. But I was talking with my wife about this, and one of the ways she compared it to, and like, I guess I've never been on the other end of this, and so I hadn't viewed it from that perspective. And it is really interesting in these cases to get like alternative perspectives and everything like that. To Corey's point earlier, is she said it's almost like being flashed. And I know, like, if you've ever seen like an 80s comedy or whatever, that's like a staple of, oh, I got flashed, it's hilarious, blah, blah, blah. The way her and some of her friends had described to me before, when she was in her, I want to say early to mid 20s, they lived out at, in this apartment complex, and they said that they were flashed twice. And the way they described it was as a traumatic event. And it's tough to say because I've never been on that other end of that, but they described it as like a very traumatic event, and they called the police and everything like that. And so that was the thing that she kind of compared it to, is it's like that, except in that instance, that person is like way closer to you and you're probably in an enclosed space.
Yeah.
And you don't know, like, does that masseuse know at that point what Deshaun Watson is going to do? Probably not.
Yeah.
Like, I'm glad.
That's probably why he moves on. I'm assuming, once again, just me thinking, but not knowing. That's why he only hires these women one time.
Okay. Yes. All right. So let's talk about that.
Well, that's not entirely accurate. There are some of these women that he's worked with more, but I mean, obviously he is still moving on, and he's the reporting shows that he's booking these through Instagram. A lot of these, well, I shouldn't say a lot. Some of these women are recently getting into the massage career, right? Like, so it's not that he's going and getting long established. Some of them aren't even like fully licensed in that way.
For sure. Let's talk about that point first.
So he's like, that's real research. That's serial types.
Oh,
like,
Jenny Vrentas, who wrote this for the New York Times, is a well-established and very highly decorated.
No, I'm talking about Deshaun.
Oh, yeah. Let me read you this.
That's research on his part to be serial in this effect.
Let me read you this from his deposition. Question: did you even ask her what her experience level was? His answer: no, sir. That wasn't a priority. Right. You didn't care, did you? That wasn't a priority. I just wanted a massage. Question: you didn't care what her skill level was, correct? That wasn't a priority. You didn't care whether she was properly trained? That wasn't my priority, sir. So to that point, that is like actually from the deposition. Now, somebody asked, doesn't the team don't they have a team masseuse? Now, that was another part of this article, is at least 4 therapists are from Genuine Touch, and that is the massage therapy group that is contracted with the Texans. So, like, at least 4 of these women are from like the organization that the Texans had their contract with. And then I think the thing that is like pretty bad for, I know the focus is on Deshaun, but the thing that's pretty bad for the Texans is supposedly, well, this article says that the Texans provided Deshaun Watson with non-disclosure agreements for the masseuses. And that's where I wonder, like, all along it's been Deshaun. How stupid does Cleveland look for giving him this contract? All that kind of stuff. Now I wonder what kind of trouble that the Texans have been wrangled back into, among other things, with that.
And Deshaun Watson himself, I believe also in depositions, has said he does not believe that the Texans were fully aware of like the massages or what was happening in those spaces. The NDAs, I've been given the impression that NDAs are like standard NDAs are made available to players. So like, I do want to continue to do the legwork on that. And then also another place in which the Texans have been like vaguely implicated in this is that Deshaun Watson, not under his name, had a space made for him in the Houstonian hotel. And that's where some of these massages did take place. So under a pseudonym, he had a space made for him in the hotel. I don't know how much of that is just, hey, if you need a hotel, that's available for you for whatever you need. But that seems to be something that the Texans made available to him. I don't know how regular that is amongst the league or amongst star players or what have you.
Deshaun Watson's Instagram, take this for what you will. I guess I'm not of the belief that it's just a random post right after the story came out. He used a song lyric from Rich Off Pain featuring Rod Wave, Lil Baby, Lil Durk. Quote, "See the blogs can't break me down. See, I'm the voice. I don't reply. But the rumors y'all done heard, I'ma humbly deny. Yeah. So I'm not of the opinion that was just a random. He's like, man, I was listening to the song. It was really good. Like, that feels like the closest to a reply you're going to get in the moment.
Maybe it'll be later in the show, but I'll be shocked if he plays a single snap this season.
This year?
Yeah, I think he's done for this season.
Wow. And
maybe more.
And that will be the next level of, and how does Cleveland handle this? And it's unfortunate that this case is so interesting because of the economic factors as well as the awful social factors from the person who came into the league and donated his first game check to the 3 people who Hurricane Katrina or Hurricane Harvey destroyed their houses. And I was like, man, this is the dude. He took down Alabama. He's donating his money to charity. And like, I know that some people are going to be mad that I'm jumping to assumptions, and maybe that's not fair. But when you read some of these things, something is amiss in all of this. And I honestly have no clue what's going to happen.
And
next.
Kevin, this is where we have to say people are complex.
They
right?
are.
Like, people contain good and bad in a lot of different instances, and this is why I say, like, I don't know that I could vouch for anyone in particular because I don't know. I only know your interactions with me. I can't say that I know your interactions with everyone.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, I don't usually say this, but let's talk golf. Is this new tour a true threat to the talent from the PGA tournament? We'll talk about it next right here on The Fan.
segment of the Can-C Masterpiece is also brought to you by Texans Canned Cars for Kids, and it's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. You think there will be less big company trucks on the road this summer because of gas prices? Think again. And those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them. So get the representation that won't settle for less. Frankel & Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com. That's truckwreck.com.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's not a phrase that I personally say a lot, but let's talk golf. We can go a number of different directions here, but the question I wanted to start with and go from there is, do you think that this new tour, and also, are we going with LIV? Are we going with LIV? What is the direction we're calling this new tour?
Do we want to call it 54?
Yes.
Seeing as that, like, apparently it actually is Roman numerals.
Yeah. All right.
In a weird way, I've just been calling it the Saudi tour.
Okay.
Like when I talk about it.
Yes.
Which I'm sure they enjoy quite a bit.
By the way, props to Sean Sharif for On the Fly coming up with Sodyssey as the Saudi Arabian version of our company. I thought that was very clever. But you get Bryson DeChambeau, who won the U.S. Open, I think, 2 years ago. Patrick Reed, he won the Masters in 2018. They are all going over to this new tour as well. So I wanted to start with this question. Do you think...
Be careful.
Yeah, I know. People will have thoughts about this as well, I'm
Your
guessing.
question could frame who you are.
Okay, well, here's my question then. Judge me as you need to. Will this new tour serve as a legitimate threat to the PGA? And the reason why I ask this as opposed to like USFL and all of that stuff is Saudi Arabia has all of the money to spend. It's not like the USFL came in and they were like, you know what? We got $20 billion. Bring it on. But Saudi Arabia is like, what do you want? What do you need? And the reason why I know
it's their public investment fund,
yes,
which is the most lucrative sovereign wealth funds in the world, estimated value of $600 billion.
And oh my God. Okay.
And the reason I
think
found
a little bit more money than the XFL.
To think about that, Corey, to put it, the NFL is by far the most popular sports product in the United States of America, and it's not even close. And they are worth approximately $17 to $18 billion. All
right.
And what was the number?
600.
600 billion.
B.
NFL. So if they wanted to start a new NFL,
they could.
They could, because they have billions upon billions of more dollars than the NFL. If they wanted to buy the NFL product away from the NFL and start paying players, hey, you want to be a quarterback in this league, Patrick Mahomes? We will pay you $100 million a year to be a quarterback. Now you go get the next quarterback, say Josh Allen. We will pay you $80 million a year to be the quarterback of this new team. And that's what they're doing to golf.
And it's not just the money, because there is a lot of money, $125 million getting thrown at Phil. That. But in addition to that, they're saying, and you don't have to work as much.
Yes.
And these guys are going,
and we're still playing in the United States.
Yeah.
Well, and I have seen this monetary situation play out with wrestling. I know sometimes wrestling talks beats people up,
I'm
beats
interested
people down.
in this.
But the WWE has been doing, I believe, 2 shows per year in Saudi Arabia, or as they always say, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And they do shows in Riyadh and Jeddah. And they do 2 a year. And some people have gone to calling them, they're called like Crown Jewel and this and that. But some people have gone to call them Blood Money 1, Blood Money 2, and on and on and on. During every single one of these shows, they do like a 2-minute promo video about how awesome Riyadh or Jeddah or just Saudi Arabia in general is. And they have brought people out of retirement. So supposedly some of the Saudi princes and the royal family, they were super into wrestling like in the 90s and stuff. And so whenever they have shows out there, they brought Shawn Michaels out of retirement after like 10 years because supposedly they were like, hey, how many millions of dollars do you want to come wrestle on this show? And he's like, oh, I'm retired and everything. And they're like, no, but seriously, we'll pay you whatever you want. Number? Yeah. And so like they bring out Goldberg, Undertaker, all these people because they're like, we'll give you all of the money. Whatever your price is, we don't care.
Why?
Because it is you used the phrase earlier. I don't know how many people are familiar with this phrase. I do, just because this has come up a lot in wrestling where some people don't have a problem with it. Some people have a massive problem with it, is sports washing. So what do they do in this event? I will pay you all of the money to run a special on then the WWE network, but now the Peacock Network, which is run by NBC. So you're essentially having a special run on NBC's platform that includes a hype video for you. And they show the royal family. And in the hype video, they're like, man, do you know how many women can do this and that now? Like, they're trying to change the perception of Saudi Arabia to get more businesses, more everything else going in Saudi Arabia. So for them, the monetary investment is worth it.
So Mike, I did type in because I had a question. So I wanted to go try and learn something. So I typed in, why is it controversial? Because I had not read up enough on this specifically.
I didn't know a lot about Saudi Arabia until this whole thing started kind of making news, I don't know, months ago.
Yeah, the PIF serves as the financial arm of the Saudi government, which has committed numerous human rights violations. The most notable case in recent years was the
Jamal Khashoggi
assignation and dismemberment of Jamal Khashoggi. And Khashoggi. Yep, Khashoggi. In an attempt to cleanse the reputation of the Saudi government has invested heavily in sports. There you go. Utilizing the propaganda technique to distract the public from its violations and abuses.
And I'm not kidding. And maybe this is just because I don't like super duper care about golf. I was shocked this morning when Sean and RJ were talking about this, and they're like, yeah, they got 4 events in London, and then they might come to Texas. I was like, wait, what? I really thought, because I've just used from the wrestling purview, is they did their shows in Saudi Arabia. I just assumed all of these events were going to take place in Saudi Arabia, and so I was surprised by that. And so I'm curious.
So when you heard Jim Crane was against it, and they're saying, well, DFW might be open to it.
I was like, oh, for real?
Why? Because of the money.
And then I'm curious, like, if they're taking on at least a truncated, but a U.S. touring schedule, are people going to go to this? They're starting to pluck some players. Like, I know they don't have like the number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and everything. And I know Tiger Woods turned down like what some people say was $800 million to $1 billion just so we show. Like, they don't care. Like, what's your price? I'll give you $1 billion.
Right. We have $599 more billion after paying Tiger $1 billion. If they wanted to play.
And what's worth noting though is that that entire PIF is not entirely dedicated to this, right? And it's the same in the same way, Kevin, that you're talking about, like the sports washing and the idea that, oh, you were surprised that they weren't doing it in Saudi Arabia. The PIF also owns Newcastle United. They recently went through the purchasing of that, which is a soccer team in England. I believe they're still currently in the Premier League, right? Like they are the state of Saudi Arabia, and that PIF, they have their tentacles in a lot of different sports endeavors, and that's where you look up, and see this as another avenue for their what people would term as sports washing.
And it does at times make money too. They're not paying this money and then going, yeah, we're going to lose 9 figures. It might.
Yeah.
But they also look at it and go, sports is the number 1 product for television. And it's not even close.
And have you seen how they're distributing this? Corey told me they're distributing it across Facebook and their website.
Yeah.
So
that was the question that Sean asked this morning is, who will be the traitor? And that was interesting that Sean
that is an
used
interesting
that word,
way to put it.
But he's like, that's the right way to say it is you crossed the side and you went to that place. You're no longer part of just PGA. So now you're the one that went over there. Well, Kevin, we've been talking about this for years. Why wouldn't the NFL just say, we'll just run the product? We have control of it.
Yeah.
Well, obviously the TV money helps out a lot. They don't need the TV money. They're like, we'll have the entire thing. We have all the machines. We can just put this out there for you.
This is akin to the Masters. This is Augusta National, right? Augusta National has FU money, really. Like the Masters serves as a billboard of sorts for them. It's not necessarily something that they do for the money. And in the same way, I think that's the way that you have to look at this LIV 54, or whatever we want to call it, tour.
Now, I am still looking at the fan text. You're never going to get me to go away from it.
Okay.
But
that sounds like a threat.
I think a lot of people are like, but I mean, the U.S. does this too. Like this country doesn't have blood on its hands. Absolutely. And that's why we brought it up to have this discussion.
Selective morality.
We're kind of running out of time on it,
Yeah.
but I mean, look at the NBA for one. There are lots of different ways. You just used the term selective morality.
Sure.
Go explain a little more about this.
I just want
thing
everybody
here.
to know, for the record, I am most definitely guilty of this as well, and I feel like a lot of people are. But let's take a look at selective morality. Okay, Jamal Khashoggi has become by no means is he the only one, but he has become maybe in some bizarre way the point person for why Saudi Arabia is bad and does bad things. Okay? Fair, what happened was awful. But they've also killed and done other terrible things to oppress people and sometimes not even oppress people. And so that's not okay. That is awful, awful, awful. And that's why people are against it, right? Okay, let's take a look at China. China has done the exact same thing. And quite frankly, if you look at their recent history and the numbers, you could make a pretty strong argument has eclipsed Saudi Arabia by a lot in terms of awful murdering and human rights violations. But there does not seem to be this point person like Khashoggi that has got people as invested in that. Or it could also be people see how close the economies of the U.S. and China are tied together. I'm not entirely sure about that. But people don't stop watching the NBA, even though the NBA is in league and makes a lot of money off of China, who I would argue has a worse human rights record than Saudi Arabia. But there's not that point person, or maybe people cared about it for a while and moved on. And maybe, I'm not saying this will happen, and maybe for some people listening, this will never happen to you. Part of me does wonder if this tour is a success from a viewership or whatever, if people will be like, this is not cool, and then they will move on and eventually accept it, because that happens in society as well. Not saying it's okay, but it does.
Yeah, so far, though, sports hasn't lost. I get viewership in 2020 of the NBA Finals was down tremendously.
Yeah.
And there was a lot going on with that, not just China. But, I mean, for the most part, sports watchers will ignore everything going on in the world to get the entertainment of sports.
Yeah.
It's just, so far, it's kind of like when we were going into strike lockout season. I know, very different than dealing with China money, Saudi Arabia money, whatever else. But it's how much is this going to hurt? Well, I mean, spring training didn't start on time. The season didn't start on time. Have we talked at all since the season started about the strike, the lockout? I'm not watching because they didn't do a full spring training and they missed the first week
here
of the
there,
season.
but on the whole,
1% of the people who like baseball have maybe dropped out of baseball. But for the most part, it's we forget it. Hey, baseball's going on. The Rangers are playing pretty good. Here we go.
Man, interesting conversation for sure. We are confined by
for a while.
I know we're confined by the time limits we have. It can always come back up. Appreciate you guys rolling with us, especially those who are actually listening to the things that we're saying. Coming up next, though, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with the unbelievable predictive skills of Mike Bassick.
So Marcus Semien is back.
Yeah.
And the other 9-figure player. We got to talk about this next.
Some of you just have questions about your mortgage. There's TexasHoney.com.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. At Classic Chevrolet, relax and enjoy the difference really means something. It's rooted in making buying easy and offering classic deals like max value for your trade and never charging over MSRP. So find new roads at Classic Chevrolet and get your classic deal today.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan right now. It is time for the amazing prognosticating powers of Mike Bassick in Baseball Nuggets.
All right, so people asked me yesterday, how did you know? Were you tipped off? And I said, I swear to you, I did not talk to anybody that is in the front office with the Angels. I didn't have any connections.
It was amazing.
On Monday, when we started our show for the week, and I said I would fire Joe Maddon.
Yep.
I had no idea that this was going to happen or on the plate of the Angels organization. I didn't know this until yesterday. He was on the last year of his $4 million a year deal. So when he signed the deal, it was a 3-year deal for $12 million, 2021 and 22. And they did not have any more years guaranteed to Maddon.
Okay.
So he does make $4 million the rest of this season, but they don't have to owe him in 23 or 24 or anything like that. I honestly had no clue. I called you up, Kevin. You ignored me once again.
I told you I was at the talking doctor.
Yeah. But
why would I lie
then
about
I just
that?
decided to text everybody, and I was like, dude, Joe Maddon just got fired. This was during the rain delay of the Rangers, about, I don't know, 30 minutes to an hour before the start of their first pitch. But I was like, wow, they really did it. And I do think it was the right decision.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't have said on Monday and Tuesday I would fire Joe Maddon if I didn't think it was the right decision. I'm not saying this is going to propel the Angels to winning the division or winning a wild card spot. But if they have any chance of doing it, it needed to be where Joe Maddon was gone. And so now Phil Nevin takes over as the manager.
Do you think, I always think of Phil Nevin from the Colorado Rockies.
I think of him as Cal State Fullerton and just an unbelievable number 1 overall pick type of guy.
Is there any part of you that thinks Maddon is overrated? Like, I know he'll always...
I heard that when I left yesterday to drive to Irving.
I was intrigued by that.
I think recently, yes. I think as the Angels manager, watching him manage games, I think he has a lot of decisions that don't make any sense.
Okay.
I will say, you know, you can question what he did in the World Series, but everybody gets questioned in the World Series. If you're really following a team in the World Series, whether it was you're questioning Ron Washington for changing the lineup, or you're questioning Ron Washington for Neftali Feliz, or you're questioning Ron Washington for Michael Young being at first base, or right. I mean, when it gets down to kind of NFL style,
where everybody cares.
Everybody cares. Everybody's watching every decision.
You're gonna get questioned.
You're gonna get questioned if you lose the game.
Okay.
And so, but I will say, watching regular season Angels baseball, especially against the Rangers, there were multiple times where I'm like, what is he doing? You know, infield in. Are you like? I'll tell you, this is one of the things. This is why Joe Maddon to me should be fired and did get fired. You're playing the Texas Rangers in the first or second inning, and you're winning 1-0. He's like, yeah, Infield in. I almost said it.
I know. I got nervous.
And I'm like, I'm watching the game, and like, it doesn't matter, right? Because most people aren't watching a regular season Rangers-Angels baseball game. But I'm like, this dumb butt is bringing the infield in the first inning. Is he saying that you're not going to score against Dane Dunning? Like, I had no clue Dane Dunning's Jacob deGrom, but he is now playing the game as in, yes, infield in the first inning because it is 0-0. Or I honest to God think they were winning 1-0. And I'm like, you can't be this stupid, can you? And Joe Maddon's like, yeah, I can be this stupid. And
watch me.
Without repercussions, right? Because let's just face it, if Chris Woodward today brought the infield in against the Cleveland Guardians and you're winning 1-0, you're like, I get we're facing Shane Bieber, but we're going to take the risk of a big inning. So if they hit a routine ground ball that now we can't field because we brought infield in, we're okay with that.
Yeah.
And Joe Maddon was able to do stupid things like that on a regular basis to the Angels because of his resume in Tampa and his resume as a world champion in Chicago, and just do really dumb things. And so that's why I was like, man, what if, I don't think it propels them to the championship, but what if they didn't do all the dumb things that Joe Maddon's randomly doing in a game and not getting called out? Why? Because his resume is a Hall of Fame resume. And so now Phil Nevin won't do stupid things like that. Will it lead to more wins? I don't know. They lost last night. And, going to nugget number 2, this really stinks. Mike Trout, who was
back.
Well, he's not back.
That's a good point.
He hurt his
He's back in
not
terms of he hit well, but then he got
hits
hurt.
a homer, he gets a base hit, and then he has to be
got
taken
hurt.
out of the game because his left groin was bugging him after his second at bat.
So not a back injury.
No. But they are saying that his back might be a little bit.
So maybe a back injury.
He's not a back injury. It is a left groin injury, is what they're reporting.
That can be a back problem,
right? And it can be, right?
It definitely can.
It can be. So,
but what we were concerned about all along is his greatness will not translate over a full season.
And he's saying it felt more like a cramp than it did like a strain or a pull. He's going to be reevaluated today. There's no way in the world with Mike Trout's last 2 years of injury history, I am playing him today. In fact, if I'm the Angels, I'm going, you're going on the 10-day injured list. You're not playing for 10 days. Even if it feels pretty good today, I'm going to make sure that you feel great because we've done this before with you.
Yeah.
Where we've been like, you're saying you feel fine? All right, you feel great. And then you go out and then you hurt it and then you don't play for the next 4 months.
How hard is that conversation to have with a player of that caliber, though?
It's not easy, but I'd say, Mike, your history shows that we probably need to give you 10 days. 10 days isn't the end of the world.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously right now it seems to be for the Angels, but
they might have a 22-game losing streak at this point.
I can't risk it. I cannot risk, at least maybe I don't, and you don't have to put him on the injured list today because putting him on the injured list means you can call somebody up from the minors. What you can do is say, Mike, we're not playing you for the next 3 days and we're going to reevaluate it. If after 3 days you have had no issues on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, we'll let you play Saturday. But if we're not even risking this for 3 days. And then on Saturday, if we're still feeling tightness, let's just put you on the injured list, give you another week off, and then you come back and you're totally healthy because we gave you 10 days to deal with a cramp.
Yeah.
But I can't trust your body right now.
I'm sad about
All right.
that.
So let me move on because I have talked a lot about the Angels here. I can't believe I was right on this, by the way. Like I was shocked. I was like, I was just mentioning it because I don't think anybody else was mentioning it in the country.
No.
And then it happened. That's why it was such a shock. Okay.
Well done, though.
Yeah, thank you. I can't believe it actually happened, and I had no insight that it was. Let's talk about Marcus Semien, who goes 7 for 8 yesterday with 3 home runs. Now, that is awesome. And then I started comparing it because you're looking at the box score and you're like, wait, he's batting 221 now. And if you remember this, when he was batting about 190-ish, I said, he's going to have to go. If I put him 20 for his next 50, which would be a 400 batting average in his next 50 at bats, I said, that really can't happen. You can't get that hot. But I was like, the math would be like he would be batting 228 if that happened.
Here we are.
He's batting 221.
Almost, yeah.
He's close to a 400 batting average in his last 50 at bats. He hasn't even had 50 at bats to get to this.
Okay. So all things are great with the Rangers offense. I have
They are hitting a lot of home runs.
He's not going to say anything negative after this. Great. So all things are good.
He's batting 221. with a 280 on base percentage and a 1.2 WAR now after getting hot for really the last week. He was batting 199 going into the month. To give you an idea, it's June 7th or 8th. Today's the 8th. On June 8th, after 7 days in the month of June, and by the way, he started off June by going 0 for 6 with 3 Ks. He's batting 221. If you want to look at it in 6 days, he took his average from 193 to 221. That's how hot Marcus Semien is right now after going 7 for 8 with 3 homers. I'm almost out of time comparing these numbers, Marcus Semien to Corey Seager, because it all counts, right?
Yeah.
I mean, as slow as Marcus Semien got off, and maybe as Seager's been up and down, he's down right now. But listen to these stats. 227 versus 221. That's Seager over Semien. 296 on base percentage to 280. Corey Seager has him there. WAR, 1.3 to 1.2. Corey Seager. Runs, 26 to 30. Marcus Semien has the 30 runs scored.
Let's go.
RBIs, 25 to 22. Seager has the advantage there. Home runs, 11 to 6. Corey Seager has the advantage there. Doubles, 9 to 6. Marcus Semien has the advantage there. Now, I'm not.
This doesn't seem good, though, given how bad Semien had been for most of the year.
Yes, that's where I'm getting at. But I do think this. Semien's found himself. Semien is not going to go into the April/May stretch that he went into. I'm not saying he's going to bat 400 the rest of the way either. He's not going to go 7 for 8 all the time in doubleheader days.
That feels like That feels like a fair assertion.
But Marcus Semien has found himself, and I don't think you have to worry about Marcus Semien going into a whole big bad stretch. Right now, Seager is in kind of a bad stretch. Seager's going to find himself out of this too. I think now, and I'm not saying it's going to propel us to like unbelievable things, but I think Seager and Semien are going to be the guys that we think of. And I'll leave you with this because I could not read the article. I clicked on MLB.com just to see what they had going on. And their top headline right now, which I haven't read, is it's going to be a wild AL the rest of the way. And they're talking about the wild card. And they have 5 teams pictured in this discussion. The White Sox, the Mariners, the Red Sox, the Guardians, and the Texas Rangers.
Yeah!
So they're saying, hey, when you look at the way it's going, the AL East is unbelievable. Probably the Blue Jays and Rays are going to own the first 2 wild card spots and not have competition. But that last wild card spot, they say the Rangers are a team that you need to watch out for to possibly sneak into that new 3rd wild card team.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Excellent baseball nuggets. Coming up next, the NFL players who won't live up to the hype in 2022. 877-881-1053 if you want to get involved in the conversation. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. NFL players who will not live up to the hype in 2022. Are there specific ones that come to mind? I can go through a list for you, but I'm going to open it up to you guys first if there is any particular ones that jump into your brain.
Okay, I have one.
Okay.
Right now. I'm not a big fan of Mac Jones. Not that he's horrible. I don't think he's going to be bad, but I think that he's a nice quarterback that I don't think can get into like that top 5 status or MVP type conversation. I think he has a great situation. And I think if you would have put, my opinion, doesn't mean I'm right or wrong, if you would have put Trevor Lawrence or Zach Wilson or Justin Fields in that situation, they would have done just as good, if not better.
Okay.
If they would have been the quarterback of the New England Patriots last year.
And I did see, I can't remember where it came from, but I
won't
did
put
see
Trey Lance in there just because he's an unknown.
Yeah. I did see something a while back that they had the Patriots finishing 13th in the AFC. So they're like expecting a like lack of growth or plateauing or maybe even regression from Mac Jones. So that one is, okay, that one is interesting.
Tyreek Hill. I think this year is going to be a down year for him. And as good of a player as he is and as electrifying as he can be as a wide receiver and just straight up sprinter, there's going to be some problems going from Mahomes to Tua. Are two different worlds.
Yeah.
Like they're two different guys. Mahomes makes you a better player. He finds you open on these routes. He leads you. Mike, we talk about leading receiver and how frustrated we get with Dak a lot of times because he's waiting for the receiver to get open on routes. And Patrick Mahomes understands every one of the routes and where they're supposed to be. Tua has not proven that he has the arm strength to do those things, nor has he proven that he has the vision to do it yet. Now, I could be wrong about this for sure. I just think that Tyreek Hill going there, everybody's excited about it because they're like, oh, man, all these weapons. But I think if you don't have somebody that understands how to use the weapons, you're in trouble.
I will tell you, on the list I saw from Bleacher Report, one of the names on the list is, in fact, Tyreek Hill for many of those reasons that you address.
Whenever you say the word hype, is it weird that in my brain, I immediately go to Flavor Flav, Don't Believe the Hype?
Huh. I don't think that's weird. That is not where my brain went, but I'm intrigued by that.
I'm going to stick with quarterbacks because it's the only thing people care about. Kyler Murray.
Okay. And this is like, while Corey was calling the rise of the Phoenix Suns, you were calling the rise of the Arizona Cardinals. And like, they still did well, but there was a minute there where they were like
through 10 or 11 weeks.
They were accepted as the best team or one of the best 3 teams in the NFL. So that is interesting to me.
I think they're going to have issues. Corey mentioned it the other day. You don't have your number 1 receiver for the first 6 games, right? That's how many Hopkins got suspended.
I believe that is correct.
So their number 1 receiver is going to be second-year wide receiver Rondell Moore. AJ Green ain't a number 1 and can't even compete for that situation. So I'm assuming AJ Green's a number 3 or number 4, and it's like, hey, he can help you. He's a veteran guy who kind of can still do a few things for you, but I mean, AJ Green's time is gone and past. And so Rondell Moore's the guy that he's going to be.
Has Cliff changed football yet? Like that's not like he hasn't changed. He hasn't come in and said, "Here's an offense that's going to blow the lid off of this sucker." He has showed up and he has an offense that competes, but it's not anything innovatively, NFL changing. So I can see where
I
you're
think
going
they're
with
be
that.
under 500 this year.
Man,
I think the Cardinals will be a team that plays 8-9 to 6-11 football.
Do you think
closer to 8-9? By the way,
because
that's
of
what I'll
their
predict,
division?
Yeah, because I think
Seattle's back with Drew Lock.
No, not at all. I think they'll go 2-0 there.
Okay,
I think they'll go 0-2 against the other 2 teams.
Okay, all right.
So I think they're going to be a 2-4 team in their division.
And then that's a struggle outside of your division if, your schedule isn't pleasant to you.
From the 903 Diggs, he doesn't get nowhere near 11 interceptions again this year. All right, I got a question about that. All right, so while he was making all the interceptions, there was people bashing him about the number of yards he gave up. Do you view it as not living up to the hype if he has, let's say, 5 or 6 interceptions, but a lot of that yardage disappears? Now, the next level stats say he was awesome in coverage, awesome. But let's say a lot of that yardage disappears. He gives up, 350 yards fewer in coverage than he did last year, but has 5 or 6 interceptions. Do you still view that as a downgrade? Because a lot of people, I don't think, should.
Corey, I'm going to not answer the question, but I'm going to add something to it for then you to give your opinion.
All right.
How many times did he give up a lot of yards by getting baited into going for an interception?
I would say a couple times. Yeah, and there were big plays. Yeah.
Do you feel like that was when he gave up the yardage? Do you feel like it was because he was taking a risk for an interception, or he had
his eyes in the backfield? Yeah, a lot of times it was eyes in the backfield. I think it was less of game-changing play. Like eventually the defense was able to balance that out. I don't know how many, maybe there were two touchdowns that came of it, but most of the time, man, like quarterbacks trying to do it, now he has a reputation of, I don't even want to throw that way, right? That's what I would suspect, is I don't want to risk the interception on this play. I would rather go somewhere else, and that helps the rest of the defense. But I can totally see how not having 11 interceptions at the end of the season, people be like, see, he's nothing.
I guess
Which is weird to me, because people were like, yards. By the way, at least a decent amount of that yardage was given up on kind of sag coverage in blowout games as well.
I think that he can get better. I don't think he's a finished product. And so I'm not saying he's going to be the best corner in the NFL, but I do think some of the yards given up, whether it was in those situations or, hey, if we just do this thing, if we change this thing mechanically, or we change your eyes this way early on or late in the play, that we can be better in that and still be an aggressive player in trying to turn over the ball. So I don't think he's going to regress, except if you say he's not going to come close to 11 interceptions. I can see that.
The 972 Diggs would have given up 400 less yards if they'd had a safety making any plays behind him. That is something, though, that you're going to get a little more of out of whenever you have a cornerback that's good in single coverage. You can bring your safety down to do other things, and so it puts that single high safety. So that's a risk that you take with this defense, but you have to trust that your cornerback can go make a play. He did more often than not, and that's something that benefited the Cowboys.
If you're going to sign Diggs to a long-term contract, he's going to have to deal with this his whole career. Stephen Jones, the way he cuts the pie in his salary cap situation, and that is his responsibility. That's what Dad gave him as the responsibility. The pie does not go to safeties. Whether you agree with that or disagree with that, everybody's different. There's only so much money you can spend, and the way that Stephen Jones sees an NFL team as being successful is you do not spend on safety. So it'll be rare in Diggs' career that he has safeties that are considered average, above average.
Now, I was really hoping this would come up, and we got a handful of texters who were like, what about Marquise Brown on Arizona? Number 1 on the list.
Oh, yeah, I forgot they traded for him.
However, that's also just because it's in alphabetical order. Marquise Brown is the player that will not live up to the hype for the Arizona Cardinals. So one of the things that they pointed out is, while Marquise Brown had 1,008 yards, he also only had a quarterback rating of 87.9 when targeted. Now, I certainly understand that means some people are going to go after Lamar Jackson for that, but they think that he is a number 2 wide receiver who is going to have to step in to that number 1 role, and that's why Bleacher Report believes that Marquise Brown is destined to underachieve for the people who did say that.
He just got his first 1,000-yard receiving season.
He did.
And he barely got over 1,000 yards. He had 1,008 yards.
You know, people are going to hold that against Lamar Jackson.
At the moment, it's still the outlier. This season, this was his outlier season, and he had less touchdowns than he's had his first 2 seasons. So I don't think he's like a decisive force as a receiver. I think he's a complement to the rest of your crew. That might be beneficial. Mike, when DeAndre Hopkins comes back and A.J. Green's out there, that might be beneficial to have Marquise Brown because he can go over the top. but I'm not sitting there going, man, that dude's my game changer for this team.
You know, it's weird. I know he won't be on this list, but I think it'll only be a underachieving performance from former players and players that respect Ezekiel Elliott around the league. I think for the most part, writers and fans have now written off Zeke as a good running back and more of a complimentary average running back. But Michael Irvin still thinks he's 1,500 yards and 10 touchdowns. Emmitt Smith still thinks he's 1,500 yards and 10 touchdowns. A lot of the Dallas Cowboys players think he's that. I think there are players around the league that see Zeke as, man, I played against him when he was at Ohio State. I played against him his first 3 years in the NFL. And I think that most fans who play fantasy football, who gamble on the sport, who really watch the Dallas Cowboys know that his career is over as an elite running back, and he is just a complimentary, give the ball to him 10 to 15 times, and he is who he is. He won't break long runs. He can't. He's not fast enough. He's not agile enough to do it anymore. But I think Michael Irvin's and Emmitt Smith's, who I love, they still hold him in the category of he can be a Hall of Fame running back.
Yeah, which I don't see whatsoever. Now, two more on this list I really wanted to run through and get y'all's thoughts is, and they're both rookies, players who won't live up to the hype in 2022. Kenny Pickett with the Pittsburgh Steelers, the only quarterback taken in the first 2 rounds. There's a lot of thought that he would just start immediately, but there are some people out there who are like, don't sell Mitch Trubisky short, and they think that this could be more of a quarterback battle, and maybe you don't see Kenny Pickett for like at least a little bit of the season.
Again, how much of an effect did Dabes have on Trubisky? That's the question that a lot of – what's that, Reggie?
He said gross.
Okay.
Or something of that nature.
That's the question I still have. Josh Allen is a freak athlete, right? Like this dude, he can throw it a ton. He's a big, strong guy that can run everywhere. He has pretty good accuracy. He's grown into his arm, actually. And Mitchell was there. Mitchell has a lot of similar type of qualities, but I don't think that he sees the field quite as well as Josh Allen. How much did he learn in the 1 year with Dabes? That's the one thing I got to know. And will the Mike Tomlin effect be real? Can Mike Tomlin say, I can build a good team. All we got to do is keep it close. And you just don't mess the game up for us, and we'll be able to show that you're more of a success than people thought you were.
What's the expectation on Tom Brady this year?
All the Super Bowls.
Will he disappoint if he doesn't make it to the NFC Championship game?
For sure.
Because same with Josh Allen. If Josh Allen doesn't win the Super Bowl, it's a disappointment at this point, right?
I think it was Fournette. I can't remember who came out and said, I knew Tom Brady wasn't going to go out like that. All right, so let's say you lose in the divisional round. Like, he doesn't want to go out like that either, but supposedly this is like his real last run. So I think the potential is there for Brady and Allen because the expectations are so freaking high.
They are in the Patrick Mahomes category now, right? Mahomes, if he doesn't win the Super Bowl, it's a disappointment. If Josh Allen doesn't win the Super Bowl, it's now a disappointment. I know Josh Allen hasn't won it or gone to it, but I think the expectation is on the Buffalo Bills and Josh Allen, the expectation is you're the favorites to win it all. If you don't, you screwed up somehow.
Now, to go along with that, this is one I think a lot of folks are fascinated by just because of the nature of the draft. The number 1 pick, Trayvon Walker. So, when Trayvon Walker was at Georgia,
it's Jags time.
This last season, he had an interception, 9.5 sacks, and 13 tackles for loss. Except, of course, that was the totality of his career at Georgia over the span of 3 years.
Good career.
This is it for the number 1
pick. He was a
pick.
Russell Maryland first overall pick.
Yeah, this last year, he had 6 sacks and 7.5 tackles for loss. Like, he's a quality player to be certain, but
how many pressures?
There's a lot of. I'll have to get back to you on that.
How good was he in the run in run stopping?
He doesn't really make a whole lot of tackles.
Isn't it? Because I think he's going to be a disappointment of a first overall pick.
Because there's some projection in that.
I think Russell Maryland was a very good player in the NFL. Do you know how disappointing his career would look like as a first overall pick if he wasn't on the 3-time NFL champion Dallas Cowboys? Like, he didn't have a major impact on our team. He was a very good player, a starter, great guy, good play, right? But I mean, first overall pick, my A. You know, I mean, that he didn't perform like a first overall pick, but it doesn't matter if you're on a dynasty of a team during your career. Unfortunately for the Jaguars' first overall pick, he's going to be on a team most likely in the next 4 years. They're not going to win 3 Super Bowl championships, or probably 1 Super Bowl championship.
Yeah.
So he's going to be looked upon as like, well, why aren't you turning this into the number 1 defense in the NFL? It wasn't like Russell Maryland was the one who turned us into the number 1 defense, but he was part of it.
Yeah. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, former Phoenix Suns GM and member of the Boston Celtics front office, as well as our Odyssey NBA insider, Ryan McDonough, joins the show next right here on The Fan.
This segment of the K&C Masterpiece is also brought to you by State of the Art Weight Loss, and it's brought to you by Rubin and Associates. If you're struggling financially, facing foreclosure or repossession, have IRS credit card or medical debt, you don't have to face it alone. With one phone call, Mark Rubin can take the weight off your shoulders and get you to living life again. So call Mark right now at 1-800-LAWYERS.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. On the line right now, Odyssey NBA insider Ryan McDonough. Insider calls are brought to you by Driveway.com. Looking for a car? Go to Driveway.com where you can get pre-qualified, buy a car, and get it delivered. Not only is he our Odyssey NBA insider, former Phoenix Suns GM, former member of the Boston Celtics front office. Good morning, sir.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. Always great to be on with you guys, especially with an NBA Finals game going on later this evening.
Now, I have to ask, I know you're a professional and everything. We talked about this with Phoenix. Are you actively rooting for Boston in this series?
I'm actively rooting for a great series, a 7-game series, which I think it will be. I did pick the Celtics to win in 7. I know that was maybe a little bit counter trend and a bit of an upset, but I do think they're slightly better than Golden State. But look, I have friends on both sides. I have more, I guess, on the Celtics side, starting with ownership on down. So put a gun to my head. I'm probably slightly leaning toward the Celtics, but more than anything, as a fan of basketball, I want to see a long, terrific series, which is what I think we will see.
But do you also have more enemies with the Celtics, I guess, is a valid question.
I hope not. Not that I know of. If you know some who don't like me, let me know, but I think I'm pretty good with most of those guys.
I've been fascinated by, like, a lot of people are calling for, why is Draymond Green not getting teed up again? Why is he not getting ejected from some of these games? And there are moments where I'm like, man, he's got his hands all over. He's hooking a guy here and there. Draymond Green has earned a lot of credibility with the referees, with the NBA for everything that he's done. But is there a line where he's going to push it a little too far in the series?
I think so. I mean, I think a lot of this does date back to 2016 when the Golden State Warriors were in control of the NBA Finals against the Cleveland Cavaliers. We all know what happened. Golden State got up 3-1. Cleveland came roaring back, in large part due to the suspension of Draymond, and then the series really flipped from that point on. So I think Golden State and Draymond in particular, and I'm not saying this is necessarily true, guys, but the perception is around the league that they have been officiated a little bit differently, that the Warriors to some extent, but Draymond in particular, gets a longer leash than most players in the NBA, if not every other player in the NBA, in terms of what he's allowed to do, the way he reacts to calls, what he says to officials. And the thing I have a hard time with, and look, I'm a big fan of letting the best players play and decide games. I hate that one of the things that people who criticize the NBA say that I think is accurate is if you watch other sports, the best players are usually on the field or on the court late in games. In the NBA, players can foul out. So generally speaking, I'd like the best players to play and it to be decided by one team's best against the other team's best. However, that being said, I think the rules should be relatively uniform. To put it a different way, if Peyton Pritchard or Juan Toscano-Anderson or Kevon Looney or whoever, pick a random player in the series, reacted the same way that Draymond did to some of these calls, I think they'd be teed up and probably ejected a lot quicker than Draymond Green is or isn't going to be the rest of the series.
So I have a couple questions for you. I'll start off with this. Jason Tatum, we've had discussions on where he kind of is in the NBA hierarchy of kind of that MVP elite status. How do you see Jason Tatum in today's NBA and kind of maybe where he ranks in that? Is he up there in top 5 player in the game?
I'm not sure he's quite there yet, but I think he's getting there. It's important to keep in mind he's only 24 years old, so certainly he would be at the top of the pack, near the top of the pack, along with a guy in your backyard, Luka Doncic, in terms of players. If you were starting a franchise today for the next 5 or 10 years, who you would want, Tatum would be in the top 5 in that category, maybe even in the top 3 in that category as well. Luka may be number 1. I think he'd get some votes for Giannis as well, obviously, but he's gotten that good. I think the next step for him will be limiting turnovers, and I know it's hard because a lot of his development has been the playmaking and the passing. I did not see as much of that from Tatum as a young player. I think that's where his game has really expanded and where the team really took off when Tatum and others, but led by Jason Tatum, the Celtics decided to collectively really share the ball more and move more off the ball. I think that their offense unlocked a little bit, and they really started flowing from about January on. So I think Tatum's a catalyst for that. He's going to continue to get a lot of attention from the Warriors and Andrew Wiggins in particular, but he's a terrific young player. And again, he's on the short list of guys. If I were starting a team today, I'd want on my side for the next decade.
All right, so this is coming from a former Major League Baseball player, and I was never of the status of Jason Tatum or Jaylen Brown. But my belief is that Kyrie Irving, a guy that those two very young guys at 19, 20, 21 years old look up to, and then he totally trashed them as people in the NBA and elite players or growing players to elite status. I think Kyrie slowed down the progress of the Boston Celtics by opening his mouth and saying how horrible of a players they are to be with and play with. Do you see that finally, my opinion is finally those two guys are over and past Kyrie Irving trashing them as basketball players? Do you feel like Kyrie cancered up that organization and those two guys, and it took them a while to get over a veteran championship player trashing them as players?
That's a very interesting perspective, and I hadn't thought of it, I guess, that way. What I would say is there are people who feel pretty strongly that one of the main reasons Al Horford left Boston to go to Philadelphia a few years back was because of Kyrie and because of the negative culture and vibes that had, in the short term, been around the franchise. So in Horford, I think, we've seen how he's played in Boston. He's been reborn after being a horrible fit in Philadelphia alongside Joel Embiid and then getting sent to an OKC team in a financial deal where the Thunder are actively trying to develop young players and load up on draft picks and not necessarily win NBA basketball games. So I think it's a combination of all that. I think addition by subtraction sometimes is beneficial. One of the things I've seen on the court, guys, it's been I think pretty significant change is if you look at the Celtics over the last 8 or 9 years, they've always had small point guards who are gifted offensively, who really struggle defensively, from Isaiah Thomas to Kyrie Irving, and then recently Kemba Walker. So I think that's helped. But to your point, I think the subtraction of Kyrie and the reintegration and rejuvenation of Al Horford, I think all of that has baked in, along with the internal development of young players. I think that's really baked in to put together a team that started off the year underwhelming and with lousy chemistry, and then they're probably right ahead of the Mavs as far as teams who really flipped their season around without a lot of external catalysts in season. And obviously Boston is now 3 wins away from an NBA championship.
Now, as long as we're talking about young players, you have unique insight into this as being with the organization that drafted him number 1. Do you believe the writing's on the wall and DeAndre Ayton is going to move on down the road? And what are your thoughts about his potential future and potential destination?
Yeah, I'm sure you guys saw the article this morning about the Phoenix Suns relative to potential COVID outbreak late in the Mavs series.
Yeah.
It seems like that, played some kind of role. I don't know how significant or insignificant it was, but that's out there. So look, I say this. I mean, the Suns, their payroll is about to get extremely expensive. They have a couple superstar players at the top of their roster in the backcourt, Devin Booker and Chris Paul, who aren't going anywhere. Mikal Bridges, they signed to, I thought, a very good extension last year. But the payroll is about to skyrocket well into the luxury tax. So are they willing to pay that for DeAndre Ayton? I'm not sure. Now, he is restricted. He's young and talented. I think he's really valuable. I'm a little biased there since I was part of the group who brought him in, but I think he is valuable to that team. I'm not sure they necessarily see it that way, so I think that's going to be one of the main storylines I'm keeping my eye on over the next 3 or 4 weeks as we run up to free agency. Is there a sign and trade that makes sense? I would be surprised if the Suns just let him go and don't match an offer sheet or try to do a sign and trade, but I do think the sign and trade talks will happen, and ultimately I think it will come down to, can Phoenix get enough value, and if they don't want to pay DeAndre Ayton max or near max at $30 million a year, is there somebody more cost controlled they can get that lets them to within their financial parameters stay competitive and try to compete for a championship again next year?
You said you would not be surprised if they didn't match an offer or whatever, or didn't sign and trade?
Or you would
I think they'll explore that, okay. And I think they did have exploratory conversations about potentially trading Ayton at the trade deadline last year to Indiana with Domantas Sabonis and maybe some other teams as well. So I think that's something that they will look at. I mean, look, if you look at their payroll, and keep in mind next year they'll have Devin Booker at about $34 million. He's up for another max extension, which could kick that number up again in the future. Chris Paul in his late 30s, making $28.5. Mikal Bridges' extension kicks in at $20, and then a bunch of role players. And this is where I think it's going to be challenging for the Suns unless they're willing to blow the luxury tax out of the water, which I don't foresee. They have a bunch of role players and guys on their bench, Jay Crowder, Dario Saric, Cameron Payne, making between $6 and $10 million, and then even Torrey Craig, Cameron Johnson make about $6, and Landry Shamit's at $9.5. So I bring all of that up because historically this is not a franchise like Steve Ballmer's L.A. Clippers, like Joe Lacob's Golden State Warriors that has blown the luxury tax out of the water. That's not the way the Suns, certainly not the way they operated while I was there, and not the way historically they've operated. Will they do that for DeAndre Ayton with the tension and friction? Will they pay him $30 million a year and pay tens of millions of luxury tax every year for the foreseeable future? Maybe they could, but personally I have my doubts.
The other thing you have some unique insight to is the mind of Danny Ainge. And I'm kind of curious what you see, like when Quinn Snyder leaves, he steps away from Utah. What's going on? Like, what is Danny's main goal right now? Is it to collect picks? Or is it to collect talent? What's his goal here?
Yeah, I think there's been a lot of significant changes in the Jazz organization over the last 2 years, starting with Ryan Smith and his group coming in, buying the team from the Miller family, who owned the franchise for a long time. And the Millers, as owners, were generally hands-off and let their basketball people kind of do their job unfettered. Now, I'm not criticizing Ryan Smith in any way. Most owners who buy a team want to be involved and put their spin on it. But I think that was part of the reason for the departures, first of Dennis Lindsey and his group in the front office, and recently Quinn Snyder leaving on the sideline. I think those guys had as much autonomy as any executives and coaches in the NBA over the last 8 or so years, and that changed. So I think now where the franchise is, with Danny Ainge coming in, Justin Zanuck is there as the GM running the day-to-day basketball operations, I think they really have to decide a course and chart a course. A lot of times the course depends on what's available on the other side based on your options. So I do think they're probably likely to at least explore the trade market for Rudy Gobert, first and foremost. I think of their two stars, Rudy Gobert and Donovan Mitchell, Gobert would be the one that they would at least gauge the trade market. And then sometimes, guys, that makes the decision for you. If it's a strong trade market in terms of young players and draft picks and a team that's going for it gives you a good package for Gobert, maybe then you launch into a rebuild. If not, maybe you run it back or try to even upgrade the core with the new coach. But it's a very interesting time. I think, I've said it before, I'll say it again. I think the Jazz going into this offseason had as much variance in terms of different ways they may go as any team in the league. And with Quinn Snyder stepping down, I think that's probably still the case. Although if I had to guess, I think it probably means they're more open or more likely to potentially launch into a rebuild than they were with Quinn there. I'm just speculating, but I think that may be part of the reason for Quinn's departure.
Man, awesome interview. I know we're up against it. You mentioned the Clippers, Golden State, probably a few other teams that financially can pay the luxury tax for years to come. Do you believe Mark Cuban for the next 4 to 5 years will be paying luxury tax, or he'll look to avoid that too?
I think he'll pay it. If you look at his history and track record, I think he'll pay it. Jalen Brunson's going to get expensive, as you guys know. It's a weak free agent class. Brunson is young and good and unrestricted, which drives the price tag up. But keep in mind, the Mavs are the only team that can give him 5 years. I think they may do that. Is there a way to give him like a 5-year, $100 million deal, just using round numbers? Maybe he could get a little more per year from another team over 4, but in terms of total dollars, he gets his money. The Mavs lock him in long term, and everybody's happy. I keep an eye on that kind of potential contract. I know that's more expensive than what some people have, but that's what I'm looking at. I think Brunson's going to get paid in this market, and I don't think Cuban will hesitate to pay him.
We love talking with you. Your insight on all things NBA. Best of luck to your former allies and enemies with the Celtics tonight.
I didn't know they were enemies till we started this interview, but I
think you did. I think you did.
From now on, I think that's what the kids say these days.
You're a nicer guy. Every team that let me go, I was hoping they were horrible.
No, the Celtics didn't let me go. That was a promotion. I got the GM call from Phoenix, and they were happy to see me ascend. So I didn't get fired by them. It was they let me go be the GM in Phoenix. That's how that went down.
Appreciate the time as always, good sir. We'll catch up with you sooner rather than later.
All right. Thanks, guys.
There you go. That was Odyssey NBA insider, the man who was promoted to be the GM of the Phoenix Suns, Ryan McDonough. Insider calls brought to you by Driveway.com. Head to Driveway.com today to shop more than 25,000 new and used cars in Driveway's nationwide inventory. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Aaron Rodgers makes a bold statement, and would you make this bet? Talk about it next right here on The Fan.
All right, guys, let's talk about
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Buyers Barricades. If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event no matter the size from start to finish. The Texas Authority and Barricade Rental, buyersbarricades.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Baker Mayfield buttermilk biscuits.
If that happens, I will be astonished. Now, we start with the 49ers, where we were just talking about him yesterday. Steve Young is now apparently mentoring Trey Lance. I feel...
Not Jimmy? He's not mentoring Jimmy Garoppolo? Why would he be mentoring?
They took him third
Trey
overall.
Lance?
That guy's playing.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's going to start the year, but he is the future of the 49ers.
Yes. No,
Very different than
I
like the
agree.
Jordan Love pick.
I agree. Who's going to be there to mentor Jimmy Garoppolo?
Who's
His grandma
Steve
said,
DeBerg.
like, she's on Subway.
What?
Jimmy Garoppolo and the fake grandma have like a commercial
okay.
together.
I thought you were saying like his real grandma.
It might be his real grandma.
How in the world do you know
Usually,
that?
though, when they do the Campbell's soup, whether it was Donovan McNabb or Dak Prescott, why can't they use the real parent?
Yeah,
Why do they have
a bad actor?
They don't really say anything except smile and show the Campbell's thing. Like, I make chunky soup for my son.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you didn't have to get an actress to do that. Just get the mom.
Yeah, even Casey Musgraves had her real grandma on her
Or
Christmas
I guess
special.
I shouldn't say that about.
I
sorry.
don't know that
I'm
information.
not taking a like Dak. I just in my head I just realized the Dak Prescott thing I'm saying. But
Yeah, no, I understand.
But they didn't actually do a mom commercial with Dak Prescott. But they did with like certain people. I'm like, why not just use the real mom?
I don't know. I'm going to go with they're not good actors. By the way, Gridiron Gravy, as always, brought to you by the Diamond Factory Dallas. Let's go from that to...
Like LeBron James and Space Jam.
Yeah, because that wasn't his real kid, right?
Yeah, or his
He didn't
wife.
want to spend that much time with his real family.
Oh my
And
gosh.
Do you know how much time you have to do making movies?
I don't.
I've
never been in a movie.
Fact.
And now Gridiron Gravy.
Yeah. All right. Aaron Rodgers said he's definitely planning on finishing his career with the Packers. Now, he said his deal is essentially a one-year deal. And he was like, look, I didn't want to say I'm going to retire after this year because what if this year doesn't go very well? And then he was like, I also didn't want to say I'd play for 2 or 3 more years because what if we win it all this year? Like, is that how I'm going to want to go out? And so he goes, but I'll tell you this, I'm definitely going to end my career with the Packers. And then he smiled and goes, I mean, unless they traded me. And so, like...
But he has no control over that.
Yeah.
Unless he forces them to.
I see, and I think he was kidding.
But
with Aaron Rodgers, it's like, but are you sure?
there's always this level of mystery and intrigue with that guy.
Yeah.
Like, what's really going on in his brain?
Yes.
Did he and Devontae Adams get along or not?
I mean, and because he was like, well, I didn't actively recruit Devontae Adams, if that's what you're asking. And so, like, of course, people interpreted that, however the hell you want to interpret that. Let's go to the Cowboys. You mentioned Dak Prescott. He said that he has spoken with Dalton Schultz. Oh, I'm sorry. Cowboys Apocalypse Day 3 update. Corey, Day 1, no Dalton Schultz. On a scale of 1 to 10 panic meter, you're only a 1. Day 2, you were also only a 1. Today, I'm assuming, since he's still not there, your panic has grown exponentially. Where are we at now?
I can't say 0 still?
No, it's a 1 to 10 scale.
Is there anything below 1 I can throw out there?
You cannot. We only do whole numbers.
Today's Wednesday?
That's right.
Mike learned that this morning?
Yes, he did.
I did. I forgot what day it was.
Still a 1. I'm still at a 1.
What?
Honestly, does that mean it's been a long week when you're at Wednesday and you're like, what day is it?
And you hadn't even started work yet when you asked that. So
yeah, I'm
Thought
going to
it
say
was possibly Thursday.
Fingers crossed, I'm going to say still a 1 on Dalton Schultz, but this scale could tip at any point. We never know when I could just vault that into a 7.
No, I'd be shocked if he vaulted it to a 2. But Dak Prescott did say, I went through the process A lot of people go through this process. He's a guy that I feel very confident with. I have a lot of trust with him. He knows that. The team knows that. I'm confident in that situation. Then he stopped talking. But what he really wanted to say was, and seriously, did you see my negotiations? Clearly, they'll just give him whatever he wants because this team is awful at negotiating. You see that Zeke contract? It's crazy.
They just like their family, and they want to keep the family tight, you know?
Well, no wonder we never
They
win
were
anything
drafted.
of consequence.
You were drafted into the family, and you know what? We're gonna keep you around. That's
Yeah,
that's
man,
the
and that's how I would start my speech in my
If they
contract.
give in to Dalton
extension.
Schultz, I'm gonna. It doesn't matter.
It's gonna happen. Do you think it's gonna? I think it's gonna happen.
It's so Cowboy. That's why I'm out on the Cowboys. Just play the season so we can get over with the 10-7 approximate season. Lose approximately.
I don't know
in the
what the
first
hell you're
round,
talking about,
and then
Mike.
we go on to the next season.
I just saw on ESPN their computer rankings say that Tampa Bay is only 38% likely to win the season opener against the Cowboys, which would mean the Cowboys are 62% likely to win that game.
Say 38%.
That's right.
Man, that means the Cowboys are better than.
They have a spread on that already.
Man, look at Mike already angling to bet against the Cowboys.
They're
going
to win 10 games.
They're better than most Major League Baseball hitters.
Huh. Well, at 38%, they're pretty much better than all Major League Baseball hitters in the current game.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go from that to, for the Colts. Now, they're not worried yet because Darius Leonard, they said he should be back and good to go. But Darius Leonard, their all-pro linebacker, did undergo surgery on his back yesterday.
Oh.
Now,
Tampa Bay's favored by 2.5.
I've told you, sometimes ESPN's computer models do not line up. Like, they had Boston as like a 78% to win the NBA Finals going into the NBA Finals.
Who do you believe, Mike? Vegas?
Computers.
Or ESPN's computers?
Probably Vegas.
Yeah, I would say Tampa. I'm not betting a lot of money. I won't bet. Honestly, I would stay away from that game right now.
Right.
But at the same time, how can Vegas say Tampa on the road is favored, but Dallas has a, what was the percent?
62%.
All right. That
In a
makes no
row.
sense.
Now, you'll be glad to know, Corey, the Darius Leonard surgery, everybody's telling us that it went well.
Good.
So
Oh, man,
He's
good
alive.
to hear.
I
Good
hold
to
my
hear.
breath.
That's true.
If
I
they
do
wake
agree
you
with
up
that.
and everything, you're alive and
went well.
breathing, that is success.
Yes. And that's why we always laugh about minor invasive surgery. And I was like, yeah, to you. But so Darius Leonard is going to miss the start of the team's training camp. He might miss all of the team's training camp, but they're expecting him to be back for the start of the season. You have a look on your face.
Give me a minute. I'm
Okay.
investigating
The
something.
first Monday night game is Russell Wilson in Seattle.
They know what they're doing. At the
That's
NFL
amazing.
scheduling. They know what they're doing. Let's
in
go.
your face, Seattle.
Now, would you make this?
Okay,
now
I did investigate
All
a little
right.
more. Maybe you have this on Baker Mayfield. Do you have this on Baker Mayfield?
He's the starting quarterback week 1 for
He
the
has been
Browns.
excused from mandatory mini camp.
because they don't want him there.
Because they got to make up with him because he's going to be the quarter. Are they going to go with the other guy all year?
Yes.
Deshaun Watson ain't playing.
It
He's
feels like that's a
excused from a
possibility.
mandatory minicamp. Is that just so he can be like, well, you guys got to come over to my house and talk to me now?
They do not want him to do anything that could get him hurt and ruin his trade value, which I guess is super limited. Also, they just don't want him there.
Somebody tweeted out the Baker Mayfield.
I'll tell
after
you what the
Deshaun
best bet
Watson.
is right now is bet on the Panthers at home against Cleveland to start the year. And I don't think the Panthers are good, but I think Cleveland is in an S. Well, I think Cleveland's in a storm right
Yeah.
now, which storm starts with an S.
That is true.
Good
I was
job,
just
Mike.
going to spell out storm.
STORM.
Yep.
Now, I've got another bet for you, potentially. What do you think about the prospects of Jameis Winston leading the NFL in passing yards? So here's how it goes. Caesars says 18% of the tickets so far and 27% of the total dollars on this wager have been wagered on Jameis Winston to lead the league in passing yards. So much so that his odds have gone from 75-1 to 40-1.
Oh, wow.
Which lines him up with Tua and Carson Wentz. And I have to admit, I would be shocked if Tua or Carson Wentz led the league in passing yards. Even if Tyreek Hill does have 1,500 yards after catch, that's the only way I could envision that for Tua.
The way the league is turned to what it is, I have no clue how to predict who's going to have the most passing yards. Like it is very difficult to say, well, this guy is going to have, obviously because of who he is, he's going to have the most yards, because every quarterback is capable of it with the rules the NFL has and the weapons that they have at this point, with the amount of receivers that have come in out of college and just become, exploded onto the scene. So I think Jameis Winston would be a fun bet. A very fun bet to follow for the season, because you could be like, yes, look at all those yards, and people be like, but what about the interceptions? Don't worry about that. My bet was on the yards. It wasn't on that other stuff.
And it's amazing when you do look at Tua's 2018 season in college. He was 245 for 355 with 3,966 yards and 43 touchdowns. That was his healthy year in college football.
Who were his receivers? Was it Waddle and Smith and like all those really talented receivers at the time?
Judy and Riggs, or Ruggs. Sorry.
Holy crap. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, this list is exceedingly high on CeeDee Lamb's 2022 prospects. Are you? We'll do it next right here in The Fan. But before
about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. So I saw something, I believe it was from NFL.com, that is super high on CeeDee Lamb's prospects in 2022. Are you? Truckwreck.com, text line 877-881-1053. And then I'll have questions about a prospect of another player in just 1 minute. So, the Shine 9, sometimes I like the Shine 9, sometimes he infuriates me, but I think the list is usually fascinating, is 9 players who will level up in 2022. All right? We could stop on any of these that you care about. Number 9, Andrew Thomas, the offensive tackle for the Giants. Number 4 draft pick a couple of years ago. Marquise Brown.
Hold on. I don't want to go back to the offensive lineman. Nobody cares. But they do care whenever your quarterback's laying on the ground.
Yes.
Or your offensive or your run game is not doing anything.
For sure.
And so that's interesting because the Giants are a team that has struggled mightily to get their offensive line to do anything for Daniel Jones. And I don't know if I wasn't in love with Daniel Jones when he was drafted, but I think we look at this a lot of times, and was Daniel Jones drafted into a bad situation and never could flourish because everything around him was so bad. So we'll see how that goes. Hopefully whoever's coming off the edge towards him gets run over by the Cowboys, but maybe if he levels up, they can't.
Now, number 8 on the list is Marquise Brown, which is interesting to me because he's going to shine as he's going to level up, and CBS is like, nah, he's going to be a disappointment. Mm-hmm. And I want you to factor this in.
People can have different opinions.
That is true, but do you still follow the legitimacy of this list when at number 7 it's Evan Ingram?
What?
Who does he play for now?
He plays for the Jags!
Gonna be awesome.
Oh my Mike! He'll never be healthy. He'll have a concussion or a hangnail. He's never gonna be healthy enough to get out there to make Trevor Lawrence great.
Did you like how I was like, what team does he play? I know he's not on the Giants anymore. Now he's gonna be great.
Get ready, Mike.
Come on, Evan.
I think Mike knew what team he played for the whole time.
I do too.
And I know we got Christian Kirk. That's
this
my
sentence
guy.
is why. Get ready. While Ingram did make a Pro Bowl, big drops and inconsistency plagued the speedy tight end throughout his 5-year tenure with the Big Blue. But I think this has all the makings of a classic change of scenery breakout. So
that's great, except for I don't. So, and that's fine. He can have a different opinion than me, but I don't think just going to Florida is going to change his ability to catch the football when it matters.
Well, this is going to be tough. Mike's going to have to make some tough personal decisions along the way here.
Or maybe Eli Manning and Daniel Jones just don't throw an easily catchable football. Maybe that's what it is, and that's why
Trevor Lawrence
does.
All
right. Maybe that's the difference.
So I think what we're discovering is Mike's going to be on this list. I am.
Mike Bassick is on the list.
Former
pro baseball player.
That would be the most.
I mean, it is. I've
stunning
often said that this is the season that Mike Bassick puts it all together.
I'm going to disappoint tremendously.
Number 6 on the list, your guy.
Will I block better than Gavin Escobar did in his career? Would I be any worse?
No.
I think I'd be the same.
Humble. That's what I like about him.
Yeah. Olay!
Number 6 on the list of players destined to level up, Gabriel Davis. Your guy.
I do think that this is going to be the number 1 receiver for Buffalo. And once again, I will preface this. It doesn't mean Stephon Diggs is bad.
Yeah.
I think this guy is going to be that good. Not the best in the league. He's not Jamar Chase. He's not maybe even Justin Jefferson. But I think that he is going to be a top 10 receiver in this league. When you're drafting in fantasy football, no, don't take him like one of your top 5 receivers in the game. But as you get to kind of that, hey, I either need a number 1 because I didn't take a guy in the first 2 rounds and I'm struggling, or, boy, who could be the upstart guy with 1,200 yards and 10 touchdowns this year? This guy could.
Now, I'm going to breeze past these next 2 because there's more important things to get to. Michael Pittman with the Colts is number 5. A.J. Dillon with the Packers is number 4. So you still haven't heard CeeDee Lamb, which means he's in the top 3. Jalen Hurts is number 3 on this list. Now to go
re-say the name of the list. This could level up?
No, that will level up in 2022. Now to go along with Jalen Hurts is Nick Sirianni said yesterday, when we talk about OTAs and sometimes make fun of OTAs and then moving into the mandatory mini camps, I'm noticing a difference. What I see from Hurts is a crisper ball. The accuracy I've been very pleased with. You can see him taking strides every single day with his accuracy because of the fundamentals he has with his feet and upper body. Now, that's all fine and well when there's like no real pressure and everything like that. But I did want to know, what do y'all think about the prospects of Jalen Hurts moving up the list? Because Sirianni's chatting him up and then Shine's like 3rd highest on the list.
Well, I mean, if Sirianni's saying he can see his crystal ball, then you say crystal or
crisper?
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. No, I think the biggest factor for him will be a guy that can be a possession receiver in A.J. Brown, but can also be a game breaker in A.J. Brown, and how they use him. Like, is it going to be – because I think he throws better than Tua on a lot of different things, but I think he's less accurate than Tua by far. It's just I think he has a stronger arm there, but that was a big factor with them too at Alabama, right? I just don't know. I can't trust you right now to make the plays that we need to make. So if they can trust him and he can trust himself, I think they can be. But I think he has better tools at his disposal this year than he did last year. Their last year was, hey, let's go out there and run the ball really well. We have to be effective running the ball. I think they'll keep that, but I think that A.J. Brown will be a bigger factor.
Number 2 on the list, Patrick Surtain for the Denver Broncos, which means number 1 on the list is CeeDee Lamb. And Shine says this is a guaranteed riser. Amari Cooper is off to Cleveland, and Lamb has the chops to be the unequivocal wide receiver number 1 for America's team, conveniently wearing the Cowboys' iconic number 88 jersey. He says he's been good, but now he's in position to take his game to the next level and be Dak's go-to guy. And he said last month, I've been ready. That's just me and my competitiveness. It's in my nature. Are you prepared for, and I'm going to say, at least 100 catches and 1,300 yards? Do you think that will happen?
1,300 and what?
At least 100 catches and at least 1,300 yards.
Dak has to decide that he can throw in a double coverage. If Dak is running the offense of, you know what, I see he's double covered, I have to go to the other option, and they do umbrella coverage and Dak can't figure that out, then no. There's no way I can see that.
Has Dak ever thrown a receiver for 100 yards? I mean, just asking. I don't know.
100 yards in a game?
No, sorry, 100. Sorry, I said that wrong. 100 receptions. Has anybody ever caught 100 receptions under Dak Prescott?
I don't know.
It would have to be Amari Cooper, right? He would be the only guy.
Yeah.
So has Amari Cooper ever caught 100 balls in a season for the Cowboys?
My initial thought is no, but I do have to admit, I'm actually not sure of that offhand.
I'm looking. I'm going to look.
All right,
Mike.
well, let's keep going while we figure this out.
I lean towards no, but hope it's a yes.
Okay, do you think the yards is more achievable than the just total number of receptions?
Yeah, 1,300. I guess it is a big number, but that shouldn't be a big number if you're healthy for 17 games and your quarterback is healthy.
Agreed.
It better be. We're paying the quarterback a whole bunch of money, and we did take the guy 17th overall to be the number 1 guy.
And my question to go along with this then is, if we don't get to that point, everybody stays healthy. Dak stays healthy. CD stays healthy. Your prediction, do you think it will be more because of Dak or more because of CeeDee Lamb is good, but not as good as we had all hoped?
Well, in my answer, it'd be both. Dak has to be better.
Yeah. Oh, sure.
And CD has to be better. I would say, to be honest, they've both kind of disappointed as wanting to be premium guys. I'm looking, by the way, Amari Cooper, 92 catches was the most he ever had in 2020. Last year, 68.
So you get an extra game, so it's not inconceivable.
No, and his most yards was 1189 in 2019. So you are asking for this person in CeeDee Lamb to be better than Amari Cooper, which I think is doable, and then for Dak to be better than he was at getting Amari Cooper the ball, which can happen too. But those are two things. It's not just one thing. It's Dak has to be better at showing that he has a number one receiver, which he hasn't yet. And then CD has to be better than Amari Cooper because Amari Cooper never got, and I say close, 8 receptions away. To your point, maybe one more game could help that out. And then didn't really get close to 1,300 yards. I would say being over 100 yards away isn't close in my humble opinion. So I lean towards no on those, but I hope it's a yes because at the end of this year, I really hope that Dak is better than what he has been. Not that he's been bad. He just hasn't been good enough. And that CeeDee Lamb is better than he's shown in 2 years.
Corey, if we throw out 100 catches for 1,300 yards, will it happen?
No. For multiple reasons. I don't think Dak likes throwing into double coverage. He fears it, and I think if he sees it, he's just going to go away from it. And which makes sense because that is a very Jason Garrett type thing, right? Like that is a very take care of the football. But some quarterbacks see things and they go, I can expose that. And I don't know that Dak can do that yet. The other thing is like he caught 79 last year on 120 targets. How many targets then does he need? 150, 160 targets? Yeah. That doesn't happen in this offense. That doesn't happen with the Kellen Moore offense because the idea is to spread the ball around more. So, and if they changed it this year and they said, you know what, Aaron Rodgers, Devontae Adams, we're replicating that. If they change their offense a little bit and say we're going to force the ball to CeeDee Lamb and he's going to expose you, which I think you should do at times, then yeah, but I just don't see this offense being that kind of offense to do that, especially if Michael Gallup's not going to be there early. Everything when it comes to attention is going to be on CeeDee Lamb, and that feeds right back into my first point of Dak Prescott will not throw whenever they see a safety it has CeeDee Lamb as well as a cornerback.
I agree with Corey. Don't fix anything that's not broken. And if you're a defensive coordinator, you say we're dropping 7 in coverage. And we're not going to worry about their running game because they can't run unless, it's just unbelievably great for them. It's kind of proven we can stop them, especially Tampa is going to be like, we can stop them with our 4. And now we're going to make him throw into a 7-man coverage situation. And Dak has struggled with that. Once Dak and Kellen Moore and the Dallas Cowboys beat that, then things can change
for sure.
But if I'm a defensive coordinator, why would I blitz? Why would I do anything different than to be like, we're going to try to stop them with 4, get to the quarterback with 4, and we're going to make Dak look at 7 guys covering 4 receivers.
From the 903, F. CeeDee Lamb.
Oh, no.
But then they said some other stuff.
I'm not saying I like CeeDee Lamb. I'm hopeful that their offense can evolve.
Well, and I also think we need to give this guy just like a little bit of help or gal about Cowboys history. Wins the Super Bowl wearing the number 88. If he wins the Super Bowl wearing the number 88, does that make Dez the worst 88 in Cowboys history? Well, I'm going to go ahead and go out on a limb and say no, because Antonio Bryant exists.
What are you
and
talking
so
about?
I feel like you'd probably just go to that.
What do you mean Antonio Bryant exists?
Sure.
Name a stat.
That was
he was
Quincy's
Dallas
fault.
Cowboy.
He was great.
Surely
Cowboy.
we can all agree that Dez was infinitely better.
No, can you give me that guy's
Antonio
number?
Bryant.
I have like 300 Antonio Bryant rookie cards that I need to sell.
In
And
3
he was
years,
great.
in 3 years as a Cowboy, he had 99 catches for 1,549 yards and 8 touchdowns.
Which season?
In all 3 of them.
Oh, no.
You add
It
all
wasn't
that's-
his fault.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, who was throwing to him at the time? Drew Henson,
Playoff,
Chad
playoff
Hutchinson,
quarterback.
Yeah.
Quincy Carter.
Hey, well, I'm not going to take that season away from him.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Real quick, I wanted to throw something else out because we've talked about this topic for a lot. It's a serious topic. It's worth noting. We talked last week about the FBI and the way they botched just so many different aspects of the Larry Nassar investigation. And now a group of 90 women, including former Olympians, all kinds of folks throughout this story, Well, a group of more than 90 women that say they were sexually assaulted by Larry Nassar are filing lawsuits for more than $1 billion against the FBI. They filed that lawsuit today for failure to stop Nassar after receiving credible allegations against him. Remember, we talked about this. The New York Times had reported that, like, hey, this is when people knew. This is when the university knew. This is when United States Gymnastics knew. This is when the FBI knew. And, like, it is not when he got arrested or when the investigation, like, really feels like it began. So they have filed this lawsuit against the FBI, and this escalates a previous lawsuit against the FBI, which featured 13 women. So we've talked about this story, unfortunately, for a long time, but this is the next part of the saga. Now, coming up next, we will talk with Rangers manager Chris Woodward right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Blasting out 100.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is also brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. You think there will be less big company trucks on the road this summer because of gas prices? Well, think again. And those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them. So get the representation that won't settle for less. Frankel & Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com. That's truckwreck.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. Good news for Stars fans, I believe, as somewhat perplexing player forward Denis Gurianov has signed a one-year, $2.9 million contract extension. But right now, on the line, brought to you by TXU Energy, energy for everything. We bring to you Texas Rangers manager Chris Woodward. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. How are you?
We're doing good, and I got to know, at any point in the doubleheader, or more maybe after the doubleheader, did you just say, I told all y'all? I told you Marcus Semien would be awesome and everything was going to be okay.
No. Listen, I mean, I'm not shocked. I'm not surprised. Obviously, I watch this guy work every day. I talk to him. You know, he's just a click away at times, and I know he got off to a slow start, but you can see that things were getting better. You know, he's getting better swings and just getting a little bit more consistent in his bats. And yesterday was pretty special. I don't know if I've ever seen anybody get 7 hits and 3 homers in a doubleheader. But everything he hit was hard, just good at bat. Obviously, more of that would be nice and get this offense rolling, and he's a big part of it.
So yesterday, after the second game, the interview was with Marcus Semien and John Radigan, and I don't know Marcus Semien well. I know Michael Young a little bit. I know you know both those guys a lot more than I do, but his interviews and the way his work ethic is reminds me of Michael Young. Is there any similarities that you know those guys way better than we do?
Yeah, I think that it's a very similar comp, to be honest with you. Just the way they go about their business. I think they're pretty businesslike, and you know, they don't take themselves that serious as far as you know, fame and the hoopla. They just love to play baseball, and you know, they're gonna come to work every day. And you know, if you're 4 for 4 and Marcus Semien, you know, 4 for 4 with 2 homers, and you wouldn't even have known. It's the same guy that we've seen, you know, when he's gone 0 for 4. So that's just the way he does. He's, you know, very detail oriented, and you know, the guy comes to play every day, and you know, he wants to play 162 games. He's ready to play every day, and brings it just like Michael did. Same attitude, no matter what his stats say.
By the way, if you're a fan of Marcus Semien's interviews, Mike, he will be on, I do believe, with the G-Bag Nation today. So hooray for that.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
I know Woody's excited.
Woody, I'm
absolutely.
I'm interested in the defense of Eli White. Like, this dude he's a highlight machine now at this point, and I'm kind of curious, whenever you see a guy make plays like that, how do you balance the excitement of, oh man, that was amazing, to, okay, all right, but we still have growth to work with?
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, it's ever since we put him in the outfield, honestly, a couple years ago, you could just see him trying to transform everything. Kind of his whole body language changed. You know, when he was on the defensive side. You know, just the way he runs after the ball. Just we realized, okay, we found something pretty special, and you know, we've kind of regarded him as, you know, our best center fielder in the organization for a time now. So when we see catches like yesterday, obviously I was in awe of that first one. You know, you see things in person and live and, you know, in real time, and there was nobody even close to that ball. I looked up and the ball's hit, and it's like, it's a double for sure. And for somehow, you know, he finds a way to get there full extent, you know, layout. He was playing shallow on that ball, so you know, obviously on the offensive side, he'd like to, you know, produce a little bit more, and he works at that every day. And man, if you can get this guy to be, you know, the full complete package, it'd be honestly one of the most exciting players in baseball.
Taylor Hearn said he offered him a Wagyu steak of his choice afterwards. I'm wondering, Woody, when you made a defensive play in your career, did a pitcher ever buy you a meal afterwards? Can you remember that or recall that happening?
No disrespect to any teammates I had, but they expect you to make, even if you make a great play. You know, listen, Felix Hernandez probably was the most fun I've ever had playing defense behind. Because if you made a great play for him, it was like, you know, you just won the lottery. I mean, in his eyes, I mean, he was so supportive of anybody that made a play, and even if you made a mistake behind him, you know, he was like, yeah, get to the next one. I know some pitchers just like, they're so dialed in, so locked in, sometimes they don't even realize. They're just like, yeah, that's an out. I deserve that. move on to the next hitter. They can't really get caught up in the moment. But I asked Eli after that second play. I said, "Hey, you want me to send the ball over to Jose Ramirez, see if he'll sign it for you? Because I don't think he's going to sign it for you."
Can you walk us through your thoughts on like Taylor Hearn yesterday, innings 1 through 5 versus the sixth inning?
No, I thought he was great. Listen, I think it's on us to, I thought for the first 5 and even in the sixth inning, I think the Naylor walk, maybe he was kind of running out of gas a little bit there, but overall I thought he threw great. He did exactly what we needed him to do, give us a chance to win the game. He was dominant, for the first 3 or 4, blowing people away, 5 punch-outs in the first 2 innings. And I think as a young starting pitcher, I think some of these guys got to learn how to get through those final innings. And that's Taylor's thing right now. And, we'll continue to talk through it, push him through it. But at the same time, he did exactly what we needed him to do. And that was go out, give our offense a chance to score some runs, get ahead in the game. And that's what he did.
Now, Woody, I think I was pestering Mike about this for the last couple of weeks. Ezekiel Duran, I kept asking him, "Hey, Mike, what do you think about him? What do you think about he's doing? I see he's tearing it up with the Rough Riders, and he's come in and done some interesting things for you here." And I was kind of curious your assessment of his and Steele Walker's games yesterday.
Yeah, both these guys have zero fear. They just Zeke kind of comes to mind, and both Steele and Zeke are probably in the same category as this, but they just have a real desire to play the game. I think that's what kind of stands out to me. Zeke loves to be out there. He brings an energy and a passion to the way he plays. And Josh Smith, who, goes down, and they've played together coming up with the Yankees, got traded together. Josh Smith labeled him as like one of his favorite teammates he's ever had. Not players to play with, but like teammates. And that speaks a lot because I obviously know Josh and, kind of what he values, and for Zeke to be his guy. Speaks volumes about Zeke, just the way he carries himself, and very prepared. This kid loves to swing the bat, but he's got a plan about the way he goes about his day. In the cage work and his BP. He's obviously got a live bat, and we want to see that swing play out. And he's a very aggressive hitter. But at the same time, his attention to detail when he actually works, it's pretty impressive for a young kid. And the same for Steele. They're very regimented. They both have a routine that they have in their cage work and in their batting practice. Very professional. But pretty pumped for Steele when he hit that first homer. He was looking for that first hit, and for it to be a home run was a pretty cool moment.
So I have a question for you, Woody, based off of one of our former teammates and what you have to deal with as a manager / hitting coach, pitching coach, which you guys deal with scouting reports. Back in 2001, I make it up to the Cleveland Indians, and the Toronto Blue Jays had just recently called up phenom shortstop Felipe Lopez. And so Dick Pohl is the pitching coach, and he's asking us, who faced Felipe in Syracuse, hey, can you give us a scouting report? And Ryan Drees opens up by saying, "Oh, he's awesome," which then got a whole bunch of laughs in the room because the veteran pitchers are like, "Great, Ryan. Can you tell us how to get him out besides he's awesome?" And that was kind of the scouting reports, Woody, that we would get, whether it was from not like he's awesome, but from guys from AA or AAA who were getting called up to the major leagues. They weren't videoing all the games in AAA or AA. So when you're facing a guy, I know it's opposite, Ezekiel Duran, Josh Smith, Walker Steele, when guys on the other team come up from AA, AAA, how much video, how much scouting report are you getting on how to get those guys out or how to get base hits off of a new pitcher coming up to the big leagues rather than in 2001, "Oh, he's awesome" from Ryan Drees?
I totally understand what you're saying, because they would ask me sometimes, "Hey, what do you got in this guy?" I'm like, "I was playing shortstop. I don't know how we got this guy out. Like, I know we threw him a fastball in and he jammed him. Like, I mean, he hit 2 home runs off him. Like, off us, I don't know. But I think nowadays it's a lot harder for younger players to come up, especially hitters, just because basically we have the same analytics and scouting and video that from AA to AAA. We can basically look into that just as deep as we would on the big league side. So we know their flaws. We know their flaws. We know things that have been getting them out and how to expose them. Now, obviously, you add the layer of the big leagues and the excitement of the big leagues. Sometimes guys outperform just because of the adrenaline and, this is their first time, they don't miss pitches. It's usually when guys settle in, when their true, issues come out. So sometimes they can fool you a little bit when they first get called up, but for the most part, we know, when guys get called up, it's no longer a mystery. It doesn't take 2 months before, okay, this guy can hit a fastball. We know right away. If this guy struggles with sliders, we're going to throw him sliders. We're not going to make him hit a fastball unless he shows that he can stay on the slider.
Talk with Rangers manager Chris Woodward right here on 105.3 The Fan. I know you've been really upfront about, obviously y'all want to win and everybody has the same ultimate goal. I'm curious. There's an article up on MLB.com and it talks about the race for the AL wild card, and they've got 5 teams pictured: the Red Sox, White Sox, Mariners, Cleveland, and y'all. Is there a point during the season where you talk about the potential of making the playoffs, or are you hey, let's get back to 500? Or are you just hey, let's just worry about today's game? How do you break that down, small picture and big picture?
I think you do both. I think I've been really, really upfront early on in spring training. And listen, it's a little bit dangerous to kind of throw that out there and say, hey, listen, until we're not holding the trophy and somebody else is, I expect us to build up to a championship caliber team. There has to be growth. There has to be processes that you go through as the season goes on. But I don't ever want our players to lose sight of that. I don't want to, settle for less and be happy with, okay, we just scratched to 500, or, listen, we have to get back to 500 if we're going to be, contenders in a wild card scenario. We have to be over 500. I get that. So getting back to that and staying above that and kind of putting that in the rearview mirror is important for us this year. But there are processes that we have to cross. And every player has their individual understanding of what they look like in a championship, scenario, on a championship team. How do they contribute? And I think that that's something that I want all of our players to understand, because at the end of the day, if we can just maximize each guy and then create a belief in our clubhouse that we are going to win. And listen, we only have one game to win today. All we have to do is worry about beating Shane Bieber and the Cleveland Indians. We don't have to worry about the Mariners. We don't have to worry about, the Astros. We don't have to worry about any of those teams. And I think that that's where some teams lose focus, and we look at the bigger picture too often instead of saying, okay, we have a job to do, and that's to beat Shane Bieber tonight. And how are we going to do that? And if we do that consistently over and over and over again, that creates a belief that every time we step on the field, we can beat that opposing team. And we start executing better, and we start playing more consistent. Guys start producing a little bit more. Our pitching's been keeping us in every game. We literally we've had an opportunity to win, outside of maybe game 1 when we were down 5-1, but we still came back and had guys on base and had a chance to get ahead. We could have won the last 15 games, and that's all you can really ask, to be in a situation to win and hopefully get better in those big moments, in those moments, those critical moments in the game where you come up with a big hit or a big at bat or a big pitch to get out of an inning. But that belief comes from the confidence and the processes that we put in place every day, and that's to win every pitch of every game. And that usually leads to wins. And I want our guys to believe that we're going to win the World Series. There's nothing else. There's no other expectation but that. But there is a process to get to that point.
Yeah, and then once you get to that point, the scouting report on you is going to be, oh, they're awesome. And that's pretty much it at that point.
That's it. And then they just fold, and then they just give in, and we win every game.
I like it. Wow, man.
Let's go.
Teams are dumb for not always doing that.
You got to be part of the
simple
process, too, though, right?
Guys.
Well, I'm glad all these years of baseball, I feel like we just knocked this out in 14 minutes.
I appreciate that, Woody.
I'm really proud of it. Yeah, I'm proud of us.
Thanks, guys.
Last question, Woody. What does a manager do during a rain delay?
I was thinking that too.
I know we play cards. I know probably a lot of guys now are on their phone playing games and stuff, but what does a manager do?
It's not nearly as fun as it was as a player. I'm just being completely honest with you. I mean, we had so many things going on, and you look at roster, who's doing this, that. There's always something to do, and this constant dialogue. All right, if we're delayed, do we do this? And, when you look at the pitching, especially with got that header tomorrow, we're just constantly talking through. So it's no, I know as a player, we used to draw rain turtles and be like, oh man, we could really use a rain out or a delay. That'd be great. We're playing cards. We're playing all different kinds of things, but as a manager, it's not nearly as fun. We're just talking strategy most of the time.
I drew a rain turtle the other day at my kids' game and it rained, and the coach was like, oh my gosh, this is real. It's awesome. I love it. Thanks, Woody.
We might have just solved weather patterns as well. I can't wait to see what happens next week. Let us know what important topics we need to tackle next week. We will get into those as well. Thank you very much, good sir. Always appreciate how informative you are in these interviews.
I appreciate it, guys. Take care.
There you go. Texas Rangers manager Chris Woodward. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, I will disappear, but I promise nothing is wrong. I promise nothing is wrong.
What is this, like a magic trick?
No, well, yeah. Wait. I'm going to disappear in time for Mike Likes It.
Because I have topics you're going to like. College Station.
It has nothing to do with you, Mike.
Magic and Larry, and you mentioned magic.
I do care about
And then
that.
something you don't like, spinach.
All right.
That's Mike Likes It.
It sounds like it's going to be amazing. We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
About your home, your headquarters, your warehouse.
The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by State-of-the-Art Weight Loss, that's soda, and it's brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. At Classic Chevrolet, relax and enjoy the difference really means something. It's rooted in making buying easy and offering classic deals like max value for your trade and never charging over MSRP. So find new roads at Classic Chevrolet. Get your classic deal today.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, it is time for Mike Likes It. Let's go, Mike.
All right, so we have a lot of random things here, but I think it's going to be fun. First, I've seen a lot of people, and this is kind of where you follow, who you follow on your social media.
Okay.
So the Super Regionals are taking place this weekend, Friday through Sunday, to get to the College World Series. So you're down to 16 teams. If you're not following college baseball, you're probably like 95% of the audience. A lot of people don't. But it is like the NCAA basketball tournament in that there are 64 teams that make it. I get there's a little few other teams that make it in basketball, but 64 teams in regionals. And at those certain places, they get it down to 16 teams. Then they have a 3-game series between the teams, as in if you look at Texas A&M, they're taking on Louisville. Texas A&M is considered the higher seed, so the games are being played at College Station.
Okay.
Whoever wins the 2 out of 3 games makes it to the World Series, and then the World Series goes back to a double elimination format, not like a 3-game series, until you get to the championship, the final 2 teams, then they have a 3-game series. Hopefully that's not too much to take in. Really, my main thing here is a lot of people are saying that college baseball is one of the most underrated sports to watch.
Yes, I agree.
And it is on TV way more now than when I was a kid. When I was growing up, and even in the 90s in high school, I really didn't have any love at all for college baseball. Yes, I could go play college baseball, but it wasn't really my dream. Like I think a lot of kids' dreams are when they watch college football on television or even college basketball. And I know college basketball has taken a major hit over probably the last 2 decades. But a lot of kids will say, I want to play for Duke, or I want to play for Carolina, or football. I want to play for Texas or OU or LSU or Alabama. And it's really it was never really a major goal of mine to play college baseball. It was always just Major League Baseball. And so my kind of question is, for college baseball, will they ever gain any momentum in being a watchable sport?
Ooh, yes, and this is a big if because so many years have already passed and they haven't been able to crack it. If more players start coming out of college baseball and become big-time pros and household names from college. Like that's what happens in college football, right? Is they become household names on Saturdays. And with college baseball, that's kind of, you need those guys to make that move into pro baseball quickly, which it's very difficult to do. Like, I mean, Jack Leiter's name is becoming synonymous with, he went from Vanderbilt to the minor leagues. When is he going to come be that guy in the pros? And so I think they can, but that transition is very, Mike, you've talked about the difficulty, the difference between the games. They're just completely different games.
Yeah, especially metal bat and wood bat. Can you, I mean, that's a huge difference. I know there's a little bit of difference in the football when it comes to a college football versus a pro football. You'll hear Kellen Mond or whoever, you get to interview, talk about, hey, sometimes that ball is a little bit different than the college ball that we throw, and it takes a little bit of getting used to throwing. I'm wondering this, and I don't think it'll ever change a whole bunch. The draft is very different now, and they're limiting how many high school players actually sign pro. Just to give you an example, in 1996, I'll shout out a couple of my teammates / buddies that I grew up with. Jeremy Hill from W.T. White and Pat Burns from, I want to say Denton. It might have been Denton Ryan, but he was from one of the Denton schools. And I think back then there was only 2 high schools in Denton in the 90s. They were both drafted in the 5th round. I was drafted in the 18th round. I got double the amount of signing bonus that they got. Now that doesn't happen anymore. There's rules that say if you get drafted in the 5th round, this is somewhat your slot money. You can go a little above and a little below. And then if you're in the 18th round, you're pretty much looking at around $10,000, take it or leave it. That was not the case back then. You could draft a guy in the 18th round and give him double the amount of money what guys were getting in the 5th round because you really wanted that guy and you weren't sure how signable he was. A lot of people thought I was going to go to college, really based off of I had pretty much in the college recruiting process shunned some better schools to go to Texas Tech because my girlfriend was at Texas Tech, who is now my wife. So there was a little bit of like, hey, none of these schools, whether it was Slosh, who's now at A&M as their coach, who was the head recruiter at Tulane, who are like, look, we don't give out full scholarships, but we're going to give you a full scholarship to go to Tulane. And I pretty much was like, I'm going to go ahead and go to Texas Tech. And they're like, well, nobody's pulling him away from Texas Tech. He's going there because of his girlfriend. So what's to say a major league team is going to pull him away from going to Texas Tech if you're not offering him $500,000 or more?
Interesting.
So the Indians at the time, I know the Guardians now, took the chance, and I ended up signing pro because at the end of the day, I was just like, my goal, my dream is to play Major League Baseball and not play college baseball. But with the new rules, a person like me, I would have gone to college for sure because they're not able to offer guys the same amount of money that they could back then. So I'm wondering if the college game will get a little bit better, that your premium high school guys are all going to sign pro, but more and more good players are maybe going to go to college. And I don't know if that'll boost it up at all or not.
I'm curious, Mike, is the coaching on the same level in the minor leags and for colleges?
It's different, right? You're teaching kind of a different game in college than you are pro. So I don't want to say one is better, one is worse. I think there's great coaches in
Major
college
League
baseball.
Though, their access to their players is right there in their system.
Right.
And they can't control what's happening for a college player.
And in college, you're limited on how much you can practice, right? The NCAA has rules and how much you can practice. And in professional baseball, there's no rules, you know? It's not like professional football where the players have decided they don't want to practice to get better. They just want to walk and jog and call them OTAs. And then we act like they're real practices that are happening. But anyways, that's that. I was trying to get tickets to the Super Regional, by the way, and minimum to sit in the outfield at College Station is $150.
Ooh.
And it's more like if you want to sit in the stands, which I know there's limited seats at College Station, beautiful, college facility.
It's gorgeous.
But it's like $300 to $1,000 a ticket for the Louisville, Texas A&M series. But I'm excited to watch it on television. I was going to try to maybe go down to College Station and take my son, who his dream, he's going to be in 8th grade. His dream is to play baseball for Texas A&M. And I was going to be like, how cool would it be to take him to a Super Regionals at College Station?
Yeah, for sure.
If he's already in love with it, this would really pull him towards it. But that's going to be a lot of money to do that. So I've decided maybe we'll just watch it on television.
Yeah, you can still get a little bit of the effect.
Yeah.
The stadium's a very different place at the game.
All right, so spinach. Right now, if you're on the Twitch or on YouTube, you can see that I'm eating a big bowl of spinach, okay? I don't love spinach. I don't dislike spinach. In fact, to me, it doesn't have a lot of taste. So it's like one of those
kind of bitter.
Those things. But whenever I think of spinach, I think of Popeye. Now I'm going to bring Reggie into this conversation.
Hello.
Reggie, you're a lot younger than I am.
Yeah.
I'm 44 years old and you are?
30 years old.
So 14 years difference. I watched Popeye the Sailor Man cartoons. That was a common thing on television when I was a kid. Do you know who Popeye is, or did you ever even watch a Popeye the Sailor Man cartoon?
I did watch Popeye, Olive Oil, Bruno. I'm familiar. I'm up with it.
So
what's the song? Can you sing the song?
I actually don't remember all the lyrics now that I think about it.
All right.
But I do remember it's Popeye the Sailor Man.
Like when I eat my spinach, it's down to the finish or something. Like,
yeah, see, I'm not going to give you all that.
Yeah.
I ain't got it.
Yeah, strong to the finish because I eats my spinach is actually the terms here as I am on a website. So I was wondering, as I'm eating this spinach and not really enjoying it, but knowing that it's good for me, is I was wondering, why did they pick spinach? Because I get a lot more energy if I eat sugar. Honestly,
for a minute, right?
But it wasn't like spinach. It wasn't like Popeye was in these battles for days. He just had to knock out Bruno so that he wouldn't do horrible things to Olive Oil. Which, when you start thinking about what is happening here, there's a kidnapping going on, and then maybe worse if he actually does get his way. And so probably you would run different cartoons. with this.
I think
But
it's
why did
Bluto,
they
by the
choose
way.
spinach? What
What's
did
a
I say?
Bluto. Both of y'all think
Bluto's
Bruno.
the hamburger eating guy, right?
Yeah.
So
We don't talk about Bruno.
So anyways, I was like, why did they pick spinach? And it was because of a decimal point.
What?
Yes. Because
I don't know what that means.
Never heard this story.
Samuel Arbsman, who had a scientific error in 1870. I'll read it word for word here. In 1870, German chemist Erich von Wolff was researching the amount of iron in spinach and other green vegetables. When writing up his findings in a new notebook, he misplaced a decimal point, making the iron content in spinach 10 times more generous than in reality.
What?
While Mr. von Wolff actually found out that there are just 3.5 milligrams in a 100-gram serving of spinach, the accepted number became 35 milligrams thanks to his mistake. So then when the person who was creating Popeye was like, let's make it spinach, you can't get any more iron from any product than spinach. It was a misplaced decimal that made spinach so popular. Spinach became so popular based off of the cartoon that it increased by 1/3 in sales when Popeye the Sailor Man came out.
We've been living a lie.
Wow, this is amazing. In 1 cup of
So
spinach,
throw all this spinach away.
0.86 grams of protein in 1 cup of spinach.
Big spinach lied to us.
If the value was true, eating a generous serving of spinach would be comparable to munching on a small piece of paperclip. So anyways, they
So I
chose
should be munching
spinach
on paperclips
based
then.
off of, they thought it was 35 milligrams per serving, but it is 3.5 milligrams of iron per serving. So that's, eating this spinach is not making me Popeye, and Popeye should have not became that strong by eating spinach.
Man, Mike, see, this is why we love Mike Likes It. We've learned about helium. We're learning about spinach errors. This is amazing. This is why we have
College
this segment.
Station tickets.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm not opposed to if you have a discounted couple tickets.
Right.
To,
I don't know what you're talking about, but
give me a call or
you can
something.
just check Mike out. All right, coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, how are the Warriors set Anthony Edwards up for superstardom? Can this happen for Luka too? Next on The Fan.
Got something to say? Then text away. Hit up the truckwreck.com fan text line at 877-881-1053. Let your You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, we got the G-Bag Nation coming up here at 1:40. We'll crosstalk with them. They do have Marcus Semien hopping on the show today at 3:15, so really looking forward to hearing the man who had a big day yesterday.
By the way, we have to have Walker Steele on. Steele
Walker?
Yeah.
Why is that? Is there is he a good interview?
Oh, my God.
Okay, all right.
He's going to take my job. I'm just going to tell you this.
Today or?
Yeah,
No.
I feel like we shouldn't do it that early.
When he's done playing baseball, whether
okay.
it's 5 years from now or hopefully 15 years from now, he has a job in media.
Okay.
He's from Prosper. He grew up fans of all these teams here. He is going, he might have his own YouTube channel or something like that. I honestly don't even know if when he's done that radio will even exist the way it does. But he can have a job talking sports.
Anytime.
With his energy and enthusiasm and attitude.
Okay, all right. Then we are putting the request in to be the first to get Steele Walker on the show. That's what we will shoot for. All right, so Mike, I know you're you get a lot of credit for basically forcing Luka to lose some weight and go out there and be a great player again. I think Tim McMahon's article had some stuff to do with it too, but there was a lot of
Jason Kidd thanked Reggie Miller for calling him out early in the year.
There was, and that is the one thing I think that a lot of people will still say Luka needs to do this. In fact, Brian Scalabrine, our Odyssey NBA insider, was on with Sean and RJ yesterday, and Sean asked, what's next for Luka? And this is what Scal had to say about that on The Fan.
It's winning. It's getting over the hump. That's it. It would be interesting if he makes that full commitment to his body. Like Pat Riley talked last night about the Miami Heat.
Yeah.
And it's one thing to say, like, good shape. Hey, we got to get in good shape. He used this term. I thought this was so spot on. If Luka comes back in world-class shape, it's a different season for Luka and the Mavs. He needs to come back in world-class shape because world-class shape allows you to not have as many injuries. Like you're committed to your diet, with everything you're doing, so you can get, for Luka, it's 1%. Can you get 1% more out of your game in the fourth quarter or throughout that season so you can have home court advantage or whatever it is? So I think that from here on out, it's a full commitment to his body, not getting stronger. It's staying pliable because he's one of the strongest guys in the NBA. Staying pliable, staying young, staying lighter so that the wear and tear is not on your body. Still keeping the strength, but going down that road. So world-class shape. And if he can get into that, and he is 5% better on the season because of it, as over the course of the 82 games, then the Mavericks are legitimately, a championship contender. And don't ever count out developing your own guys and other people being interested in your own guys.
That's the world-class shape part of this, Mike, is where I wanted to kind of focus because you keep bringing up the Michael Jordan comparison. And we're going to go down another path to get to where we want to go on this too. But Luka, I don't know if Luka this season, and this is just because we haven't had a chance to talk to him, I don't know if he looks at my Western Conference Finals loss was something that has now triggered me and motivated me to go out and give everything that I have to give to my body in order to be that guy. I don't know if he had that moment in this playoff run like Michael Jordan did when he said, well, if they're going to beat me up, then I'm going to be in better shape than they are, so it won't affect me as much. I have to do this. I think Luka came from this series or the Western Conference Finals. He was smiling. He was excited to have been there. He was playing. Again, the Warriors never poked the bear. All they did was compliment him and pat him on the butt the entire time. It was just he didn't have anything bitter from this series. But that's the one thing that I think is going to keep him from going to that place is world-class shape and conditioning to be that kind of player. And maybe he will need that Jordan moment. Maybe he will need a kick in the teeth to actually motivate him to go over the top on that.
I love what you're saying, and I didn't get into this, and Mike likes it. Maybe it'll be for tomorrow. I just started the new book, and it's not a new book. It's actually over 10 years old, but it's about Larry Bird and Magic Johnson, and it's more from their words than from somebody else. So I was like, well, let me hear what they have to say about their careers. They motivated each other so much. They were so obsessed with each other and being better than that person that it drove them to be the best basketball player they could be, with even, in a weird way, without them even knowing about it. They never admitted it to each other. They were so obsessed with the other person that it drove them to be the best player that they could possibly be. And Michael Jordan, it was kind of the Detroit Pistons drove him to be the best overall player he could possibly be. To your point of like, I got to get stronger because of the way that they're playing me. And so I don't know what Luka's is yet. To your point, it's not going to be Golden State because, I mean, it's funny how Draymond Green like intentionally kissed his butt to almost not get him mad. Like he kind of maybe saw what Devin Booker did. Like, let's give Draymond Green credit here. He saw what Devin Booker did with the Luka special, faking it on the ground, and kind of like, did you see what Luka kind of did after getting ticked off? Like, let's not tick him off. So I don't know what Luka's motivation is going to be. He doesn't really have a Magic Johnson, Larry Bird connection with another player.
Right.
I don't know who his Detroit Pistons are yet, and it probably isn't there yet. The other thing, too, is in this situation, he's really young. He's only 23 years old. So to ask this 23-year-old to change his body, to change his workout habits, to do those things is going to be a lot.
Okay, I love that you brought this because Anthony Edwards was doing his recent interview with Kenny Smith where he was talking about I think he's presenting like some stuff for the movie Hustle.
It's his pre-draft workouts.
Yeah, but he was it was for the Hustle thing, and they did get in the conversation about his pre-draft workout with the Warriors, who had the number 2 overall pick in 2020. And this is what he got from them.
I didn't even tell you this. So I was working out for the Warriors pre-draft, and Steve Kerr is there, Bob Myers, and I forgot the other guy's name. And it's the coach, the front office guys. And we working out, and I'm doing this drill that they say that Steph be doing. Boom, I'm running, touching the line, shooting, running, touching the line, shooting. You got to make like 5 in a row. And I couldn't do it. I'm too tired. I'm like, man, this is too much. But I'm not saying this. I'm just jogging. And after the workout, Steve comes to me like, you can't go any faster? I'm like, I thought I was going pretty fast. Right. He was like, nah, do it again. So I did it again. I'm going fast. He stopped saying like, you can't go faster than that. So at this point, I'm like, all right, this is very bad. So now I'm trying to sprint, and now I'm looking all crazy, missing left, missing right. So we go to dinner, and he's telling me like, hey man, if we're gonna draft you at number 2, you gotta be a hard worker. Like you ain't working hard enough. And I think that was a stumble in the road for me.
Wow.
And I looked at it like I called my trainer afterwards and was like, hey bro, we gotta change. We gotta change
our workout.
Yeah.
Change our workout.
He told me like Steve Kerr told me how Steph and KD used to work out super hard. It might not be long, but it's super hard when they're in there. And ever since then is when I feel like I took that next step.
So that's interesting to me, is that Steve Kerr drove him to do that. Like, and Mike, that's one of your favorite players right now. I know you're keeping an eye on his cards.
He's a great prospect.
Yeah. And so like hearing that he was in it was just a workout.
Right.
I don't know. A lot of people are texting in right now on the truckwreck.com text line that Luka's Pistons are the Kawhi Clippers. I don't know. I think that got him over the small hump of like excelling in the playoffs and going to that next level. But I think to get to that championship part, I still think there's another thing that's got to be in the way that has to be that motivating factor for him. And maybe the rest of his team needs to come along for the ride too. Like that's another big, huge factor, obviously, is the talent around him. But hearing that Anthony Edwards story of Steve Kerr was like, you're not fast enough. You're not working hard enough to be a warrior. And that mentality that they have in that locker room.
So they drafted the guy who can't ever play basketball.
Yeah,
no, they didn't have the choice of Anthony Edwards. Obviously, their choice was between Wiseman and LaMelo Ball, and it looks like right now they made a pretty bad decision on that one. And they've made a whole bunch of great decisions in the draft, and that can play out differently throughout time. But what you want to hear from young players, whether it's Anthony Edwards, John Morant, Luka Doncic, is you're not going to be perfect entering this league. You're not going to be perfect at any point in your career. Michael Jordan missed shots. Michael Jordan lost games. Michael Jordan didn't win. I can't remember how many years he played, but he didn't win 15 championships in 15 years.
No.
He lost. What do you learn from those, and how do you get better from that? When you win, how do you get better from winning and not just be satisfied? I will say in one way, and I understand why, it was his 11th year in the NBA, I believe, if I have his years right, maybe even 13th year, I think 13th year. Dirk got really satisfied after 2011. Now, Mark Cuban didn't help him out at all after that either. But how do you stay hungry? How does, and it's not fun. I think I've even heard Jordan talk about this, Tom Brady talk about this, the greatest of all time that we believe because they've won the most. They're not even satisfied with winning.
Yeah.
Like winning is like, that's what I was supposed to do. Now, how do I do it again? And which becomes very tough. Now, Luka's not to that point yet. What I worry about, and it's not that Luka's not great. I do think Luka's a top 5 player in this game and has a lot of improvements to do, whether it's on defense, whether it's on involving his teammates more, whether it's on his body conditioning. There's a lot that he can get better at still to become arguably the greatest player in the game and enter that really fun category. But at 23, from what I hear from, I don't know Luka at all. Luka might not be motivated yet to really step his game up to the MVP best player in the league status. And so that worries me from what not that he's not going to work hard this offseason.
Yeah, there can be something that triggers.
There's like, do you want to have that? If I don't become the greatest player in the game, reading this Magic Johnson, Larry Bird book, obviously Michael Jordan comes to mind. I'd rather die. I'd rather not be on this earth than not be a champion and not be the greatest player in the world. That's Magic. That's Larry. That's Michael. That's Tom Brady. And Tom Brady a little bit in a weird way because Tom Brady was not considered a premium prospect, obviously out of Michigan being a 6th-round pick. But when you really, I like studying and reading these guys that became almost the greatest or the greatest. And they would rather die than not be the greatest player.
Like Luka has like his traits are very competitive in moment, right? Like you get him in that moment, he's going to be a great competitor. But for the most part in the NBA, a lot of things have come easy to him. Scoring's easy, getting assists, winning games. Like he's been he's been a winner now. And now he gets to the Western freaking Conference Finals. That's amazing. That's an easy thing. Hey, it just comes along. That's just part of me being naturally gifted like this. But when you're naturally gifted, how many times have we seen man among boys in high school, man among boys in college, or they get to college and it's like now they're just part of it.
Yeah.
Now he has to say, okay, what is that difference? What is that next level? A couple of different people. Go ahead.
Well, I want to add this and then you can get to the Autoflex, or not Autoflex season. What is it called?
Truckwreck.com.
Thank you. I have heard from a couple people that know Luka because I said, man, I don't like this year that he's a foreign basketball player. And what I mean by that is he's going to play basketball for his Slovenian national team. And they said it's probably better, Mike, that he is doing that because when he has idle time, he gets fat.
Okay.
I mean, that was the exact words from this person. He is maybe not the type of person who is going to go call Tim Grover up, Michael Jordan's guy, and say, I want to work out and lift weights as much as possible to change my body.
Okay.
He would be like, let's play video games and let's eat.
Yeah, let's go have a beer or something.
So they're saying it might be best that he is going to play a lot of basketball because they're not sure if he really does have the motivation in the weight room and in the cardio department to change yet. That can change with maturity.
For sure.
Right? But right now,
for a moment,
if he wasn't on that national team, they would be afraid that he would just sit at home and get fat.
Okay.
And not like, not 300 pounds, but that he would show back up he would show back up 25 pounds overweight. And you're like, dang it, you can't be 260 or 265 and play this game. You need to be 230 to at most 240. And he'd be like, don't worry about it. I'll lose weight and I'll still be good at this weight, type of deal. So I don't know. I don't know Luka at all. I can only go by sometimes what I hear and from people that know him. He is very motivated. He does want to be great, but there's certain aspects yet where he's like, I want to spend my free time relaxing.
Being free a little bit.
And will he ever change that to, I can't relax because there's a Magic Johnson in my life, or there's a Larry Bird in my life, or there's a Detroit Piston team that I can't get ahead of. How do I do this?
Well, and that's interesting that you threw that out there because, A lot of people are saying the Clippers, hey, that he still hasn't beaten the Clippers in the playoffs yet. He has to do that. I know that team's going to look different too next year at that point, but somebody said, who do you think drove LeBron? What was LeBron's? I think LeBron's motivating factor was he was the most hyped kid we'd ever seen.
Yeah.
There was no hype.
It's almost impossible to live up to expectations.
And he
right?
has.
Right.
Like he legitimately, I'm sure, even those expectations are like, no, he hasn't yet, but he has. I think LeBron, it was always him against himself most of the time. Yeah. It was never him having to be against anybody else. And you can see that by him saying, come play with me. I want to play with you.
And we learned this a little bit at Soda, like giving them props here. Everybody's body's a little bit different. LeBron never had the fat body.
Nope.
Luka does.
Yeah.
Like it or not, and I'm not taking shots at him. Some people have a body that when they sit around for 2 weeks on a couch and don't do much, their body will put on 15 pounds and literally a pound a day, right? I mean, that can happen to certain metabolisms. LeBron didn't have that issue. So I don't know all of LeBron's work ethic at, let's say, age 20 to 23. But LeBron didn't have an issue of, if I take 2 weeks off, I'm going to put on 15 pounds and lose my definition and lose my cardio. Now, I'm sure he'd lose his cardio, but he wasn't going to lose the physique and the body that he had. And his body and his cardio is probably, I won't say strength, but his body and cardio is probably 2 times or 3 times better than Luka's ever was at age 21 to 23. And that was a gift from God. Luka does not have the gift from God of just, I'm going to be in phenomenal shape no matter what I do.
Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, man, these NFL under-the-radar players who could be amazing next year. Next on The Fan.
All day, every day, bringing you insight.
for over 20 years.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by GetMortgageReady.com, and it's brought to you by Rubin and Associates. If you're struggling financially, facing foreclosure or repossession, have IRS credit card or medical debt, you don't have to face it alone. With one phone call, Mark Rubin can take the weight off of your shoulders and get you to living life again. So call Mark right now at 1-800-LAWYERS.
Going to get into a list of potential under-the-radar AFC players that could shine this year. I think there are a couple of names on here, Mike, that I think you'll really be down with discussing. But there's another developing story in college baseball that I wanted to get into, and I wanted to get your thoughts on this, Mike, as a guy who didn't play college baseball but could have. On Monday, home plate umpire Perry Costello put his hands on East Carolina's Bryson Worrell to stop him from admiring a huge home run.
Okay.
Now, this was weird to me, for one, because like part of me is like, okay, let the game be fun. I've never seen an umpire, though, put his hands on a player and say, like, basically like a T-ball coach, you need to run to first base. That being said, Jeff Heed almost did the same thing again in Maryland's game against UConn this week too, and so now we're seeing umpires.
So as another umpire was like, "Go."
Yeah, Luke Schliger got the game started with a leadoff home run, and maybe his head like he could be seen running up to him on the first baseline and almost pushing him, telling him to go down the first baseline, stop admiring your home run ball, just move on. And I don't know, Mike, what the rules are in college baseball. So there could be another thing here. I don't know if he's saying, I don't want to eject you, or if he's just being a fun killer and saying, we don't like fun in college baseball.
I don't think you can get ejected for celebrating in college, but if the other team, let's say, does something and they go after you as you're running the bases, then we've seen that kids can not only get ejected from the game, but suspended for whether it's the rest of the tournament, whether it's the rest of the season. It just matters how extreme the kind of maybe fighting or what happens afterwards happens. I am not opposed to what the umpire did.
Oh, really? Okay.
I am not for what the umpire did. I see both perspectives. The umpire knows it's a home run, and he is trying to get the guy. I don't want anything to happen in this game. Now, I mean, this is all my perspective on why he's doing this.
Yeah.
Go, 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 go. But at the same time, umpires shouldn't be putting their hands on players. Just like this, if you don't know this, if you were the first base coach and a kid was running, whether it's a college kid, a little league kid, a high school kid, and you kind of nudge the kid to run the second base.
That's an out.
Or you grab them to like, don't go. You're automatically out. The coach is not allowed to touch the player as they're running the bases, the first base coach and third base coach. If you do, it's considered an out. You can, as the other team, you can say, hey, man, the third base coach held him up by holding him up, or he got him to go by when he was tagging up. He kind of gave him the nudge to go when the guy caught it. You can't touch the player. So it's interesting that umpires are kind of allowed to touch the player in these situations.
Okay, I've always been curious about this too, Mike. When you hit a home run, is it because it's already been hit out of the park? That's why the third base coach can give you a handshake?
Yeah, you can do a 5 because the ball is considered not in play.
Okay.
But if a guy's running home on a double, and you give him 5, now they wouldn't. The umpire can use common sense and say, "Look, he didn't help him go or not go. He just put out his hand to high five him as he was scoring. He did not promote him going home or progress him or regress him, whatever word I'm trying to say."
Now I know this is going to stop down the flow of what you've been, so I apologize.
It's okay. Yeah, let's go.
Stop it down.
The idea that the ball is out of play, so you can give a high five, but if that player does not actually touch home plate, that run doesn't go up on the board.
Yeah, that's always or if he doesn't touch first base, that's another thought. He has to touch every bag all the way around, but it's gone. It's already gone. So what's the point? Like, why? Why do they have to run around the bases after they've hit a home run?
I get, but the rule is you have to touch the bases, just like on a walk-off hit. The guy from first, if the guy from first doesn't go touch second base and there were 2 outs, if you just toss the ball in and go touch second, Like,
it's still an out.
It's an out. It doesn't count because it was a force out, so that would be, game over. You didn't win the game type of deal. But I get what you're saying, Reggie.
Rules are rules, Reggie.
You just have to
even
touch
when
the
they're
bases.
not, when they don't make sense in conjunction with the other rules.
This is sports.
Okay.
Doesn't have to make
wouldn't
sense.
you say, though, when a team gets a first down with 2 minutes to go that they should just call the game? I mean, we're kind of kneeling the ball for no reason, right?
Yeah, no, that's valid there. The
game's over.
Letting it do.
We're just
letting
having
the
to
rules
watch
be what they
3
are.
kneel downs.
Now, I did. I'm kind of curious on this too because last night, man, this was a tough one. My kids' team played. They scored 10 runs in an inning, and then their pitcher was done. They didn't have another pitcher that was as good as that other kid, so we had to put another kid out there. And
you did, or the other team did?
We did.
Okay, yeah.
We had to put another kid out there who has not pitched before,
Right.
and so we kind of knew what to expect. 4 maybe hit by pitches, and then they come back and win the game by 1 run on a walk-off. And this is a team that they are a high school football team that has decided to play summer baseball together. All right, and my kids' team not there yet, but they're working on growing. Well, as this hit happened, the winning run did a cartwheel all the way down third base and got to home plate and did a somersault onto home plate. Now, I didn't care because I understood
Right.
they were looking at it as, hey, we're having fun during the summer. Our team's looking at it as, hey, we're trying to grow and be baseball players and everything. My wife was so mad last night. She was like, I can't believe he did that. Look at them. They're out there. They're doing cartwheels all the way to home plate. Why are they shouldn't even allow that. They should have been disqualified from the game. And I was like, well, it's not that serious. But Mike,
everybody's line's different, right?
It is,
this is
right?
a tough thing. Like Jeff Fry, obviously, he is on social media and he has a line that at times I agree with and at times I disagree with.
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't make him right. It doesn't make him wrong. It doesn't make me right. It doesn't make you wrong. You and your wife had a different line yesterday on what's going to tick you off or not tick you off. The respect versus disrespect in that situation.
Yeah, and that is
like did you see the Tennessee guy who got the hit and flicked off the center fielder?
What? Are you serious?
Yeah.
No, I haven't seen that one.
Yeah, if you look it up, there is a Tennessee guy who gets a big hit, and as he's touching first base, running to second, he's flicking off the center fielder as he's running the bases.
See, I don't like that part of it.
I'd say it's way more disrespectful than somersaulting, but yet I wouldn't appreciate if a kid was somersaulting his way home. Either on my team, I'd say you never do that again.
Right.
That is so disrespectful to the other team and the game of baseball that you are somersaulting your way home. Run the bases and touch the base. And then if you want to come into the dugout and have different high fives, do different dances, somersault, go ahead. But
celebrate with your
teammates. We're not going
teammates.
to do that there. That's my line. It doesn't make me right. It doesn't make me wrong in that. It's the way I see the game.
Somebody has to be the moral compass, Mike, though. And that's where we
and
start
that's the
things,
umpire, right? Was the umpire right or was the umpire wrong? And if I say, I don't think he was right and I don't think he was wrong, some people see it as that was the worst thing that's ever happened in the history of baseball. And it was really cool that he did that to say, look, we're not going to show up the other team. And the ECU player might be like, I'm not showing up the other team. By the way, I think that's where Texas is going to play East Carolina in Greenville for their super regionals, if I have it right.
From the 469, I'm not sure bat flips and admiring your own home run makes the game any more fun. I think that's all media talk. I am kind of curious, Mike. You watch all the Ranger games.
Yeah, so I think it's interesting, and I think there's multiple things here in my head. First of all, losing isn't fun. I've never had fun losing. In fact, I am too extreme in winning and losing. I'll be honest, and I shouldn't be. I should be a more of, look, winning and losing isn't life and death. To me, it is life and death. And so I understand that I have an issue there with it. I mean, you guys saw me at that wiffle ball game. I'm like, F it, I'm going home. I don't want to be here anymore. I'm going home. This is stupid. I'm going home. Right? That's too bad. That's who I am. I'm not going to hang around and be like, oh, that was fun. No, it wasn't. I lost. And so that's who I am. It doesn't make me right. It doesn't make me wrong. It probably makes me more wrong than I am right, and I've kind of lost where I'm going.
Well, it was about like celebrating. Not some people are saying it's not as fun for the fans.
I think hitting a home run is the fun part. I don't think doing dances while I'm running from third to home plate to show that it was me is really, to me, that's not fun.
But you played with teammates that do see
and I
that
shouldn't
as
say
fun,
that's-
right? And maybe they play
Right.
better when they're
Right.
having that kind of fun.
That's fine, whether it's whoever it is. I mean, I think Steele Walker has a huge personality, and I could see him. I don't know him at all, but I could see him possibly doing that. It doesn't mean I could be totally wrong on the way that I have listened to and watched him play the game. And would I say that's totally wrong? I wouldn't say that, but it wouldn't make me, if I hit a home run, I can remember getting in trouble by my grandfather and by my baseball coach at Duncanville when I hit a home run and imitated Ken Griffey Jr. Ken Griffey Jr., after hitting a no-doubter, would kind of watch it, take 3 steps, and then start his jog. I did exactly what Ken Griffey Jr. did because I think, like most people, he was somebody's favorite player in the 90s. And my coach, and then after when I went to my grandparents' house after the game, they're like, don't do that. And I could understand their perspective. I wasn't trying to show up. Lake Highlands was the team we were playing. I wasn't trying to show them up, but I was trying to imitate Ken Griffey Jr. But I can see from a perspective on how I'm showing them up. I can see both sides of it, and it's tough because there's not a right or wrong way to look at this. It's a perspective.
Yeah. No, I mean, I can only think all the things that are going through a pitcher's mind already, and now he's mad that some dude's out there admiring a home run ball when he was just trying to make this perfect pitch.
I will say, what's wrong is when I will call you a moron. When you're in a football game and you're down 28-7 with 2 minutes to go and you guys throw a touchdown pass and the guy who caught it wants to celebrate, like dance, like look at me. Or if you're down 10-4 in the 8th inning and you hit a home run and you start doing the Justin Jefferson dance or some sort of Fortnite dance, like you're getting your butt hammered right now.
Right.
Like there's no reason to celebrate. All you're doing is celebrating you, saying, I don't care about this game. I don't care about winning and losing. I only care about me. If we win or lose doesn't determine my happiness. My happiness is determined ultimately by how I do, not how we do. And to me, that's when you look like a stupid person who I'd never want to coach. I would never want to be on one of my teams. I wouldn't want to play with you if you're going to celebrate you and not the team.
Coming up next on the KNC Masterpiece, we're going to chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation, and I think what we'll do is try and figure out how other referees and umpires can help out in other sports. Would it help Luka if a screen was set by a referee in their game? Next on The Fan.
Hi, guys. Are you struggling?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Buyers Barricades. If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event no matter the size from start to finish. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental, buyersbarricades.com.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, we got the G-Bag Nation joining us right now in studio. Gentlemen, how is you doing today?
Awesome. How are you, Majors?
Doing pretty well. This cross-talk brought to you by D&M Leasing. Yes, Mike.
I have a question because tonight is game 3, and I get that you probably get the best product when they keep giving teams 2 days off instead of 1 day off. But I almost forget that the finals is happening now because there's been so many days off between the conference finals. Then game 1 was Thursday, game 2 was Sunday, game 3 is Wednesday. I've almost, and I haven't lost interest, but there's a lot of me that kind of has moved on from basketball. Part because I know the Mavericks are out, but then part of if you really only have a game every third day, I kind of lose interest.
You know, I think it's pretty clear to me as Mark Cuban and the league have been talking about, do we need to shorten the season up? How do we get more days off during the other playoffs? Just take 3 of these 2-day breaks that are scheduled in the finals and provide 1 each in each of the rounds all the way through the conference finals, and you'll get 1 2-day break in the middle of those series, and then you can play 2 games in 3 days, between the two, first 2 and the second 2. I think those are easy ones once you get to the finals. Like the 2 days off, if you're going to stay in the same location, is too much for me.
Yeah.
I'm all about the rested finals. I like these guys being at the height of their powers in the best way possible. I know it's a battle of attrition, and so there's the advantages that come along with it, but both teams are getting the 2 days off here. We know in general the rest is benefiting Golden State a ton because they've had so much of it compared to Boston. Boston's had these 7-game series. They're going long. They're getting physical. And Golden State had like a week off between the finals. But I like knowing, like if I'm a fan of either one of these teams, I like knowing I get 2 days off. I get what you're saying about from a viewing experience. You're like, is there a game today? It feels like there should have been a game yesterday. But is this not how we always do the finals? Is there not always there is always the 2 days in between the games here, just for the freshness and I guess just to be able to draw out the season and NBA talk as much as possible. But I kind of want these guys to be rested.
Outside the box idea here. Let's play for bronze. Let's get the losers of the conference finals in here for a third place tournament.
Mix it in a little bit so you have other options going along.
Just so you still have a game being played every night, something to watch.
Yeah, that was our NBA. I think it was NBA
and
Plus
Luka
idea.
Fatten up for those 2 weeks. 2 more weeks of basketball.
2 more weeks for Luka to stay in shape.
The NBA Plus idea was the tournament that goes on for the pick. For the top pick, like basically the teams that didn't make it into the playoffs, they end up having to play a side tournament, an NBA NIT, basically, so that they can get rankings for the pick for the NBA draft instead of the lottery system.
How many teams would tank because those players don't want a good score coming onto their team?
Oh man, yeah,
we don't want a top pick.
I don't want
that guy's coming for our buddy's job.
Yeah,
that would
Mo
be a bad
Bamba
thing.
was really excited they got a top 3 pick. He ain't going to be an Orlando Magic probably anymore.
What's what then? Going to Boston, having the series change a little bit, what are you guys feeling for tonight? Is it going to be, like I heard Jared this morning say, both teams in triple digits tonight? This isn't going to be a low-scoring defensive affair.
Abby asked me last night, who do you think's going to win? I said Boston. She said, but the Warriors have Steph and Clay and Draymond. I said, I know. My feeling isn't strong. It's like 52-48. I think Boston's going to win tonight and for the rest of the series.
A man of your convictions. I respect and I appreciate that. You got to pick Boston. I do think Golden State's going to win. I said the other day, I think they're going to come back with a 3-1 lead. Marcus Smart saying they're going to match the physicality. They'll find a way to match the intensity. I think having this time off really a necessity for Boston. They're banged up. Robert Williams, Marcus Smart, they're super hurt. I think the only time they really need these 2 off days is the travel day. When you travel from Boston to Golden State. Otherwise, I don't think you need more than a day off in the NBA Finals. I don't think this is necessary. I think it's way too drawn out. I think I like that point earlier. Have it earlier in the playoffs so you're getting better basketball. We've had an issue with massive blowouts. Now, maybe that's due to this new style of play with the 3-point NBA, but we've had a problem with blowouts throughout this entire postseason and kind of during the NBA Finals. Game 2 was a blowout in the fourth quarter.
Here's the reason that I'm picking Golden State in the series, and I could see it going either way, is tonight, is this going to be the game Boston forgets they have a home game?
They've just been bad at home.
Isn't
It's
that
weird.
Like, out of all the teams, like even Dallas, right? I'm not saying Dallas is better than Boston, but Dallas played well almost every time at home. Obviously, game 1 against Utah, they didn't have Luka. And then the game against Golden State, I thought they gave good effort. They just didn't have it against Golden State. But there's been 3 times this playoffs run for Boston where you're like, why aren't you guys trying? You even have home court and the crowd is really into this. Why aren't you guys giving effort? Now, they were able to overcome those situations. I just wonder, the reason I picked Golden State is I felt like they're going to do it again at least one time in Boston and then not be able to overcome that, well, we just decided not to play basketball tonight.
Yeah, it's a weird deal. I think it was the Heat's 2 best games in the Eastern Conference Finals were in Boston. It's like, this doesn't make any sense, but they're so good on the road as well. And you saw that in game 1 where they're able to go into Golden State, unlike anybody else is able to, and actually get a victory here. But they're home inconsistencies because you don't feel like Golden State's going to be inconsistent at home. They're pretty much they're going to give you their best shot at home every single time. Outside of that first game, I don't know how many people are going to pick Boston to win another road game, but Boston's inconsistencies at home, a veteran bunch like Golden State, they're going to be able to get victories on the road. They've done that plenty throughout the years.
But, Mike, this is why it's tough to become a champion, because Golden State has figured out how to play consistently minute in, minute out, where Boston is a young team and they allow frustration to take them out. You see a couple of shots not falling for the Mavs. The next thing you know, they're not playing any defense. It's what it takes to become a champion is you can't let up for any minutes just because shots aren't falling. You can't let that frustration take your energy away.
Man, I'm kind of curious what y'all's thought is on why Draymond Green gets a longer leash than everybody else. He the refs. Yeah, we were talking about this with Ryan McDonough earlier, our Odyssey NBA insider, and he said maybe it dates back to whenever they were going up against Cleveland, and he was him getting fouled out or ejected because of technicals was something they're like, oh, is Golden State looked at as the golden child of the NBA? And they're like, well, we want to make sure he's around because he brings eyeballs, or because we can't screw over that team.
Don't you think it falls in line with certain players that get the benefit of calls like we've seen LeBron get throughout his career? We were seeing Dwayne Wade get in that 2006 finals against the Mavericks, right? It's like the superstar, even James Harden when he was on his run, drawing all the calls and getting the benefit of going to the stripe that he did. Certain players just get the benefit of the doubt. And Draymond's kind of become that guy in that instance where it's like, this is how he plays. We know he's an antagonist. We know he likes to irritate. That's his style. And we just kind of look the other way when it's Draymond Green. I think he's just kind of built that reputation, and the officials do give him the benefit of the doubt compared to other guys, whether that's right or wrong.
I would bet money that he gets thrown out in one of the next 2 games.
Yeah, because it's a story now. Yeah. I absolutely think it's a result of, what was it, 2016 when Cleveland came back?
Yeah.
I absolutely
nuts,
I think
he
at that
kicked out for that.
Sure. I know at that time though.
Absolutely you should. We got to draw the line somewhere.
It made the NBA evaluate, and they said, we don't want finals being determined by an ejection. I think Chiafalo had a great idea the other day. We need something in the middle, like get suspended for a quarter. Was it you, Chiafalo?
Well, I brought it up, but it was actually Eric Snow, who they're calling Eric Snow Cone now, with the way he's aged post NBA.
Here he goes,
snowman. He's built like a snowman.
No, that's what they are. I'm not saying that's not what I'm
saying.
I
just want your metabolism to shut down, and I want you to be fat, Chiafalo.
That's what the people, we will go around the bodies at 340.
I wonder if this would matter at all. Players in all sports don't really make any money playing in the playoffs. It all goes to the league. Because if you win the NBA Finals, a guy like Steph Curry is going to make $500,000 for his run to win it all. Now, he does get, obviously, legacy, a whole bunch of things come with that. But literally, if he plays 2 months, he's getting paid approximately $15 million for 2 months of basketball in the regular season. For 2 months of basketball in the playoffs, he gets $500,000. It's for somebody like that, it's pretty much playing for free. Maybe you say, look, we can't eject you from a game, but we're not going to maybe suspend you. Or maybe if you pick up a second technical foul, it could hurt you in the game, and we'll give you a third technical foul. But if every technical foul you rack up in the playoffs is a suspension without pay the next year in the regular season. So if you want to pick up a technical foul every game for arguing your point, in fact, if you want to pick up 3 technical fouls, we won't kick you out of the game. But that's 3 suspended games to start next season without pay. So now you make money in the regular season. We're going to suspend you without pay. You pick up 7 technical fouls in the postseason. It's 7 games without pay to start the next season.
That's leverage for a ref too, though. Like a ref would be like, "I know how many fouls you have right now. You want me to screw you out of some pay next year? I can do it right now." Just
I guess I wouldn't eject you from the game. You're like, Draymond, you got another technical. It's free throws, but we're not ejecting you from the game. But you do know now you just lost $330,000 next year because you're not playing in game number 2.
Well, either way, guys, I do know that the Boston Celtics say they are turning the heat up tonight. A special halftime performance from Nelly. As we all know, his connection with Boston is very.
I thought maybe you're saying they're doing like what they did to the Lakers, and they're like, "Hey, guess what? Let's just make it 100-degree building tonight."
There you go.
He's a hell of a running back.
What do you guys got coming up on the showgram today?
Pure Gold as always. Thanks for asking, Corey. Marcus Semien 320.
Nice. All right, so he hits the home runs and then comes on the show. Now, but I thought y'all's MO was you get the guy on the show, then he hits the home runs.
He's going to keep hitting the home runs and play defense.
Imagine how high his production's about to skyrocket.
It's going to go through the roof if the roof is open or closed. All right, coming up next, it's the G-Bag Nation. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. We'll be back at you tomorrow. Say goodnight, Corey. Good night, Corey.
Wait, what?
Wait, hold on.
Make sure to eat your spinach, Corey.
Eat your spinach, Corey.
We're taking You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome in. It's hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. General at your service. Let's talk some sports. There's Zach Wolchuk, Eric Chiafalo, Lucius Alexander is in the Pimp Cup. Carter Freeman is coordinating your video at 105thethefan.com on Twitch and on YouTube. Yeah, we're streaming on YouTube. And along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. So much going on in our fair world of sports to talk about, gentlemen. A good afternoon to you. How the hell we doing?
Wonderful. I ended up chasing around this baby rabbit throughout my house yesterday.
Is this like some type of furry situation?
No, not a furry situation. I haven't dabbled in that, although
in years.
Did get offered that one time. And then I got out of there. I
good money, though.
I didn't understand really what I was getting into. I did see that one episode of Entourage. If you watch the show, you'll know what I'm talking about. I think it was Turtle that ended up getting involved in that situation at the time. But no, it was literally a baby rabbit. My dogs must have chased it into the house, and I think it was in my closet overnight, and I just didn't know it.
Wow.
And then I saw the little bugger just hopping around. And it took me on a wild adventure. But eventually I was able to just pick that thing up and rescued it, took it back out to the backyard. But they are everywhere.
Dude, they're elusive, too.
Yeah. Been a lot of rabbit humping there in the yard.
You're
backyard.
telling me.
Yeah.
And I wish I was participating.
They're incredibly easy to pick up. Like at some point, baby rabbits will panic after they scurry.
Yeah.
And I collected one afternoon in a parking lot. We were doing a little shopping. And we came out, there's rabbits scurrying everywhere. I picked one up and just took it home in the truck. Now, once it got home, I think the dog scared it to death. But it was remarkably easy to acquire. I was surprised at how little of a fight it put up. I thought, man, it's going to be a tough way to go through life if you're going to be so easy to get.
I do have a question, and I wonder if our Turn It On, Leave It On listeners, the Tolos, can help us out with this 877-881-1053, the Twolos and the Tubers as well. But I was told, and this might be a myth. I know, Lucius, you talked about this during LA Live once, and maybe this is one of those myths, but like if you touch one of these rodents, one of these creatures, the mother then, it has your scent on it.
I don't know if you can send it back.
Yeah, so it might, maybe that baby rabbit is
You definitely can't play with the baby birds like that.
It's the birds.
The birds?
Yeah,
Okay.
you can. I had a baby duckling one time.
Yeah.
Because I wanted to go play with the little duckling that was with the mom, and then my mom told me about she's going to basically neglect that child and leave it out here to abandon itself.
Mm-hmm.
So you had to make it like you're a pet.
Oh.
Yeah. So I had like a little Walmart tub, that little pool thing in the garage. So I had a little duck there for a while.
Yeah, you're not going to have that.
Until I found somewhere else to put it.
Yeah, you don't want to have that duck's death on your conscience.
No, absolutely not.
That's a sad deal,
But
man.
the rabbit's okay.
The rabbits,
that's good.
Well, as far as you know, when it got back to Mama, who knows? They smell Walchuk sausage fingers all over, and now it's
He's
who knows?
andouilles, baby.
that poor rabbit is by himself.
Well, that's a good use of a day off. I'm currently stuck in maybe my most frustrating personal finance situation since I almost had my home accidentally auctioned off. Okay, that was about 4 or 5 years ago.
Well, I didn't mean to do it. It was an accident.
If you remember that story, I thought I was having automatic payments sent to pay up my mortgage every month, but I wasn't. And I was ignoring the mail that was coming in. They were notices that they weren't getting my payments, but I looked at my checking account and I saw the money coming out. So I thought, all these guys are crazy. They need to figure it out. Well, one thing led to another, and my home was about 2 weeks away from auction at one point before I finally intervened.
Oh my God, Shooter McGavin would have been there ready to to totally bust your chops.
He would have. So yesterday, I have not received my 2020 tax return yet, right? Like a lot of people got it maybe a year and a few months ago. So yesterday I decided I'm going to follow up on this again. I've been waiting, checking the mail every day for probably 10 months. It's coming at any minute. It's coming. And when I talked to my guy, he's like, yeah, they're really screwed up from the pandemic. They didn't get to work for a long time. So they got a lot of these on the back burner. Last time I checked in with him was I called the IRS 3 or 4 months ago, and they're like, yeah, it's totally normal. And I'm like, okay, I guess I'm not going to worry about it. But yesterday I decided to do some poking around again. And my guy tells me, yes, their records indicate they put this in your account on June 2nd. And I file zero. I file zero on purpose because I like the tax return to be like a temporary savings account, right? Like every spring or early summer, I get a nice little knot, right? Maybe go on a vacation or something.
Oh, yeah.
And they do give me interest. You know, they give you interest if they take too long. So anyway, I yesterday I get word and I'm like, that's really weird. So I check my checking account, was not there. So I call my accountant and he's like, well, don't be surprised if it comes in the mail, but their information is saying they wired it directly into my checking account on June 2nd.
Yeah, we got ourselves a problem.
Oh my gosh, somebody else has your money.
I can't get a hold of the IRS.
It ain't me, I can tell you that.
You know what? This guy running your stuff has your money.
Well,
hopefully pull accountant.
He's been doing my taxes for like 8 years.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
So
it's the
now
long play. It's the long play.
That would be
He
a
built
very
up your trust.
bad. He sure did.
He's brilliant.
That was the longest.
He was
and
waiting
most
till he really
pointless-
needed that money.
I you know what? Anything is possible. At
There's
this
an
point.
offshore account with
I
Dawson's
trust my
name
guy.
on it.
You know, I consider him a good friend. I don't think he'd do me like that. I mean, he's giving me dad advice. That would
Well,
be
he wanted you
the
to
longest and craziest con of all time. So I'm not currently considering that. But
that's what he wants you to think.
It is possible as an older gentleman, he like put the wrong routing number down or the wrong account number in, and now my money is sitting somewhere, and I can't get a hold of the damn IRS. They
course
have the work
not.
shortages.
Oh my
so
God.
it's not. It wouldn't be the worst thing that's ever happened to me if I didn't get this money, but now I have to consider the possibility that I'm not going to get this money.
Right? It's a tough blow,
Eric
man.
and I would have just said, I can't come in today. I'm on the phone with the IRS. Okay?
Right?
Because we would have needed that damn money.
It's the worst part of adulthood when there's IRS, there's bank accounts, there's accountants, there's 800 numbers, they're sitting on hold, and it's like no one can help you. The buck stops with no one. They just keep passing it along. And they, nah, it's not me. Let me get you to the right guy or girl. Oh, they're off work today. There's a summer vacation situation. Pandemic, don't forget. And then you wake up 10 years later and you're like, yeah, I never got my money.
Yeah, that would be quite an interesting turn. To be honest with you, I'm not quite sure how I'm not more stressed out about it.
You seem very calm.
I'm
proud of you.
I have faith that the universe is going to take care of me at this point, but check in with me in the next couple of days if I don't have a better answer, if I can't get on the horn with the IRS. I need to know where they sent it.
Yeah, you do. I'm pretty sure Dawson strolled through CBD American Shaman today, got himself calmed down just enough to do the show. He's going to be right back on the horn as soon as we go off the air at 5:30.
I just want to feel as good as Lucius was looking this morning when I checked him in on him, because Lucius seemed like he was really vibing well.
Everything good back there in the Pimp Cup?
Great, man.
Yeah,
you
doing
I'm feeling
good?
amazing. I'm getting in my groove right here. I'm having my first cup of coffee of the day. You know, I'm getting in my groove. I appreciate the
First
love,
of the
man.
day.
Yeah, first of the day, dog.
Man, I gotta have some within like 30 minutes of waking up. It just doesn't feel like waking up.
Oh yeah, I'm
You need
constantly
to be focused on your money right now, bro.
right?
You don't need to be thinking about anything. You need to be focused on your money, bro.
I'm not even
I
gonna
still
say
am like Joe Pesci at that little place right now. You put my money to sleep, dog.
That's right.
I'm not even going to say the number because it would be uncomfortable to say it out loud, and also it might be shocking. It might shock me into actually being more stressed out about it. But hopefully, I have a good answer to that here in the next couple of days.
Yeah, because right now I got you penciled in for biggest L of the week, Dawson. But you can
Dude.
flip that L to a dub in no time. You got till Friday.
I've had plans for that money for a long time. You know,
Ouch.
I did Christmas shopping anticipating that money would be in my account at any time. You know what I'm saying? Like I've been paying interest on those expenses for a while now. Yes, it hurts.
Well, I got something in my pocket to make you forget about it for 5 hours if you need me. Okay?
There we go. See, I need to hit the shaman. 903. Isn't it great? They take your money instantly or fine you if you don't pay on time, but take forever to pay you yours. Yeah, I'm seriously thinking about not filing my 21 until I get that money. But,
Amen.
yeah, but if you owe the IRS, they'll.
You gonna do a Wesley Snipes style?
No.
I don't have to pay you. I'm a sovereign citizen.
yeah, that's right. I'm a man of the world. I didn't sign up for this. Okay, we do have a breakout happening with the Texas Rangers that is pretty dang exciting. He's finally done it. Marcus Semien went historical at the plate yesterday. 7 hits and 3 home runs in the Rangers doubleheader. They split it with the Indians, and Semien's going to join us coming up at 3:15 right here on your home of the Rangers 105.3 The Fan. Rangers pregame at 5:30 as they finish up. Chance to win the series. Day off tomorrow, and then they're going to open up a series with the White Sox on Friday up there in Chicago. So that's amazing. Obviously, Rangers fans hoping all the other stuff continues with a positive trend. If they can get the bullpen and Marcus Semien dialed in, then maybe we're in for a midsummer run up the standings at this point, because he's definitely the kind of batter that could be a catalyst for your entire lineup.
No doubt. He was fantastic yesterday, just the second Ranger ever to hit 3 homers in a doubleheader, along with Al Oliver, who did it all the way back in 1980. 7 hits yesterday, 3 homers over the course of the doubleheader. He was great. Steele Walker also got his first career home run, Prosper's own right there. So shout out to Steele Walker. And Eli White, who we had on previously on the Players Show last week, continued to flash the leather. He was fantastic.
Number of plays
defensively. So excited for Marcus Semien, as he's been really, really good as of late. Jared had the tweet his last 19 games, sitting 325, 6 homers, 14 RBIs, a couple of doubles, a triple, 17 runs, and he's 8 for 8 on stolen base attempts.
Keep dirty talking to me, big boy.
He's heating
playing
up
like an MVP.
Yes, sir.
940. You can touch baby birds. Huge myth. The mom won't help them again. They 100% will help. Well, I think it's case by case, because I had a similar situation when I was like 7. I climbed this tree in my backyard, pulled the nest out with eggs. I'm like, I'm taking this into the garage. We're going to hatch these bad boys. Mom saw me and was like, what the heck? We got to put these back. She actually went up there and put them back. The mom and dad bird came back and attacked her. I think they were blue jays. And she's like swinging a broom, trying to shoo them while trying to put the nest back. And days later, I checked, and they'd abandoned the nest. They had.
Yeah, I actually have a similar story as well. I was born in Bedford. It was me and my older brother, Anthony. We had these big bushes.
What's up, Anthony?
Yeah, what's up, Anthony? Might be Toloing all the way on the Odyssey app out in Denver, Colorado right now.
What'd you say?
They're all half buzzed out.
And we saw this bird's nest in the bush, and it was not up in a tree, so we didn't even have to climb up. It was like in this bush area, and it was like, okay, cool. There was a couple of baby ones. We're petting them. We tell my mom about it. We come back a few hours later, and the birds they're like fresh baby birds, man. Super sad. Literally on the ground, deceased.
Got kicked out.
It was a scarring moment for me and my brother. Yeah, because we had
sad.
to kind of own that a little bit.
Mom and dad were like, see what you made me do?
Yeah, dude. I was like, wow, okay, this is an eye-opening experience. So now I don't touch birds as often.
Yes, only pet birds.
That's right.
Okay.
I was a perpetual bird toucher until I realized I was killing innocent birds.
It's too bad. It really is. I don't know. There's a lot of people texting and otherwise, but I don't know. There's at least 3 anecdotal pieces of evidence for you.
Yeah, I hope so, because I hope I didn't separate that little baby duck from his family for no reason. Good God.
Mom and dad are looking around. Well, I knew it was around here somewhere.
It's all about the intention, Lucy. It was not your intent.
I can still smell him in the area. Massive change coming to the world of golf. And it's crazy that Brian is in Saudi Arabia right now. We'll check in with him tomorrow during Krusty's Corner. Broadus is going to call from his Middle Eastern vacation. This would be like a rival football league, like the XFL suddenly getting Saudi money and just taking away top players. Like Dak's like, peace out, Cowboys. I'm going to go play on this tour over there on the other side of the world. 2 more major champions, Bryson DeChambeau and Patrick Reed, are joining the LIV Golf Invitational Series. DeChambeau, 2020 U.S. Open champ, and Reed, 2018 Masters champ, expected to compete in their first U.S.-based event scheduled at Pumpkin Ridge in Portland, Oregon, coming up June 30th through July 2nd. So at the end of this month, comes a day after Dustin Johnson announced that he has resigned from the tour and will join the LIV Golf Invitational Series for a reported $125 million. You know, you can chase a legacy, you can try to win majors, but in the end, it's the cold, hard cash that's going to be the primary motivator. And if you're giving these guys 3 or 4 times what they could hope to make in a great individual season, it's just too much money to turn down. $125 million for Dustin Johnson. He's gone. Yep. Bryson DeChambeau is gone. Patrick Reed is gone. So I have 2 takes on this. Number one, kind of stinks as a fan. You're not going to get to see your best and favorite players all competing together at the same time. But number 2, PGA Tour needs to recognize what time it is.
Hello.
And just drop the silly rule.
Yeah.
If you want to go moonlight because they're offering 40 times what we can, we understand, boys.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we'll see this thing through.
It's hard to knock them for going out there and making money. I was reading the morning news article, and they were focusing on, SMU's own Bryson DeChambeau in the article. And Bryson's made north of $26 million in his career. And the reported SGL payday would have been worth 5 times more than what he's made in his professional career up to this point. It's like, I don't know how he doesn't say yes.
Right.
I mean, they've basically made it to where, all right, you're a schmuck if you say no.
Yeah, I guess it's social pressure.
Yeah, for sure. It's the money talks.
Yeah.
And
money.
you float enough way. 100%. You float enough. You're like, okay.
It's the difference of like the college football player who grew up loving like the conference and playing for the Heisman, and he's got stars in his eyes. He's like, oh, I'm so lucky I get to play for Notre Dame. But on the other side of the locker room, there's a bunch of people like, this is so stupid. I'm playing for free. I can't wait till I get to the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
I think some people are going to love the idea of the history and taking their chance at the U.S. Open or the Masters, or the Ryder Cup is out for these guys now.
Yeah.
Others, I think the majority, this is certainly what I do. I'd be like, how much money? You got to be kidding me.
It was a shocking amount.
This is instant generational cash. I'm not trying to grind for $5 million a year and hope to save half of it after taxes and, create some wealth from the next generation. This is, I'm done. Now I'm playing golf for fun because with $125 million and a decent financial advisor, generations of my family are taken care of, blink of an eye.
I don't want to be rich with a budget.
Right.
Yeah, I want to be rich.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. And even like Phil Mickelson, Dustin Johnson, guys that have made and do make really, really good money, they're still able to get money whipped. Imagine the young super studs that are coming out and they're 18, 19, 20, 21 years old. Of course, those kids are going to be able to get money whipped in a heartbeat if they're able to get Mickelson and DJ and these guys that have already made some pretty good money.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, they can even get these guys, the youngsters, and you can tell even Phil is like still surprised at the money. Did you see all the pictures from their golf draft? He's just like eyes wide open. He looks like he's still like in shock, I think, a little bit. He's
I
in a
can pay
daze.
back all my betting debts.
Every single picture, his eyes are just like super bug-eyed, and he just can't believe, like, I'm about to. He's just seeing dollar signs everywhere.
He's holding a band of money phones.
Yeah,
a stack of 10s and 20s.
Yes.
We're going to Vegas.
The next pictures are him going to be looking nervous and terrified as he realizes he's placed a 9-figure wager with his new earnings.
Gosh, man, yeah.
I hope he doesn't, but who knows with Phil, man.
I think we know he probably has.
Gambling degenerate and a half. He's probably down for 8 figures right now. Okay, we'll go around the sports infidelity, Chiafalo. What's going on here?
Yes, sir. We have the hero becoming the villain. How do you cheat on this superstar? We have Miss Bum Bum Susie Cortez making an appearance. And did this lady take the cheating retaliation too far?
Then the G-Bag of the day here on The Fan. But are you getting back to being you? If you're not, get into Men's T Clinic. You want to maximize your energy levels. You want to be supercharged. Men's T Clinic will give you that edge back that you remember, right? You harken back to the days of when you were a younger man. You had all the energy. You were a weekend warrior. You were working 12-hour days and had plenty left in the evenings for whatever, might entail. Well, Men's T Clinic and their industry standard setting testosterone replacement therapy is calling you. It was calling me, and now I am feeling absolutely great. Men's T Clinic, 5 DFW locations, Addison, Frisco, The Colony, Grapevine, are now open in North Frisco. Flexible appointment times, cash and insurance options makes it so easy to get in, get out, and get back to being you. Men's T Clinic, their comprehensive treatments are individualized, patient-first, and proven. And, once again, the insurance can take care of this. So if you're thinking, I don't know if I can afford this, see if you're
professional grade.
Yes, sir. Welcome back, Nation. Segment here is brought to you by the Can Academies, right off the car, not the kid, and the Frankels. Texting and driving or drinking and driving are both selfish acts because it's not just about you disregarding your own safety. It's a disregard for someone else's life. A reminder from Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com. Call 214-333-3333. With G-Bag of the Day is coming up in 6 minutes. Here's Chiafalo with Around the Sports Infidelity.
Yes, sir. All right. Did this lady take the cheating retaliation a little bit too far? We'll get to that here in just a second, but we have two unfortunate stories about our athletes dipping their toes in some unholy waters here. We have Tyler Hero, the Miami Heat. Now, we remember during the pandemic, he shot his shot with the Instagram model, the influencer, Katia Elise.
Gosh, what a hero.
Certified smoke. And and next thing you know,
she got a face like a little Doberman, man. That's a cute face, bro. A little puppy face.
Yeah, man.
Respectfully.
Absolutely respectfully. Yeah, she's the real deal. He shoots his shot for everybody to see, and he swishes it. Next thing you know, you follow up 2 years later. They've been dating this whole time. They got a little kiddo together. He's Sixth Man of the Year. Life is good. On top of the world, boys. And then Katia Elise Henry on the Instagram. If you cheat on someone that is willing to do anything for you, you actually cheated yourself out of true loyalty.
Uh-oh.
That's what starts getting posted.
Well, if it's true loyalty, she should still stay with him for the record.
Yeah, he made a mistake, man. He's a young guy, you know?
He slipped up.
Men don't grow to like 35 and above.
Oh, well,
you. God makes mistakes. He's got to learn.
I'm glad you said like 35 and above because I have a 37-year-old athlete that we'll get to here in just a second. But Katia Elise Henry then unfollows Tyler Hero,
Oh, no.
the baby daddy, on the Instagram and just randomly tweets out at one point, very sad, just quite simply, "This hurts." And so he broke her heart. Poor Katia. Now she's bounced back beautifully from the baby. You'd never know. She's like a fitness model, one of those deals. She's going to be just fine, okay? But we'll see. We'll see what happens here. The Hero household. You get the Sixth Man of the Year. You start feeling like your bleep don't sting. Oh, I shoot a shot with Katia. Next thing I know, I can shoot my shot with anybody. And I guess he's been shooting his shot all over the place. Now,
him and Nick Cannon, right?
Oh, well, yeah.
Nick Cannon's an icon, man.
Man, I just saw some article about him.
I love it.
Another baby.
Another one.
I wish I could do it like that. If I had that many millions of dollars, I'd do it too.
Good for him.
It'd be Lucius's everywhere around this mofo.
Him and Antonio Cromartie, dude. They're leading the league in baby models,
He's got
aren't
good
they?
genes.
Yeah, he does. Now we go.
He says it's his diet. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. He says it's his diet. He's been eating really well, and everything's working a little bit too much.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah.
He looks great.
He found out he had like lupus and he changed his diet.
Okay.
And he's getting wild down
He
there.
does not age.
No.
He really does not.
Man, I love. What was the movie where he was like the
Drumline?
Well, there was Drumline.
That's my favorite.
Then
Love Don't Cost a Thing.
Love Don't Cost a Thing was another good one. I'm trying to think where he's like an officer and he goes back to school. And it's kind of a cool deal. Oh, it's a good movie. Good Nick Cannon movie. Somebody's going to fire it off here on the truckwreck.com fan text. Gerard Piqué, soccer player.
Okay.
I had no idea, but he had been married to Shakira for many a year. They have children together and everything. Sadly, they are separating. And he was planting the seed in a lot of different places. Okay, 20-year-old students are being alleged, and then Miss Bum Bum Cortez. Are you guys familiar with Miss Bum Bum Susie Cortez?
I got very familiar.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Recently.
You did your investigative work.
I did. I feel like it was only fair. I needed to, freshen up on the material.
Yep. Well,
the Bum Bum.
She's like a Brazilian model. She's like, hey, I had so much respect for Shakira. I would never say this, but now that they're split up, I just want you to know he's been all up in my DMs for forever. So the soccer player, Gerard Piqué, how do you do that to Shakira? I mean, how do you do that to Shakira? And he's 37 years old. So it's like, hey, you go for the young athlete, Tyler Hero, it's gonna bite you in the rear end sometimes. Even you go for the well-established veteran, 37 years old, and he slides off the pitch.
Well, and Bum Bum is a Messi fan.
Yeah,
she's done like the full body paint and the Messi.
And he's a Barcelona guy.
Yeah.
Which is funny because one of the things he says, she alleges, Miss Bum Bum whatever, alleges that he was basically saying like, hey, I'm jealous of your tributes to Messi. Why don't you show me a little bit of love?
You got to relax.
Yeah.
Face painting for another man. What's going on here?
That's right. And then we have this. Now, this is not an athlete lady, but this is just your everyday lady on TikTok who decided to arrive at a local river-looking thing on this bridge and video herself on TikTok throwing something like dusty things into the river. And when you read the caption, it just simply says, "He cheated, so I threw his mom's ashes in the river."
Oh, no. You can't do that.
That's a retaliation that I haven't personally seen before, and I didn't know. Did she take things too far?
Yes.
Yeah. This is mama.
Yeah, that's way too far, bro.
It's not your place.
That should be criminal. Now, maybe infidelity should be criminal as well, but that should be criminal to dispose of a loved one's ashes.
I agree. I think she probably crossed the line a little bit. Over 6 million views now in just a few days. Viral clip. Thousands upon thousands of comments. Some saying, "You go, girl." Some saying, "How could you possibly do this? This is the ashes of his mother."
Yeah.
And so I'm like,
I
okay.
could see why he cheated at this point. To be honest with you.
Right. It gives you a little bit of a window into maybe what he was dealing with this entire time.
Siding with the other guy in this situation.
He was looking for a way out.
Anybody but mom, right?
Hey,
like when you start doing the power rankings of ashes you don't throw into, out of retaliation into the local river.
Yeah.
I think mom's at the top of the list.
Two sides to every story. And Underclassmen. Is that the movie you're thinking of?
Underclassmen.
Boom.
Oh, that's
Got it.
Nick Cannon's finest work.
It is time now for the G-Bag of the Day, the best audio curated by Lucius Alexander.
Oh, hold on. You caught me grooving.
We go back into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius is standing by.
DJ No Clue in the building.
Brought to you by CBD American Shaman.
Shop TexasCBD.com. I think that girl's from Fort Worth too, right?
Really?
So that means that ashes are somewhere here, just probably in the
Floating down
Trinity
to Trinity.
somewhere.
That was a local story. I had no idea that was a local
We got to
story.
get the guy on. We got to get him on.
Oh, I wish we could get his mom on.
Next into the show.
Oh, come on.
Good Lord.
That's too
Hold
far.
on.
I apologize for that.
Can we dump that?
Yeah, we should.
All right. Our winner from last time is the most incredible video on the internet currently.
Yeah.
It's the Hall Pass video. It sets itself up in moment of silence for this guy, too. Damn.
If the Yankees were going to win a World Series, but you had to give each other a hall pass, would you do it?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, why
Who
does
she have to? Who does she have to? You can pick anyone who you want. Who would you pick?
Anyone in the world? My ex-boyfriend.
That was quick.
Oh.
That was too quick.
Totally obvious. So fascinated about him every day.
You.
Oh.
So why the ex-boyfriend?
We're gonna fight about this.
Why the ex-boyfriend? He's gone. You can tell me.
He was a good lover.
He's gone. You can tell me.
Wow.
You can hear the it's too much excitement in her voice when she follows up with, "Wait, anyone in the world?"
Oh my goodness!
I
hear the smile.
I thought she was gonna go Jeter. She's a Yankee, right? I'm thinking, is she gonna fire off a Jeter? Does she want one of these gift baskets? I mean, I think we've all kind of
Don Mattingly.
No, my ex-lover.
My
David
ex.
Justice.
Oh, gosh,
Holy cow!
Where's mine?
As a Yankee fan, like the most you have to wait is another 5 years, 10 years.
Yeah.
Just be patient.
You got 27 of them
How
things.
stupid
honey.
you got to be? That'd be like a Lakers fan.
Y'all remember the real sad endings of Incredible Hulk? Remember that song? Hold on.
The TV show?
Yeah. The TV show, the Lou Ferrigno.
Lou.
Yeah. Here's that song, bro. This is that man's head was. This is all he heard in his head when it happened.
Yeah.
He was just gazing off into the distance.
So my ex-boyfriend, he's a better lover.
Anyone in the world?
Oh my goodness, my wildest dreams.
You're a genie that I've been praying for years.
We can only hope that guy walked away forever.
Thank goodness.
And the ex immediately shot her a text.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh man,
We're gonna fight about this later.
How you been?
Okay. He's gone. You can
Okay,
tell
so
the truth.
the 214 does want to point out the lady in Fort Worth has been arrested for getting rid of
the
mom's
ashes lady?
Yeah.
Good.
yeah, her mugshot. She's crying in the mugshot.
Oh, one of those, huh? She sold it good?
I didn't know.
A crazy woman who's spiteful and mean and manipulative. When you finally get her and there's no way out, that's her last card to play.
That's a good point.
NHL Western Conference Finals are on TNT. We're talking about hockey right here, people. It's a real close goal by Colorado. Real close goal right here, possibly.
That has to be above the shoulder. Oh. Puck on the stick
Above the shoulder, holy holy shucks, that's going to be, that's close.
That is very, very close. That last angle, it looked to me like it was above.
It is a goal. Yeah, it's got to be a hockey goal. Hockey. Yeah. He meant to say holy jumping, Bagger.
He did. That's a holy jumping.
He just flat out said it. He just flat out said it. He got grooving.
Some great voices in hockey.
Everyone had his back there too. That was good.
Man, one of these days we're gonna get one of these serious, these XM style no holds bar broadcast booths.
I've wanted it for so long.
We're gonna get an alternate broadcast. McAfee's starting it, I think, with the Amazon stuff.
There you go.
And next thing you know, things are just gonna be flying left and right.
It'll happen. Carlos Beltran, what is he infamous for? Let's say the word infamous. Cheating. About the pitches, right?
Oh, he was the mastermind guy of it all.
Yes, he was.
Oh, that's great. I'm glad. Yeah. Keep adding more sauce on it.
Okay.
So, yeah, he was on the Yankees broadcast. Listen to this man talking.
You know, and if you could find something that you could take advantage and use it to put your team in a position to win, you're going to do it.
Now, would you keep this information for yourself, or would you give it to your teammates too?
I share my information. I want everyone to have success. You know what? A lot of times, some guys, they like it. Sometimes they say, you know what? I don't want to know. I get anxious. I say, you don't want to know? I want to know what's coming. You know, like, that would put me in a position for me to feel good at the plate.
Me too. 2-0.
Like, Derek Jeter was one of the guys that he didn't want a part of it. He didn't want to know. He said, if I know, I will swing at anything. I will swing no matter what. So Jeter was one of those guys that he said, let me concentrate on the pitcher. Let me sleep with my plan. I know I'm going to hit the ball to right field. I'm not going to get hit. I know I'm going to get a hit toward the middle to right field, so I don't want to hit. And I respect that.
I respect that if people don't want to cheat, you know? Gotta have integrity to
But I want everyone to know.
It makes me feel better at the plate. Yeah, me too.
Oh, wow.
If I knew the lottery numbers, I'd play the lottery too, fam.
I mean, there was an ancient art to sign stealing, right? And maybe he thinks he's talking about that, but being involved, it's just so amazing that just a few short years later, we're having open conversations during baseball games about how all that went down without shame.
Right, when you don't get punished, you leave it open.
Yeah.
Why not?
I guess. Thanks, Rob.
Let's see. FedEx driver or Najee? Let's do the FedEx driver. It's a weird situation. So do not drive fast down people's street, apparently, if you're the FedEx driver, UPS person or whatever, especially in their driveways. If they have a long driveway, this man had a confrontation with a FedEx driver.
I'm not doing too bad. I own that driveway, and I own this driveway. Okay. When I see somebody coming, the van doing this down the driveway, it pisses me off. Okay. I maintain that driveway, and I maintain this driveway. If I see this van doing it again, there's going to be hell to pay. I know you're bringing to my house.
Hey, sir, look, I'll deliver to your house, but you got to keep it professional too, okay?
I'll keep my thing. I'll keep it however I want. Listen, you're delivering the packages. Respect the slow sign, or don't come in my driveway.
Don't scream at me.
I'll scream at y'all if you want. All years your truck get ripping.
Don't scream at me.
I'll do whatever the I want. You're on my property, mother. If you don't want to listen to me, get the out of here.
Do you want your package?
I don't give a
All right.
Have a good out of here.
Have a good day. He said he doesn't want it. Hey, I'm still here, man. What are you gonna do about it?
Oh.
I'm leaving, okay? Have a good day.
I want my shipment now.
He's threatening me. I'm not going to stay. You can call FedEx.
Too bad your dad is slow down on my street guy. I don't know if I'm slow down on my street guy, but I'm nervous if I'm in a car and someone else is driving and we're in a neighborhood like going over 25. Yeah. Because I know like every 20th house, that dude is all over it, you know? He's got the kids at play signs out there. He'll holler at you. Hell, I was traumatized 17 years old. Grown man came to my house and he wanted to fight me. He did.
Yeah.
He was like, "Come on outside, let's fight right now."
Yeah, you were going too fast.
I was going like 40. I was like going like 40 through the cul-de-sac. I deserve to get beat up.
Yeah,
right?
You did.
Shame on you, sir.
I hate parking lot speeders. People that go fast in parking lots.
Oh, it's the worst.
Slow down, fool.
Yeah.
I don't like
Okay,
that.
is it do not drive fast on the street guy? Is it Carlos Beltran of the Yankees broadcast? The cojones on this dude to talk about it. I don't think you can be held accountable for cheating anymore because the commissioner is going to say, this is bad for the sport. This is bad for the sport for the controversy to continue, so we're just going to silence it by burying everything. Hockey goal. Holy yes, what a goal. Or the most incredible video on the internet currently, our two-time champ. I'm going to go with the hockey goal, Chiafalo.
I'm going with the hall pass gone wrong.
Yeah, me too. Hall pass.
2-1, Woolchuck.
I'm going, holy shucks, what a goal, eh?
Okay, we're tied at 2. Jump onto @GBagNation Twitter account. Follow us when you're there. We'll follow you right back. Vote on the G-Bag of the day. We're coming back with Krusty's Corner. Woolchuck, what's the subject matter?
Well, I've been convinced to do a little NFL true or fart false. We're going to bring that back next on The Fan.
All right, before we do that, though.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine knows you like buying to be easy. That's why they created a Classic Chevrolet Easy Pass online buying tool. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com to get started. Chevrolet, find new road, y'all.
Well, thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. Who's the G-Bag of the day? The champ with the Hall Pass has won with 59% of the vote, beating the challenger. Tune in every afternoon, 2:30 for the G-Bag of the day. If you miss it, you can get it recapped most evenings at 5:40 during LA Live with Lucius. Here's Zach Wolchuk and some football content.
Thank you. Do have this update on the Cowboys. They have signed tight end Jake Ferguson to his 4-year rookie contract. So the Cowboys' entire 9-man draft class is now officially under contract. Nobody left to sign. So they are good to go in that area.
Good job, guys.
Also, an update on Krusty. That would be Brian Broaddus, who was hanging out with the Twolos there. Twitch.tv/Dallas fan. He popped in for G-Bag of the day, said we were sounding good. He was wondering how people were able to listen to us from across the pond, because I don't think he knows how to work apps on his phone.
Of course not.
So it's like a flip phone like Jerry does. So he just went to Twitch. And that's how he was able to watch us. I think he's left, though. He said, sorry, guys, got to run. He's got another dinner to attend.
Okay, yes. Having a great time over there, I understand. Tomorrow he's going to join us in this very segment.
Gosh, I cannot wait to hear from him. That's going to be so fun. You know who else has a flip phone that might kind of potentially surprise you, then be like, no, it kind of doesn't at the same time?
Who?
Andrew Luck.
That does not surprise me.
Andrew Luck has a flip phone.
Keeping it simple.
Gosh, man, that guy's got life figured out.
How did we figure out that Andy's got the flip? Is he showcasing
It's been
that?
well documented. Yeah, it's been like even during his playing days. Like it's not like a retirement thing where he's like, okay, now I just need the flip phone. He was texting his teammates using a flip phone whenever he did play.
So for this edition of Krusty's Corner, we've got some bold predictions that I'm going to throw out there for this NFL season. Okay, this is courtesy of NFL.com. I'm going to ask you guys, and 877-881-1053. I know we had one listener that really, really did not like this segment. He was like, I got kids in the car. Why are you guys playing this?
I don't understand. He kept saying, like, stop saying the F word. I'm like, dude, football's like a word that you're just going to have to wrap your mind around.
I think the word was fart. He didn't like the fart stuff. So
my favorite sentence I've heard uttered at work in the last few months was Lucius just coming into the studio now saying, hang on one second, I can't find the fart stuff in the folder. And it's just one of the most amazing sentences someone could utter at work, and it be work related.
And I still
let me say this about people complaining about the language. Like we used to be PG-13. We have brought it back so far. Like if crap or hell offends you, I'm sorry. If damn is making you worried about how you're parenting your child and what you're exposing them to, I don't know if FM radio is your deal. You know, maybe go over to the AM radio, PBS. I don't know what content you're going to consume. But what the hell are you doing listening to guy talk and sports radio talk, buddy?
Amen.
Okay?
And I would like to think a true or fart segment kind of falls in line with that.
Yeah, your kid thinks farts are funny.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you think the F stands for in FM radio?
100%.
Thank you.
It's for farts.
So,
fart modulation.
I still don't think we're able to find the true or fart.
Lucius, are we
I got a lot of fart drops in here from you fellas, but is there like a music bed that goes with farting?
There's not really necessarily a fart bed, but there is
bed.
Robert Flores.
Oh, okay. Hold on. This
you got.
All right, we've moved to the red zone as far as the running back conversation goes here on this SportsCenter Fantasy Draft Special. True or false? Marshawn Lynch matches last year's.
Thus, NFL True or Fart is born. Thank you to polished broadcaster Robert Flores.
Thank you very much. And that is how we play NFL True or Fart.
I think we just make it up.
So there you go. I'm going to give you a statement. You say that's true, or you say, well, that is a fart. That is false.
Hysterical.
Let me throw this your way, fellas.
It never gets old, Lucius. It really doesn't. It's such a terrible mistake.
It's the best. And I really wonder what happened in the studio during that moment. Why he said that instead of false, but the mysteries of radio.
Probably had one cooking up.
You got to think he did, or someone next to him, just ripped one. He was sitting next to Mike Ditka, maybe.
I think it was him. No,
Chris Christie.
Certainly. Oh, Chris Christie's a good one, too.
It's a TV farter.
The Chargers.
Rudy Giuliani's a farter as well.
Oh,
go ahead.
And we got one.
We got a Giuliani fart kicked up back
And he
there.
sweats out his hair paint. I love the sweat in his hair
It's my
paint.
favorite.
All right, going to need all of you to shut the bleep up real quick.
All right, sorry,
We'll
we'll
get into
just.
this. All right, thank you very
Let's
much.
true or fart our balls off.
Let's absolutely party. All right, the Chargers will have a top 3 offense and defense in this next NFL season. Gentlemen, true or fart? And we will start with the general, Gavin Dawson.
That's pretty fart worthy. It's tough to predict any team is going to be that good. This has been a dysfunctional organization for a while with the Chargers. I believe in the quarterback. I do not believe in the organization. No, that would be super elite. That would be prohibitive favorite to win the Super Bowl. I don't think the Chargers are ready for that.
Yeah, I guess I will go no, particularly with the defense. I know they've added some good guys there. Don't get me wrong. I love what the Chargers have done this offseason. How can you really hate it? The only thing is they're playing in a division where it is extremely difficult. Like, I think just by way of playing the teams in your division twice over throughout the year is going to bring your defensive numbers down to a point where you can't be top 3. So I'll go fart there.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to go fart as well.
Stinky.
I don't see any way that that's able to happen when you're playing against the elite quarterbacks. They're going to have to 6 times a year within that division. All right, next up, Eric, this one's to you. Aaron Rodgers, 3-peats as the NFL MVP.
I like this as a bold prediction, but no Devontae Adams. Like, I think just
even more reason if he has a good year, baby.
Yeah, if he can bring the Lazards. Is Lazard still floating around in there? I'm trying to think, like, what are the wide receivers?
Christian Watson, their 2nd-round pick.
Okay, there you go. It certainly wasn't going to be a 1st-round pick, but we will give the 2nd-round wide receiver to the Packers. I will go. I mean, I think you easily take the field here and you go far, but it's a bold prediction. I like it, but I think there's too many young stud quarterbacks that actually have good receivers around them that are going to make this happen.
Yeah, I think that's tough to say. Go Tom Brady, Patrick Mahomes. Plus, here's what happened with the Packers. They really went for it, signing Zadarius Smith and Preston Smith. Aaron Rodgers, knew they were coming up against a pretty tight cap, and that's why he was threatening to leave, because he didn't think he was going to get the massive payday. They found the money for him, but I don't think they have the balance right now on offense and defense for them to win enough games for him to three-peat as NFL MVP. So I'm going to go with Brady or Mahomes way ahead of him.
Yeah, I'm going to go juicy, toot fart here as well. You got to take the field. I just don't think he's going to win it 3 in a row. There's just no way.
Have we ever had a three-peat MVP in the NFL?
It's a fantastic question.
I doubt it.
I do have our research aficionado, Jared, a.k.a. Sandler, here in the building. And
thank God never...
Oh, that's such a great drop. I would appreciate it if
he didn't finish playing.
Look that up.
Yeah, thank God never fought it.
I was on the edge of my seat
3 in a row
there.
NFL MVP. All right, next up. Yes, we did have one. Someone did win
Brett
it 3
Favre do
times
it?
in a row. Brett did. You just have to tell us. We don't need your mic on.
Yeah, 95 to 97. Brett Favre did it.
Oh,
Brett,
Brett
and
did
I think Unitas did it as well, but I could be wrong.
Oh, Johnny. That would not surprise me if Johnny Unitas did either. But apparently Brett did.
And I'm sorry, Wolchuk.
Start farting.
Rules are rules.
Mama gave me another flip checks. I said, Mama, take away 5 of them flap checks. I want to stay hungry for the Crimson Tide. Derek Carr will lead the National Football League in passing yards this season.
Oh!
Now he's got a new shiny toy in Devontae Adams, his old Fresno State teammate.
Man, I always aim to go fart here as much as possible, but I think he's got enough talent around him, and Derek Carr's the comeback king. So here's what happens with the Raiders, man. They get down early. They're having to climb back. They're down like 17 points heading into the 4th quarter. He goes comeback season, prevent defense. He racks up the yards. This is like I think Ryan Tannehill led the league in yards one year or something crazy, where it's like, oh my gosh, he's getting all these yards. I think Derek Carr can do it. Give me a true.
Yeah, I mean, there's 4 offenses that no, that's false. That's another fart ski. Derek Carr's not going to lead anything.
Feels like a confident fart there, too. That was not a bashful one there from Dawson.
Yeah, I mean, Tom Brady and the Bucs, the Chargers, the Rams, the Chiefs. What's Joe Burrow going to do? What's Dak Prescott going to do, with the Cowboys? I think Josh Allen and the Bills, he's within striking distance of that, so easily the field.
Yeah, I mean, I think Russell Wilson's even about to have another good year. So I'm going to say fart there as well. Final one, let's wrap this
The answer
up.
that I gave you is they didn't bother to interview a single witness.
Oh,
there
thank you,
he is.
Rudy. The Arizona Cardinals will miss the playoffs this year. True or fart? We go back to the general, Gavin Dawson.
Yeah, I think that's a fart. I think they're good to go. I mean, if they can just stay healthy, that's total fart. I don't think Seattle's that strong. I think the 49ers take a big step back, so you're going to pick up more wins in the division than last year. And they were the class of the conference for, what was that, 12 or 13 weeks already? They just keep getting hurt late, and Hopkins will be back this time for, at least the second half of the season.
Yeah, I will go. You say they missed the playoffs. I'm going to go true here. I think they missed the playoffs. I think there's some weird dynamics with the Kyler Murray stuff right now. I think you're talking about Cliff Kingsbury, whose teams always find a way to collapse, dating back to the Texas Tech days. NFC's decently deep, and they're fighting for a wild card spot. So give me a true.
All right, we got to step aside because coming up in about 20 minutes, Marcus Semien is going to join us here on your home of the Rangers. But what does the latest Deshaun Watson news mean for him, the Browns, and the league? That's next in the nation.
Download the Odyssey app. station. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation.
Let's do this.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Okay, it's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. General at your service. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup. Wolchuk and Chiafalo rolling with you. Broadus will be back on Monday. He is still enjoying his Saudi Arabian vacation, so salute to Broadus. And you have Carter Freeman coordinating your video at 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. Okay, what does the latest with Deshaun Watson mean? We're going to get out a little bit early because Marcus Semien is coming up in 12 minutes from right now. I think it's highly possible he's going to get suspended for the season again. I think it's highly possible Cleveland's going to regret doing this deal on multiple levels. Maybe it ends up being the most Cleveland thing they've ever done. Up until the last 48 hours, I thought, wow, this is a real creepy guy with a pattern of booking massages and coming on way too strong and maybe partially exposing himself and scaring the ladies. I thought, wow, what a real jerk. Not great behavior, but nothing that went criminal. And that's why he wasn't charged. And I thought, well, if I'm running a football team, I'm like, well, I don't really want to hang out with this guy, but maybe I'd still take him. That changed for me. Among the allegations that I read yesterday, one therapist quit shortly after appointment with him after he continued to pleasure himself to completion in her presence after she asked him to stop, ended up hitting her in the face and the chest with the byproduct of that action. And I thought, okay, well, there's something absolutely, vulgar and disgusting. And after her being the 24th accuser, I don't have any innocent until proven guilty energy left in me. Okay? So I don't know about you guys. I know a lot of people already felt this way about Deshaun Watson. And,
Me?
Yes.
For sure.
Several out there already are like, hey, you're late to the party. Well, I'm there with you now.
Yep.
And I think it's horrifying what he did.
I'm right there with you both. I understand it when it comes to, hey, he hasn't been found guilty in the court of law. I get that. But, when you book 66 massage therapists over a 17-month period, you've got this many accusations.
Yeah, he's putting up numbers, man.
And it's a story that just, it doesn't go away. Like, there's more and more nuances and legs to this thing. It keeps growing. It's something that's dated back over a year now. It's bizarre.
Yeah.
It's a bizarre, and the NDA, the non-disclosure agreement
from the Texans. That's a new wrinkle as well to this whole deal, where you have the New York Times reporting that it was the Texans who basically provided hotel rooms for Deshaun Watson to get these massages.
And I wonder how, I don't know if that's something that other teams, that might be a normal thing, might not be.
A bedroom, the bedroom I just think is associated with so many other things.
Sure.
And when you start doing massages in bedrooms, now you're bringing these two worlds together.
Yeah.
The massage is supposed to be a therapeutic thing. It's supposed to be an athletic part of like a rehabilitation or whatever it may be.
Which you can probably do
a workout
at the complex,
regimen.
right?
Yeah, there's certain places for these things. And so when you start bringing that into the bedroom, that's when stuff gets a little bit weird. Like there's a time and place for everything, and that is probably not the place.
I'm not even mad at the Texans for making that move, though. I'm more mad at him for he's too rich to be making those type of moves. You can pay for people to do this. Yeah. I know it may sound weird to some people listening out here, but you can actually pay for somebody to do this. You don't have to go creep on these people.
That's
so
fair.
The Texans should have said, hey, man, this guy's going to be that. Let's protect him. Let's get these three right here that you know somebody? Okay. Get these three right here to take care of my man in these hotel rooms so we'd be ready for the season.
Yeah,
and everybody's paid.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of disgusting.
Because you just can't surprise other people like that. No. They're not ready for. They don't care if you're a quarterback, if you're handsome, if you've got a lot of money. No. They don't care.
No, the NFL needs to come in here, I think, and hand down, a very significant to make it clear. Maybe you don't want to end his career, but you got to send a very strong message that what we see is, we're not supporting in any way, and we can't, allow him to continue to profit while these, stories are out there, at least in the immediate. Maybe a year later after showing some contrition, some accountability. But, After the first round of it, I was like, okay, this is a lot, but you don't have anything that really struck me as, oh my goodness, that's way above and beyond. Like this story right here, I think takes it to another level. So at this point, I don't expect Deshaun Watson to be playing for the Cleveland Browns. I think it's just a matter of time before the NFL comes in.
I would hope not. I think it would show an amazing, just hypocritical side of the NFL. Not to say that they are hypocritical. 100% they're hypocritical. That is the NFL for you.
Didn't they give him like the biggest contract ever, right?
Oh, the Browns did.
Yeah, here you go.
Fully.
Yeah, we're not even finished investigating this, but here you go.
Fully guaranteed. But I think from a Cowboys lens, that's how I think a lot of us will think about it. And as a Cowboy fan, I'm just jaded by, the way that they went ahead. They suspended Zeke, right, 6 games for something that wasn't proven and committed in the court of law either. So if this is how they want to handle it, and it's like, well, he wasn't officially found guilty for anything.
Yeah.
Well, neither was Zeke, but you suspended him 6 games. So I think you start with 6 games.
Yeah, if you wanted to say as the NFL, we overreacted with the Zeke story, a single accuser, and some real shady things that were going on with the text messages, we don't want to go so far again that way, right? But this is 24 allegations and so much evidence. They all can't be coming and making this up.
Yeah. There's too much here. There's way too much smoke here for this just to be all bull. I think my pushback to Walchuk on the Zeke thing is just the general idea of it. I think we all agree something has to happen to Deshaun Watson from the NFL here, and maybe now the Texans are going to get reprimanded in some way for their NDA hotel room involvement. But with the Zeke stuff, it's like, does anybody agree that the NFL handled the Zeke situation properly?
I don't think so.
Okay.
No.
So I don't want them to just because they made a mistake with the Zeke thing, and now just for the sake of being consistent, we're going to continue to base things off of the Zeke punishment.
That's not fair at all.
That's not fair.
Gives too much power to the accusers.
Yeah, I don't think you want to just say, okay, we dropped the ball with the Zeke thing, but we did it, so now we just have to keep doing it this way.
No, but the point is this is far, far worse.
100%.
So if you don't handle it in any way, shape, or form, even close to that, then what message are you sending?
Not a good one.
Exactly.
Definitely not a good one. The idea that, we messed up with, we did it this way with Zeke, so we got to continue doing things this way. It's like, well,
I
no
get
one
what you're
thinks
saying
you did
there,
it with
but
Zeke
I
properly.
think this has been way, way worse. So they've already put themselves in that situation by doing it in the first place. Roger Goodell wanted to be judge and jury. Well, guess what, man? Now you've put yourself in this position. This is what you wanted. You wanted all the power. You wanted to go in here and find players when the government decided, hey, we didn't go ahead and persecute anybody for doing things. Well, guess what? Now you've got to go ahead and take some action here, bud, or else you're going to look like a bleep hole.
Yeah, if a similar situation to Zeke comes down, I don't think the NFL is going to act, but this one is so far above and beyond. And if they don't act, I think they are, really taking a really weird 180 that might be an all-time low for them. Okay, when we come back, Marcus Semien, Rangers player show after a tremendous day of baseball. Guy had 7 hits and 3 home runs in the doubleheader, and he joins you next year on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat about Marcus Semien to join us here, the Rangers Player Show. Segment's brought to you by Rubin and Associates. If you're struggling financially, facing foreclosure or repossession, have IRS credit card or medical debt, you don't have to face it alone. One phone call. Mark Rubin can take the weight off your shoulders and get you to live in life again. Call him right now at 1-800-LAWYERS. The Rangers Player Show brought to you by Texans Can Cars for Kids. Right off the car, not the kid. And yes, here he is. A Ranger who flat out went off yesterday. 7 of 8, 3 home runs, a walk, 2 steals. As the Rangers split a pair of games with Cleveland. It was historic. And Marcus Semien joins us now here on 105 to the Fan. Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
You doing well? How you guys doing?
Doing good, man. Thanks for jumping on with us. So for you personally, where does that rank among your best single days playing baseball you've ever had? How much does that stick out in your memory forever?
Well, personally, I think that was number one. I wish we would have had 2 wins. You know, that would have made it the ultimate. But in terms of 7 hits, 2 stolen bases, 3 home runs, of course, that was for sure the best at this level, for sure.
And, you know, with this success that you've had, I think it's 6 home runs in the last 11 games, is there something that you could point to, or did you just stick with it and it's coming together for you?
Yeah, I mean, for me, a lot of what I do is based off of timing and rhythm, and I'm constantly in the cage working on my swing. But, you know, the only way you're going to get better at timing and rhythm is more bats in the game. And for me this year, it took a little longer to get it right. And it's not always going to be right, you know, so it's just something that lately I felt good with, and I'm going to try and do everything I can to stay right where I'm at, where I'm controlling the strike zone and staying on the fastball.
Marcus Semien with us here on 105.3 The Fan with the G-Bag Nation. And Marcus, I mean, you seem like a super confident guy. I think you've upped the swag level. We were talking with Chris Young yesterday about swag, and I think you've upped the swag level of the team, certainly with your addition here. But, you know, with a game like yesterday, does that help with you and give you some added confidence moving forward?
Yeah, of course. Anytime you have success at this level, it's a good feeling. It's, you know, it's why you play the game. You play the game to be successful and win ball games. And we all put in the work off the field. We all put in the work. When it's 7 o'clock or whenever game time is, I think that it takes a certain mentality to be successful.
Marcus, did Walchuk just said the word swag here? I'm curious. Did Steele Walker just come into the clubhouse and immediately skyrocket to the top of the list of most swaggy players in the clubhouse currently?
He's on his way. You know, he's definitely got it, and it takes a certain level of confidence when you come up here to do well. And I'm happy for him that he hit his first home run. I played with some rookies in the last couple of years that come up and produce right away because of their confidence, and that's something I wish I had as a young player for sure.
At what point in your career did that confidence start to become just an innate thing for you?
It took a while. You know, I think once you get an everyday role and you start to do some things that you did as an amateur player or as a minor league player that got you here, that's when it starts to, you know, you start to get that level of confidence. Everybody played well at some point to get to this level, but that's not the ultimate goal. You want to be successful at this level, and I think it came for me probably in 2016 with Oakland, and you're going to go through ups and downs, but once you do what you do at this level, you start to feel better.
It's Marcus Semien with us. Being a Northern California guy, how tough was it leaving the A's after being from that area? Was that a difficult move?
Well, for me, I just understood where the organization was at, especially after a COVID-shortened season where there were no fans in the stands, and obviously they knew being in the free agent market was not going to be something that they could do. And the player who grew up there and played there and was on winning teams there, it hurts because I knew the potential we had going into 2021. But ultimately, my family and I had to look at the offers that were presented to us and move on.
Well, we're happy to have you here, of course, in the great state of Texas. But we do wonder, being a Bay Area guy and then going to Cal, were you a Jason Kidd guy growing up yourself?
Yeah, you know what? I am looking forward to being able to meet him one day in Texas, just because he's a guy I looked up to, being from Alameda, St. Joseph's High School in Alameda, and then Cal Bears. It's something that I really can't wait to talk to him and just pick his brain and learn about his experience growing up in the Bay Area and making it to the professional levels, and even now as a head coach, just how his experiences are going right now.
So you're a big Golden State Warriors fan. How you feeling right now with the finals going on?
It's exciting. I think I was probably more confident when the Warriors had Durant, just because it's like, that was the ultimate super team. But this team they have now feels more like the early championship teams where they had just homegrown guys that, were playing under Steve Kerr's system and firing on all cylinders. And they're back and healthy with Clay and Curry and Draymond. So it's fun to watch when all those guys are healthy.
So our radio pre- and post-show host, Jared Sandler, Taylor Hearn, of course, on the club. We got a lot of big Mavs fans. Oh, was there a lot of trash talk in the clubhouse going on when the Mavs and Warriors were playing in the Western Conference Finals?
There was a ton of it, and not just from Taylor, but some of our clubbies thought it was funny to put a Mavs T-shirt front and center in my locker right before Game 1, and then I think Game 1 was like a blowout. I'm pretty sure Warriors handled them. And, they weren't laughing too much after Game 1, but nevertheless, it was a good series, and I think the Mavericks will be a force in the West for a while.
So are you a big Warriors fan like Taylor Hearn? Like it's hard to play your sport, baseball, if they're on, TV in a big moment? Do you find it hard to focus?
No, it seems like every time they're on, we're playing. So, I've just kind of gotten used to it.
Mm-hmm.
But the good thing is, with streaming and recording games and stuff, you can just go back and watch it after our game and probably know the score already. But if we miss a game tonight, I'll probably rewatch it when we get into Chicago.
It's Marcus Semien with us here in the G-Bag Nation. You mentioned the trash talking involved. Who's the biggest trash talker on the team?
Ooh, that's a good one. I think we've got a couple guys. I think Cole Calhoun is a really good trash talker. Just a fiery guy, as you can imagine. Everything you see on the field, the way he plays, how hard he plays. It goes hard with the trash talking as well in the clubhouse, and it's funny, and it's something I love to listen to.
Do you give it back? You enjoy giving it back?
Yeah, I think in all good clubhouses, you have that. It's important to, have that competition amongst each other just to get us going for the day. It's something that a lot of teams I've been on have had in the clubhouse, whether it's card playing or anything. You're competing and talking mess to each other, and it gets the best out of each other.
Marcus Semien with us here on 105.3 The Fan. We were super pumped and excited to get you here as a Texas Ranger in free agency, and I was just wondering, is there any added pressure that comes with coming into a new organization, feeling like you got to prove yourself right away, and what were some of the changes, coming to Texas from your experience with the Blue Jays and with the A's?
For me, I try not to think about any outside, pressure or anything that, the media or anyone else is thinking about. I'm really just focused on winning baseball games. And, when you go to a new organization, there are things that you have to learn about the organization, whether it's with the coaches or the strength and conditioning people or the trainers. It's just, you're kind of starting over again. And for me, it took a little while just to get used to everything and learn everything. And now that we're here in June, I feel like I'm comfortable here. My family, we moved here to Texas. We're enjoying our time, and we're going to be here for a long time, and I can't wait to experience it all.
That's awesome, man. Congrats so much on your success. Give him hell in Cleveland tonight. We'll be pulling for you.
Okay, thank you.
See you, bud. There he goes, Marcus Semien here on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
Absolutely, and for appearing on today's show, Marcus Semien will be receiving a $100 gift certificate to Pluckers with 7 locations across DFW. Pluckers, the best wings in Texas.
Okay, Semien tied a franchise record for hits in a doubleheader. He's the second Ranger to hit 3 home runs in a doubleheader, along with Al Oliver in 1980. He's the first MLB player since Joe Morgan in July of 1973 to have a 3-homer, 7-hit day. And there he is joining you on the Texas Rangers Player Show here on 105.3 The Fan. We have had a history this year of players coming on this show and then going on to greater things than they were previously. I don't know if he's going to be able to one-up what happened yesterday, but if we could just get a continuation of what's happened in the next couple of weeks, this could get really exciting here as the summer gets in full swing.
I believe in us.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. I believe in us. I believe in Marcus Semien, okay? So as Jared put out his 19-game stretch that he's on right now where he's just absolutely crushing, hitting well over 300, 6 homers, 14 RBI, things like that, I think Marcus can take it to another level. And it's the G-bag bump. That's all he needs.
All righty. Let's talk some Cowboys. We have coming up at 3:40 a fun segment with you as Eric Chiafalo for the second time in as many weeks is going to take you around the bodies. That's coming up here in about 15 or 20 minutes. But you know that the Cowboys had this home run derby yesterday, and it was a great media opportunity. Micah Parsons afterwards was talking to reporters about how good this defense is. And the way that he put it is we're so far ahead of where we were last year. And I thought, man, if this is accurate, it has the chance to give the Cowboys a defense that could consistently keep teams under 20 points and win games for them, even if your offense is struggling as much as it did in the second half of this season. And as I was reading his quote, I was thinking, is he talking about from his personal experience because he was a rookie last year and everything was new and he was adjusting to the scheme and everything? Or is he giving us an indication that as a unit, this defense is coming together in a way that could be very, very promising? How much would that surprise you if the Cowboys come out with, like, let's say, a Legion of Boom elite-style defense here in 2022?
Wow, a Legion of Boom elite-style defense. I'd be
shocked.
I would be pleasantly surprised, yeah. I think that there's a lot of upside in the secondary. But and I've said this before, like you've got the veterans and Anthony Brown and Jordan Lewis, Malik Hooker, your starters, your top guys. But then you got a lot of youth in the depth department there, a lot of unproven commodities. So if you have anybody that maybe is not playing too well, and we saw them at times, they benched Anthony Brown. Jordan Lewis was a guy who got injured a little bit. If there's any injuries and you need guys like Kelvin Joseph or Deron Bland or some of these guys to step up for you, and Deshaun Wright, there's a lot of unproven play there. And really the only time we got to see Deshaun Wright and Kelvin Joseph start was last game of the year against Philadelphia, and Philadelphia also played their backups in that game. So I think we saw some promise, and we've seen some upside and optimism there, but it's going to be exciting when we get to training camp and see, okay, how much better have these guys really gotten? So I don't know that I'm more excited about the potential of the front seven necessarily than getting a Legion of Boom like secondary. So I'd be shocked, but damn, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, I guess maybe the Denver Broncos of 2014, because there you had 2 pass rushers and good secondary play.
They had a good marriage of the two there.
And maybe I didn't mean the secondary was going to be elite, but as long as we're there, if Malik Hooker and Kelvin Joseph are significantly better than they were last year, and you have Diggs taking the ball away and Kurse can play like he is, there's in Leighton Vander Esch and then, Jabril Cox, or maybe by the end of the year, Damone Clark, they're talking about the LSU linebacker. Linebacker's the kind of spot that doesn't require a lot of runway to get up to playing at a high level in the NFL. And then if you get something from a pass rushing defensive tackle, can tank. Now I'm giving you 6 or 7 variables. Mm-hmm. If you hit on 3 of these, considering how good the defense was last year, one of the ends, either Fowler or Dorrance Armstrong, can they approach 7 or 8 sacks or something like that? Top 5 defense is possible.
So the one nucleus, though, to all those variables, the harmony there between the pass rush aiding the secondary.
Yeah.
That's the benefit, though, between the two. That's so they can help and correlate each other.
Can we get another Trayvon Diggs turnover dominant season? The fastball for the Cowboys defense last year was their ability to force turnovers, and that's a volatile thing.
I'm hoping for 7 or 8. Yeah,
from Diggs.
Yeah,
man, that'd be a really, really good season. And you have 2 cornerstone young athletic studs, one in the front 7 and one in the back end. When you talk about Micah and Trayvon, so you have 2 cornerstone guys that can be kind of game wrecker type players for you. And then it's just a matter of everything else filling in between. Can you be a team that consistently stops the run well? Also, because that's another piece. Because when you're a team that can just get ran on, then all the other stuff is, it's nice and it'll win you some games, but you don't have that backbone of being able to say, and also we can stop your run game, and then we force you into all these turnovers, and Micah is dancing in the backfield all over your quarterback.
That's a great point, and I wonder, how much that went to, in January, as Chauncey Golston told us last week at practice, we'll be back out there tomorrow, and we'll give you some more updates on what we were able to see there. But moving him inside to play that 3-tech, drafting Ridgeway out of Arkansas, where's the improvement there? Jabril Cox, who I thought did play the run until he got hurt pretty well, and who we also saw running. He was doing wind sprints, at practice. He looks like his rehab, he's coming along pretty strong as well. So, how much does that help up front getting bigger, that run defense?
Yeah, Bohanna and Ridgeway, they're trying to invest in stopping the run better. And I think that's a really good point because, balanced offenses, when they have struggled to move the ball in the air against the Cowboys over the last 8 years, the good running teams could always say, oh, hell, we need something, and turn their running game loose on the middle of that Cowboys defense in some pretty terrifying ways. And I don't think they can be a really, really great defense until they resolve that. At 877-881-1053, what's the ceiling on this defense? Let's get some text coming in here. The truckwreck.com fan text is open. I guess one of my main drivers in asking that question is, guys, I don't have faith that the offense is going to lead the team in 2022. I based on how last year ended, losing Lyle Collins, Tyron Smith, and Zach Martin getting older, you lose Amari Cooper, you're still going to use Zeke as your workhorse. I don't know. Why should I have confidence that the offense is going to be a smooth ride in 2022? I think if they're going to become that team that's going to give me the confidence to say they could beat anybody in the playoffs, it's going to have to be with an elite defense. I don't think the offense is going to lead the way anymore for a while.
No, I mean, it's hard to bank on that offense leading the way when you saw the way the offense performed at the end of the year. And from a talent standpoint, they haven't really upgraded anywhere other than hopefully Tyler Smith at guard. Otherwise, offensively, you're not better on paper in any way than compared to where you were last year. So it's hard to get that confidence other than, I guess, maybe just the general health of Dak and then the help of Tyler Smith hopefully being a nice upgrade over Connor Williams. And if you can cross your fingers on the O-line help, then maybe you have more consistency there, and that allows for you to be able to run the ball a little bit better, give more time to Dak. But from a talent standpoint, the only place you've upgraded offensively is Tyler Smith, the rookie, who's playing a position at guard that he wasn't just playing where he was dominating at Tulsa, where he was dominating at tackle. So you have a lot to ask there. So it's okay, what did your coaching staff do to change things? How much did you dive into what teams were doing to you schematically? How much are you stealing from other teams to say this is how we need to be philosophically, offensively? And I don't know how much confidence we have that Kellen Moore and Mike McCarthy and these offensive coaching staff guys are coming together and saying, all right, let's tweak a bunch of things, because from a roster standpoint, a player standpoint, you haven't tweaked much in terms of upgrades. Definitely not in terms of upgrades.
And it's one of those things where I don't know if what we see, I'm certainly hopeful, the first half of the season, we see a good and exciting Cowboys offense, but I think we all need to hold Kellen Moore to the standard of, okay, after you get the first half of the season out of the way, then what adjustments do you make? Because we've seen this book before to where do you have anything for the back half of the season? Have you left anything open? Do you have anything left to show the NFL? Because you've been figured out before after the first half of the league year, where they're able to now, okay, this is what the Cowboys do well. We've got a full half season of tape on these guys, and then we made adjustments. I mean, after that Broncos game, everything went to hell. And it was okay, this is the formula, right? Vic Fangio showed us all how to beat the Cowboys. So does Boy Wonder and Mike McCarthy and everyone else along this offensive staff have what it takes to, if we have a good first half of the year, hopefully that's what happens, they're able to come back and show something else for the back half of the season.
Yeah, I think you got a great point there. You couldn't help Dak figure out what it was going to take. I think some quarterbacks, they joke about how much they hate the running game and how much they look down their nose at it. He called plays and designed game plans like that was his real take. A lack of imagination. The things that were working, like running to the outside, running with Pollard instead of Zeke, he would ignore for 75% of most games. So I do think quite a bit of it is on Kellen Moore, but I don't think he's going to change the way that he approaches problem solving. I think we can hope he does. Like, it was such a big crisis, he has rethought everything. But typically what guys do, until they get fired at least, is double down on what they think got them there and what they believe the strengths of the team are. I'll tell you one other thing. Jason Garrett and Scott Linehan, for many years, they had the formula down on how to play efficient winning football with Dak Prescott as your quarterback, and it's making sure the opposition respects the hell out of your running game. And that put Dak in a much better place. Now, we are hearing out of the OTAs. Can't wait for the next set of reports tomorrow. And Wolchuk and Chiafalo are going to be up there at the Ford Center at the Star. We're hearing Dak Prescott is moving so much better and is showing no ill effects of the 3 injuries that complicated things for him last year. If he can be a runner, and they're saying, the better foundation, he's throwing more accurate, maybe, all of those things check out and the offense screams along next year just like it did in the first 8 weeks of season last year. But that's hopium to me. That's not, evidence-based opinion making. That's just hoping that the Cowboys can make your wildest dreams come true.
Drugs.
Yeah, that's drugs right there. Drugs. And hope is a very powerful drug in the world of sport. It is.
Oh, yes, it is. We have to
mainline it.
We got to traffic in hope as much as possible, boys. Let's go get this
Shoot
Lombardi.
it right between my toes.
Inject it into my veins.
All right. We're back to go around the bodies, Chiafalo. What do you have in mind?
Yeah, we have a sports legend calling all of us out. Is he correct? He also body shames his players. Walchuk going to be offended by this. We'll see if it passes the sniff test next right here on The Fan.
But hey, Twin Peaks,
Call South Valley Medical Clinic now to qualify. This offer ends today. 214-937-5000.
The Rangers and the Guardians play the rubber game of their 3-game series tonight at Progressive Field. Hi, everybody. Eric Nadel with Matt Hicks and Jared Sandler. Our broadcast begins at 5:30 right here on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricade is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event no matter the size from start to finish. It is the Texas Authority in Barricade Rentals. BuyersBarricades.com.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. More Cowboys content coming up at 4 o'clock. What Dak had to say about Dalton's absence. And more stories as we take a look at Cowboys Twitter coming up at 4 o'clock. Now, here he is, Eric Chiafalo, to take you around the bodies.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. The second edition of Around the Bodies here in the G-Bag Nation. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll get to a potential fat-shaming issue that Walchuk might have with a legendary sports human.
I have one?
Here in you might. I'm gonna read you the quotes. You tell me if you're okay with it, and then we'll continue. There's some good and there's some bad here, potentially even some ugly. But we start, I guess, with the bad. We'll start with Leonard Fournette. Did you see the way he showed up to Bucs camp?
No.
Oh, boys.
I didn't pay attention to how Leonard Fournette showed up to Bucs camp.
Well,
he's playoff Lenny. None of this matters right now for him.
No, for sure. Thank God the playoffs aren't right now because I'm not gonna go as far as to say, well, Chuck, he's a biscuit away from playing guard.
So he's not C.J. Anderson.
He's not quite C.J. Anderson status. He's not that level of thick, but the thickness is very apparent. Leonard Fournette.
I'm down with the thickness.
In his practice uniform at Bucs camp, he's clearly not doing the TB12 method of off-season eating and working out. He's bloated, okay? And I would say he's a biscuit away from being a fullback. How about that?
I really don't appreciate that terminology.
So it's impressive how he's made it an NFL career because I thought he was toast like 3 years ago. He bounces back, has the great Super Bowl run with Tampa. But last season, like watching the highlights, I'm like, I think there's some offensive linemen that would beat this man in a foot race.
You're onto something here, Eric, because as I put into Twitter to search this, the first thing that came up was Leonard Fournette fat.
Mm-hmm.
I will eat your ass.
That's pretty much where it is. And maybe he's been doing a lot of that type of eating this offseason, but it was apparent. You can see the photos. You have Rick Stroud, who's a respected NFL reporter, saying Leonard Fournette made his first appearance in the offseason and seemed to be a little heavy and struggled some in the heat. Dropped a few passes and all these different things. So just kind of it's a veteran start. Thick, chunky, bloated, doughy, however you want to say it. Yeah, it's a midsection thing for Leonard.
Built like an old third base coach.
Yes. That's right. That's right. And
so he said he's 240-ish.
And ish. The ish is about 30 pounds.
I like the ish use, and his goal weight is between 228 and 230.
Yeah.
I don't believe that he's like 10 pounds away.
So.
Yeah.
No, it looks like he's got, the quarterback rib protector pads that are under some of their jerseys.
Yeah, the QB jacket.
Yes. It looks like he's going to got on right there.
You're totally right.
Like Romo would wear.
He wears it all on his torso. You have to wonder if he wishes, like, I'm not going to say, like, please, I'm not going to get crazy and be like, please make me thinner, but can we redistribute the weight a little bit so it's not all in the gut and the love handles?
You trying to take some?
It just seems where he's holding. I don't want to take any. I just wonder if it was up to him if they would disperse it a little bit more. Put a little bit in the rear end, put some in the thighs.
Oh, go to Dr. Miami?
Yeah, maybe something like that.
Get cleaned up.
Get cleaned up a little.
Take a look at this. Wolchuk, we got Lucius. Can you see that? If it wasn't for the hands, it looks like Ben Roethlisberger got traded to Tampa this offseason. That's what that looks like right there.
Number 7, man.
He go to Pimp My Ride, they put a Foreman grill in his car. We see you like to eat, so
right.
My bad, Will. I'm sorry.
Wolchuk's shaking his head. He doesn't like it.
Come on out, Wolchuk.
Wolchuk's got a propane tank in his trunk. He's always ready to fire up that grill, baby. Every parking lot's a tailgate opportunity, boys.
You're damn right. I take the griddle everywhere I go.
Who's got the brats? Man, that's good.
They don't call me Jimmy Dean Fingers for no reason.
Gosh, man, brats do sound good.
With a whole bunch of mustard right now, bro.
All the mustard in the world, baby. Let's go to Home Depot right now, Lucius. Sounds amazing.
They do have a good hot dog stand right outside of Home Depot.
You know who we'll see there, right? Leonard Fournette. All right, let's move on seamlessly.
Toilet.
Look at this guy. Your face gets more punchable by the damn second.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Let's redeem ourselves and let's just show some love to the musclehead himself, Kyler Murray. Holy smokes, boys. Have you seen this?
I heard he was looking svelte.
He is looking like you can't fit any more muscle into the 5'5" frame. I'm telling you, like his arms, insane traps. It looks like all this dude has been doing is shrugging the entire offseason. Like, just salute to you, Kyler Murray, who looks a solid like 10 pounds heavier, but not Leonard Fournette 10 pounds heavier. We're talking it's still the six pack, and just the gun show is in full effect. And it was noticeable at Cardinals camp. So he's upset, he's frustrated with the contract, and he's taking out the anger in the weight room. That's the way you do it. Leonard Fournette is getting bloated in the kitchen. He's taking out his frustrations on the pantry, and Kyler Murray's taking a different approach here. Probably, and we know that Justin Herbert's put on a lot of muscle. Maybe Kyler Murray was looking across over there in Los Angeles and was like, okay, Justin Herbert, you're all tall and you're big and you're 265 pounds. Well, I'm only 215 pounds, but I'm going to make sure I am like 5% body fat.
Just don't want him to lose any of that speed, because I think that's what makes him special.
Yeah, can't lose the speed. Here's
the
a
traps
quote.
are impressive. I don't know, and I'm not hating. I'm a huge Kyler Murray guy.
Gavin, why you hating? Gavin, why you hating?
Is it easier to look yoked if you're shorter?
Certainly is.
Yes, 100%.
Yeah.
You got a little muscle.
Jared's nodding yes.
Yep.
Well, that's firsthand experience.
Picture me swollen.
We have this quote from Kyle
Passing
Shanahan.
along that body shaming right there, Wolchuk.
You're damn right I am. Jared and I have a love-hate.
It's learned behavior.
Well, that's the thing. We get it's the arbitrary moralities. Wolchuk doesn't like the fat shaming. He's fine with the short shaming. No problem there. He's over 6 feet. He's got no problem with it. We have
Jared
a quote.
beats me.
Yeah, he does.
I believe it.
We have Kyle Shanahan, head coach of the San Francisco 49ers, being asked about Nick Bosa. And he says he has a good Florida tan. Saw him yesterday. His quads are still huge, and he's ready to play football whenever it's time to go.
Until he gets hurt.
Quadzilla's still there, yeah, and until he does get hurt. But the quads are in full effect with Nick Bosa, a.k.a. Quadzilla. What's the one body part that if you could just instantly upgrade to, like, holy smoke status, what would you take there? Because I think Nick Bosa's got the quad game completely figured out. I think Kyler Murray's got the trap game figured out. Leonard Fournette's got the gut game completely figured out. What is there a particular, like, for me?
Yeah.
What are we
Go
doing?
ahead. No, go ahead. Go with yours, bro.
I'm going Cavs, bro.
Let's go.
Together? You and me?
Cavs are always sexy. No. I want core and back.
Yeah.
Respect.
Super strong.
Like the tries?
Just when you touch it, it's just hard.
Rock.
Especially my back, man. I just want it to be ridiculously
when
hard.
they hug you, they're like, oh my
They're
damn.
always in the grooves and stuff, and the girls are just, you can feel it down the spine.
Sharp.
Like, oh yeah, she's all on to me.
It is hard. It is hard to beat that six pack. If
I
you
wish
could just
everyone
go,
could have just seen Lucius's face.
Yeah.
As he was describing that.
If your core is dialed, like everything else is going to be really, really good, right?
Yeah.
Like you could get strong calves or good biceps or something like that.
and be generally out of shape.
Yeah, the rest of your body wouldn't be good.
Yeah.
You got a lot of things good going on.
Man, the Cavs,
I mean,
though.
there's the one other thing that I think a lot of men would maybe choose instead.
Yeah, no, that's...
Oh, yeah, the heart. What? Yeah.
Who said the heart?
I hear you there.
Good
I
cardiac
thought you were
health.
going with the
Said the
pecs.
heart, bro. Yeah, we're on the same page, clearly.
We're clearly on the same page, boys. Now, how about this, Walchuk? Does this pass the sniff test here, or is this some fat shaming you're not going to be interested in? Pat Riley of the Miami Heat. Now, we heard Jermaine O'Neal say, when I became a vet, I couldn't even re-sign with the big three Miami Heat, knowing I was going to win championships because he liked Oreos too much. They take fitness to an extreme level. Now, you wouldn't know that if you watched Kyle Lowry in the playoffs, because it was like, wow. What doesn't belong here? You have all these fit dudes. Jimmy Butler has never looked like he's in better shape, and then there's Kyle Lowry.
You just can't help yourself.
He's listen, dude. We know about the dump truck, okay, the wagon that he possesses, the probably one of the most famous rear ends in sports history.
Monster.
Not necessarily like, oh my gosh, that's beautiful, Larry Fitzgerald style, but just big time thickums. Well, it was on full display. It was on full display in the playoffs. He struggled mightily.
It was large and in charge.
Pat Riley, after in his postseason wrap up presser, says he definitely is going to need to address that, and it will be addressed. I definitely think he can be in better shape. We'll address it and try to help him.
I mean, for a long time, Kyle Lowry could play heavier, and he had the younger legs. Like,
Right.
That's what Leonard Fournette has to realize. Like, 4 or 5 years into the league in football as a running back, you better lean out and go full Frank Gore, obsessed with working out, or it's going to be over.
Yep. Right. I mean, it caught up with Rondane. Bigger backs aren't always going to even last.
It's fantastic for Lowry that he was able to play so long without having to worry about his fitness.
I wouldn't say no.
You're cool with that?
Yeah, I think he was being honest.
Professional athlete
I
deal?
think that was fair assessment by Pat there.
Well, then at 70 years old or 77 years old, however the hell he is, Pat Riley says he challenged the media there in Miami to a push-up competition. He says, I could out-push up any one of you guys.
Well, I would believe it.
Pat Riley?
Pat Riley just flexed on everybody, Silver Fox style, and says when he was calling out Kyle Lowry for his, he was basically saying, like, I can say this because I can actually do more push-ups than any of you in here.
He did it in a fly suit and some Rolex, too.
Right?
Yeah. Guarantee your hair was laid back to it was clean.
Knowing what you know right now, do you think Pat Riley, could Pat Riley out-push up you right now? Today?
Oh, yeah, 100%.
You feel
Yeah.
Lucius, what do you think?
Yes.
He could.
Yes.
He could.
Yeah.
All right. Well, then it's
But
unanimous.
some of these professional athletes are so strong in ways that you can't imagine. I bet there's dudes on this team that could do 200-300 push-ups. He's not out push-upping the roster.
No, he's talking about the media.
Just the media.
They're all just shoveling donuts in their face and things, and they're angrily typing onto there, and then they got Diet Cokes all over the place.
Sure. Why are you describing me like that, bro? It's got awful personal.
Yeah, he was going straight after Gavin there.
You know what? I think now that I think about it, I think I'll watch Pat Riley.
How many can you do?
I think I'll watch him.
I was going to say Lucius is probably the
arthritis and
only
everything
guy.
he's got going on them old ass bones is dry as hell.
Yeah. That's a good point.
I would take you. Yeah, I would take Lucius.
I would take Lucius. I think Lucius is doing more push-ups than anybody here on this show.
Those are lies. Those are just looks.
No, Lucius will be our champion.
It's been a minute, bro.
He's got a barrel chest, big tries.
But you were just talking up your back. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, it's been a minute though.
He was like wishful thinking in that moment.
All right,
Right?
come on.
Now, you have a 1-year-old baby, so
Yeah, I do.
you're probably not in prime push-up shape, but how many can you do when you're dialed?
When I'm dialed, I feel confident at a guaranteed 50. Could I push it
50?
Can I
50
push
straight
it?
through?
Could I, yeah.
50 straight through.
50 straight through.
How bad's your back? And
you
you're not
start
going to be able
burning.
to walk tomorrow.
The back's fine in a push-up. That's that chest and that tricep getting to work.
Okay.
Right now, I could probably give you a solid 32.
Okay, Lucius, what's your record?
I'm probably right there with him. The 50, 65, around that range.
Sandler, you get yoked sometimes. What's your personal push-up record?
I would love.
I don't know. My record is. What was the challenge? 50 though.
Yeah, I think like a general solid challenge is 50. Like 50's tough, man. You start getting to 35.
Big talk, Jared. Big talk in the building.
No, I think I could do 50.
Drop down and give us 50.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think Jared could out push up Pat Riley.
Yeah.
I think Lucius could. I'd give myself a coin flip. Walchuk and Dawson, I think you guys
I might be able to muscle it out. I'm thinking Pat can do about 18.
Get 18.
I think Pat Riley could do 18. I don't know. I'd probably tuck her out at 12 or 13.
We might need to do a bet payoff a Twitch fan cam push up thing. Walchuk's done air squats on the fan cam, and I'll tell you what.
That's true.
Sneaky athletic Walchuk.
Perfect. I know you guys have to go to break. Gavin, I need to make you aware of something.
What's up?
Back when these two guys were hosting at night, we played a little football game, a pick'em game, and Eric Chiafalo lost, right?
Yeah, that's right.
So Eric in losing this has to go to dinner with a blow-up doll and have a full-fledged date.
It hasn't been paid off yet?
And has to also, I think, pay for Zach and I. And I don't know, maybe Gavin and Broadus need to be a part of this
pay
too.
for my own to be there. Yeah.
To watch it and take pictures, but he can't act like it's a joke. But you need to know this because we need to make sure there's enforcement of this.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Thank you,
I'm all over
Jared.
that.
Thank you.
Do what?
You need to make sure that this
That's
guy pays
terrific.
off.
Yeah,
that's for that shot a few minutes ago.
I'll like the photo or something like that if it goes. I don't want to be out in public with this fool in the darn blow up doll.
Don't be in the corner observing.
Okay, I don't want to. My photo in the background.
We're going to be having a grand old time by ourselves.
Creepily observing.
Because it's not going to be him. It's going to be like those 5 guys in that blow up doll. It's going to be that.
It's going to be a table of 2 and then a table of the rest.
No, we sit separately.
Yeah, okay, we'll do that.
We just laughed at him like everyone else.
We just need somebody to send in the blow-up doll.
At least I know I'm getting some that
Or they're
night.
going to send Spittle in to fire me here in 2 seconds. Cowboys Twitter, what Dak had to say about Dalton's absence and more coming up next in the nation. I got to chat with you about Window Nation, though. I love these guys. You are too. If you have any window needs here in North Texas, Window Nation are the guys to call. win against the Cleveland Guardians. Just had Marcus Semien on last hour from 3:15 to about 3:25. So if you missed that, of course, you can go back at 105throughthefan.com. We are going to get into some Cowboys Twitter, and there are some top tweets going viral from America's team. But every time I jump on Twitter over the last couple of days, I keep getting the video of the orangutan at like the ape sanctuary.
Bring your ass here, boy.
Yeah. He grabs the guy by his shirt and like pulls him in, and then he's grabbing his leg, and the guy's like sideways on the bars at one point, like trying to escape, but there's no getting away from an orangutan. That ape is yoked.
You got to get the shirt off, man.
You do.
The orangutan pulls him by the shirt, and it's like, and kudos to that shirt, whoever made that shirt, because
didn't rip.
I mean,
that's good material.
Very strong material there. But I'm like, bro, all you do, you get out of the shirt. Now, obviously, this is hindsight. I'm not in the heat of the moment here, but I'd like to think I would have my wits about me enough to just slide out of the shirt, and then you're pointing and laughing at the orangutan as you're exiting the building.
You're right, though. In that moment, you're probably in so much shock. It's the last thing you're thinking about.
They're so strong.
Yeah, you're probably just, oh my God, what is happening to me right now?
Yeah, you're talking about something that if it was a human would bench press over 1,000 pounds.
Goodness.
So there's no getting away. But yeah, I didn't even think of that. Like, what would you do in that situation? But you send both arms forward.
Yeah,
and
you
slide
get
out
naked.
of that
You
bad
get
boy
naked.
real
You come
quick.
about all of that stuff. You get naked. You get the hell away from that thing.
Yeah, who knows what he wants to do? Like, would an orangutan start nibbling on your hand or,
oh my
or
gosh,
your knee?
I don't know. I mean, Walchuk's
Go Dan
fingers.
Campbell on you?
He's gonna put some mustard on Walchuk's fingers and start going to town and say, "Where the buns at, baby?"
No doubt. I got a 10-pack of Jimmy Dean's.
Hey, baby. That's how your girl grab on until she had a few mimosas. Come here.
She knows what time it is.
All right, let's jump into Cowboys Twitter here. Reporters on the scene last night of the Home Run Derby. Looked like such a fun time on social media, and we'll talk more about that in the show that Leighton Vander Esch and Micah Parsons put on. But reporters asked Dak about Dalton Schultz not being available at OTAs this week. So just being able to talk to Dalton, maybe ease his mind through some of this and just understand that I went through this process. A lot of people go through this process. He's a guy that I feel very comfortable with, have a lot of trust with. He knows that. The team knows that, so I'm confident in that situation. If I could talk to the Cowboys after hearing Dak say that, I would say, yeah, just like Lyle Collins. That was like your best friend and the enforcer of the offensive line, but we did what is in the best interest of our players. So if I'm Dalton Schultz, I don't take that. I appreciate Dak talking to me about it, and maybe I'm put a little bit more at ease by the idea that he played under the tag and so did Tank. But I, for whatever reason, I don't think that if Dak says, I need this guy, there's any reason to believe that I should feel like the Cowboys are going to lock me in now that Dak has my back.
I think the Cowboys have their plan. I think that they've kind of gone into, we've heard a lot about the spreadsheet that they've got over the course of the years, and they've kind of got a plan that they've mapped out for 2023, 2024, and I think that they've looked at it, and Dalton Schultz is not necessarily in the long-term future. This is a placeholder for 2022. We talked earlier in the week that probably went into the reasons as to why they parted with Amari Cooper, right? They knew that they needed Dalton Schultz under contract for this year. That's why they put that placeholder, the franchise tag, on him. They went ahead and they drafted Jake Ferguson, who they got under contract today. That was the last rookie that they needed to sign. They've got Sean McEwen, who I think that they believe has some upside. They've got some young tight ends. They've got an undrafted rookie free agent who I think they like quite a bit as well. So, I'm actually excited to get out there to OTA practice tomorrow and see how some of these young guys look with the added reps that they'll be able to get without Dalton Schultz in practice.
Well, Chuck, that's a really good point about them having their plan, because we've talked to Stephen Jones, and he takes the position like, guys, nothing surprises us. We model these things out 2 and 3 years in advance. You remember when Byron Jones had an all-pro year at corner, they let him walk.
Yep.
He was a surprise. And I think Dalton Schultz was a surprise as well. And they're in a situation where they want to manage things year in and year out so closely because they think there's a winning edge to it that I don't think they want to get creative to find the space now to retain a player like that. And Chiafalo, I think they're doing the right thing.
I think they're doing the right thing as well. And I think they all know, even before this past season, what the ultimate capabilities of a Dalton Schultz is. It's not anything that is a where you're not going to catch us so off guard that, wow, we really think you are all of a sudden one of the greatest tight ends in the sport, and you have just blown us away with your speed and your athleticism and your ability to make big plays and all these things. Like, that wasn't going to be, like, they knew, okay, best case scenario, Dalton Schultz is a security blanket. Maybe he has some inflated numbers based on the talent around him. And so we're not going to lose our minds about giving him a bunch of money. I think they're doing the right thing. I think Dak's doing the right thing with being able to talk to Dalton Schultz. That's what a leader does. Hey, I get it. I understand this. They're on the same page. Make him feel like, hey, I appreciate you. I need you. And if you're Dak, you mean that, because you're looking around, you're like, man, all these weapons of mine are leaving the building. Don't stick me with Sprinkle all season.
Sure. Yeah, no, I think that's a great point. And sometimes as a frustrated player, all you need is for a team leader to acknowledge that you're in a crappy situation. It makes you feel better about what you're doing. Help you stay on task a little bit better.
Office morale.
Yeah, 214. Nothing the Cowboys have done this offseason has actually made the team better from last year. I totally agree with that. We'll see how good Tyler Smith can be, and maybe, D. Williams or something. OSU alumni here. Is that Oklahoma State probably? Stories from the Chimp Labs. They go straight for the face and the giblets.
Ooh, not the giblets.
Yeah, they would rip your face off. Remember that woman that had a monkey before? It was a pet monkey. She had it forever, and all of a sudden just ripped her whole face off.
That is a lethal move. The giblets, is that the downstairs mix-up right there?
Yes, it is.
What would you rather have?
That's the thing that hangs on the back of your throat.
It's the kibbles and bits, man.
I'm going to turn my mic off.
Wait.
Is that the extra stuff in the Thanksgiving turkey?
Are they going for the throat, or are they going for the ultimate disrespect?
No, they're going downstairs.
The giblets.
Yeah. Wow, how do they know? They can just tell, like, oh, this is a man we're dealing with here.
Yeah, they can tell they're smart.
Yeah, they're very close to us, like 99% match. Jeez. Okay, speaking of the home run derby yesterday, despite not winning the event technically, Micah Parsons had the biggest buzz going on around him. Here he is talking to reporters afterwards.
I keep telling you, I don't run on regular gas. This is diesel. This is diesel gas.
One went almost 400 feet.
That's what I do, man. They can't cheat me in Dallas. In Philly, they can cheat me.
They cheated you home run?
Yeah, they cheated me in Philly. I ain't going to lose out here, though.
He says at the very beginning, it's hard to tell with the PA lady in the background. He says, I keep telling you, I'm not on regular gas. This is diesel.
Oh, he's got that diesel. You think he's got that power stroke, or do you think he's working with a Cummins or something like that? I got him being a Ford guy.
What'd you say?
Actually,
what are you doing, bro?
No, I'm talking about diesel engines. We have the power stroke.
Cummins with the power stroke.
You have the Cummins
Ford.
Yeah, I'm just talking cars, gentlemen.
Went right over my head.
Actually, I think he's a TRX guy. I think he's a Ram TRX guy. So I think he's banging around in that Cummins right now.
That is an amazing truck. I didn't think anything could quite match the raw like sex appeal of the Ford Raptor when it first came out. But that Ram is doing some incredible stuff to the eyeballs.
Yeah, that TRX is no joke. And they have these different levels of like equipment groups with it where it's like you feel like you have something that could just take over.
They look like zombie hunters.
Yeah.
That's what that looks like right there.
They're dope.
Yeah, so I don't know. I have never been a diesel guy myself. You don't
want to be right now.
What do you get? Dropping better torque?
$10 a gallon right now, huh?
Yeah,
and that's expensive. And that Ford Power Stroke, it makes that whistle that diesel does when it goes fast enough.
Sounds nice.
Darn good, bro.
They do sound cool.
At 60.
Starts to hum a little bit.
Okay, we go to the Cowboys Wire. Their tweet here in Cowboys Twitter. Our NFL Wire editors examine one potential breakout player from every team ahead of the 2022 season. This is a fascinating angle to me. It might even require further investigation and discussion as the offseason continues. Now, they go with a player maybe many people would hope would be the Cowboys' breakout player for 2022, Tony Pollard. But their thinking is not he's taking carries from Zeke. But I think you've been talking about this, Wolchuk, getting involved in the passing game. And now that you have Gallup hurt, Amari Cooper gone, you need bodies, especially now with Jalen Tolbert and James Washington so far unable to practice. Maybe something to watch tomorrow. Is he in the slot even more? Something he did a lot of in Memphis. But could you imagine Tony Pollard being a breakout star and Kellen Moore and Dak finding a way to get him the ball underneath in space and make all those plays with his legs in the passing game?
Be about time, wouldn't it? I mean, my goodness, finally you utilize a player that has the skill set to do things like this. And I think it's something we've all been clamoring for. Get TP on the field. And if your issue is, okay, we don't want to take Zeke off the field, why not have them both out there at the same time? You don't have that issue now where we've already got 3 amazing wide receivers, which you had last year with Amari, CD, and Gallup. You don't have Amari anymore. Gallup's not going to be playing at least the first 2 weeks of the season as of right now. So you've got issues there with your receiving core. We don't know what we're going to get from James Washington. You've got a rookie that you're going to be expecting a ton out of. So I do think you need to try and maximize the talent within your roster. And to me, that is, let's go ahead and get Tony Pollard the ball in any way, shape, or form. Let's go ahead and put him out there in the slot.
You know, I talked last hour about how I can't see the offense leading the way, but if you could get Tony Pollard involved in the passing game in a dynamic way, you know, and we know Dak loves throwing underneath. Witten, Beasley, Schultz over the last 5 years have benefited tremendously. Like, it extended Witten's career. He went to Oakland, and without Dak being obsessed with throwing it to the safe spot underneath, his production totally shriveled up into nothing.
And to your point, and Eric brought this up earlier in the week or last week as well, you know, Tony Pollard played that at Memphis. So he looks like a natural. He looks super comfortable in his route running, lining up there. He's got good hands. That's an area where I think he can really, it can be a strength of his and he can succeed in.
And if it's something that the Cowboys didn't really want to do, they might just be forced now with the lack of talent in the wide receiver room, the guys that are injured right now. It might be one of those things that it's like, oh, we don't even really want to have to use Tony Pollard over here, but we need to for the bodies. And it's like, well, we've struck gold. Like, I don't even care by what means you get there, but please get there, because now you need all the weapons. Like, you had a embarrassment of riches almost with all the weapons that you felt like you had, and maybe you didn't think, oh, maybe there's something with Kellen Moore of like, oh, we don't need to use Tony Pollard in these other ways. Kind of feels like you need to now.
And he'll bail you out.
He will bail you out. I mean, that's the most explosive guy on your whole offense.
You said that, right? And you said that when we were talking about our top 10 Cowboys. You put Tony Pollard in your list because you said he's the one guy that can score from anywhere on the field. He's your biggest home run threat. So our biggest issue at the end of last year and why you lost to San Francisco, we just didn't feel like this team continued to make an effort to get the ball in their playmakers' hands.
Yeah.
Well, you're doing that if you try and put Tony Pollard in a bunch of different roles within your offense.
All righty, there you have Cowboys Twitter. I do want to throw out one more tweet. I found it hilarious yesterday on our day off. It was the best thing on sports Twitter. UCLA's Maya Brady. Did you see her, the highlight? This is Tom Brady's niece. She plays softball at UCLA. She hit 2 home runs at the Softball World Series tournament. CBS Sports posted a video of her rounding third and coming home, and she's doing the Tom Brady celebration where he kind of does that fist pump like it's a weird Tom Brady like signature fist pump where he's kind of like throwing the fist pump instead of doing like an 18-wheeler horn honk fist pump. And she is mouthing, "Let's effing go." So Tom retweets that and says, "Must run in the family." Sorry, Mom. But it was a textbook Tom celebration. Okay, we got to go. We got Wolchuk's top 10 at 420 around the corner. Where are we headed with that, sir?
Who is the one player that you would love to crash your wedding? 877-881-1053. Plus, yesterday was National Chocolate Ice Cream Day. What's your favorite ice cream? We got the top 10 most popular ice cream flavors next on The Fan.
Loving it. I got a question for you before we get there, though. Who is the one guy you need to call if you're suffering from financial stress? It's Mark Rubin at 1-800-Lawyers. You know, seriously, the pandemic was tough on so many Texans, so many folks really nationwide, worldwide. Some people lost their jobs, had a reduction in pay. Maybe you leaned on your credit cards a little bit too much. Maybe you put a forbearance.
diapers and wipes bundle at honest.com and use code radio to save 30% off your first month's subscription.
Yes, sir. Welcome back, Nation. All right, around the NFL coming up in about 20 minutes. It's time now for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420. Segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you're hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, call the Frankels, 214-333-3333, or go online to truckwreck.com. Now, here he is, the woolly bully himself, Wolchuk.
2 questions for our Turn It On or Leave It On listeners, hashtag Tolo, also the Twolos and the Tubers who are watching us via YouTube. If you could have one athlete or celebrity, but I'd specify the athlete.
Is this a hall pass again?
It's not a hall pass, because that would be awkward given the circumstances of this question.
Dude, if the hall pass arrives at your wedding, what's the move there? If you guys have already discussed this and it's like, well, they're here, honeymoon just got a little bit more freaky deaky.
Ooh, man.
Call your bluff.
Holy cow, that'd be weird. If it happens to be the hall pass, it happens to be the hall pass. But if you could have one athlete or celebrity crash your wedding, who would it be? And yesterday we missed out on National Ice Cream Day, so I'd also like you to text in what your favorite ice cream is, 877-881-1053 via the truckwreck.com text line. Now, where did I get this thought from in terms of the crashing of the weddings? Sean McSex, otherwise known as Sean McVay. Well, he got married to his supermodel girlfriend. Correct. And
he was my hall pass.
Lucius, are you okay?
I mean, that was my pick.
That was
my pick.
Was it?
Yeah, that was my pick. Guess I'll turn my mic off.
It was Sean McVay? You got time to rethink. I'm going to play this audio, so you rethink it over, okay? So Sean McVay gets married, and Odell Beckham Jr., who's not even a member of the LA Rams right now, wasn't invited to the wedding, but yet somehow crashes said wedding. So Sean McVay on the I Am Athlete podcast talks about the story and how this went down.
You know, so one of the hardest things is you got a bunch of great relationships with so many players that have been such a big part of my life. So probably the most stressful thing about this wedding was figuring out, all right, how do you get the guest list right where you don't have any sort of interruptions or, anybody having their feelings hurt unnecessarily because you got good relationships with guys. So I just invited the captains from last year's team. And then there was a couple other guys that are retired players that you still have great relationships with. And Odell and I had a great relationship. I mean, I love Odell. And so only in Odell's fashion could he be the wedding crasher at our wedding. So showed up, crashed the wedding. And yes. I loved it that he was still there. He is, even my mom, she said, oh, he's so nice. And God, he is handsome in person, right. Too. I mean, I said, Odell.
Wow, Odell crashed the wedding. I'm sure there was a moment where he said, Coach, come get me.
The best part, no, I said, you crashed my wedding. You re-sign with the Rams then, man. I mean, that's a given right there.
That's good.
You're banging the daughter and the grandma. How much jam you got, man?
Stay away from my mom, Odell Beckham Jr. Everything was fine for McVay. He's like, oh, yeah, OBJ's here. This is cool. Right up until he left with his mom. And he's like, all right, that's where we draw the line.
And things got a little weird. So who would you like to crash your wedding, Dawson? Because yours is still on the horizon.
That's right, yes. Looking to set the record for the longest engagement. I'm going to go with Elton
Keep
John.
That carrot out there?
It was, yeah. Multiple carrots. Man, I'd go with Elton John. Obviously he'd roll out a piano and we'd tell the DJ to go have a nice night.
And put him to work.
He'd put on a show. In my mind, at least.
Yeah, no, I think he'd be up for that.
Always want to see him in concert.
That would be outstanding. We have some really good texts already that are flowing in.
A lot of people are texting Gronk.
Yeah,
Gronk would be fun.
He's going to turn your wedding into an instant rager. That is, if you want a frat style wedding, a frat style dance floor, I think he's a perfect guy to end up at the reception. I don't know if you want him at the ceremony though. Things start getting a little bit haywire, but he's the perfect reception crasher.
Who would you want?
Trying to think. I like the John Daly idea that we've gotten here on the text line.
John Daly text is strong. Bobon was another text.
Bobon's really strong.
Can't go wrong with Bobby.
Yes. Dutch Oven has made an appearance in the Twitch chat, which would be really good. Derek Holland. So all of those.
Snoop Dogg, Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Oh, okay.
Those
all
would
right.
be great.
Yeah. Those are all really good.
Go Classic with Vince Vaughn.
I think Dirk being at your wedding would be pretty fun. Luca would show up with the hookah.
Dirk would leave with aluminum foil on the plate.
Yes, he would.
yes, he would. Be like, hey, you mind
nice ridding, man.
Get the plate
get some of that to go here. Oh man, what other
Adrian
athlete?
Beltre from the 972.
Beltre would be good. Oh, Joe Looney, friend of the show, right?
Yes,
Joe Looney.
When
You'd have a good time.
When the preacher says, "Speak now, forever hold your peace," I imagine like Dominique Dawes coming out of nowhere, be like, "No, she speaks up for him. I love him," and I wouldn't mess with her, but I just want to keep my wife on notice. But like, yeah, I could pull Dominique Dawes, just to let you know.
Yeah, I got that in me.
On notice.
Yeah, if I could have them on cue, like set up some drama or something to make me look even cooler.
Yeah,
that might be the play right there. Dominic Dawes, that's your hall pass lady?
No, well, I mean, if she's listening.
I thought it was Leandra.
I don't know. I just got absolutely 100%. It's Leandra.
Okay, very
from
good.
Houston, the Mexican girl.
Right.
I'll leave my whole family right now. Respectfully,
I wouldn't mind
love
Shakira
this is all jokes on the radio.
Just jokes.
Just jokes. Bags are packed though.
Yeah, they are.
To the left. To the left.
I mean, look, it'd be hard for me to pass up on Emmett. I'm an Emmett guy.
Oh yeah, you have that fat head of him on your ceiling right above your
He'd
bed.
set up a charge for autographs table in the back.
I know. You guys have told me that story. He's been nothing but a sweetheart to me anytime I run into him.
Emmett's cool. It's just jokes on the road.
I thought you were going to go with McGregor, Walchuk, but you're too scared he's going to punch one of your grandparents.
He's
Have some of this proper 12.
Hey, have a proper 12, mate.
He's lost it. He's lost his bleeping mind.
Yeah, he's not as cool.
Maybe
as he
McGregor
was.
of like 2014.
Yeah,
he was a sweet man.
Celebrity went to his head.
When he was a
And the
sweet
punches.
man. I don't even remember those days.
Yeah, the Backstreet Boys. Michael Irvin. Michael would be wild.
Oh my God, I would love for Michael to be at my
That'd
party.
be a good time.
Oh,
He will come bearing gifts.
I was at the Pam Anderson party with Michael Irvin, and it was amazing. Just to see him in his natural environment. It was like 1:30 in the morning,
That's what I'm talking
and he's
about.
coming upstairs and high-fiving everybody,
Yes.
and
bring all that Florida out, dog.
Yeah.
Bring all that Florida out.
Oh man, what an
really
amazing
amazing.
start to a sentence, Dawson. I was at the Pam Anderson party with Michael Irvin.
Yeah, Jagger
Dear
and
God.
Jasmine. The Super Bowl was coming through, and they obviously needed to promote their parties. So they were advertising a lot of these here on 105.3 The Fan. So like every night there was a Super Bowl party that you could possibly go to, and yeah, we interviewed Pam Anderson, and there was Michael Irvin. That's where the famous "drop you're going to get us fined and thrown off the air" comes from. Because we were talking with Tolos who were in the audience, and I'll never forget this guy stepped up with like an Indianapolis Colts old starter jacket on. He was like an autograph hound that had somehow gotten into the party.
Oh yeah,
and he starts swearing and stuff. So
wow, dude.
Man.
yeah, it was an epic week.
That is.
Yeah.
To go back in time and be a fly on the wall there.
I don't want to be a fly on the wall.
all we have to do is get another Super Bowl here.
Let's get another Super Bowl here, guys.
Come on, Roger. Make it happen. All right, let's slide into our top 10 list at 420. The top 10 ice cream flavors as voted on by America in honor of National Chocolate Ice Cream Day. That was yesterday. Fellas, let's kick it around the horn, starting with Lucius Alexander. Favorite ice cream flavor?
It is the Africa of ice cream. All ice creams come from this one. It is Rocky Road.
Oh, you and my dad.
It's
Best
got to be
friends forever.
Bluebell or Brahms.
Brahms.
Whatever they're selling at
Delicious.
Brahms.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Brahms
Delicious.
brings it with the Rocky Road. It's hard to push back on that one, Lucius. I'll be honest with you. You get the soft marshmallow, you get the
Yes.
crunch of the almond,
Come on.
and then it all ties in together with the chocolate ice cream. It is truly an incredible deal. Let me go with the Brahms cappuccino.
Ooh.
Chunky chocolate.
Have not had that flavor.
Oh, boys and girls.
I got to wait till the maintenance program, and then I'll be all over it.
It's a delicious.
Killed many a tubs of the Rocky Road.
Yeah, Walchuk is I will take the tub out of the freezer, I will grab a rag, and I will grab a spoon, and I will see you later. There's no bowls, there's nothing like that. Sorry, Mom and Dad, when you go get the ice cream out of the freezer, it's going to be much less there than when you had left it.
Partially melted.
And my mouthy spoon is dipped in and out of that thing about 100 times.
Yeah.
But you never have to worry about Walchuk putting his mouth on the milk and just drinking right out of that. That's where he draws the line.
No, that's gross.
Good to see you have some standards. Now, where are you with the Rocky Road? Do you like it?
I'm a fan.
I like all the ingredients in Rocky Road, but as a combination, I'm out. I think actually that's one of my least favorites. So I'm always impressed. My dad's a huge Rocky Road guy, and I was always disappointed to see that in the grocery cart. To me, it's a clear and obvious choice. It's the Bluebell cookies and cream.
Do love the
That's
cookies
good
and
stuff.
cream. But
That's
the
good
cookie
stuff.
cone that Bluebell's come out with, which is basically like the old cookie cone that you would get from like the ice cream
The vending machine or something.
and the
at
vending
school.
machine.
It was a top tier.
They have that as an ice cream. in a tub now at Bluebell.
It's like chunks of the chocolate cone,
Yes.
right, that are inside of it.
I've had that now.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Oh, it's heavenly. Oh, it is delicious.
Any love for mint chocolate chip, boys?
We're
Love
gonna
it.
get
Top
there.
fiver.
Okay,
Top five.
good.
A lot of love for chocolate chip cookie dough. Millennium Crunch from the 832. Bluebell Texas two-step is getting some love.
Yeah.
Keep
Cookie
those
two-step?
texts flowing. Yeah, the cookie two-step is good.
Yeah.
What about the Ben & Jerry's half-baked, where you get the cookie dough, but more importantly, you get the chunks of
I do.
brownie?
Yep, I'm with you there.
Oh.
The fish food isn't bad either. Ben & Jerry's fish food. Butterscotch is an honorable mention. So is cake batter. The Neapolitan, which I butchered earlier.
Yeah, outdated.
And the pistachio is your number one honorable mention ice cream flavor in America.
Man, I like that. There's that Talenti, the Talenti brand that you can go get. The pistachio, whatever the hell they do. Oh man, it's good.
Number 10, top 10 ice cream flavors in this great country.
Number 10.
Chocolate chip.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Okay, yeah, overrated as hell, but whatever.
Number 9 is coffee.
There you go. Okay, we'll go with the cappuccino.
It's making a big rise. Number 8, too low, maybe just right for Gavin Dawson, Rocky Road.
That's a Mount Rushmore.
It was number where?
8.
These fools don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah, bad list.
Most had one of me in the panel.
Yep. There are plenty of you. Number 7, also too low for me. It'd be in my top 3, maybe number 1. Cookies and cream.
Yeah. It's really, really good, man. Oreos, like, can they do like a double stuffed version where there's just even more Oreos inside of it?
Or a mega.
Let's double the quantity of Oreos that we wedge into this ice cream here, because I will sign that petition.
I love that.
Get some cookies and cream and then mash a couple of double stuffs on top of
See,
it.
now we're getting
Make
after
your own
it.
homemade style. The only bad cookies and cream is the budget ice cream. And, whatever brand it is from that grocery store.
the off-brand.
Great value.
If it's like less than $6, chances are it might not hit.
Not gonna get it.
Because they're not actually Oreos.
Yeah.
Number 6, chocolate chip cookie dough.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Number 5, butter pecan.
Yeah, man. Hey, go.
That's the old people one.
I like
You go to
pecans,
old folks'
though.
house, they always have the butter pecan.
Really?
Respectfully, yeah, they
Well,
always
it's
have
kind of
it.
surprising because of the crunchiness. You
I
need
don't
the
know.
teeth to.
Ooh.
What about those butterscotch hard candies? You can guarantee that's at the local Gil's house.
Yeah.
100%.
Did
Now,
you say the local Gilf?
have you got?
Yeah.
I worked at Smoothie King in high school. The Hulk shake. Okay, go there. It's like its base is a butter pecan ice
Oh,
cream.
yes.
It is the most delicious.
Dude, it is.
Smoothie. It is not healthy in any way. If you need to pack on the calories, if you're going full Leonard Fournette or something like that, I'm telling you, get the Hulk. It's incredible.
Number 4 is the mint chocolate chip.
Yep, top 5.
Number 3, and these are all going to be very generic. Number 3, strawberry.
All right.
Number 2, classic vanilla.
Yeah.
And number 1, chocolate.
Yeah, I don't get the chocolate. I really don't.
Man, why not?
I like chocolate candies.
That's your problem with the Rocky Road then.
Okay.
I think that's where it's getting you.
Mystery solved.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is chocolate ice cream.
Oh, we did get that one texted in that's basically like the vanilla version of the Rocky Road, though. So you might like that kind.
Okay.
We just I got to scroll
give that
through
a
and
shot.
I'll tell you which one that is.
Yeah, and I like vanilla, but I just could never imagine just eating vanilla ice cream, Like, it's got to be with something.
I agree.
A cookie, some sprinkles. You
Yeah.
got to do something with that joint.
Or some chocolate sauce on there.
Chocolate sauce, yeah.
I don't think it's a standalone like a lot of those others in the top 10.
Warm apple pie, maybe.
The Millennium Crunch Baby.
Boom, that's it.
That is, this man says, the white Rocky Road. What the hell, bro?
That's what I need.
That's it. With the vanilla instead of the chocolate.
All right, we got to run. It is time to go around the NFL, get you all the top stories from a big day in pro football next. But right now at Diamonds Direct, there's something incredible going on. Whether you buy a $3,000 diamond pendant or a $30,000 designer ring, you can spread your payments over 5 years without paying a dime in interest. Diamonds Direct, most aggressive offer ever. Pick any item, get the super low price Diamonds Direct is known for, and spread your payments over 5 years.
At Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is an all-out sprint to finish #1 in the country. Custom order your vehicle online and lock in today's pricing. Because they're #1, they'll get it to you faster. Find new roads at Classic Chevrolet.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation. Every night at this time, we go around the NFL.
Let's go around the NFL. G-Bag style on 105.3 The Fan.
Yes, and it's brought to you by Metter, Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram. We do have Rangers baseball coming up in 45 minutes. Jared Sandlin will have the pregame as they go for the series victory in Cleveland. Okay, I'll have first down. One of the major topics of the offseason for the Cowboys is what are they going to do, but also how much better have the Eagles become? Are they good enough that they could overcome mediocre play at quarterback in Jalen Hurts and become a factor in the NFC Super Bowl picture? Are they good enough to beat the Cowboys in the division? Nick Sirianni, though, would like to steer the conversation in a direction of, is Jalen Hurts good enough that along with a good roster, they could become actually a powerful force league-wide? His quote was Sal Palantonio, ESPN. I'm noticing a big difference. What I see is a crisper ball. The accuracy I've been very pleased with. You can just see him taking strides every single day with his accuracy because of the fundamentals he has with his feet and his upper body. I'm always surprised that when players who have been in the NFL for 2 or 3 years or even 2 or 3 months can make profound improvements in their fundamentals, but it happens quite often. It really does. And oftentimes coaches in college either don't have the ability or the desire to spend all the time significantly changing fundamentals. They just take the player and make the most of it. You know, it's kind of like being on the golf course. You don't have time to rediscover your swing. That's for the driving range, where this is, you know, in mid-round and we got to make do with what we got. But the question's there for you. Do you believe Jalen Hurts could make a significant improvement? Hell, Josh Allen did.
Right.
Josh Allen went from being total butt to one of the more accurate and dynamic players in the NFL. And that'd be a nightmare scenario because Jalen Hurts checks all of the other boxes.
My pushback would be, did we not already see him take the leap once where he went from Bama to OU and he made that leap under Lincoln Riley to where he went from a quarterback that was thought of as a runner, wasn't a very good passer, and then proved, okay, he can throw the football, and he already made that. I mean, how much better can he really get in an offseason in the NFL? Because he's already had to make so many strides to just get to where he is right now as a starter.
And he's already a super hard worker. You know, so it's not like some guys find a work ethic at age 25 that changes their trajectory. But if you're a hard worker taking all those details seriously, I imagine you're maxed out. I think that's a great point as well. Like these improvements have been made over the last 5 years of his career, Chiafalo.
I like the usage of crisper ball there from Nick Sirianni. Where are you guys at on ball crisp? Where does ball crisp arrive on the must-have attributes for your quarterback? When you start building out your ideal quarterback, where does ball crisp come into play here? Because I think the crispier the ball, the better the quarterback, but I've never heard it put in such great football terms there.
There's composed.
Right, there's composed. Yep, coming together, mashing together, making a baby, and they birth composed. I like that, Walchuk.
And then ball crisp.
You got to be composed.
Where's Moxie?
That's very important as well.
Gotta have Moxie.
Yeah, especially on the offensive side.
I think I'm going Moxie over the crispy ball.
Okay, so you're
right. I like that.
Yeah, I do too. I think Moxie is more important than ball crisp.
Gosh,
but
this person named Spam just won't leave me alone today.
That is a good football phrase to add to your vernacular. I think when it comes to Hurts and some other quarterbacks, I don't think it's the crispness of your ball that's going to separate you from one or another guy or your exact ball placement. It's recognition of who's open. Like, you know, to make a basketball analogy, Lucas sees guys that are open. And there's lots of quarterbacks that see, oh, he's open, where another quarterback or another point guard's like, yep, there's nothing here. Got to go looking the other way. And I don't know that develops so late in a career. I think that's something you either have or you don't. Here's Zach Wolchuk for second down.
The new trailer for EA Sports Maddon was revealed. And in said trailer, you see Nick Chubb stiff-arming DB Marlon Humphrey of the Baltimore Ravens. Well, Marlon Humphrey did not take very kindly to this as he went to social media and he requested that, one, his name be taken out of the video game, and that he would be pursuing legal action. And apparently his teammate Tony Jefferson was also set to join him in said legal action, and also was requesting that his name be removed.
Tony get burnt on the play as well?
Yeah, he was trying to tackle Nick Chubb as well in the background and failed to do so during.
And this isn't a bit? This is serious?
This is serious.
Okay.
So,
because it'd be a funny bit.
Earlier today, Maddon released a new trailer, and Humphrey is forcing a fumble on Nick Chubb.
There you go.
As he's pulling him down to the turf with the help of Tony Jefferson.
Okay, so they've made up for it, right? Everything's good. Now Nick Chubb wants to sue him.
Right. You think so? Everyone's trying to sue everybody. So Marlon Humphrey quote tweets it and says, "This makes me feel better, but the lawsuit's still going through, though." Is this not the most petty thing you've ever heard?
No, this is good.
It's
right
highly
here.
sensitive.
This is really good. Move over Depp versus Hurd. Bring in Humphrey versus Maddon.
Be interesting to see if they have a case. Like, how's that stand up? I think when you sign your contract or whatever, you're giving them the ability to use your name, image, and likeness in things like, Maddon and, magazines and whatnots. But, yeah, I guess that's the peak of being chip on your shoulder guy.
Yeah, looking for every avenue to muster up the desire to just be better than everybody, be great, and I think when the Maddon is doing these trailers, they should actually duplicate like an actual play from that has happened in the NFL. That's how they should do it.
Ooh, I like
so then
that.
it's like you can't say this wouldn't happen or didn't happen because it did happen. Baby. We're showing it to you right now.
We're showing Derrick Henry just throwing homie to the ground.
Oh, that was Josh Norman.
Josh Norman, yes.
That was the most disrespectful play in football I've seen in a while.
So if like a famous video game guy is streaming, or let's say Micah Parsons is streaming as you play Dez Bryant, everybody's watching, and your character with its AI, artificial intelligence, makes a bad play during the game, would you sue for that?
It's kind of ridiculous.
It is.
Because as you mentioned, what if Nick Chubb now says, "Oh, well, now you're going to show a video of Humphrey forcing a fumble on"? Well, now I'm offended. I mean, it's just ridiculous.
That's why you just got to take what really happened last year, and that's it. That's the way it goes.
Here's Chiafalo, third down.
All right, do you guys want super football guy that might be kind of Urban Meyer levels of dumbass?
Yes.
Or do you want best shape of your life season?
I want the dumbass.
Both.
Okay, we will start with the dumbass, and then we'll get to the best shape of your life season. We head to Chicago, where Matt Eberflus, who was on staff with the Cowboys at one point, he's now running things in Chicago, taking the place of Matt Nagy, who was basically unanimously panned as a NFL head coach. Nobody really liked him. So in comes Eberflus. He's bringing the toughness. He's bringing the defense, and so much so that the Bears were forced to cancel yesterday's OTA practice after violating the NFL's non-contact rules, which is the Urban Meyer Award for offseason dumbassery.
But did he kick his kicker?
We have no evidence of kicking of the kicker just yet. But are we looking at a new Urban Meyer situation? Because it was this time last year, Urban Meyer and the Jags were getting OTAs canceled because they're doing Oklahoma drills and stuff, non-contact style. Matt Eberflus says, "Hey, I'm a football guy. It's contact all the time with or without pads, okay? Get your butts down for some Oklahoma drills."
I certainly hope so. I think Matt Eberflus is.
Are we all rooting for?
Yeah, we
story like that.
We all need a good Urban Meyer story.
Yeah. I think Eberflus is probably just a little bit too eager. Like, he's a real go-getter, but I think he's been a man that's operated with honor and integrity. I've never heard a bad word about him.
He's really well respected. Yeah. I don't think this is an Urban Meyer situation. I think he probably just got a little too excited.
When you said we were going to get story on a dumbass, I thought we were heading for the Commanders and the defensive coordinator. But
Jack Del Rio.
That's another segment for another day.
Just a little dust up. Dawson, nothing crazy. Yeah. Best shape of your life season. You guys ready? Courtesy of Michael Fabiano, my Italian brethren at NFL.com. Here is a quote from Neville Gallimore. Ezekiel Elliott is in the best shape I've ever seen him in. He's flying around the practice field. He's going to be awesome. He will do special things this year.
That's funny, because when we heard him talking to the media, he said that the wind helped him get to 22 miles per hour.
Oh, man, this is a great time of year, boys. Now, Leonard Fournette and Kyle Lowry, this is not best shape of their life season for them, but for a lot of people it is, and apparently for Zeke. According to Neville Gallimore, best shape of your life.
We've been
solid.
We've been hearing this since 2017.
Yeah, it's a whole lot of cap. A whole lot of cap.
So much cap, and I love it. Thank you, Neville Gallimore. You can be a salesman for my company anytime.
Let's get some more Cowboys talk going on. The Cowboys news of the evening, we'll call it the C-note, and what Micah's teammates had to say about the show he put on in the home run derby. Then Jared Sandlin will jump in, talk Rangers here with you coming up at 5:15 on 105.3 The Fan. I got to chat about D&M.
station.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation. Time for the Cowboys news of the evening right here. We have the C-Note for you. General at your service at ease. There's Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup at Master Control. We'll be riding with you for the next 30 minutes. Then Rangers pregame. Here's Zach Wolchuk and Eric Chiafalo in the talk booth, our nosebleed brethren, approaching the conclusion of their first month with us here in the G-Bag Nation. It has been a lot of fun, boys. Okay, at 877-881-1053, we're going to talk some Micah Parsons. This is a huge year for Micah. He is throwing his hat in the ring now for Defensive Player of the Year.
Depoy.
Yes, Wolchuk and Chiafalo have glossed it, the Depoy. He's also possibly throwing his hat in the ring for Best Overall Athlete in all of sporting at 877-881-1053. My question, will he make that leap to full NFL superstardom? Or will Rookie of the Year possibly be like a high point? And it's unfortunate, but it does happen, more than we would like to admit at times. You think a guy like Damon Stoudemire wins 1995 NBA Rookie of the Year, 96, I forget. And that was his high point, Leighton Vander Esch had an incredible rookie year. Hasn't come close to the type of Wolf Hunter, a type of excitement and hype that was building around him at 877-881-1053. Think about that. Text it in. Call your shot. Right now, it's Micah Parsons' world. It really is. And he stole the show after buying a $500 bat for the competition last night at the Home Run Derby. He went out and wowed the crowd. Hit one, 400-footer. Just incredible. Dak Prescott saying afterwards, Micah told me he had it in him. We're competitive, so we made a little bet about it. And I was surprised, says Dak. I definitely was surprised he has that much power and consistency with it. Defensive back Jordan Lewis took to Twitter and touted his teammates' performance by dubbing him the best athlete in the world. That's the kind of timing and hand-eye coordination Micah Parsons put on display last night as the Cowboys raised $130,000 for charity. Parsons himself, I'm just having fun. It's truly great to be a Cowboy. I'm living the dream every day and every week, exploring my opportunities and taking advantage of them and the people that I have met, the things I've gotten to do, and this is my first time doing this, so I'm really excited about it. Yeah, obviously not the first time swinging a bat, but it's not his primary sport. And to hit a baseball 400 feet is very, very difficult. It takes a lot more than just strength to get that job done. So what are we looking at here with Micah Parsons in your estimation, Zach?
He is a different breed. Micah is special. I think when you're around him, when you watch practice, anything that's team related, you can tell that he's different. He's the best out there. When he's out there working with the edge rushers, he's the best of the bunch, and that includes DeMarcus Lawrence. He is the best among all the linebacker drills. He isn't even going full speed, and he's the fastest one out there. And, when you add to his work ethic, which was one thing, when you're watching tape and you're scouting guys, that's the inability that we have when we get ready for the draft coverage, right? You're not able to meet these guys. You're not able to really get to know the work ethic. But when we hear about already studying with DeMarcus Ware, he's going to be hanging back even after these guys get done with the mandatory mini camps in between going to training camp in Oxnard. He's not taking a vacation. He's not taking a break. He's going to be with DeMarcus Ware. He's going to be working out, getting ready and fine-tooling the pass rushing and figuring out, different ways that he can beat offensive linemen. And he was working with Lyle Collins last year, and he's getting with Tyron Smith and figuring out ways to be able to beat and go up against the best and enhance his craft. This guy literally leaves no stone unturned. He wants to be the best. He's driven on and off the field. And he's got every single tool in the tool set that, talent-wise, it's all there. But he has what it wants mentally as well to be able to get to the other level. So I have zero doubts.
I think that's a big part of it. If you have off-the-field concerns or if you have confidence issues, like I'm thinking of Carson Wentz, or if you play a position that's going to get more and more complicated and you were like spoon-fed an easy version early, like Mitch Trubisky in Chicago, right? Here's a really easy way to play quarterback. But none of those things apply to Micah Parsons because he's so driven, he's smart, he's competitive. There is an injury history there that could possibly trip him up as far as, what could be expected. And then the positions, the job that he has to do, it's see ball, go chase it down, or beat the man in front of you and tackle the quarterback, and not to simplify it. Obviously, he's a professional athlete. There's a lot of complicated stuff, but as you power rank position difficulty, like linebacker and edge rusher are things that if you can do it as a rookie, nothing's going to slow you down. They can't come up with a scheme other than double teaming, which is just going to open up things well for your teammates.
Right, and he's like that Swiss Army knife where he gets to kind of catch the offense off guard at times with him and Dan Quinn together, moving him around, and is he going to blitz? What's he going to do? He was the most, clearly the most explosive player on the defense last year.
Yeah.
And every time he was on the field, you could just tell on a field of great athletes, this dude stood out kind of amongst the rest. And he showed enough from a cerebral standpoint and an instinctual standpoint that's like, okay, that's there. And for the next probably half decade, he's going to be a superior athlete to all these guys on the field. The explosion, all these different things, I think he's really just scratching the surface because he won so much just on athleticism and explosiveness last year. When he starts to really refine his game and getting with DeMarcus Ware and having Dan Quinn just basically following him around during all these individual edge rush deals that we keep seeing at OTAs. Like, he wants it. The guys around him want it. He's seeking it out. People are seeking him out to refine his skills. And so I think you're talking about a guy who's going to be a super stud, and that's why it doesn't surprise me the home runs.
Yeah.
He's got the explosion. He's got the hips, man. He's going yard anytime he wants to.
Yep. 817 says, hell, Zeke hasn't been the same since that rookie year. And that's what I'm trying to keep in the back of my mind, like to have my best, honest, objective opinion about what I expect, because everything in me says I think he's going to win the DPOY twice. I think he's going to do that. I think he's going to lead this defense for the next 8 years.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's like Clay Matthews, but faster.
Oh yeah.
I'm like, where's the weakness? Like, if you lined him up on the edge for the entire season, I think he'd have 18 to 20 sacks. But he's so dang good, he can do inside linebacker stuff, and I think he's going to have incredible coverage, for his position as his career goes on. That's one of the things you did not see very much of his rookie year, but we saw it in Oxnard. Like, in drills, even though he doesn't have the techniques, he's sticky to tight ends.
Right.
Like, you can't fool the guy. I think his size and athleticism, it's just out of this world.
The coverage ability was my biggest concern when the Cowboys drafted him, because you didn't see him do it a ton out of Penn State, and when he did, it was really just kind of in the flats, maybe taking a running back. I didn't know if that'd be something that comes natural to him, and I thought maybe he'd get exposed because you have to be able to do that in this NFL passing world. But he was just so good at it. I mean, the play that he made against New Orleans really comes to mind. I will say this. I felt like the first two drives against San Francisco, where they just ran right through the Cowboys like a knife through butter, they did a great job neutralizing Micah. And I thought that Dan Quinn did an excellent job, and so did Micah, bouncing back from that. So do other teams watch the film and say, okay, this is kind of what San Francisco did to try and take him out of the game a little bit? And do other teams enforce that when they play the Cowboys to try and neutralize him? And then, the chess match that goes on with that from Dan Quinn and Micah. I just think he's too good, and his ability to move around and just really line up all over the defense, I don't think there's any way you can take him out of a game.
Okay, we got a great text here. Look at the past 10 defensive rookies of the year. They all panned out. Chase Young, Nick Bosa, Darius Leonard, Lattimore, Joey Bosa, Marcus Peters, Aaron Donald. You can get to Sheldon Richardson with the Jets in 2013 as the only thing on this list really resembling anything of a disappointment. And that can probably go back 20 years or so. So maybe it is dang near a sure thing that he's going to be awesome. And now it's just, could he actually win Defensive Player of the Year? 972 says DPOY is not good, guys. Okay, so we're getting some feedback on that.
I like the way you cleaned that one up, Dawson. That was really, really good. Now I do want to make the point too. It's like the Zeke drop off from rookie year. to the rest of his
Zeke
career.
would have led the league in rushing his second year had he not been suspended.
Yeah, but it wouldn't have been.
He was
as
really good in
significant.
2017.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you there. I also think just the wear and tear of that position, and not even just that position, but specifically that position on the Cowboys at that time, where it was just the touches were insane, the mileage, the tread on those tires were going to wear down pretty quickly.
It went 5.1 to 4.1 the second year in the yards per attempt.
Yeah,
I don't know. I think the efficiency numbers are more important at running back than totals.
For sure. And I also think that the way that Micah carries himself compared to the way Zeke approached an offseason, Zeke was, hey, I'm young, I don't have kids, I'm going out and I'm doing my thing. I'm going to go to Mexico whenever I'm suspended or whatever. And, he's doing that kind of stuff. Whereas Micah, he does have children, or at least one kid. So I think he still lives with his mom and stuff. Like, his lifestyle is a little bit different as well, where you think he's probably taking care of himself at least a little bit better than what Zeke was doing early on.
Okay, elsewhere.
Mom is cooking, by the way, every day for him, and she's watching all the friends that come around.
That's a good point.
Yeah, that's what you need.
He's got to get mama.
Really
That's what you need.
Okay, all right. Yeah.
I like him, baby. Something about him.
Dude, that
Something
scene in
about
Hard
him.
Knocks where she barbecues for everyone. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Was it the mac and cheese
It
that
was the
looked
mac and
incredible?
cheese.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, Mom will help you out in a lot of ways. That was one of the things that really finally clicked for me in my 20s after you spend so many times, at least for me in my teenage years, thinking, oh, the parents are out of date, they don't understand. But at some point the light bulb comes on. You're like, oh, they have seen everything that I'm experiencing, and maybe I should rely on their advice.
My pops, I know you better than you know you.
Exactly.
I was you first.
Yeah. But for some reason, as a kid, you're like, oh, they're 25 years older than me, so there's no way they understand what I'm going through.
You rocking penny loafers. You don't know what I'm talking about over here.
Yeah. DallasCowboys.com is a story up about Damone Clark. Sorry, are you guys too young? You still think your parents are idiots?
No.
Okay, good.
No, man. Once I had kids, I realized, okay, they knew what they were talking about.
DallasCowboys.com.
Like, how did they make it this far?
Yeah, bro. How did they do it?
I don't know if we've spent enough time talking about the LSU linebacker Damone Clark, and if he and Jabril Cox can get healthy, I think they have a chance to be two really good inside linebackers for this team. Second team All-American, first team All-SEC player, and the stories about what could he do for this team in 2022. At the Combine, they discovered the herniated disc in his neck that required surgery, expected to make a full recovery. And I think the important thing here that I learned from this story is it's not a fingers crossed type of situation like Jalen Smith where you're looking for a medical miracle. You have a legit top 100 player, had a serious but fairly routine neck injury, and now the Cowboys get him in the 5th round. I wouldn't be totally surprised if he ends up being the best player they get out of this draft. Is that too much to say, Wolchuk?
No, I think the upside's there, certainly. I don't think that would be too much to say. I think Damone Clark has a lot of upside. I think the biggest question mark is if he's able to play this year. I wonder if they rush him. I think he's definitely a pup list kind of guy. But, certainly I think second half of the season, if he's healthy and he's able to provide you anything, gosh, that'd be great. I mean, he looks the part, certainly. I mean, we've seen him working out with Britt Brown and the training staff at OTA. So I'm excited about the upside potential.
Couple of more here. The Cowboys got their final draft pick signed in the rookie tight end Jake Ferguson. He gets his 4-year deal done. Pro Football Focus made some waves today with their head coach rankings. Mike McCarthy coming in 10th. You've heard Brian and I talking about him. I don't know if we've gone in depth with you guys on Mike McCarthy. You do consider him an asset, a liability, a shoulder shrug type of head coach? What do you think about him being in the top 10 of Pro Football Focus?
Ooh, I would need to look at the list here. Offhand, I would think there's probably 10 guys out there, at least 10 more guys out there that I would rather have than McCarthy. I definitely don't necessarily look at him as an asset. And when it comes to in-game management and things like that, he's an absolute liability. And so overall, I would go more thumbs down as opposed to thumbs up on the top 10 coach in the league here.
His style is so laid back. I don't see him, and the way that things got bad last year and he didn't intervene and fix it, I don't know if he's got the hunger to really step in and do whatever it takes to get the job done. I think he's a guy that won a Super Bowl in Green Bay. and, is enjoying the NFL lifestyle. And I think the Jones family and the way that they operate sort of encourage, some of guys that should be very strong leaders and insisting things are better. If you kind of say, well, you have a second-year OC in Kellen Moore who's obviously struggling, and as a head coach, to not be in there and be very hands-on and trying to fix that, I think that was a massive red flag and confirmed a lot of my suspicions about him. We got to run. We're coming back. Jared Sandler joins you and gives you the latest on the Rangers coming off a very exciting day in Cleveland. That's next year on 105.3 The Fan. I got to chat Frank. Rubin, Rubin & Associates. If you're struggling financially, facing foreclosure, repossession, have IRS, credit card, or medical debt, you don't have to face it alone. With one phone call, Mark Rubin can take the weight off your shoulders and get you to living life again. So call Mark right now at 1-800-LAWYERS. Yeah, Jared Sandler's coming up here. He's got your pregame in about 8 minutes from now as the Rangers have a rubber match with the Tribe, try to win a series against the Indians. Good afternoon, Sands. How the hell are you?
Good afternoon. That's, let's see, I think that's $50 in the donation pot, Tribe and Indians.
Oh, my bad. Yeah,
25 a pop, right? 25 a pop,
Guardians,
yeah.
of course.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, checks in the mail. Jared, how long has it been since there was a day of baseball as fun as yesterday for you, with all the excitement around Semien and his history that he made?
Yeah, the Semien stuff was great, especially because, we've kind of been waiting for him to do some stuff that